The sword sex gate was in a mess, with the heirs of 6 saint clans kneeling with their heads on the ground. This humiliation was unprecedented, at least not in sword sex history. It was extremely rare for someone to humiliate them this much, even in the ancient Baron domain. The shock that Lin Yun had brought to everyone was too great, defeating the successors of 7 saint clans all by himself. At this moment, everyone was already comparing him with Xiahou Yan, who was able to pull out the Sky Annihilation Saint's sword. He's simply too strong. Is this the power of the Firmament Sword intent? I'm simply speechless. The 7 of them are on the Elysium Core ranking, right? How far can he go? He's only at the lesser Elysium Core realm, so does that mean he can even become first on the Elysium Core ranking when he reaches the heavenly Elysium Core realm one day? I already feel that he's comparable to Xiahou Yan now. If he draws that sword out, he might even be able to surpass Xiahou Yan. Let's not talk about that. You'll be in trouble if you accidentally offend the Xiahous. Typically speaking, it should be hard for someone to climb the stairs. Lin Yun's performance made him seem unrivaled, aside from Xiahou Yan. But what surprised everyone was that Lin Yun gave up on pulling the Sky Annihilation Saint's sword after looking at it for a few seconds. His eyes briefly flickered before he went down the stairs. Lin Yun didn't want to be in the limelight because this wasn't the hidden sword pavilion. If he pulled the sword out and the sword snapped, everyone would suspect him, and he would lose more than his gains if his secrets were exposed. Not to mention that he was already in the spotlight now. After today, the name Flower Burial Lin Yun would surely spread throughout Eastern Desolation or even the Kunlun realm. Who in the world would dare to face the heirs of the 7 saint clans by himself? And how many people could accomplish what Lin Yun did? With the carefree 9 swords, he was simply unbeatable amongst those of the same generation. Many women had splendors in their eyes when they looked at Lin Yun, and they discovered that he was pretty handsome, especially the purple mark that made him look devilish. Lin Yun's charm was like an abyss sucking them in. When Lin Yun passed Yi Xiling and the others, he nodded with a wink. I'll wait for you guys down below. Without the interference of the saint clans, it shouldn't be an issue for them to get through the first stage. Haha! Lin Yun, you really have a good temper. Gong Sun Yen laughed. That's for sure. My temper has always been good. Lin Yun smiled as he rubbed his chin. But when others heard that, their lips twitched. Thinking about what happened to the 7 princes, they would be fools to believe Lin Yun had a good temper. When Lin Yun came down the stairs, he came to where Old Lu was and stood beside him. Old Lu's face was plastered with smiles, and Lin Yun's performance today had even outshone Xiahou Yan. Then again, some would disagree because Lin Yun didn't choose to pull out the Sky Annihilation Saint sword while Xiahou Yan accomplished it. Lin Yun, why didn't you pull out the Sky Annihilation Saint sword? Old Lu asked. Even if Lin Yun wouldn't succeed, he should at least give it a try. Is there a need for that? Lin Yun replied. I just have to climb the stairs to get through the first stage, right? You're really foolish. Old Lu was speechless. Didn't you see that the 6 saints are here? They should be examining everyone to pick their disciples. Do you know how precious time is for saints? They're rarely even willing to take in a disciple. You should give it a try. I can tell those saints are curious about you, and you might become a saint disciple if you catch their attention. There's no need for that, replied Lin Yun. He believed it was enough to be a saint disciple with his performance. Furthermore, there was a vast difference between becoming the disciple of those saints and the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. His obsession with the Radiant Sword Saint was too strong. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint sent Feng Zhu to save him in the heavenly path from Jin Zhu, which was why he wanted to prove himself to the Radiant Sword Saint. But he had it all wrong looking at it now. The 6 saints were already there, but the Radiant Sword Saint was nowhere to be seen. So this couldn't help making Lin Yun feel disappointed. You're really a fool. Old Lu weakly smiled. He had no idea what to say about Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't try, but everyone else who climbed the stairs tried to pull out the sword, and none succeeded. Then again, most people couldn't even climb the stairs, and even if they did, it wasn't easy getting close to that sword. Only 4 people managed to get close to the sword, Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan. They were both interested in pulling out the sword and naturally failed. The other 2 were Xiahou Yan's younger brother, Xiahou Yun, and by Saint Clan's prince, by Zhanli. As the Nether Divinity clan was tied to the profound Sky sect, they naturally wouldn't be coming to partake in the test. So amongst the 9 remaining Saint clans, only the Xiahou Saint clan and Bai Saint clan didn't stand out to target Lin Yun. Xiahou Yun and Bai Zhanli's performances were outstanding enough. When they tried to pull out the sword, their sword aura was comparable to Lin Yun in that split moment, but they still failed to draw the sword. With that, the controversy over whether Lin Yun or Xiahou Yan was stronger was settled. In most people's view, Lin Yun chose not to draw the sword because he knew he would fail. Since that was the case, the one who could draw the sword was naturally stronger in their eyes. Then again, some feel that Lin Yun was disdainful of pulling the sword, and he could draw it out if he wanted. The controversy gradually grew stronger, and it was something that Lin Yun hadn't expected. This was also because his battle with the 7 various Saint Clan's princes had left many people in admiration. After everyone was done, Yi Xiling, Zhao Yan, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Gong Sun Yan gathered beside old Lu, which instantly drew much attention. After all, they had now become famous after the previous fight and won respect with their strength. It's too hard just to get close to the sword, and it nearly took everything out of me. Gong Sun Yan looked at Lin Yun before he sighed. I finally understand why you didn't choose to draw the sword. Indeed, when I held on to the sword, it felt as if the sword was in an abyss. I have no idea how Xiahou Yan managed to pull it out. Yi Xiling nodded in agreement. Zhao Yan, who also tried to pull the sword, had a dull expression. He was thinking about what the Sky Annihilation Saint's sword represented. But no matter what, everyone was in a good mood because they made it through the first stage with smiles plastered on their faces. This time, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect had become famous. Not only did everyone make it through the first stage, but they even made most geniuses from the Jiang Saint clan fail. Gong Sun Yan and Feng Zhang were especially excited and still hadn't calmed down. But Lin Yun said nothing about it. They still had some distance to be compared to those top-tier geniuses from the Saint clans, but they were still young. So who knew who would be stronger in the future? Let's go to the second stage. I still have no idea what the second stage is. Old Lu smiled as he brought everyone into the sword sect. They soon arrived at the second stage of the test, and many people were gathered there. They were all geniuses who made it through the first stage. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect is here. Lin Yun is also amongst them. Wow! Lin Yun is really handsome, a woman exclaimed when she looked at Lin Yun. But no one said anything about it because it was a fact, especially when he looked like an immortal when he executed the carefree 9 swords. Even men couldn't help being captivated by that sort of temperament around Lin Yun. Weird. Why isn't Xiahou Yan here? Yeah, there's Xiahou Yan. The two didn't meet in the first stage, and I'm waiting for them to fight. He's gone. I heard he's exempted from the second stage since he drew the sword, and he's now waiting at the third stage. What? Really? Holy crap. Everyone was stumped when they heard that Xiahou Yan was exempted from the second stage of the test. Then again, this was also because Xiahou Yan's performance was too breathtaking. Xiahou Yun and Bai Zhanli were standing together amongst the crowd. They weren't too bothered by everyone's praises for Lin Yun, especially Xiahou Yun. Brother Bai? You heard that? Are these people comparing Lin Yun to my big brother? My big brother has been famous in the ancient Baron domain for a long time, and he's acknowledged as the strongest swordsman amongst the younger generation. So who does Lin Yun think he is? He's not a pushover. He defeated the 7 princes, which can be considered a breathtaking accomplishment. Smiled Bai Zhanli. But Xiahou Yun's eyes flashed with disdain and replied, they can't summon their constellations, and no one can resist his firmament sword intent, so he can naturally do what he wants. If they're going to fight with their lives on the line, Lin Yun will be the one kneeling. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, a painting appeared above everyone and unraveled. When the scroll unraveled, a gray-clothed elder appeared, and his voice resounded. The second stage is a test on everyone's comprehension. This scroll has a sword technique hidden within, and every single form contains an intent. Those who want to get through this stage must grasp at least 3 forms. His words made everyone lock their brows while Xiahou Yun's eyes lit up. If they had to fight, Xiahou Yun wasn't Lin Yun's opponent since he couldn't summon his constellation. But it would be different if it was a competition between their comprehensions. He had a strong comprehension and was confident of beating anyone except his big brother, Xiahou Yan. Not to mention that he could even get help from Bai Zhanli. The corner of his lip rose and he said, "Brother Bai, let him watch us, the Saint Clan's geniuses on this stage." Bai Zhanli locked his brows together and said, "It won't be easy." He grasped the firmament sword intent, which means his comprehension isn't poor. Although Bai Zhanli was also unhappy with Lin Yun, he still had his rationale. When Jiang Tian wanted to recruit the Bai Saint clan to deal with Lin Yun, Bai Zhanli ultimately refused it, even though the Great Saint origin was tempting. This was because he felt that to have so many Saint clans to join hands to deal with one Lin Yun was humiliating. He never expected Lin Yun to be able to defeat the 7 princes. This made the Saint clans into a joke on this test. Bai Zhanli didn't want to join forces with them, but he was still from a Saint clan, so he stood on the same side as the Saint clans. This meant he had no favorable impression of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So what if he has the firmament sword intent? We're competing in our comprehension this time, not sword intent. I came prepared, and I'll beat him for sure. Since my big brother isn't here, I'll be the one to take the first ranking. Xiahou Yun snickered. Hovering behind the blank scroll, the gray-clothed elder continued. The sword technique in this scroll is called the Aqua Heavens Sword Technique, and this stage will last for 2 days, so no one is allowed to leave before the second stage ends. The one who ranks first place will obtain a high-grade Saint Pellet. The second and third rank will obtain a mid-grade Saint Pellet, and those in the top 10 will obtain a low-grade Saint Pellet. Everyone became agitated when they heard that. Saint Pellets were divided into high, mid, and low grades. There was still a legendary monarch grade Saint Pellet above them, but only heavenly spiritualists could refine them. Even low-grade Saint Pellets were rare in the ancient barren domain. The 9 profound pellet that Lin Yun consumed was a low-grade Saint Pellet, and it helped him immensely. The effects of a low-grade Saint Pellet were already so significant, not to mention mid-grade or high-grade Saint Pellets. Saint Pellets were a resource with demand and no supply on the market, and it wasn't easy to obtain one, even in the sword sect. This was the reason why everyone became agitated when they heard that. Everyone was surprised and never expected that there would be a high-grade Saint Pellet as a reward in the second stage. Even Lin Yun couldn't help becoming agitated and realized that the sword sect's foundation was powerful. If he could obtain the high-grade Saint Pellet, he might be able to make a breakthrough in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, allowing the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix to merge. Even if he didn't need it, he could give it to Yi Xiling. So it looks like he had to become first no matter what it takes. When Lin Yun raised his head, he couldn't see anything from the blank scroll, but when he focused on it, he soon discovered something peculiar about it. After pouring his firmament sword intent into his pupils, a lake appeared on the blank scroll. There were tiny golden words on the lake, and it was the Sutra of a Sword Technique. Seeing this sword technique, Lin Yun was surprised. That's actually a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique that's not inferior to the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. With his attainment in the sword, just a glance was more than enough for him to remember the entire sutra. A brief moment later, a person appeared on the lake swinging his sword, and the scenes changed 36 times in the blink of an eye. This sword technique only has 12 forms but contains 36 intents. There must also be fakes mixed within, so I must differentiate them. This is really difficult. I can't confirm what the intent of the first form is, but we only have to learn 3 forms to make it through the test. This stage isn't that hard, but it's hard to make it into the top 10. You must grasp at least 7 forms to get into the top 10. So it looks like it's not easy to get the Saint Pellets. Since everyone could make it through the first stage, none of them were pushovers. So they could naturally detect the peculiarity in the blank scroll, and everyone quickly started practicing this sword technique. One day passed and Bai Zhanli opened his eyes, looking at Xiahou Yun beside him. "How many forms have you grasped?" "Not many, just 9 forms," smiled Xiahou Yun. Bai Zhanli was surprised to hear that because he barely managed to grasp 7 forms. When Xiahou Yun opened his palm, a black seed emitting a faint glow was revealed, and Bai Zhanli could see the smugness in Xiahou Yun's eyes. Bodhi seed. Bai Zhanli's face changed, and he lost his composure. The Bodhi seed was the treasure of all Buddhist sects, and only a Bodhi flower reaching 10,000 years of age could produce a Bodhi seed that contained spirituality. The Bodhi seed could enhance a person's comprehension when comprehending a cultivation or sword technique. Xiahou Yun had a high comprehension to begin with, not to mention that he possessed a Bodhi seed. Bai Zhanli knew why Xiahou Yun didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes right from the beginning. "Tell me your comprehensions, and let me look at them with you," said Xiahou Yun. Bai Zhanli didn't hide it and told Xiahou Yun all of his comprehensions. When Xiahou Yun heard that, he nodded. "Not bad. Although you only grasp 7 forms, you managed to comprehend the unique parts. Complementing them into my comprehensions, the high-grade Saint Pellet is mine. Since my big brother isn't participating in this stage, this means the first rank is mine." Hearing what Xiahou Yun said, Bai Zhanli didn't say a word because he knew that Xiahou Yun was unhappy that people were comparing Lin Yun with his big brother. So Xiahou Yun naturally wanted to find an opportunity to turn Lin Yun into a stepping stone. "I have to comprehend the 10th form before night arrives. At that time, I'll reach the lesser mastery in this sword technique," smiled Xiahou Yun. Comprehending a Holy Spirit martial technique to lesser mastery in 2 days might not be unprecedented. Still, it was enough for him to be proud of it in the ancient barren domain. While looking in Lin Yun's direction, Bai Zhanli said, "He grasped the firmament sword intent, and his cultivation speed isn't slow, so you can't be careless." As Xiahou Yun's eyes flashed with disdain, he mocked, "Brother Bai, isn't your eye scope a little too low? The firmament sword intent isn't invincible. No matter what, he's only at the lesser Elysium core realm and is 20 this year. He has only been in the Kunlun realm for a year and is merely a country bumpkin." While the two chatted, Lin Yun opened his eyes and multiple afterimages walked out from him. 7 of the afterimages looked identical to him, each performing a different sword form. For a brief moment, when those afterimages returned to Lin Yun's body, it was as though nothing had happened, and Lin Yun was still seated and hadn't budged. All he did was open his eyes before closing them. But Bai Zhanli and Xiahou Yun had clearly seen it. It's just that Lin Yun was so fast that ordinary people couldn't catch up with his movements and thought he was sitting the whole time. But they didn't know that those after images were all Lin Yun. It looks like he didn't even manage to grasp one sword form. Bai Zhanli was feeling uncertain as he looked at Lin Yun. The sword technique performed by the 7 afterimages didn't look the same, but they were all the first form of the Aqua Heaven sword technique, Endless Clouds. That's the first form, but he didn't grasp it completely. "That fellow wants to reach greater mastery in the first form," said Xiahou Yun with a grave expression. The proficiency of martial techniques was divided into initial, lesser, greater, complete masteries, and the legendary manifestation stage. According to the sword sect's requirements, everyone just had to reach initial mastery and perform the intent contained in the sword technique. That's all. As for whether the intent was complete, if they grasped the critical point, or if they could control it as they wished, none of that mattered. Otherwise, no one would make it through this stage at all, and achieving greater mastery in the 3 forms was practically impossible. Xiahou Yun was already heaven-defying since he could reach lesser mastery in 9 forms. That fellow is biting more than what he can chew. He's of no concern. If he wants to reach greater mastery in the first form, he can only grasp 3 forms at most when sun sets. On the other hand, I will have grasped 10 forms, all reaching lesser mastery. In the end, I'm still the one who will win." Xiahou Yun smiled. Many people have already started their tests. Since they only had to grasp 3 forms, many people succeeded. This stage was easier than the first stage. But the gray-clothed elder responsible for testing the participants shook his head because there were rewards for this stage. The main objective was to get everyone into the top 10 by excavating all of their potential and not just passing the second stage. If he had known this earlier, he would have made this stage the same as the first. It would so that those who couldn't achieve 5 forms would be eliminated. But it didn't matter either way because the main event was in the third stage. Half of the participants would be eliminated in the third stage. Regardless of what others thought, Lin Yun was fully submerged in cultivation as the golden human performed a sword technique in his sword ocean. Next to the golden human was an azure dragon, and the golden human had already mastered all 12 forms at the greater mastery and wasn't far from complete mastery. This was a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique. The reason why he tested it earlier was because of the doubt in his heart. He had mastered all 12 forms and nearly reached complete mastery, but the Holy Spirit was nowhere to be seen. So he suspected that the 36 intents in the scroll might be real, and he could only bring out the Holy Spirit after mastering all 36 intents. When he tested it out earlier, it had verified his speculation, and this sword technique had 36 intents. What Xiahou Yun said wasn't wrong. The firmament sword intent wasn't invincible, but Lin Yun possessed a dual sword soul firmament sword intent. As time passed, the majority of the people had succeeded in mastering 3 forms and could exhibit 3 different intents. Then again, about 30% of the people still failed, and some couldn't even perform the first form. After all, reaching the entry level of a high-grade Holy Spirit martial technique within 2 days by just relying on a blank scroll wasn't easy. Bai Zhanli had the most outstanding performance and successfully executed the 8th form, grasping 8 different intents. This was enough to prove that his comprehension was terrifying. He could master the entire Aqua Heaven sword technique if he had another day. If he had half a month, he could bring the intents to greater mastery. And this accomplishment didn't let down his identity as a prince of a saint clan. The gray-clothed elder also nodded his head because the prince of a saint clan was genuinely extraordinary. There was a massive gulf between them and others. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to make it into the top 3. The gray-clothed elder didn't hold back his compliments after watching Bai Zhanli's performance. "Thank you, senior." Bai Zhanli smiled. He wasn't humble from the compliments. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiahou Yun would become first. He had a terrifying comprehension to begin with, and he also had the Bodhi seed with him. So it was practically impossible for others to compete with him, and Bai Zhanli even speculated that Xiahou Yun had grasped the 11th form. As for the second, it should go to Lin Yun. The firmament sword intent was too heaven-defying and practically invincible in their current cultivation. The first prize was a high-grade Saint Pellet, and the second and third was a mid-grade Saint Pellet. Aside from Lin Yun and Xiahou Yun, Bai Zhanli didn't think anyone could surpass him, so it shouldn't be an issue for him to obtain the top 3. A mid-grade Saint Pellet was a valuable resource, even if he came from a saint clan. That fellow is really monstrous to grasp 8 different intents. Gong Sun Yen exclaimed. He turned to Zhao Yan and asked, "Fool, how many forms have you grasped?" 7. The 8th form is a little hard. This sword technique is also a little weird, and I can't see through it, replied Zhao Yan. Gong Sun Yen didn't think there was anything weird about this sword technique and turned to Yi Xiling. "Lady Yi, how many forms have you grasped?" "This sword technique is a little weird, and I'm not too certain about it," replied Yi Xiling. Gong Sun Yen was stumped when he heard that because both Zhao Yan and Yi Xiling said that he couldn't find anything weird about the sword technique at all. Right then, Lin Yun opened his eyes, so he quickly asked, "Lin Yun, how many forms have you mastered?" "It's not important how many forms you grasp for this sword technique," smiled Lin Yun. "What do you mean?" "You'll know in a while." Lin Yun looked at the blank scroll and engraved the 36 intents in his mind before closing his eyes. When Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan stood up, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Gong Sun Yen quickly followed up as the group walked over to the gray-clothed elder. "The fleeting cloud sword sect is moving. MHM? Why isn't Lin Yun coming?" "Yeah, but the fleeting cloud sword sect has a lot of geniuses. See that purple-clothed lady? She's Yi Xiling, the chief female disciple of the fleeting cloud sword sect. Wow, she's gorgeous." Everyone's attention was soon captivated by Yi Xiling. They had to admit that Yi Xiling was a breathtaking beauty, especially her long legs that attracted their attention. "Big brother, the fleeting cloud sword sect is moving," a genius from the Bai Saint clan said to Bai Zhanli. Bai Zhanli had long turned his attention to the fleeting cloud sword sect. After examining Yi Xiling a few times, he smiled. She's a beauty, all right, but I wonder how high her comprehension is. Otherwise, she's no different from a flower vase. Big brother, she won't surpass you, right? That genius recalled something and continued. She's strong, judging from the strength she displayed on the first stage. You're overthinking it. Bai Zhanli unhappily glared at the person who spoke. He had seen many gorgeous women as the prince of a saint clan. Even so, he still had to admit that Yi Xiling was a breathtaking beauty. But beauty did not equate to talent and comprehension. Bai Zhanli was confident in his comprehension, but his smile soon froze when he saw Yi Xiling performing 9 forms containing 9 different intents. But that wasn't all. A purple light and snowflakes were dancing around her. This meant that Yi Xiling had infused her comprehension into the sword technique, perfectly fusing her radiant snow bloodline with the water intent contained in this sword technique. In the end, she managed to perform 10 different intents with 9 sword forms, and this caused a huge uproar in the surroundings. How is this possible? Is she really from the fleeting cloud sword sect? She is beautiful, but her talent is also so terrifying. Grasping 9 sword forms in just 2 days. Isn't this a little too exaggerating? Exclamations resounded from the surroundings. Many Saint Clan geniuses also couldn't accept this fact. Bai Zhanli naturally took the greatest blow because this meant that his top 3 had just flown away. The value of a mid-grade Saint pellet was 10 times that of a low-grade Saint artifact. So how could Bai Zhanli maintain his composure? Earlier, he had no idea why Xiahou Yun had such great hostility towards Lin Yun, but he roughly figured out why now. The feeling of being trampled by someone from the profound Azure Prefecture was terrible. Meanwhile, the gray-clothed elder smiled with joy. When he examined Yi Xiling, he was shocked to discover that Yi Xiling shared an uncanny resemblance with that person from 18 years ago, especially their pride and stubbornness. They practically came from the same mold. Do you know Jian Jingtian? The gray-clothed elder asked. I'm his daughter, replied Yi Xiling. The gray-clothed elder was briefly stunned before he laughed. Ha ha ha! It's you. No wonder. No wonder. The expression of everyone who heard their conversation became amazed. Jian Jingtian? That legend who was first on the 3 rankings. It's no wonder why her talent is even stronger than Bai Zhanli. The first of the 3 rankings is so terrifying that even his daughter has such a powerful talent. It's no wonder why she's so talented. So she's the descendant of a legend. Everyone's gazes fell onto Yi Xiling with reverence. Their reverence was for the legend, first of the 3 rankings. When it was Zhao Yan's turn, he was outstanding and performed 8 sword forms. But with Yi Xiling's performance beforehand, Zhao Yan's performance didn't cause an uproar. Gong Sun Yan, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan also successfully made it through the 2nd stage, especially Gong Sun Yan, who reached the 7th sword form. Although Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan's performances weren't as good, they reached the 5th and 4th sword forms, respectively. So she meant that she wasn't certain if she could fuse her bloodline and sword technique. Zhao Yan finally understood what Yi Xiling meant earlier and nodded. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out once more because Lin Yun came forth. Since Xiahou Yan wasn't there, Lin Yun was naturally in the spotlight, and his appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Lin Yun is here. I wonder how many sword forms he has grasped. Yi Xiling is already outstanding to grasp 9 sword forms in 2 days. So he should be stronger than her. At least 10 sword forms. That's how invincible the firmament sword intent is. Many people revered Lin Yun, especially after witnessing how he defeated 7 princes of the various saint clans. It's a pity that Xiahou Yan isn't here. Otherwise, we'll be able to see who's stronger. A pity indeed. Everyone found it a pity that Xiahou Yan wasn't there to compete with Lin Yun. After all, they were curious about who was stronger. Flower burial. Hold your steps. A voice resounded just when Lin Yun was about to ascend the stage. Xiahou Yun had been waiting for a long time and came with a huge party following behind him. Seeing Xiahou Yun, Lin Yun locked his brows together because he didn't know this person. Right then, Gong Sun Yen whispered in Lin Yun's ears. He's Xiahou Yun, the biological younger brother of Xiahou Yen. He's ranked second in the Xiahou Saint clan. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Yun was baffled by what this person was trying to do. The second stage wasn't like the first stage. They had to comprehend the sword technique independently, unlike the first stage where they could attack each other. What's the matter? Lin Yun politely asked after recollecting his thoughts. After all, this person was Xiahou Yan's younger brother, and Lin Yun acknowledged Xiahou Yan's strength. Most people here think you're comparable to my big brother, but I beg to differ. Xiahou Yun smiled. Everyone has their thoughts, and I've never thought of competing with anyone. He's your big brother, so it's normal for you to protect him. But it has nothing to do with me, replied Lin Yun. He really didn't mind what others thought, or life would be too tiring. He just had to make sure he wouldn't let the sword in his hand down and have a clear conscience. But I cannot ignore that. Xiahou Yun's eyes flashed with rage because he was unhappy with Lin Yun's indifferent attitude. He asked, "Do you dare to bet with me and see how far have we reached in the Aqua Heaven sword technique? If you can't beat me, then there's naturally no way you can be compared to my big brother. I'll die from exhaustion if everyone wants to compete with me. Not to mention that I am not interested in a game I'm destined to win." Lin Yun smiled while rubbing his chin. With the firmament sword intent, he would be bullying Xiahou Yun if he agreed to it, and Lin Yun had no interest in bullying someone. Without hesitation, Lin Yun turned and left, disregarding Xiahou Yun. This made the corner of Bai Zhanli's lips twitch as he sympathized with Xiahou Yun. Xiahou Yun gave his all for the past 2 days only to realize that Lin Yun had never placed him in his eyes. So one could imagine how terrible Xiahou Yun must be feeling right now. Bodhi seed, Xiahou Yun yelled. If you beat me, this Bodhi seed will be yours. Bai Zhanli nearly jumped because Xiahou Yun was too insane to use something as precious as the Bodhi seed in a bet. When Xiahou Yun opened his hand, an uproar broke out in the surroundings, drawing everyone's attention. Even some of the sword sect's elders couldn't help looking at Xiahou Yun. Lin Yun stopped and turned around to look at the Bodhi seed with surprise flashing through his pupils. He knew this was a treasure, and there seemed to be an ancient origin Saint rune engraved on it, because he could hear a faint Buddhist mantra. But who did Xiahou Yun think he was? Was Xiahou Yun trying to bribe him with the temptation of a Bodhi seed? Was Lin Yun someone who could bully someone because of a Bodhi seed? That's a promise, then. I have a good temper, so you won't regret it, right? Lin Yun winked with a smile. Everyone's gaze became weird when they heard Lin Yun saying he had a good temper. They naturally wouldn't take Lin Yun's words for real, and they could tell what Lin Yun said was a threat. Think about the outcome of the 7 Saint Clan's princes. If Xiahou Yun went against his words, they could imagine that Xiahou Yun's outcome would be worse than those princes. Xiahou Yun, don't bet with him. Bai Zhanli nervously whispered beside Xiahou Yun. He was initially confident in Xiahou Yun because of the Bodhi seed. But when he saw Lin Yun smile, he suddenly lost his confidence. But Xiahou Yun didn't bother about Bai Zhanli and looked at Lin Yun. Humph. What if you lost? It's fine because I won't lose, replied Lin Yun. Seeing how arrogant Lin Yun was, Xiahou Yun's eyes flashed. Simple. If you lose, you have to withdraw from joining the sword sect. It's not easy to take my Bodhi seed. An exclamation burst throughout the surroundings when everyone heard what Xiahou Yun said. It looked like Xiahou Yun came prepared. The Bodhi seed was a treasure that could boost comprehension. As long as Xiahou Yun didn't have terrible comprehension, Lin Yun might not be able to beat him with his comprehension further boosted by the Bodhi seed. Right then, Yi Xiling said, Junior brother Lin, this is too risky. Don't bet with him. Lin Yun wouldn't be able to join the sword sect if he lost. And this was too huge. Not only Lin Yun, even Yi Xiling couldn't accept it. Lin Yun, don't tell me that you're chickening out after hearing my terms? Xiahou Yun mocked with a smile. It's fine if you want to chicken out. You just have to admit that you're inferior to Xiahou Yen. But Lin Yun raised his head and replied, I'm afraid you'll regret it. What a joke, Xiahou Yun coldly said. How will my Xiahou Saint clan regret anything we do? It's just a Bodhi seed and nothing to a saint clan. On the other hand, you only been in the Kunlun realm for a year. So if you can't join the sword sect, you'll probably regret it so much that you'll cry out loud. The corner of Bai Zhanli's lips twitched because Xiahou Yun knew how to boast. The Bodhi seed was a precious treasure, and it was given to Xiahou Yen by a saint in the Xiahou Saint clan. If he didn't remember incorrectly, the entire Xiahou Saint clan only had that one Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed was rare. Although the Bai Saint clan also had treasures that could boost one's comprehension, it was inferior to the Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed could enhance one's comprehension and subdue the heart demon, preventing the cultivator from going amok in cultivation. If one was strong enough, they could even refine the Bodhi seed into the body and get many benefits from it. You first. Lin Yun reached out, letting Xiahou Yun have the first go-around. Xiahou Yun smiled. You first. Let me see how high you jump so that I can slap you down later. I bet you've never experienced that feeling before. Hearing what Xiahou Yun said, rage flashed in the eyes of the disciples from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect because Xiahou Yun was really arrogant. Are you sure about that? Lin Yun asked. Of course I am. Anyhow, you'll be the one to lose, Xiahou Yun confidently said. Since Lin Yun was arrogant, he would be even more arrogant than Lin Yun. I'm just afraid that you won't even have the chance to perform, said Lin Yun before he went up the stage. Xiahou Yun, you're insane. Bai Zhanli's face was ugly, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette. The Bodhi seed is a precious treasure. If you lose the bet, the saint in your clan will surely come after you. Do you think that I'll lose? Xiahou Yun smiled confidently. Before Bai Zhanli could reply, Xiahou Yun continued, I won't lose. He's aiming for greater mastery, so he can only grasp 5 sword forms at most. Why don't you guess how many sword forms I have grasped? 10. Bai Zhanli replied in an uncertain tone. 12 sword forms, replied Xiahou Yun. Bai Zhanli's jaw dropped when he heard what Xiahou Yun said. It was simply too unbelievable, which meant that the Bodhi seed's effect was too terrifying. This meant that Xiahou Yun had practically grasped this high-grade sword technique in less than 2 days. Xiahou Yun wore a satisfied expression while looking at Bai Zhanli's face. He believed that Lin Yun would also show the same face not too long from now. He confidently smiled. Let him jump. The higher he jumps, the harsher he'll fall. I can already foresee that he can't enter the sword sect. Now that Xiahou Yun has learned all 12 sword forms, Bai Zhanli couldn't think of how Xiahou Yun could lose. When Bai Zhanli raised his head to look at Lin Yun, he had sympathy in his eyes for him. First sword, endless clouds. Lin Yun wielded the flower burial on the massive stage and performed the first form of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. As the sword aura spread out from the flower burial sword, 79 sword intents spread out like an ocean of clouds, and the intent in his sword was close to perfection. But Lin Yun's movements were too slow, which made everyone baffled. When everyone was confused, Lin Yun raised his sword, and the 49 sword auras spread out like a mist. When the fog enveloped Lin Yun within it, it made Lin Yun look like a sword immortal. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned that Lin Yun had reached complete mastery in the first form. Even Bai Zhanli had widened his eyes, looking at Lin Yun like he was looking at a monster. Second sword, moon courting. When the mist dispersed, a clear lake appeared with a moon reflected in the lake. Most importantly, Lin Yun had also reached complete mastery in the second form. Third sword, pricking moon. When Lin Yun pointed his sword at the moon before pricking it, the moon flew out from the lake and hung high in the sky. Simultaneously, Lin Yun's sword aura had also soared to the sky. Manifestation stage. The gray-clothed elder who was responsible for testing the participants was dumbfounded. This was because Lin Yun had only used 2 days to reach the legendary manifestation stage in the third form, and Lin Yun's monstrous talent made the gray-clothed elder so excited that he began to tremble. Xiahou Yun could feel his lips dry, and his expression stiffened on his face. He then squeezed out a smile. This is only the third sword, so I still have a chance. Although he was surprised that Lin Yun had reached the manifestation stage in the third form, he was only slightly surprised because he was confident that he would be the ultimate winner. He speculated that even if Lin Yun's talent was heaven-defying, the third form should be his limit. This was terrifying, but it was nothing compared to him because he grasped all 12 forms. Fourth sword, rising clouds. Fifth sword, vast aqua sky. Sixth sword, serene aqua sky. Seventh sword, soaring white clouds. But what happened next tore Xiahou Yun's fantasy apart, as Lin Yun increased his speed in executing the sword technique. Lin Yun was moving so fast that it left afterimages around the stage, and Lin Yun had completed 11 forms in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, he had reached the manifestation stage in every sword form. 12th sword, descending heavenly river. When Lin Yun swung his sword out, a majestic phenomenon bloomed. There was even a person unleashing a dazzling sword ray on the moon. When the two figures overlapped, two sword rays connected and formed into a heavenly river that gushed out. Taking a step back, Lin Yun raised his sword before his chest and was done performing this sword technique. But everyone didn't have enough of it because they were still submerged in the gorgeous intent that Lin Yun displayed with his sword technique. This is the Aqua Heaven sword technique. Oh my god! Lin Yun reached the manifestation stage in the Aqua Heaven sword technique in just 2 days? I can foresee a new legend being born in the sword sect. The sword sect has been too quiet in recent years after Jian Jingtian. No legend has appeared after him. But why isn't Lin Yun going down? Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. But then, Lin Yun moved once more with 12 afterimages flying from his body. Each afterimage was a form of the Aqua Heaven sword technique, and it was so fast that most people couldn't catch up. But that wasn't all. The 12 afterimages separated into 36 afterimages, performing 3 different versions of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. This created all sorts of phenomena, and sword rays as 36 intents represented 36 different phenomena. When all the afterimages combined, Lin Yun soared to the sky with the light of a Holy Spirit shining on him. What followed after was a dragon roar, along with a dragon aura spreading out. A dragon had flown out of Lin Yun's body. This dragon was the Holy Spirit of the Aqua Heaven sword technique, a divine white dragon. The surroundings exploded. They were so shocked that they nearly fell on their knees. The gray-clothed elder's eyes became watery when he saw the white dragon. 300 years. It has been 300 years since the white dragon last appeared. It has been 300 years since someone could summon the Holy Spirit of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. Lin Yun smiled as he rubbed the white dragon's head. It seemed like his speculation was right. He could only summon the Holy Spirit after grasping all 36 intents. So that's really the case. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The two had long discovered something peculiar about this sword technique, but they couldn't figure it out until now. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he turned to Xiahou Yun. "It's your turn now, brother." When Xiahou Yun recovered from the shock, his face turned red and ugly. How could he compete? The sword technique he comprehended differed from Lin Yun, making him feel like a clown. Now that he had to perform after Lin Yun, he simply wanted to dig a hole for himself and hide in it. "Haha, Xiahou Yun, it's your turn now. Don't cower. I heard you saying that you'll slap Lin Yun to the ground no matter how high he reaches. Xiahou Yun, it's your turn." Bursts of laughter resounded on the plaza, with everyone teasing Xiahou Yun. Xiahou Yun's face turned red, and he stuttered after a long time later, "And my stomach hurts. I'll be back shortly after visiting the bathroom." His words made everyone laugh aloud because Xiahou Yun was simply too humiliating. But Lin Yun suddenly appeared before Xiahou Yun and smiled. "Sure, you can go to the bathroom. But before that, leave the Bodhi seed behind." Lin Yun smiled at Xiahou Yun. He knew what Xiahou Yun was trying to do. The Elysium core realm was still within the boundaries of a mortal, and they could expel any impurities through their pores. So Xiahou Yun naturally lied when he said he wanted to visit the bathroom. In reality, he wanted to run. Xiahou Yun could be considered a genius to find such a terrible excuse. It even made Lin Yun feel bad for bullying Xiahou Yun. But even if he felt bad, Xiahou Yun still had to leave behind the Bodhi seed, no matter what. "Lin Yun, don't push it." Xiahou Yun's face turned red. Bai Zhanli was feeling awkward while standing beside Xiahou Yun. He was trying to find a solution to this matter. They naturally couldn't give Lin Yun the Bodhi seed. That was something the saint of the Xiahou Saint clan gave Xiahou Yan, and it was the treasure of the Xiahou Saint clan. Even Xiahou Yan didn't have the right to give it away because no one could bear the wrath of a saint. But it was also impossible to fight Lin Yun. Who didn't know that Lin Yun had such a good temper that even the princes of 7 saint clans went down on their knees? How am I pushing it? According to our agreement, it's your turn to perform the Aqua Heaven Sword technique now. So why are you running away? Lin Yun replied. Since when did I say that I'm going to run? Can't I visit the bathroom? Xiahou Yun refuted, instantly making everyone on the plaza speechless. They didn't expect that Xiahou Yun would sound so righteous, being so shameless, and tried to make Lin Yun look like a bad person here. My young master ate something wrong this morning. So is it wrong for him to visit the bathroom? What's wrong? Can't you afford to take a loss? You're afraid our young master will defeat you after he returns from the bathroom. Wait if you have the guts. It was humiliating, but the geniuses of the Xiahou Saint clan could only help Xiahou Yun. When Xiahou Yun heard their words, he finally had some confidence and said, Lin Yun, wait for half an hour. I'll be back after half an hour. But when Lin Yun glanced at Xiahou Yun, it instantly made Xiahou Yun feel a chill down his spine. He replied, half an hour? Sure, but leave the Bodhi seed behind. I don't wish to repeat myself. If you don't believe me, you can hand it to the elder for safekeeping. When you return, I'll wait for you to perform the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. He was already being polite with his words and had also given the Xiahou Saint clan face. But when Xiahou Yun heard that, his face changed because he knew Lin Yun wouldn't let him go so easily. His eyes flashed with rage because the foundation of the Xiahou Saint clan wasn't something that the Jiang Saint clan could be compared to. He didn't bother acting anymore and said, Get lost! No one can stop me from leaving. When Bai Zhanli saw that Xiahou Yun was about to flip the table, he quickly calmed Xiahou Yun down before looking at Lin Yun. Flower burial? This Bodhi seed belongs to his big brother, Xiahou Yan. This is from the saint of the Xiahou Saint clan, and Xiahou Yun doesn't have the right to give it away. But when Lin Yun heard that, his smile disappeared. So you're messing with me? When he was done, a powerful killing intent swept out that made all the geniuses from the Bai Saint clan and Xiahou Saint clan feel a terrifying chill down their spines as they began to tremble from the cold. Even Xiahou Yun was terrified. The surroundings fell into silence, and everyone was shocked when they looked at Lin Yun, wondering if Lin Yun would give all 9 saint clans a beating. Hold it right there. The gray-clothed elder glared at Lin Yun because this wasn't the first stage. It was forbidden to fight in the second stage, and he had already clarified himself beforehand. Lin Yun smiled. Elder, I didn't make a move. I just demanded something that belongs to me. Since when does the Bodhi seed belong to Lin Yun? It is a treasure of the Xiahou Saint clan. Xiahou Yun nearly threw out blood when he heard that, but the gray-clothed elder didn't bother with Lin Yun. He stepped forth between them and released his terrifying aura in the Samsara Edict realm. This instantly suppressed Lin Yun's aura and brought joy to Xiahou Yun's face. But just when Xiahou Yun was about to speak, the gray-clothed elder said, Everyone heard what you said earlier, including me. I'll only ask you one question. Would you have let Lin Yun go if he lost today? Answer me if you would have let him off. I'll slay you with my sword if you dare to lie in my face. Lin Yun was surprised because he didn't expect the elder to be on his side. He thought he would stand on the Xiahou Saint clan side and try to brush this matter off. Simultaneously, this incident also increased Lin Yun's favorable impression of the sword sect. Facing the elder, Xiahou Yun's forehead was covered in sweat, and his lips had become pale. Answer me, the gray-clothed elder roared. The gray-clothed elder's roar made Xiahou Yun tremble before he replied, I naturally wouldn't let him go if he lost. Lin Yun's eyes also became cold because Xiahou Yun was trying to go against his words, so he had to keep up his end of the bet if he lost, and Xiahou Yun didn't have to. Do you know what to do now? The gray-clothed elder asked. Xiahou Yun nodded and could only go up to the stage and perform the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. His comprehension was outstanding, and he also had the Bodhi seed. So he managed to successfully complete all 12 forms. It's no wonder why he dares to bet with Lin Yun. So he has mastered all 12 forms. His talent is also heaven-defying, since he can master 12 forms in just 2 days. His comprehension is just equivalent to Yi Xiling, in my view. The heaven-defying thing is the Bodhi seed. That's right. Luckily it was Lin Yun that he bet with, or he would fool others. Murmurs resounded as everyone looked at Lin Yun with reverence in their eyes. After all, Lin Yun fully mastered the Aqua Heaven Sword technique and could summon the Holy Spirit. The Bodhi seed is yours. But something that belongs to the Xiahou Saint clan isn't easy to take. Xiahou Yun couldn't change anything with the Sword Sect's elder on Lin Yun's side. He couldn't change anything, even if he wanted to go against his words. When Lin Yun received the Bodhi seed, he was surprised by its weight since it weighed 1,000 cauldrons. This was simply too unbelievable, and it felt like he was holding onto a saint artifact. This is a treasure, so keep it well. Aside from enhancing your comprehension, it can also fend you from the heart demon. Once you refine it completely, it can even fend off all demonic arts, so much so that you'll be immune to all poison. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box in excitement. But since Lil Purple put it that way, the Bodhi seed was a treasure. When Xiahou Yun left, Bai Zhanli left with him. Before he left, he glanced at Lin Yun, who didn't even give any face to Xiahou Yan. Keeping the Bodhi seed in the interspatial bracelet that Lu Anyun gave him, Lin Yun turned to the gray-clothed elder. Senior, thank you for helping earlier. It has been 300 years since the white dragon was last seen. The gray-clothed elder smiled. It has been 300 years since anyone could summon the Holy Spirit of the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that no one could summon the Holy Spirit of the Aqua Heaven Sword technique in the past 300 years. The sword technique was hard, but it wasn't a ghost spirit martial technique. It was roughly comparable to the Heaven Sword form. Look over there. All the peak lords are watching. So who would dare to bully you? The gray-clothed elder smiled before pointing his hand in a direction. When Lin Yun turned around, he could see several saints standing above the clouds and sensed their gazes on him. You're first on the second stage since you summoned the Holy Spirit. But you have to wait till the test ends to obtain the high-grade Saint Pellet, smiled the gray-clothed elder. Yeah, that's fine. Lin Yun nodded. The test for the second stage lasted for a long time, and it only came to an end the following day. As for the second stage, Lin Yun was first, Yi Xiling was third, Zhao Yan was fifth, and even Gongsun Yan made it into the top 10. This meant that they had a huge harvest in the second stage. 7 days from now, you must be prepared for the third stage. This stage is the most important part of the test. The gray-clothed elder gave the high-grade Saint Pellet to Lin Yun. This made Lin Yun curious about the third stage because the gray-clothed elder wasn't the first person who said that. In terms of results, everyone had performed pretty well, and they all incited Lin Yun to treat them to a meal when the second stage ended. Lin Yun didn't refuse them and considered it to be a celebratory meal. So he treated everyone at the 100 Aquatic Pavilion in the Azure Black City. The 100 Aquatic Pavilion was one of the best inns in the city, but it wasn't an issue for Lin Yun to buy them a meal with his current wealth. In the room, Zhao Yan asked, "The third stage is where the game begins." "What do you mean?" Gongsun Yan asked. Zhao Yan came from a saint clan, so he naturally knew more than them. "Saints picking disciples," said Zhao Yan. Everyone's faces changed, and their breathing became heavy when they heard that. Gongsun Yan asked, "Are you sure about that?" Although there are rumors, the sword sect didn't verify it. This was huge because even Zhao Yan rarely received guidance from the saint in his clan, even if he came from a saint clan. Even meeting with the saint was hard, not to mention any guidance. Saints were transcendent existences and rarely had time to teach others. Not to mention that most saints wouldn't even have such thoughts. But it was different from being taken in as a disciple by a saint. I heard that the sword sect even visited some geniuses of some ancient saint clans, and those geniuses will show up 7 days from now, said Zhao Yan mysteriously. Yi Xiling's face changed when she heard that. Even Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because the Radiant Snow Saint clan that Yi Xiling belonged to was an ancient saint clan. So did that mean the Yi Saint clan would send someone over? Ancient saint clans and saint clans weren't the same. However, the single word difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the ancient barren domain, only the Nether Divinity Saint clan, which received a title from the Divine Dragon Empire, could be comparable to them, but there was still a difference. A clan that produced a saint could be known as a saint clan. But an ancient saint clan was a saint clan that survived the Dark Era, also known as the cruelest time in history. Back then, human cultivators were like ants being slaughtered until the 9 emperors emerged and ended that chaotic era. Saint clans were parvenus. The oldest among them was only 3,000 years, and the youngest had barely 1,000 years of history. But Yi Xiling shouldn't be the direct descendant of the Yi clan, because her Radiant Snow bloodline came from her mother. This meant that she had a maternal relationship with the Yi clan. But Lin Yun was curious as to why her surname wasn't Jian, but Yi. Could there be a story behind the Jian surname? Everyone was excited that saints were taking in disciples, but they couldn't feel much hope upon hearing that the ancient saint clan would be sending their descendants over. Lin Yun was pretty calm about it because he initially wanted to be the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. But he knew that the Radiant Sword Saint might not be taking in any disciples. When everyone dispersed after the meal, Lin Yun didn't return to the inn, but arrived at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. Instead, he then smoothly met An Luyen. "Congratulations, young Master Lin. I heard that young Master Lin was first for both stages," An Luyen said with splendor shining in her eyes. Lin Yun's accomplishment of suppressing 7 Saint Clan's princes had spread throughout Azure Black City. Then, he summoned the divine white dragon Holy Spirit on the 2nd stage. Furthermore, Xiahou Yun's incident was widely spread, increasing Flower Burial's reputation even further. "You're pretty well informed," said Lin Yun. "That's because I care about you a lot." In reality, I was amongst the crowd for the first 2 stages, smiled An Luyen. "Oh." Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. He said, "I'd like to borrow your cultivating chamber for a week." Lin Yun wanted to refine the high-grade Saint Pellet to reach the 2nd stage of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. But the inn's environment was too simple, and he had to race against time. Not to mention that it wasn't easy refining the high-grade Saint Pellet. This was why Lin Yun thought about this place. There was no other place more suitable than the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion in Azure Black City. Not to mention that he also needed additional help from An Luyen. "Young Master Lin can come anytime you wish. I'm afraid that young Master Lin won't be visiting this place anymore after you join the Sword Sect," An Luyen joked. When Lin Yun looked down, he saw a great patch of fairness. But Lin Yun was calm as he continued. "There's also something I'd like you to help me with. I need a divine dragon bone." Lin Yun already decided that he had to obtain a dragon bone after coming to the ancient barren domain to perfect his Azure Dragon Saint art. He didn't want his physique to be suppressed by anyone again because of it being imperfect, just like what happened in his battle with Qinsong. "This isn't an easy task," said An Luyen with her brows locked together. "I'll pay regardless of the cost," Lin Yun replied. "This has nothing to do with the price. Dragon bones are too rare. True dragon bones are rare enough, not to mention a divine dragon bone. They're mostly in the hands of the Divine Dragon Empire." And Luyen explained, "Which body-refining cultivator doesn't want a divine bone? Not to mention a true dragon bone, but even ordinary dragon bones are heavily fought after. You can't just find a treasure like that on the market or at an auction. So you really need luck to obtain a dragon bone." Seeing that An Luyen was serious in what she said, Lin Yun held onto his chin and fell into deep thoughts. Obtaining a dragon bone was more challenging than he had imagined. "Is there no other way?" Lin Yun asked. He didn't want to give up on obtaining a dragon bone to perfect his body-refining technique. "Well, it's not impossible. The easiest way is to receive it as a reward from the Divine Dragon Empire. Next is to get help from saints to excavate ancient ruins. Lastly, just find out who has a dragon bone and kill that person for it." And Luyen smiled with killing intent briefly flickering through her pupils. But she soon smiled, replacing the killing intent she was leaking earlier. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard what An Luyen said, but most of her ideas weren't reliable. It was a pipe dream to obtain a reward from the Divine Dragon Empire. Even if he made a huge contribution to the Divine Dragon Empire, this would simply mean that he could never stand on the opposite side of the Divine Dragon Empire once he obtained the Dragon Bone. The second method was also impossible. Even if he was the biological grandson of a saint, he couldn't get a saint to risk his life for him. Ancient ruins were extremely dangerous, and they were no different from forbidden regions because it was dangerous even for saints. As for the third method, it was simply bullshit. Which owner of a dragon bone didn't have a huge origin? And who would dare to kill them for it? Take Qin Song, for example. If anyone dared to kill Qin Song, they would offend Tian Xuanzi. Even when Lin Yun dug out Qin Song's dragon bone, the Radiant Sword Saint had to make an appearance to protect him in the end. "You're not handsome with your brows locked together," and Luyen instantly knew what Lin Yun was thinking about. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. You can only depend on luck and see if divine dragon bones exist in undiscovered astral realms deep in the 36 layers of heaven." Seeing that Lin Yun was still baffled, An Luyen explained, "There are many astral realms beyond the 36 layers of heaven. They are fragments from the previous era and independent from the divine dragon era. They have their laws regulating the world, and treasures can often be found in those astral realms. You can even find peerless inheritances there, so there is a chance you can find a divine dragon bone." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, knowing he had no choice but to wait. He could ask around about it in the sword sect, but he knew that he probably had to rely on An Luyen for it. Lin Yun entered the cultivation chamber with the high-grade Saint pellet that was awarded to him on the second stage in his hand. This was a heavenly heart pellet, which was 10 times harder to refine than the 9 profound pellet that he refined 10 days ago. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to reach the second stage in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon with it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun sucked in the incense that filled the room into his body and felt his mind calming down. "I only have 7 days. It's a little rushed, but it should be enough." Lin Yun took out the Bodhi seed and placed it on the side. With the Bodhi seed's help, the breakthrough should be smooth, regardless if he ran into a bottleneck or was at risk of running amok. After Lin Yun completely calmed down, he slowly closed his eyes. His hands were clasped together with the heavenly heart pellet in between them. When the golden crow Saint Rune on his Elysium core shone brightly above the ocean of astral energy, the 7 strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura flickered while emitting a dazzling and sacred light. As the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix slowly revolved around the Elysium core, they were slowly fusing together, but they had yet to fuse completely. With the help of the heavenly heart pellet, Lin Yun was making swift progress in his cultivation at an unbelievable speed. As the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix gradually became vivid, they were also swiftly fusing. This caused Lin Yun's internal body to shine brightly. The light was escaping from his pores and lit the entire cultivating chamber. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Phoenix sword aura above the ocean of astral energy in Lin Yun's violet palace had reached 18 strands, looking like dragons and phoenixes that were flying around. As an explosion echoed from within Lin Yun's body, the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix had finally fused into an ancient 3-legged cauldron. The cauldron contained an ancient aura with a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix engraved on the surface. This was the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. This also meant that he has reached the second stage with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. As surges of uncontrollable and violent aura exploded from the cauldron, Lin Yun's aura began to rise. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils were filled with bloodlust, and he was enveloped in a killing aura. This made Lin Yun shocked because this had caught him by surprise. As the killing intent surged from his heart, his eyes quickly turned red, filled with boundless killing intent for the world. "The Bodhi seed." Lil Purple's voice resounded. Lin Yun quickly calmed down and grabbed onto the Bodhi seed that was not far from him. When he held onto the Bodhi seed, the violent killing aura from the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was instantly suppressed. Circulate the mantra of the second stage to thoroughly suppress it before sealing it with your Elysium core. Lil Purple's voice resounded once more. Lin Yun quickly followed Lil Purple's instruction to circulate the second stage's mantra. When he completed an entire big cycle of the mantra, the Black Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron sank into the bottom of the ocean. His Elysium core also descended and the Golden Crow Saint Rune was activated, making Lin Yun's Elysium core seem like a gigantic mountain that was suppressing the ocean of astral energy. What's going on? Lin Yun asked when Lil Purple appeared from the sword box. MHM? Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun baffled. I'm asking what's with that demonic cauldron? Lin Yun continued. He felt that Lil Purple was too unreliable because he nearly fell onto the demonic path. But she didn't show any reaction. Demonic cauldron? Since the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon has World Annihilating in it, why are you so surprised? The cauldron was born in primitive chaos, neither righteous nor demonic. So it's not a demonic cauldron. Does such a cauldron exist in the world? Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he held onto the key point. That's for sure. It's a divine artifact comparable to the 7-treasured glazed tile pagoda. It's born in primitive chaos, and the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon was engraved in it, said Lil Purple. But this cauldron is too peculiar. It's a little terrifying, Lin Yun said with lingering fear. That's not surprising. You can just consider it as a Holy Spirit. It's just that this Holy Spirit is a lot more powerful. You have to rely on it in the future if you want to bring out the full power of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. The Iris Sword Saint told me back then that all evils in the world have a heart. Lil Purple continued. When Lin Yun recited what she said, he seemed to have comprehended a part of it. But since today was when the third stage took place, Lin Yun quickly left the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion to join up with those from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. An hour later, when Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and the rest saw Lin Yun, they rejoiced. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. We thought that you were going to be late. When Lin Yun saw that Gongsun Yen and Zhao Yan were also there, he knew that they had been together for the past few days. Where have you been? Why can I smell the perfume of a woman coming from you? Gongsun Yen looked at Lin Yun with his eyes squinted. Yi Xiling didn't look at Lin Yun. She just walked ahead while her voice resounded. That's the calming incense used to assist cultivation. When Lin Yun heard that, he held onto his chin because he felt that Yi Xiling knew everything. But as this wasn't something that could be easily explained, Lin Yun quickly followed up with a bitter smile. When sunlight was shining in the morning, countless people in Azure Black City flocked towards the Sword Sect. After all, the news that saints would be taking in disciples had spread out, and there were even rumors that geniuses of the ancient saint clans outside the ancient barren domain would make their appearance. Furthermore, the foundation of an ancient saint clan was even stronger than some powerful sections. The reason why the Sword Sect could invite the descendants of the ancient saint clans was that they were the strongest sect for swordsmen in the ancient barren domain, and they were once a holy land. If it was another powerful sect, no ancient saint clan's descendants would pay attention to them. Then again, the main attraction here was that the saints would be taking in disciples. If they could become the disciple of a saint and was a swordsman to begin with, there was no reason for the geniuses of the ancient saint clans to reject it. After all, even ancient saint clans didn't have many saints, not to mention that their saints also might not have had the time to guide their descendants. They would only give some occasional pointers, which was inferior to the master-disciple relationship. Moreover, not all saints were swordsmen, so not all saints could guide their swordsman descendants. This excited everyone to see which ancient saint clan descendants would come. After the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party left the inn, they spent an hour reaching the foot of the Sword Sect's mountain. When they arrived, they noticed that this place was filled with people, and it was practically impossible for them to squeeze through the crowd. Oh my God! Isn't this a little too extravagant? Even the first stage didn't have so many people. Lu Qingyan was shocked. But Gongsun Yen maintained his composure and said, the ancient saint clans are well known, not to mention that saints will appear to pick disciples on this stage. Saints are existences that most people won't be able to see in their lifetime. so naturally many people would gather here. Most of the people here were residents of Azure Black City, and Azure Black City had a deep connection with the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect wouldn't stop them from watching, but they had strict guards stopping anyone from crossing the line. The Sword Sect did not intend to stop them and only upheld the regulation here, preventing them from causing any trouble. Come with me. Old Lu appeared just when the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party had a headache trying to make their way in. Old Lu led them through another passage, which was a lot quieter. This passage was meant for participants. The Sword Sect was differentiated into the inner and outer districts. The Sword Sect's 7 peaks were within the inner district's scope, so they were covered in clouds, making it hard to see the peaks. The outer district was much more casual because there weren't many strict regulations. It was where the family and servants of the disciples lived. The testing ground of the 3rd stage was at the highest peak, located in the outer district. This massive peak was one of the forbidden regions in the outer district, and even disciples of the 7 peaks would have difficulty getting close to it. After the group walked towards the mountain through the passage, they saw that the peak was a massive ground with many towering buildings and constructs. At the center of it was a gigantic and vast stage. The stage had several ancient stone pillars, and the ground was filled with thick blue stones. When they came to the summit, thousands of people had gathered there, and they were all geniuses who made it through the 2 stages. The 2 tests that didn't have any difficulty for Lin Yun eliminated 99% of the people. Over 100,000 people came to participate in the test, but only 7,000 to 8,000 people were left. But amongst these people, at least half of the people here would be eliminated. When Lin Yun examined the stage, he could see that the entire stage was covered with profound spiritual runes, which circulated with a familiar fluctuation. This was similar to some teleportation arrays he saw in ancient ruins. Could it be that this stage is a large-scale teleportation array? Lin Yun thought about it, but had no idea if it was connected to the 3rd stage. The Xiahou Saint clan is here, Gong Sun Yen nervously said beside Lin Yun. The Xiahou Saint clan and by Saint clan came together, and the party leader naturally attracted everyone's attention. It was Xiahou Yen who caused an uproar half a month ago when he drew the Saint's sword on the 1st stage. This allowed him to be exempted from the 2nd stage, and Lin Yun was often used to compare with Xiahou Yen. But now, they weren't in the spotlight because everyone was more curious about who would come from the ancient Saint clans. Suddenly, a commotion broke out as Xiahou Yen led Xiahou Yun and Bai Zhanli to Lin Yun. This made the Sword Sect's elder, who was responsible for this stage, lightly frown his brows. But he ultimately chose not to interfere. The 2 were the center of everyone's attention. Regardless of Xiahou Yen or Lin Yun, there was a high possibility of them to be taken in by saints as disciples. At that time, he also wouldn't dare to offend them, even if he was an elder, that as long as the matter didn't blow up, he would close an eye to it. Are you kidding me? Xiahou Yen is heading towards Lin Yun. They won't fight here, right? It's unsure if the Sword Sect won't interfere. After all, the Bodhi seed is a precious treasure. But since it belongs to Lin Yun now, it won't be that easy to take it back. After all, don't forget that Lin Yun is famous for his good temper. Ha ha ha. Everyone already knew that Lin Yun had a good temper. He's really here. Gong Sun Yen became nervous since he had once fought with Xiahou Yen. More accurately, he was taught a lesson by Xiahou Yen, and he couldn't retaliate at all. After Xiahou Yen reached the Elysium Core Realm, Gong Sun Yen no longer had the qualification to fight him, and it had become a huge trauma for him. Even though he has received the Sword Emperor's inheritance and reached the Elysium Core Realm, he still couldn't help feeling anxious when facing Xiahou Yen. On the other hand, Lin Yun was calm and composed. It didn't take long for Xiahou Yen to stand before him, and he could sense a sharp aura blowing at him. Even Yi Xiling and Zhao Yen were under tremendous pressure, and this made their faces become grave. Big brother, he's Lin Yun. He's the one who snatched the Bodhi seed from me, Xiahou Yun yelled when he saw Lin Yun with flames blazing in his pupils. But it was a pity that Xiahou Yen didn't respond the way he wanted. Xiahou Yen briefly examined Lin Yun before he asked, "The Bodhi seed is a treasure of my Xiahou Saint clan, but my younger brother lost, and it's a fact. I only want to ask if there's any possibility that— Nope. Lin Yun interrupted before Xiahou Yan could finish. This instantly left Xiahou Yun and Bai Zhanli dumbfounded when Lin Yun interrupted Xiahou Yan before he could finish. Not only the two of them, but even everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was shocked, especially Gong Sun Yen. Xiahou Yan was already polite, but Lin Yun didn't give him any face and interrupted him. Seeing that Xiahou Yan seemed to be suppressing his anger, Lin Yun decided to explain after a brief pondering. I won the Bodhi seed fairly, and I didn't force your younger brother to bet with me, nor did I use any tricks. Your younger brother lost. And it was your younger brother who forced me to participate in the bet and even wanted to stop me from joining the sword sect. But he's too weak to accomplish it. Xiahou Yan suppressed his anger and asked, I'm asking if there's any possibility that— I already said nope. Lin Yun looked at Xiahou Yan and continued, There's no possibility, regardless if you want to win it back or exchange other treasures with me. You can talk about other matters, but I suggest you give up on the Bodhi seed. Flower burial, you really have a good temper. Xiahou Yan suddenly smiled. I've witnessed it today. A cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils as he coldly replied, So what? Did you stand out as the big brother to apologize on your younger brother's behalf when your younger brother tried to trick me into taking the bet and stopping me from joining the sword sect? He claims I stole the Bodhi seed, but you're not saying anything about it? What's the matter? Are you trying to portray me as the bad guy here? Bai Zhanli, Xiahou Yun, and everyone else on the stage was dumbfounded when they heard Lin Yun's words. They all knew that Lin Yun had a good temper, but they never imagined that he wouldn't give any face to Xiahou Yan. Who was Xiahou Yan? He was publicly known to be the strongest swordsman of the generation in the ancient Barren domain, possessing the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. So his talent in the path of a swordsman was unrivaled. His rank on the Elysium Core ranking also reached 3,000. If you only look at those on the ranking under 25, Xiahou Yan could be ranked in the top 500s, which was a ranking that enveloped the entire Eastern Desolation. But no one thought that it would be so intense between them, and even Xiahou Yan never thought that Lin Yun would have such a strong stance, not giving him any chance to speak. He initially thought if he could get the Bodhi seed back through a fair exchange or find an opportunity to bet with Lin Yun. After all, he was confident there wasn't a person around who wouldn't give him face in the ancient Barren domain. But it was unfortunate that he ran into Lin Yun today, who didn't listen to him at all. Big brother, this fellow is a barbarian. You should just teach him a lesson. Xiahou Yun nearly threw up some blood because he didn't think that Lin Yun would still be so arrogant after facing his big brother. I hope you won't regret it. Let us wait and see then. No one has dared to speak to me in this manner before, Xiahou Yan said after looking at Lin Yun for a long time before he left after he was done. Lin Yun, you don't look like yourself today, Gong Sun Yen said nervously because this was the first time he had seen Lin Yun so rude. I thought he was here to apologize, replied Lin Yun. It was Xiahou Yun who was at fault for wanting to embarrass him in public and even tried to prevent him from joining the sword sect. But Gong Sun Yen was speechless when he heard that, wanting the strongest swordsman amongst the younger generation in the ancient Barren domain to apologize to him. But you've offended him, Gong Sun Yen said in a worried tone. But Lin Yun merely looked at Gong Sun Yen, making Gong Sun Yen feel a chill down his spine before he smiled. Looks like I really have a good temper. Who offended who? Wasn't it Xiahou Yan who offended him? Right then, an azure vulture broke through the clouds, and 10 odd people were standing on the back of the vulture. They had an extraordinary temperament that instantly captivated everyone's attention. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a purple flower embroidered on their clothes. They were from the Radiant Snow Clan. They have arrived. After the vulture dove down, it spread its wings before colliding with the stage, causing a mighty gale to sweep out, making everyone close their eyes. The Yi Clan's members simultaneously jumped off the vulture and headed to the location where the third stage was held. The gray-clothed elder was the same person who held the second stage and was also responsible for the third stage. This also meant he probably had a high position in the sword sect. The Yi Clan's party consisted of 10 odd people with extraordinary auras. Anyone could tell they weren't like those ordinary saint clans. Their appearance caught everyone's attention, but they weren't arrogant. but from the light that occasionally flashed through their pupils, anyone could tell that these geniuses of the ancient saint clans were aloof. They could view the sword sect as equals, but it was a different case for the participants. The group naturally caught everyone's attention, especially the woman, who was walking with the sword sect's disciple who led them here. She had exquisite features, and she also had a cold temperament. Disciple Chun Xing greets Elder Ju Chun. The sword sect's disciple greeted before introducing. This is the seventh in-line successor of the Eastern Desolation Yi clan, Yi Ziyun. She's here to participate in the test upon the sect's invitation. This junior has long heard of the Radiant Sword Saint's name, and I've been looking forward to the sword sect, so it's my honor to receive the sect's invitation. Yi Xiling was polite and well-mannered, despite her cold face. She wasn't being courteous either because the Radiant Sword Saint was one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation, and the Radiant Sword Saint was a legendary figure. Furthermore, the sword sect was known as the strongest sect for swordsmen in the ancient Barren domain, and their foundation in the sword path naturally far exceeded her Yi clan. As a swordsman, it would be a massive opportunity for her if she could be taken in as a disciple by a sword sect saint and receive their guidance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come. After a brief chat, the Yi clan was led to their resting zone by Chun Xing, who brought them here. It was an open pavilion with a broad view. It's actually Yi Ziyun. I heard she's ranked in the 7,000s on the Elysium Core ranking. Don't forget about her age. I believe she's only 21 this year. What does being the 7th in-line successor mean? The competition in ancient saint clans is intense, and the 7th in-line successor means she is ranked 7th amongst her generation. Not to mention that they are much stronger than the saint clan's princes. Murmurs could be heard in the surroundings and were focused on Yi Ziyun. But Yi Ziyun didn't seem to be bothered because she was already used to it. A youth beside Yi Ziyun smiled. Younger sister Yun, you seem to have a high popularity here. Even the ancient Barren domain has heard of you. That youth was Yi Ziyun's elder cousin, Yi Qing. He might be older, but his strength and talent weren't comparable to Yi Ziyun. This was the reason why he was respectful to her. The Elysium Core ranking envelopes the entire Eastern Desolation, and the fact that she could reach the top 7,000s was enough to prove her talent. Did you find out if there is anyone we must pay attention to besides the other ancient saint clans? Yi Ziyun went straight into the topic. Yi Qing clearly came prepared as he said, the sword sect made this event as big as possible. All the young swordsmen in the ancient Barren domain are practically here. There are many geniuses, but there are only 2 people you have to pay attention to. Who are they? Yi Ziyun asked. One of them is Xiahou Yan. Yi Qing smiled. I believe you're not unfamiliar with that name. That's for sure, replied Yi Ziyun. How could she not know someone who made it into the top 3,000s on the Elysium Core ranking? Xiahou Yan had always been a leading figure amongst the younger generation in the ancient Barren domain. He also often walked out of the ancient Barren domain, so Xiahou Yan was famous amongst the younger generation of swordsmen. I'm not surprised that he'll be here, since he has the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. He wanted to become a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, only to be rejected. So he'll naturally be here to prove himself. Yi Ziyun continued. She wasn't a stranger to Xiahou Yan's accomplishments, but she was betting that Xiahou Yan would be disappointed. It had been a long time since the Radiant Sword Saint took in a disciple, and Yi Ziyun only hoped to be taken in by a saint. Who's the other person? Yi Ziyun asked. You definitely won't be able to guess the other one. His name is Lin Yun from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. I heard that he slaughtered his way out of the heavenly paths. He's the champion of the 9th heavenly path and also known as the strongest genius in the history of the heavenly paths. He can immediately join the sword sect and has a chance to be accepted as a disciple by the saints. But for some reason, he chose to take the test instead. Yi Xiling's eyes lit up when she heard that. Champions of the heavenly paths were practically dragons and phoenixes amongst men, and none of them was a pushover since they slaughtered their way to reach the Kunlun realm. This was because geniuses who killed their way out of the heavenly paths all had the potential to become a saint as long as they didn't die early. Even if he's the champion of a heavenly path, he has only been in the Kunlun realm for a year. Isn't time a little too short for him? So why should we pay attention to him now? Yi Ziyun wasn't arrogant, just making an objective evaluation. He's not the same. He suppressed the first ranker on the Empyrean rankings, Qin Song, on the profound Wither Island not too long ago and dug out Qin Song's dragon bone. Furthermore, he also obtained the Great Saint origin that was left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint. Yi Qing smiled. Something like that happened? Yi Xiling was surprised by Yi Qing's words. She naturally heard of Qin Song before. This was a madman who dared to challenge geniuses on the Elysium Core ranking. But Lin Yun crushed someone like him. It's natural that you didn't hear about him before, since you were in seclusion, smiled Yi Qing. Where's he? Point him out for me, Yi Xiling said with interest rising in her pupils. She soon found Lin Yun by following Yi Qing's gaze. She could tell that Lin Yun was extraordinary. Although he was only at the lesser Elysium Core realm, the aura he emitted made her feel fearful. She muttered, "This is a little weird." He already grasped the firmament sword intent, Yi Qing explained. Then it's no wonder why. It looks like we need to pay attention to him as well. Yi Ziyun mumbled with her face changed. But she soon smiled. If he's willing to follow me, I might be able to rise in the successor ranking. All ancient saint clans were giants with terrifying foundations that could even compare or surpass ordinary powerful sects. If she obtained the successor rights, she would possess unimaginable authority, and the resources she could mobilize would far exceed anyone's imagination. Although Yi Ziyun was a woman, that didn't mean that she didn't have any ambitions. Xiahou Yan was also someone she wanted to win over. But Xiahou Yan was the prince of a saint clan. So unless she could obtain the successor rights, Xiahou Yan wouldn't be willing to follow her. But Lin Yun was different because he had a lowly origin. So there were many ways she could try and win him over. I'm afraid it won't be easy, Yi Qing smiled. Men are cheaper than you think. No matter how prideful he is, it can't change the fact that he's a man. Yi Ziyun smiled. Yi Qing didn't refute her words and only maintained silence. But then, Yi Ziyun's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed when she saw Yi Xiling, who stood beside Lin Yun. Why is she here? Who? Yi Qing asked. As Yi Ziyun's face sank, she replied, Look closely at the woman standing beside Lin Yun. It has been 15 years, and she has changed a lot. When Yi Qing briefly examined Yi Xiling, his face also changed. It's cousin Xiling. Why is she here? It's good that she's here. Yi Ziyun suddenly smiled. When she looked at Yi Xiling and Lin Yun, her eyes flashed with a playful smile. Yi Xiling might only be her cousin, but she had received significant attention from the Yi clan when she was born. It was so much so that the Yi clan's ancestor had treated her as the family's pearl. As long as she was in the Yi clan, there wouldn't be any show for the other younger generations. This was because Yi Xiling had awakened the Radiant Snow bloodline and Divine Dragon Sword physique. This meant that she had a heaven-defying talent, and it wasn't something that anyone from the same generation could compare. But it was a pity that Yi Xiling chose to leave the Yi clan when she was 10. Cousin Xiling seems to have just entered the Elysium Core realm. Yi Qing murmured with disbelief. She made her choice, so who can she blame? Even if she returns now, there's no longer a position for her in the clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to the sword sect. Did she think that she'd be taken in as a disciple by a saint? How naive. Yi Ziyun snickered in disdain. Yi Qing didn't say a word. 15 years was too long, and not many people remember the Yi clan's princess. When it was noon, the people of the 3 other ancient saint clans also arrived. They were the Chun, Jiang, and Huang clans. The various parties' leaders were all geniuses on the Elysium Core ranking. The Huang clan's third-in-line successor had the highest ranking amongst them, being in the 2000s. When the geniuses of the 4 ancient saint clans arrived, the third stage could begin, and the competition on this stage would also be the most intense. The 4 were determined to become disciples of a saint, meaning there were only 2 quotas left for others. Since everyone has arrived, let me announce the rules for the third stage. Ju Chun, the gray-clothed elder, looked at everyone and continued. The third stage will be divided into 2 rounds. You will all be sent to the Barren Sword Mound in the first round. This secret realm belongs to the Sword Sect, and it has been 2 centuries since it was last opened. The demonic beasts possess a spiritual sword bead after being affected by the sword aura over the years, and those spiritual sword beads can be retrieved after killing them. Obtain 10 and you can join the Sword Sect. If you obtain 100 of them, you can participate in the second round, where saints will pick their disciples. Everyone became excited after hearing what Juchen said. The spiritual sword beads could nourish a swordsman's sword intent, which was definitely tempting to any swordsman. After all, the improvement of sword intent was the hardest for any swordsman, and any treasures that could accomplish that were incredibly expensive. Juchen smiled when he saw everyone's excitement, but he didn't reveal that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the spiritual sword beads. The demonic beasts in the Barren Sword Mound were all overlord demonic beasts, and the weakest amongst them was at the Greater Elysium Core Realm. Not to mention that they were a lot more ferocious than other demonic beasts since they were basking in sword intent for years. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts after hearing what Juchen said. It was just as he had speculated. The stage was a large-scale teleportation array. He could predict that the secret realm would be extremely terrifying and wouldn't be like what everyone was thinking. When everyone calmed down, Juchen continued, "It has been 2 centuries since the Barren Sword Mound was last opened, and the dangers in it far exceed your imaginations. You all have 4 hours to make preparations. 4 hours from now, the teleportation array will be activated." As the test had been kept a secret, no one expected that the 3rd stage would be to enter the Barren Sword Mound. So the Sword Sect was thoughtful to give them 4 hours of preparation. Let's discuss how we should go about it. The 4 from the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, along with Gongsun Yen and Zhao Yan, were gathered together to discuss a plan. Feng Zhang suddenly said, "I discussed with junior brother Lu and we feel that it would be hard with our aptitude to attract the attention of saints. So we plan to leave the Barren Sword Mound after gathering 10 spiritual sword beads. We feel it'll be harder to gather 100 spiritual sword beads by relying on demonic beasts at the end, and those ancient saint clans might target others." Lu Qingyan nodded. Lin Yun glanced at them. They were open-minded about it. They weren't wrong because they were only asked to gather 100 spiritual sword beads and were free to use any means necessary. This was a loophole that the Sword Sect had purposely set. "That works. But remember to look for me if the 2 of you encounter any danger." Yi Xiling nodded. "Since we came out together, we have to join the Sword Sect together as well. Don't be afraid to trouble us." "All right." Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang smiled, feeling warmth in their hearts. Yi Xiling took great care of them, whether they were in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect or the ancient Barren Domain. The 2 then swore in their hearts that they wouldn't embarrass the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect if they entered the Sword Sect. They didn't want to gather 100 spiritual sword beads or trouble others and drag them down. Yi Xiling could tell what they were thinking, so her reminder was to make them feel reassured. They were all disciples of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, so they would naturally take care of each other. They had already come this far, so Yi Xiling wouldn't give up on them here. "I should try to gather 100 spiritual sword beads." Gongsun Yen scratched his head and smiled. "Regardless if the saints will pick me, I have to try it." "Me too," said Zhao Yan. His gaze was dull, but his eyes were serious when he said that. This was a rare opportunity to become the disciple of a saint, so the 2 of them naturally wouldn't give it up so easily. "Junior brother Lin, what about you?" Yi Xiling asked. When the test started, Yi Xiling noticed Lin Yun's mood was weird. Lin Yun didn't speak much, and he didn't seem to be too bothered about being picked by saints as their disciples. If the saint clans hadn't taken it too far, he wouldn't have stood out. He also had the opportunity to pull the saint's sword in the 1st stage. After all, he was someone who retrieved the lightning shadow sword. So something must have happened for Lin Yun to be so moody. "Me?" Lin Yun recovered from staring into the space and smiled. "Either way works for me." He initially wanted to become the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, which was why he worked so hard in seclusion back in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. This was why he wanted to take part in the test. He wanted to prove himself. But it appears that he was wrong because the Radiant Sword Saint had no intention of taking a disciple. This was the reason why he was disappointed. So Lin Yun was open-minded as long as he could join the Sword Sect. As for becoming a disciple of a saint, he didn't think much about it. Humph. Continue with your act. But you can't keep a low profile with your current fame, Gong Sun Yen said, unhappy with Lin Yun's attitude. Even if Lin Yun wanted to keep a low profile, he would be swept by the waves to the front. As Lin Yun responded with a smile, Zhao Yan said, aside from Xiahou Yan, we also have to face the 4 ancient saint clans. Gong Sun Yan's eyes lit up when he heard that, and smiled. Not bad, fool. I bet you know more than us, so why don't you share what you know? Ignoring the name that Gong Sun Yan gave him, Zhao Yan continued, see the pavilion in the northeast? They're the Radiant Snow Yi clan. When everyone turned their heads to the northeast, Lin Yun also directed his attention and saw many geniuses on the pavilion. Most of them were at the Greater Elysium Core Realm. The man and woman standing at the front had reached the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Lin Yun was surprised because it appeared that Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts could be found nearly everywhere after coming to the ancient barren domain. But that only briefly popped into his mind because he didn't encounter many Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts. Aside from the Saint Clan's princes, he hadn't seen anyone who reached the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Since ancient Saint Clans had a longer history, they naturally had a few Heavenly Elysium Core Realm geniuses amongst the younger generation. The 2 of them are strong. The man is called Yi Qing, and the woman is Yi Ziyun. They're both on the Elysium Core ranking, especially Yi Ziyun, who's only 21 this year. She's ranked in the 7,000s on the Elysium Core ranking. Since Zhao Yan originated from a Saint Clan, he understood those ancient Saint Clans more. When he introduced the Yi clan, he sneaked a peek at Yi Xiling. He had long discovered that Yi Xiling might also be from the Radiant Snow clan. But since Yi Xiling didn't say anything about it, he naturally wouldn't ask. He continued, the one in the southwest is a little troublesome. That person is Jiang Cheng. When Lin Yun looked at the pavilion in the southwest, a person stood out. The other ancient saint clans came in a group, but this person was alone, sitting on the ground. He's the 6th in-line successor of the Jiang clan, but he's famed for being a lone wolf. I heard that he has formed his 2nd star in the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. Oh! Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. After the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm was the Dragon Pulse Realm, one would become more powerful upon reaching the Dragon Pulse Realm if they had more accumulation in the Elysium Core Realm. Legend had it that the highest achievement was to form 9 stars in the Violet Palace, but most people could only form 2. There were 2 requirements to form the stars in the Violet Palace: resources and constellation. If the Cultivators constellation wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to form more stars even if they had a lot of resources. It was terrifying that monstrous geniuses in the ancient barren domain could form 4 stars. But Jiang Cheng had already formed 2 stars at his age. This meant that he wasn't only strong, his constellation was also terrifying. Someone like him would never appear in a tiny place like the profound Azure Prefecture. Lin Yun smacked his lips because the fleeting cloud sword sect limited his scope. When Lin Yun looked at Jiang Cheng, the latter suddenly opened his eyes with a piercing sword ray flashing through his pupils as his gaze fell onto Lin Yun. But Lin Yun had no changes on his face without any fear. He maintained his calm and composure. When the sword ray contained in Jiang Cheng's gaze landed on Lin Yun, it quickly disappeared like a pebble thrown into an ocean. This made Jiang Cheng's eyes light up with a smile rising on his lips before he closed his eyes. Yi Xiling and the others saw the entire process, and this caused a huge ripple in their hearts. See what I mean? Lin Yun, you can't maintain a low profile. Gong Sun Yen said, but Lin Yun only held onto his chin and maintained his silence. Over there is the Huang clan. There's only 4 of them, but I heard they have a good relationship with the Huang clan. They're all in the Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. The leader amongst them is Huang Yanqing, and he has a terrible reputation in the Eastern Desolation. Zhao Yan continued. When Lin Yun looked at Huang Yanqing, he instantly knew what Zhao Yan meant. The baleful aura around Huang Yanqing was so strong that it was nearly comparable to demonic cultivators. This meant that Huang Yanqing had taken many lives. Then again, it was unavoidable to take lives as swordsmen because righteousness and evil merely lied in a single thought. The remaining one was the Chun clan, which kept a low profile. Aside from knowing that the leader was Chun Bing, nothing else was known about him because Chun Bing wasn't even on the Elysium core ranking. Aren't there little too many geniuses? Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang could feel their scalps numb because there were so many geniuses on the Elysium core ranking. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan were talented and strong, but they were still a little too weak when compared to those from the ancient saint clans. Try not to start a conflict with them. We just have to focus on gathering 100 spiritual sword beads. Yi Xiling said. There was no hope for them if they clashed. Even the Xiahou Saint clan and Bai Saint clan had joined forces, which meant they were also feeling pressure from the ancient saint clans. After a simple discussion, everyone sat down to adjust their condition. Lin Yun also circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to suppress the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron in the ocean of astral energy. Reaching the second stage in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon had greatly boosted his strength, but this also placed him in a hidden danger. The number of Dragon Phoenix Sword aura strands in his body had reached 18 when he made a breakthrough and reached the second stage of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. But this also left a huge threat within his body. The Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix had fused to form an ancient cauldron that contained boundless killing intent. It could instantly turn him into a demon, and this was where the threat laid. He could still suppress it with his Elysium core now, but Lin Yun wasn't sure if he could suppress it while fighting someone. Just like that, for hours passed, and the wait was torture for everyone. As a huge sword vibration resounded, the spiritual runes on the stage were activated, and the entire mountain began to tremble. As Ju Chun let out a roar, a light shone from the stage that enveloped everyone on it. Open! This also meant that the third stage had officially begun. When the light faded, everyone descended from the sky and found themselves in the barren sword mound. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he noticed that everyone was still around him, and they weren't teleported to random places by the teleportation array. Don't spread out, Yi Xiling said as everyone gathered up. A forest covered in a fog was beneath them, and an endless mountain range was ahead of the woods. There were black lights from the depths of the mountain range that formed into a black fog that enveloped the entire sky. That was where the sword mound was located. The sword mound was the graveyard for swords. Since it was an ancient ruin, many saint runes with terrifying origins were buried there. It didn't matter if the owner of those swords were righteous or evil because swords were ominous weapons used to kill. Every single sword contained a boundless killing aura and sins. So when they were buried, they would become peerless ominous weapons. The demonic beasts in the secret realm were basking in the boundless sword intents containing killing intent since their birth. So they had unerasable sword intents and ominous auras deep in their bloodlines. In other words, they were all mutated demonic beasts. So many people. Lin Yun landed on a tree branch and looked at the people shuttling in the forest. This made him lightly lock his brows because such a huge commotion would attract the attention of those hidden demonic beasts. Once the killing started, the blood stench would make all the demonic beasts here go berserk. What should we do now? Gong Sun Yen asked, and everyone's gazes fell onto Lin Yun. Lin Yun was stunned because they wanted him to make the decision. So he followed his instincts. He felt that those from ancient saint clans might know something. Let's see as we go. Let's head in the direction of the sword mound. The number of spiritual sword beads is insufficient, and everyone will head to the sword mound. Let's go. Don't split up because this place is dangerous. Yi Xiling had no objection to that. She then took the lead with Lin Yun and the rest following after her. As thousands of people entered the forest, the peace in the woods was disrupted with beast roars that could be heard everywhere. Soon enough, the faint blood stench spread throughout the densely packed forest. Lin Yun's party ran into various demonic beasts, but they weren't weak. Aside from the ancient saint clans, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Xiahou Saint clan were the strongest. So none of the demonic beasts they encountered could pose any trouble to them. When a huge rat demonic beast that walked on two legs dashed towards Lu Qingyan with its claws, Lu Qingyan's sword only managed to cause sparks on the surface of the demonic beast and couldn't deal any damage. The demonic beast's powerful defenses shocked Lu Qingyan. But just when he was about to summon his constellation, an azure figure dashed forth and threw a punch out, sending the demonic beast flying a few hundred meters back. "Thanks for the help, junior brother Lin." Lu Qingyan smiled, scratching his head. When the demonic beast that was killed by Lin Yun was cut open, a dazzling sword ray appeared. Spiritual sword bead. Everyone rejoiced as they gathered around while Yi Xiling retrieved an egg-sized bead from the demonic beast's corpse. This bead was white, giving off a peculiar aura that contained a baleful aura, sword intent, and boundless vitality. It was weird because it was like a beast core, but it was also different. "It looks like we're pretty lucky." Yi Xiling smiled. Not every demonic beast possessed a spiritual sword bead, and this was the first one they came across after killing 10-odd greater Elysium core realm demonic beasts. It's no wonder why this demonic beast's defenses were so strong that even my sword intent couldn't inflict any injuries. Lu Qingyan said with lingering fear. If Lin Yun didn't help him, it would be troublesome for him to deal with this demonic beast even if he summoned his constellation. "It's yours." Yi Xiling tossed the spiritual sword bead to Lin Yun, who was still staring into space. Lin Yun quickly recovered and caught the spiritual sword bead. When he looked at it, he discovered that there were 2 golden strands in it, forming a loop each, containing boundless vitality. A golden loop represents 100 years. This is a spiritual sword bead of 200 years. "Not bad, I guess," Zhao Yan explained, allowing everyone to understand that the value of spiritual sword beads was according to their age. They were already used to Zhao Yan's explanations over the past few days. He might seem dull, but he wasn't stupid. The entire forest was enveloped in a mist filled with danger. So Lin Yun's party briefly rested before they continued on their journey. Along the way, they had also gathered some spiritual sword beads. For hours later, the group had gathered 18 spiritual sword beads. They weren't weak. As long as they didn't enter the territory of monarch demonic beasts, there wouldn't be any dangers for them. They only needed 2 more spiritual sword beads for Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang to leave this place, and the 3rd stage didn't seem as difficult as they had imagined. Just when everyone loosened up, Lin Yun suddenly became alert. The ground was trembling. Before everyone could respond, flames mixed with a poisonous fog turned into a flaming pillar of 10-odd meters that instantly enveloped this entire region. Before everyone could react, Lin Yun had already charged out and threw a punch, executing the divine solar lunar fist, dragon sun and moon cauldron. When he threw his punch, the terrifying flames dispersed like a bubble, instantly corroding a colossal tree. This made the faces of Yi Xiling and the others change because they could sense a dangerous aura. This aura belonged to a monarch demonic beast. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan swiftly stood beside Lin Yun. At the far end, they could see a giant venomous serpent that had a pair of wings growing on its back, looking at them coldly. It had emerald green scales, dragon horns growing from its head, and flames blazing in its pupils. This was a monarch demonic beast in the greater Elysium core realm, and ordinary heavenly Elysium core realm experts would lose their lives when facing it. An azure flame draco serpent. Zhao Yan's face became ugly. Azure flame draco serpents were tough opponents in the outside world, so one that grew up in the barren sword mound would be even more powerful since it had a strong resistance to sword intent. But Lin Yun was quiet, and no one knew what he was thinking. It shouldn't be too hard if it's just one azure flame draco serpent. If we can kill it, we might be able to obtain a 500-year spiritual sword bead. Gong Sun Yen rejoiced when he saw the azure flame draco serpent. But the moment he finished speaking, several trees collapsed from far away, and another azure flame draco serpent appeared. "You should keep that mouth of yours shut." Zhao Yan glared at Gong Sun Yen, and Gong Sun Yen could no longer smile at this moment. The 2 azure flame draco serpents were ferocious, sealing off this entire region. They unleashed their monarch demonic breast auras on Lin Yun's party. Aside from Lin Yun, everyone was under tremendous pressure. But Lin Yun was looking around as if he was searching for something. One azure flame draco serpent might be a coincidence, but 2 weren't. They had been avoiding monarch demonic beast territories along the way. If Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan faced a demonic beast of this level, it was hard to ensure that they wouldn't be injured. But now, 2 azure flame Draco serpents appeared at the same time. What should we do now? Gong Sun Yen nervously asked. I'll face one of them. You guys deal with the other one. Lin Yun said after taking a deep breath when everyone felt nervous. Waving his hand, he summoned the flower burial sword with a cold light flashing through his pupils. He really wanted to know who the mastermind behind all this was. Gong Sun Yen might be stupid, but he was right. It appeared that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to maintain a low profile anymore. Lin Yun wants to face an azure flame Draco serpent all by himself? Everyone was shocked when they heard that Lin Yun would face an azure flame Draco serpent all by himself, especially since it was a monarch demonic beast that could even give heavenly Elysium core realm experts trouble. But that wasn't the most troublesome part about the azure flame Draco serpent. The azure flame Draco serpent had built up a resistance towards sword intent in the barren sword mound, which meant that swordsmen would be much weaker in this secret realm. You guys can't do it? Lin Yun looked at them and realized that regardless of Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan, their cultivation techniques were too weak when compared to the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. They couldn't condense any innate saint aura, so this meant it would be troublesome for them to face an azure flame Draco serpent. The two might be comparable to Saint Clan princes, but they were still too weak when compared to Lin Yun. Then, let me deal with them. You guys leave first, Lin Yun said. His words stumped Yi Xiling and the rest because Lin Yun's words were pretty arrogant. They initially thought Lin Yun would be humble, but he wanted to face the 2 azure flame Draco serpents alone. Head for the sword mound. I can sense that it's hard to gather 100 spiritual sword beads by hunting demonic beasts. So the key will lie in the sword mound, and it might be too late if you guys are late, Lin Yun urged. To then, be careful. Yi Xiling wanted to say something, but she recalled how Lin Yun trashed the 7 princes and suppressed Qin Song. Lin Yun was arrogant, but he never did anything he wasn't confident in. Just lure them away if you can't deal with them. Be careful, everyone else said before they left in the direction of the barren sword mound. The 2 azure flame Draco serpents wanted to stop them from leaving. But when Lin Yun unleashed his killing intent with a smirk, he instantly drew the attention of the 2 azure flame Draco serpents towards him. Both of the azure flame Draco serpents had fear flashing through their pupils because they could sense a terrifying aura coming from Lin Yun. The crimson eyes of the azure flame Draco serpents were locked onto him before turning into 2 azure streaks that charged at him. They had a colossal size and great rapport, looking like a couple of drills when they charged at him. When they dashed over, they created a powerful wind current that suppressed him. Lin Yun could sense the surrounding atmosphere becoming heavy. But before he could think more about it, the 2 azure flame Draco serpents had already arrived before him, swinging their wings down like blades. Lin Yun gently tapped his foot on the ground and avoided their attacks, leaving behind ripples in the surrounding air. But as he retreated, the 2 azure flame Draco serpents separated and sandwiched him from both sides. When they appeared, they were baring their fangs at him. When the wind current tugged, Lin Yun could feel that he was slowly being pulled over to the 2 azure flame Draco serpents. As the pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him, he instantly cut off the wind flow from the 2 azure flame Draco serpents. Golden light then surged behind him before forming 2 loops and clashed with the 2 azure flame Draco serpents. The collision produced a loud rumble, with a powerful shockwave that spread out. The shockwave made Lin Yun take 10 steps back while the 2 azure flame Draco serpents flew away. But they swiftly spread their wings to stabilize themselves. It looks like I have underestimated these 2 monarch demonic beasts. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. These azure flame Draco serpents were stronger than the Saint Clan's princes. Their intelligence wasn't low either. Well, it looks like I have to be serious now, Lin Yun muttered. Yi Xiling and the others might not be safe now because the appearance of these 2 azure flame Draco serpents wasn't normal. He initially planned on playing with them, but it appears that he had to swiftly end this battle. When Lin Yun took a deep breath, golden light bloomed in his pupils, circulating the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. Strands of golden Dragon Phoenix sword aura flew from his pores, turning into a golden light that enveloped him, causing Lin Yun's sword aura to rapidly increase. As the 18 strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura collided, a series of sword vibrations echoed, causing ripples to spread out in the surroundings. When Lin Yun's sword aura spread out, the aura of the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix easily suppressed the ominous aura from the two monarch demonic beasts. Under the intimidation of the dragon phoenix sword aura, the two azure flame draco serpents could feel death. As Lin Yun circulated the 18 dragon phoenix sword aura, dazzling sword rays dispersed from his body, faintly taking the form of a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix. The heavenly dragon and divine phoenix emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. After bringing out the full power of the dragon phoenix sword aura, Lin Yun tapped his foot in mid-air. This caused fine cracks to spread out in mid-air before he disappeared. Letting out a soft bark, the flower burial sword flew from the sword box as Lin Yun came before an azure flame draco serpent and swung his sword. The 18 sword rays fused into the sword, letting the flower burial sword shine with an unprecedented radiance. When the sword ray landed on the azure flame draco serpent, blood splashed, and the azure flame draco serpent was sent flying back. When the other azure flame draco serpent saw this scene, flames blazed in its pupils. But before it could move, the golden crow wings behind Lin Yun flapped. He then mysteriously appeared beside the azure flame draco serpent, and the sword in his hand drew a perfect arc. His dragon phoenix sword aura was like a violent storm as it landed on the azure flame draco serpent, instantly covering it in holes before it slammed onto the ground. As Lin Yun stood in mid-air, his eyes coldly flashed while wielding the flower burial sword. He was a real king, and the so-called monarch demonic beasts were nothing before him. When the two azure flame draco serpents struggled back to their feet, they could sense the danger that Lin Yun was giving off. But rage still blazed in their pupils as they had unleashed all their ferocity at this moment. This scene made Lin Yun lightly lock his brows because the intelligence of monarch demonic beasts at the Elysium core realm wasn't at all inferior to humans. Demonic beasts might be ferocious, but they were still afraid of death. Lil Purple's voice resounded, "Lin Yun, there's something wrong with these two azure flame draco serpents." Lin Yun long noticed that something was weird with these two azure flame draco serpents, and Lil Purple's words further confirmed his speculation. But he didn't say a word. A golden light shone in his pupils, and the golden sword ocean in his brows began to boil. Lin Yun executed the carefree 9 swords, heavenly sword form using blood as ink and sword as a brush. The golden light shining in Lin Yun's eyes was incomparable to before. His surroundings became black and white when he moved, as if his surroundings had become monochrome. When Lin Yun's sword rays flew out, he was like an immortal emitting a carefree mood. Yi Xiling and the rest were fast as they headed straight to the sword mound. But they were also cautious and didn't dare to be careless throughout their journey. "Senior sister, will junior brother Lin be all right?" Lu Qingyan asked in a worried tone. "Don't overthink about it. He won't do something he's not confident in. He's arrogant. But have you seen him send himself to death? Since he made the decision, he must be confident about it," said Yi Xiling. Back in the profound Azure Prefecture's demon domain, who had expected that Lin Yun would play his flute under the moonlight and kill someone who was openly being protected. Facing the two Azure Flame Draco Serpents was easier than what he did back then. But even so, Yi Xiling couldn't help being a little worried for Lin Yun. Lin Yun's pace was too quick. She could still glimpse his silhouette on the profound Wither Island. But she had no idea how strong Lin Yun had become now. If she was still in the Radiant Snow Clan, she might not be any weaker than Lin Yun. She might even be stronger than him. Whenever she thought about that, she would feel anxious and even regretted that she left the Radiant Snow Clan when she was young. But she would make the same decision if she was given another chance. She was confident she could catch up to Lin Yun's pace one day. But while Yi Xiling was in deep thought, several people appeared and blocked their path. "Just you guys? Where's Lin Yun?" A familiar voice resounded. When Yi Xiling raised her head, she saw that it was Xiahou Yan who spoke. Xiahou Yun and Bai Zhanli didn't say a word while standing beside Xiahou Yan, and the geniuses from the two Saint clans were gathered together. Aside from that, 4 people were also standing together with the 2 saint clans. Those 4 were arrogant and didn't place anything in their eyes. They were the 4 brothers of the Huang clan. Yi Ziling's heart sank when she saw the people who stood in their path. The 4 brothers of the Huang clan were famous amongst the 4 ancient saint clans, and she never expected that they would be together with Xiahou Yan. So, you guys are the mastermind. Gong Sun Yen cursed after he recovered from a brief shock. Looks like that fellow decided to be the hero and stopped the 2 azure flame Draco serpents. That fellow is really arrogant. Xiahou Yun sneered. The 2 azure flame Draco serpents shouldn't be able to stop Lin Yun, said Bai Zhanli. Right then, the geniuses of the 2 saint clans spread out, soaring to the sky while looking at Yi Ziling's party. They naturally had no intention of letting them go. You guys shouldn't have gathered enough spiritual sword beads. If I make you guys hand them over, it should be impossible for you guys to join the sword sect. Xiahou Yan suddenly said. Their faces changed when Yi Ziling and her party heard what Xiahou Yan said. They were only 1 step away from joining the sword sect, so how could they accept being eliminated? What do you want? Yi Ziling asked. Nothing much. I heard that Flower Burial is someone who greatly cherishes relationships. So I'm interested to see if he'll pick his relationships over the Bodhi seed. Xiahou Yan replied. Xiahou Yan had flipped the table with no intention of being polite with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Lin Yun. When Lin Yun wanted him to apologize, he had already crossed his bottom line. Who did Lin Yun think he was? Lin Yun wanted him to apologize in public? So what if he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path? Lin Yun had only been in the Kunlun realm for a year. When Xiahou Yan became famous, Lin Yun was nothing in his eyes. Not only in the ancient barren domain, Xiahou Yan had some fame throughout the entire Eastern Desolation. Since Lin Yun wasn't willing to listen when he was still polite, he couldn't be blamed for being impolite. Gong Sun Yen mustered his courage. Xiahou Yan, don't you have some shame as someone acknowledged as the leader amongst all swordsmen in the younger generation? Who the hell do you think you are? Xiahou Yan's eyes flashed with mockery. Others might not know about your origin, but do you think I don't? You're just a bastard child of the Skysolid city, bluffing everyone in the ancient barren domain by claiming to be from the Sword Emperor's lineage. A piece of trash like you truly disgusts me. You! Gong Sun Yan's face turned red because he hated it when people exposed his origins, especially the word bastard. That was his Achilles heel. Gong Sun Yan naturally lost his composure and charged at Xiahou Yan. You're courting death. Wait. Zhao Yan's face changed. He wanted to stop Gong Sun Yan, but he was too late because Gong Sun Yan had appeared before Xiahou Yan, radiating with dazzling sword rays. When Gong Sun Yan's sword aura exploded, he used the Heavenly Sword Sutra that Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng gave him. Upon reaching a high stage, one could start condensing innate saint aura. It was a powerful ghost spirit cultivation technique. Even if Gong Sun Yan had just achieved entry level, it was enough for him to display incredible power. What fast speed! The 2 saint clans and the 4 brothers of the Huang clan were surprised by Gong Sun Yan's speed, which proved that the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party was strong. But what happened next was even more shocking. Xiahou Yan merely stretched his hand out. When he stretched his hand out, a hand manifested into the sky, enveloping Gong Sun Yan. This made the dazzling light released from Gong Sun Yan dim like a fire being extinguished by water. This surprised everyone because Xiahou Yan was too strong. The 4 brothers of the Huang clan exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. They also knew that they had made the right choice by cooperating with Xiahou Yan, which made Huang clan's eldest brother smile. Gong Sun Yan was shocked to discover that his sword intent was like cotton before Xiahou Yan, without any sharpness that a sword should possess. Before Gong Sun Yan could respond, Xiahou Yan gave him a slap that forced him onto his knees. This made Gong Sun Yan feel extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do about it. It has been a long time since we met. You're still the same bastard from back then, but it looks like you've become more courteous. Xiahou Yan looked at Gong Sun Yan with disdain. His eyes were filled with mockery because his innate sword physique and innate sword heart gave him the capital to be arrogant. He looked down on Gong Sun Yen from the bottom of his heart, and just Gong Sun Yen's birth origin alone was enough to make him feel disgusted. Xiahou Yen, kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I swear that I'll take revenge in the future, Gong Sun Yen roared. Kill you? Xiahou Yen snickered. I find it dirty even to slap you, so what makes you think trash like you have the qualifications to be killed by me? I Xiahou Yen don't kill nameless people. In my eyes, you're no different from a dog, so why should I kill you? When he was done, he gave Gong Sun Yen a kick to his chest, causing Gong Sun Yen to throw out a mouthful of blood with his chest caved in. When Gong Sun Yen let out a miserable scream, his face was distorted from the pain. His state made Yi Xiling and the others feel a chill down their spines with rage flaming in their pupils. Zhao Yan caught Gong Sun Yen with a flash, but he discovered that Gong Sun Yen had already fainted from the pain. But when he fainted, Gong Sun Yen still clenched his fist with reluctance written on his face. Xiahou Yen, remember what you said today, Zhao Yan said with an unprecedented cold light flashing through his pupils. You overthink this because none of you can leave today. Xiahou Yen then waved his hand. Split up. Yi Xiling gave a decisive order. They weren't on the same level as the other party, so even if Yi Xiling was reluctant, she still made the right decision. Without hesitation, everyone executed their movement techniques and headed in different directions. Just when Xiahou Yen was about to get the geniuses of two Saint clans to chase after them, the eldest brother of the Huang clan, Huang Yanqing, smiled. Brother Xiahou, why don't you leave something like this to us? There's no need for you to make a big fuss over this. My fourth younger brother alone is enough to bring them back. Oh! Xiahou Yen exclaimed without any changes on his face. When Huang Yanqing smiled, he turned to the black-clothed youth amongst the four. Brother, let Brother Xiahou have a look. It's nothing much. Big Brother Xiahou just has to wait here, and none of you have to move. The black-clothed youth stood out with an eerie smile on his face. The geniuses of the two Saint clans were surprised and had doubt written on their faces. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party wasn't weak, especially Zhao Yan and Yi Xiling. Aside from Xiahou Yen, they didn't think that any one of them could fight those two. So wasn't the Huang clan a little too overconfident? This made them curious if the ancient Saint clans had any trump cards. The black-clothed youth smiled and took out a peculiar bone flute from his interspatial pouch. When he blew the flute, a piece of eerie music resounded like ghostly wails. When everyone was baffled, a series of ferocious roars echoed from the woods, as if something was running amok. The entire ground also began to tremble as if the apocalypse had arrived with those demonic beasts under control. Saint Spiritualist, Bai Zhanli murmured with fear flashing through his pupils. This probably meant that he used this method to control the two monarch demonic beasts. They initially planned on waiting for Lin Yun and his party to be exhausted before they appeared. But they never expected that Lin Yun would face the two demonic beasts by himself, allowing Yi Xiling and the others to escape. Although Xiahou Yen had no changes on his face, this scene caused his heart to ripple. The youngest brother of the Huang clan could only guide monarch demonic beasts with his flute and not control them. But as for other demonic beasts, he could practically put them under his control. Judging from the roars from the surroundings, he was at least in control of 100 demonic beasts. How is it? What do you think of my younger brother's ability? Huang Yanqing smiled. It's not simple. Xiahou Yen sent a deep look at the black-clothed youth. As Huang Yanqing's eyes flashed with pride, he smiled. It's nothing compared to Brother Xiahou's firmament sword intent. With us joining forces, we can easily obtain the treasure in the sword mound. As for these people, they'll come back in an hour at most, so Brother Xiahou can do what you want to them then. Consider this a meeting gift from me. Xiahou Yen maintained his silence because Huang Yanqing displayed his strength. Not only was Huang Yanqing showing his worth, but this was also a threat. Not to mention that the four brothers of the Huang clan weren't simple. They were all enveloped in a terrifying, baleful aura. But he, Xiahou Yen, wasn't a pushover either. If that treasure was really in the sword mound, as told by Huang Yanqing, he wouldn't mind working with them. But as for the ownership of that treasure, it would depend on their abilities. The two had their own thoughts but were polite to each other on the surface. Yi Xiling was facing a siege of 10-odd demonic beasts while she was running, and they were all overlord demonic beasts at the Greater Elysium core realm. They either came alone or they came in a small pack. But it wasn't a problem for Yi Xiling to protect herself, even if she couldn't kill them. But when their numbers reached 10, it placed Yi Xiling in a tough position. It didn't take long for her to be injured since the bloodline of demonic beasts in this secret realm contained sword intent. So injuries dealt by them weren't easy to heal. She wasn't the only one. There were demonic beasts trapping everyone else. No matter what they did, they couldn't escape and could only be forced to retreat by those demonic beasts. This made them despair. It was as if the demonic beasts were endless, and they had all gone berserk. None of them were afraid of death. The time it took for half an incense to burn later, Yi Xiling was the first to return. When everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect returned, they were all covered in injuries. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan even suffered severe injuries. When they were forced to return, the demonic beasts only roared at them from afar and didn't approach any further. When the black-clothed youth saw that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's party had returned, he merely smiled before he backed down. The brothers of the Huang clan, as impressive as rumored, Xiahou Yan said after taking a glance at the black-clothed youth. Xiahou Yan, what do you want? Yi Xiling gritted her teeth with her face dark. Responding to Yi Xiling, Xiahou Yan merely smiled. What do I want? Don't you know already? I want to see if you guys or the Bodhi seed is more important to flower burial. You're shameless. Yi Xiling was furious because Lin Yun faced 2 Azure Flame Draco Serpents alone to let them escape. Not only could they not do anything to help him, but they even became Lin Yun's burden. I'm shameless, Xiahou Yan coldly replied. Am I more shameless than Lin Yun? He bullied my younger brother with the Firmament Sword intent and even wanted me to apologize in public. I have never seen someone as arrogant as him. So, you're the one behind all of this. A voice echoed right at this moment as the surrounding temperature dropped. The surrounding temperature dropped when that cold voice resounded. This voice sounded young, but it was so terrifyingly cold that it could make one's soul tremble. Why is it so cold? Xiahou Yun shivered with his lips turning pale. He had never sensed such a powerful killing intent before in his life. He lived his entire life in the Xiahou Saint clan, and his elder brother was Xiahou Yan, so no one dared to provoke him. But this eerie voice made him feel as if the owner of this voice was a demon who climbed out of hell. That person is here. Bai Zhanli became nervous and didn't dare to let his guard down. He wasn't the same as Xiahou Yun. He could sense that Lin Yun was a formidable opponent right from the start. The sudden appearance of the killing intent made all the surrounding demonic beasts kneel. Even the gazes of the 4 brothers from the Huang clan became dark as they looked around. Junior brother Lin. Lin Yun suddenly appeared before everyone with an azure flash. When Feng Zhang and the rest saw Lin Yun, they didn't have much joy on their faces. Instead, they had shame on their faces, especially Yi Xiling, who bit her lips. Junior brother Lin. Lin Yun's face sank when he saw everyone's injuries. His eyes began to flash with a cold light, but he ultimately suppressed it and asked, Who did this to you guys? When Zhao Yan silently looked at Xiahou Yan, Lin Yun instantly figured it out. Right then, Yi Xiling let out a soft groan from her mouth. 10-odd overlord demonic beasts had besieged her, and she barely managed to survive because she was still at the Lesser Elysium core realm. But she was covered in blood and had 3 claw wounds on both of her thighs. Lin Yun quickened his pace and took out a bottle of spiritual medicine. He applied it to her wounds before Yi Xiling could say a word. This was a standard medicine that all cultivators would carry with them. It was a pity that he ran out of nirvana pellets and could only use these ordinary medicines. Lin Yun, you shouldn't have come, Yi Xiling said with a bitter smile. What are you talking about? We're all fleeting Cloud Sword sect disciples. Lin Yun continued to apply medicine to her, and he smiled. Don't overthink it. Let me dress your wounds. When Yi Xiling heard that, she finally couldn't hold it anymore and tears began to well in her eyes. She was openly crying. She had always been a strong woman and never cried since she was sensible. No matter what she experienced in the past, she would never shed a tear, even when she faced life and death. But she finally couldn't hold it back anymore this time. Junior brother Lin, they wanted to use us to threaten you. I'm really useless. I'm sorry. Yi Xialing's emotions had collapsed. She wasn't afraid of death or failure, but she felt terrible for becoming a burden to Lin Yun. Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan felt terrible, but they couldn't say anything. Yi Xialing's current state made Lin Yun feel heartache, but he still revealed a gentle smile. Yi Xialing, remember our bet back in the fleeting cloud sword sect? You owe me a promise, no matter what it was. Do you remember? Yi Xialing was stumped when she heard that because she didn't know why Lin Yun mentioned this now. She naturally remembered the bet she made with Lin Yun back then. It was about whether Lin Yun could get through the 13 stages on the Sword Saint Mountain, and she lost. I want to use that bet now. Promise me that you'll only cry this once. You're not allowed to cry in the future. You're Yi Xialing, our senior sister. Lin Yun said seriously. When Yi Xialing heard what Lin Yun said, she was dumbfounded because his words were like a warm current that flowed into her heart. As she raised her head and looked at Lin Yun, she could tell Lin Yun was serious about this. She never imagined that Lin Yun would ask something like this from her. I promise you. Yi Xialing gritted her teeth. Looks like Flower Burial is someone who cherishes relationships, just as rumored. Xiahou Yan wore a mocking smile with disdain flashing through his pupils. He only found Lin Yun was foolish to come and die just for a bunch of strangers who had no family ties to him. In his view, relationships were unnecessary to a swordsman because they would make him vulnerable, just like Lin Yun. When Lin Yun stood up, he looked at Xiahou Yan with a cold light flashing through his pupils. He smiled. Looks like I really have a good temper. I should have crippled you outside the secret realm. Still so arrogant when you're pushed to a dead end. Hand over the Bodhi seed, and I can treat it as if nothing has happened today. Xiahou Yan coldly said. Otherwise, my Xiahou Saint clan won't let you off. Even if you guys are eliminated today. Brother Xiahou, is this the rumored flower burial? Huang Yanqing smiled. Why do you have to dirty your hands over someone like him? If you don't mind, let us teach flower burial a lesson on your behalf. Xiahou Yan's face changed because he knew that Huang Yanqing wanted to take this opportunity to display his strength. The stronger he was, the more rights to speak he would have when competing for the treasure in the sword mound. I naturally don't mind since Brother Huang is willing to make a move. Xiahou Yan smiled. They made it sound like Lin Yun was someone they could easily crush. You guys must be behind the demonic beasts, Lin Yun said, looking at Huang Yanqing. He could feel something unusual when he faced the Azure Flame Draco Serpent, and it was dangerous to stay in the woods. But he never expected that they were prevented from leaving the woods. Huang Yanqing was a little stumped by Lin Yun's words. As the corner of his lips twitched, he smiled. You should be worried about yourself instead. Third brother, go and teach him a lesson. Teach this flower burial how to behave, or he might think he's invincible in the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun squinted his eyes, appearing to be smiling. But he walked towards the 4 brothers of the Huang clan. Seeing Lin Yun's action, everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and the 2 Saint clans was utterly dumbfounded. The 4 brothers of the Huang clan weren't weak. On the contrary, they were terrifying geniuses of the ancient barren domain. You're courting death. Huang Kuei, the 3rd brother of the Huang clan, sneered before he unleashed his aura in the heavenly Elysium core realm. When he took a step out, he instantly appeared before Lin Yun. Using his fingers as a sword, the Elysium core in his violet palace circulated with boundless astral energy, forming into a 10-foot-long sword that tore space apart. But facing this sword aura, Lin Yun merely raised his right hand to grab a hold of the sword aura. Such impudence! Huang Kuei smiled, along with the other brothers of the Huang clan. The cultivation technique that Huang Kuei practiced was terrifying, and he had long condensed 5 innate saint auras. So his sword aura was something that not even heavenly Elysium core realm geniuses dared to belittle. So Lin Yun's act of using his hand to take on his sword aura was nothing more than courting death in his eyes. But the smile only lasted for a brief moment on his face before Huang Kuei's smile froze. As 3,000 dragon runes gathered in his palm, Lin Yun grabbed the sword aura before crushing it by clenching his fist. When a dragon roar echoed, golden light surged, and countless fragments of Huang Kuei's sword aura were blown away. How is this possible? Huang Kuei was utterly dumbfounded. But before he could react, Lin Yun appeared before him. Lin Yun's speed made Huang Kuei widen his eyes and summon his saint's sword from the sword box. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Lin Yun, containing a boundless killing aura. But Lin Yun didn't want to waste time with Huang Kuei, so he threw his punch with sword rays from his body. Lin Yun also circulated 9 strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura in his body to easily shatter Huang Kuei's sword intent. He had used the divine solar lunar fist, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. When his punch landed on Huang Kuei, his punch manifested into a giant cauldron. The huge impact made Huang Kuei throw out a mouthful of blood before a terrifying shockwave spread out. Facing the shockwave, regardless of the Huang clan's 3 brothers or the 2 Saint clan's geniuses, they quickly retreated with their movement techniques. Lin Yun had heavily injured Huang Kuei with just one punch, injuring a genius from the ancient Baron domain. Huang Yanqing and Xiahou Yan were surprised because they never expected Lin Yun to be so strong. Right then, flute music resounded, controlling the surrounding demonic beasts to pounce at Lin Yun. 10-odd overlord demonic beasts sprang at Lin Yun without regard for their lives in that split second. As for Huang Kuei, he rolled and left the region. The black-clothed youth had a cold light flashing through his pupils while he manipulated the demonic beasts. But Lin Yun clasped his hands together and a golden light exploded from him. In the next second, a shadow flew from his body, and the 10-odd demonic beasts were all sent flying away. It was a dragon that flew out from Lin Yun, which looked like it was alive. When the azure dragon appeared, the surrounding demonic beasts immediately submitted, making the black-clothed youth inwardly curse. He didn't hesitate to circulate his saint rune with his soul energy exhausted, rapidly trying to manipulate those demonic beasts. Right then, Huang Yanqing's face changed, and he yelled, "Fourth brother, watch out!" But it was already too late. Lin Yun executed the azure dragon grasp before the black-clothed youth could respond. As a powerful suction force exploded from the dragon claw, the black-clothed youth was pulled over to Lin Yun. The remaining brothers of the Huang clan tried to rescue their fourth brother, but the azure dragon around Lin Yun released a roar and flew out. When the 3 were forced back by the azure dragon, Lin Yun grabbed onto the black-clothed youth's throat and raised him in the air. "You're the one behind the demonic beasts, right?" Lin Yun asked indifferently. "Get lost." The black-clothed youth cursed even though he was under Lin Yun's mercy. "Fuck!" Huang Yanqing cursed before he charged over. He was strong, and everyone was shocked when he unleashed his 2-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm Cultivation aura. Xiahou Yan also didn't hesitate to charge forth and unleashed his aura as well, suppressing Lin Yun together with Huang Yanqing. But Lin Yun flicked his wrist and grabbed onto the black-clothed youth's leg before using him as a weapon to slam against Xiahou Yan. Just when Xiahou Yan was about to make a move, Huang Yanqing's voice resounded, "I won't let you off if you dare to hurt my younger brother." His words made Xiahou Yan unhappily frown his brows before he chose to avoid Lin Yun's attack. But Lin Yun simply turned around and swung the black-clothed youth at Huang Yanqing. This caught Huang Yanqing by surprise, not to mention that Huang Yanqing couldn't use his full strength, or he would injure his younger brother. So he was greatly restricted in this fight, with his face becoming ugly. "You're courting death," Huang Yanqing roared as he lost control of his emotions. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him. His gaze fell onto the 2 Saint clans party. This instantly made Bai Zhanli and Xiahou Yun feel a chill down their spines. Before they could react, Lin Yun already charged over with the black-clothed youth in his hand. "You guys want to teach me a lesson? Let me see who'll be taught a lesson." Then, before everyone could respond, Lin Yun entered the 2 Saint clans party with the black-clothed youth in his hand. He was fast and swung the black-clothed youth around, easily sending several people flying away. He didn't go easy on them and even circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art while using the black-clothed youth as a weapon. Those hit by him were in great pain, and the black-clothed youth nearly lost it. "You bastard! Let me go now!" The black-clothed youth was covered in wounds, and he could feel that his bones were on the verge of shattering whenever he collided with a person. If this continued, he would be toyed to death. "Lin Yun, just you wait. Kill me if you have the guts." The black-clothed youth was so furious that he threw out blood. But Lin Yun didn't bother with him and continued to sweep through the two Saint Clan's geniuses. Whenever those geniuses saw Lin Yun, their faces turned pale, and they ran without hesitation. Lin Yun was invincible with the black-clothed youth in his hand, and no one dared to retaliate. The black-clothed youth was a genius of the ancient Saint Clan, so who dared to touch him? Even Xiahou Yan was warned by Huang Yanqing when he wanted to retaliate, so they didn't have the guts to retaliate. Two Saint Clans and an ancient Saint Clan geniuses had joined forces, but there was nothing they could do to Lin Yun. Huang Yanqing was strong but didn't dare to get close to Lin Yun. If he got close, he could only suffer a one-sided beating. So Huang Yanqing's face had long become dark, wanting to tear Lin Yun to pieces. When the three remaining brothers of the Huang clan stood together, their faces were ugly because they had never suffered such grievances since they appeared in public. Xiahou Yan's eyes flickered with Bai Zhanli and Xiahou Yun standing beside him. Lin Yun was simply a bastard because the 30-odd people from the two Saint clans could only receive a one-sided beating and didn't dare to retaliate. This was a hilarious scene because even with so many of them there, none of them could do anything to Lin Yun. "Don't worry about my younger brother, and stop him." Huang Yanqing finally made up his mind. That should have been the case right from the start. Xiahou Yan coldly looked at Huang Yanqing. "Let's go." Huang Yanqing let out a roar and charged Lin Yun with his brothers. They were strong, especially Huang Yanqing and Xiahou Yan, since they were all Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts with their sword auras pressing down on Lin Yun. They were strong, especially Huang Yanqing and Xiahou Yan. "Good." Lin Yun stopped swinging the black-clothed youth around. "Bastard. Let me go now, or I'll make you suffer something worse than death. Do you hear me?" The black-clothed youth cursed. But how could Lin Yun possibly release such a good weapon? He said, "It's impossible to let you go, so let me show you a good time." When the black-clothed youth was wondering what Lin Yun was talking about, the entire world began to spin, and he no longer knew what was happening. When Lin Yun spun the black-clothed youth around, a wild storm appeared with Lin Yun using his thunderstorm intent on the black-clothed youth. Spinning wheel. Lin Yun roared, and the black-clothed youth could no longer see what was around him. Only his curses could be heard as he spun in midair. "Lin Yun, you bastard. Let me go. I'm sorry. Please let me go." As the thunderstorm raged, Lin Yun's sword aura began to rise. Stop. Xiahou Yan, stop. Huang Yanqing stopped his two brothers and roared at Xiahou Yan. If they continued to clash, he had no doubts that his fourth brother would surely die. Xiahou Yan nearly lost it as he released his hand on the sword hilt and dodged Lin Yun's attack. But the Huang clan's three brothers weren't that fortunate. The black-clothed youth collided with Huang Yanqing's chest. The sounds of his ribs breaking could be heard as the astral energy around Huang Yanqing instantly shattered. This made Huang Yanqing throw out a mouthful of blood before he flew out. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He slammed the black-clothed youth in his hand against the two remaining Huang clan's brothers, sending them flying out as well. Even when Zhao Yan saw this scene, the corner of his lips couldn't help twitching. He knew Lin Yun had a good temper, but he never expected that Lin Yun would be so ferocious when he became furious. But Lin Yun didn't stop there. He executed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords with the black-clothed youth. A terrifying sword aura soon spread out as azure birds flew from his body. Xiahou Yan's face turned black when he saw the scene and quickly ducked. He avoided it in time, but Bai Zhanli and Xiahou Yun couldn't. "Lin Yun, you bastard." Xiahou Yun cursed before the black-clothed youth collided against him. But Lin Yun didn't let him go so easily and continued to smash the black-clothed youth against Xiahou Yun. It didn't take long for Xiahou Yun to be thrashed, causing Bai Zhanli to quickly run away. This scene made Xiahou Yan furious, and he drew his sword. Huang Yanqing quickly got up on his feet and yelled, "Lin Yun, let my younger brother go. I promise I won't interfere with your enmity with the Xiahou Saint clan. In the future, if I dare to do anything to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, I'll die a terrible death. You should have said that from the beginning." Lin Yun tossed the black-clothed youth away. The black-clothed youth was still alive, but even if Xiahou Yan didn't draw his sword, he wouldn't last long. There were no benefits to him if the black-clothed youth died. But it wasn't bad if he could hold down the Huang clan's brothers. Not to mention that even if he lost the black-clothed youth, didn't he have another one on the ground right now? Lin Yun lowered his head to look at Xiahou Yun after tossing the black-clothed youth away. This made Xiahou Yun feel a chill because he knew what Lin Yun wanted to do. He cried out, "Big brother, save me. You're courting death." Xiahou Yan couldn't be bothered and unleashed a dazzling golden sword ray. As a powerful sword intent exploded, Xiahou Yan utilized his firmament sword intent right then. Furthermore, his skin also became like jade due to his innate sword physique, and his heart also began to beat violently like a furnace due to his innate sword heart. Whenever his heart throbbed, a rumbling sword vibration would echo, surprising Lin Yun. But it would be too cheap for Xiahou Yan if he let this matter go so easily. Thus, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to unleash his firmament sword intent and slammed his palm against Xiahou Yan's chest before Xiahou Yan's attack reached him. His palm pushed Xiahou Yun towards Xiahou Yan's direction, making Xiahou Yan's face change as he sheathed his sword and caught Xiahou Yun. But Lin Yun didn't go easy with that palm, so Xiahou Yan was forced to take 3 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Lin Yun merely tapped his foot to firmly land on the ground and didn't suffer any injuries. On the other hand, all of the geniuses from the 2 Saint clans were practically heavily injured. They were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. As for the Huang clan's brothers, Huang Yanqing's face was ugly when he caught the black-clothed youth. This was because almost all of his 4th brother's bones were nearly broken, and his consciousness was a mess. The black-clothed youth couldn't speak a complete sentence and had white foam exiting his mouth. "Lin Yun, you're ruthless." Xiahou Yan nearly lost it when he examined Xiahou Yun's injuries. This was too ruthless, and he had never suffered such a huge loss. "Well, I have a good temper compared to you," said Lin Yun. If he was allowed to kill in the secret realm, he would have slaughtered everyone here. His killing intent was about to lose control when he saw Yi Xiling cry. But when everyone heard Lin Yun's words, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Tisk, tsk. How bustling. I nearly missed a good show while rushing to the sword mound." A peal of laughter resounded as Yi Ziyun, Yi Qing, and the other Yi clan's geniuses appeared. This changed Huang Yanqing and Xiahou Yan's faces because they had no idea when Yi Ziyun arrived. They didn't detect her presence at all. Yi Ziyun was a flawless beauty. She looked at Xiahou Yan and smiled. "Innate sword physique and innate sword heart are extraordinary, and I'm fortunate to witness it today." "You want to interfere?" Xiahou Yan indifferently asked. He noticed that the whole Yi clan party was standing beside the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party, gathered around Lin Yun. "You don't have to care about that, because you won't be able to touch anyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect today." Yi Ziyun smiled with a light flashing through her pupils. She wasn't afraid of Xiahou Yan at all. Meanwhile, Lin Yun took 2 steps back and examined Yi Ziyun before he fell into deep thoughts. The sudden appearance of the Radiant Snow clan made both sides nervous, including Lin Yun. He also had his guard against Yi Ziyun because she had been there for a long time. If she wanted to help, she didn't have to wait till now, and the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. As for Xiahou Yan, his face had sunk. Even if the 4 brothers of the Huang clan had backed down, Xiahou Yan had no intentions of letting this matter rest. His enmity with Lin Yun wasn't just because of the Bodhi seed. He had already flipped the table, so there was no need for them to be polite with each other. But the sudden appearance of the Radiant Snow clan on the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex side made him unhappy. "Don't you think you should provide a reason if you want to interfere?" Xiahou Yan said with his face sinking. "It's nothing much. I just wish to befriend Flower Burial." "Is that enough for you?" Yi Ziyun smiled. She had no opinion if Xiahou Yan wanted to deal with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but this also allowed her to get close to Lin Yun. This could make Lin Yun owe her one, so there was no reason for her to refuse. Lin Yun sent a weird look towards Yi Ziyun but didn't say a word. Brother Xiahou, there's no need to fight them when we're not even at the sword mound. It'll only benefit others. Huang Yanqing transmitted his voice to Xiahou Yan. Xiahou Yan was ugly because he hated Yi Ziyun. This woman interfered in his matter and even wanted to protect Lin Yun. This was an act of completely disregard towards him. As for wanting to befriend Lin Yun, did that mean that Lin Yun was more worthy of being befriended than him? A brief moment later, Xiahou Yan smiled. Sure, but I suggest you choose your friends well. Otherwise, not even the ancient Saint clan might be able to protect you. Xiahou Yan turned around without any hesitation. As for Huang Yanqing, his gaze was fixed on Lin Yun, with killing intent surging in his heart. There was a loophole in his words earlier. He said he wouldn't target the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, but that didn't mean he couldn't target Lin Yun. When he chased after Xiahou Yan, he said, Xiahou Yan, we can't let him go. We can't kill him in the test. But you should know what I mean. You think I'll let him go? Xiahou Yan revealed an eerie smile. Find an opportunity to cripple him at the sword mound. Doesn't he want to join the sword sect? I'll make him feel despair, and let him know who the boss in the ancient barren domain is. Young Master Lin, you've thoroughly offended Xiahou Yan and the Huang clan's brothers. Yi Ziyun smiled as she turned to look at Lin Yun. Her smile was charming and infectious. When she saw Lin Yun being stunned, she then revealed an apologetic smile. Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Yi Ziyun, and this is my elder cousin, Yi Qing. Yi Qing pays his greetings. I've been hearing your name for a long time, and I'm more impressed after seeing you in person. Yi Qing flattered Lin Yun. There's no need for you two to be so polite. I know about your names. Lin Yun smiled. His enmity with Xiahou Yan had been forged. Xiahou Yan wasn't a generous person, but that didn't mean that Lin Yun was generous, either. Then, I guess we're friends now. Yi Ziyun smiled. I guess. Lin Yun replied before he continued. My senior sister is injured, so I'm afraid I have to look at her condition now. He turned around and walked to Yi Xiling when he was done, putting Yi Ziyun in an awkward position. She had just saved Lin Yun, so shouldn't he express his gratitude? But Lin Yun didn't seem grateful. It was so much so that he had no intentions of deepening their friendship. How are your injuries? Lin Yun helped Yi Xiling to her feet. Yi Xiling had a good physique, so she recovered from most of her injuries. But her spirits seemed poor. When Yi Xiling took a deep breath, she clenched her fist and could sense the circulation of her astral energy. As she tried to move around, she realized that her injuries were no longer hindering her movements, and she had also benefited from her injuries. This allowed her Radiant Snow bloodline and Divine Dragon Sword physique's fusion to reach 60%. She suddenly understood something. She hadn't suffered any injuries ever since she unsealed her Radiant Snow bloodline, nor did she undergo a huge battle. Even on the profound Wither Island, most of the battles relied on Lin Yun. She needed to train herself further to fuse the two bloodlines completely, and her injuries today weren't exactly bad. Thank you. Yi Xiling smiled. When she looked at Lin Yun, light shone in her pupils with unprecedented confidence. I have no idea what you're talking about, but don't forget what you promised me. Lin Yun winked with a playful smile. While they were chatting, Yi Ziyun and Yi Qing were left to the side. This made Yi Ziyun awkward as she examined Yi Xiling. Unknowingly, her right hand was clenched because this was completely different from what he had imagined. She should be the one in Yi Xiling's position, chatting with Lin Yun, while Yi Xiling could only look at them. Afterwards, she would step out and pretend that she hadn't recognized Yi Xiling, humiliating Yi Xiling, who was once the princess of the Yi clan. But the development had gone against her imagination. Ziyun, what should we do now? Yi Qing asked. Yi Ziyun's face was cold because she was being ignored, but her face changed in the next second as she stepped forth, looking at Yi Xiling with a smile. Big Sister Ziyun, it has been a long time. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. They knew each other, just as he had speculated. Yeah, it has been 15 years, said Yi Xiling. Sorry about that. I didn't recognize you earlier. Yi Xiun put on an awkward expression and continued. It has been 15 years since we last met. So, it's fine, replied Yi Xiling calmly, with no fluctuation in her emotions. Still wearing her smile, Yi Xiun turned to look at Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, I wonder if we can talk privately? Go on. Lin Yun replied politely, with no intention of talking to Yi Xiun individually. Gritting her teeth, Yi Xiun said, The Baron's sword mound opens once a century, and we will only have a chance at gathering 100 spiritual sword beads at the sword mound. Lin Yun was surprised, but it was more or less the same as he had speculated. The ancient Saint clans knew something. When Yi Xiun saw the changes on Lin Yun's face, her confidence returned, and she briefly paused to pique Lin Yun's interest. But Yi Xiling was snickering on the side as she watched her cousin's hilarious performance. Her cousin was still the same as before, good at using her beauty. With a smile, countless men in the clan would give her all sorts of pellets just to follow her around. Even being ordered around by her would make them feel honored. She couldn't be bothered with what she wanted to do, but it was different if she placed her target on Lin Yun. What was Yi Xiun thinking? Did she consider herself to be a peerless beauty? Even if she was a beauty, could she compete with Su Xiao? In her eyes, Yi Xiun was just asking to be humiliated. There will be an outburst of nirvana aura in the sword mound 2 days from now. A large number of spiritual sword beads will appear. The opening of the Baron sword mound every century will give birth to a 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Yi Xiun looked at Lin Yun. A 10th grade spiritual sword bead meant that there would be 10 golden rings in it, containing a boundless sword aura that had accumulated for millennia. Hearing that, even Lin Yun couldn't help being tempted. As for those who still hadn't grasped the firmament sword intent, this was an excellent opportunity for them to grasp it. So the value of the 10th grade spiritual sword bead had exceeded their imaginations. This is why the Huang clan's 4 brothers have joined forces with Xiahou Yan. Yi Xiling continued. I see. Lin Yun nodded. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't have many changes on his face, Yi Xiun couldn't help feeling disappointed. But she then confidently asked, Young Master Lin, are you interested in joining hands with the Yi clan? You should ask my senior sister about that. Lin Yun turned to Yi Xiling. The corner of Yi Xiun's lips twitched because she never expected Lin Yun would hand the decision-making to Yi Xiling. But how could she ask Yi Xiling about it? If Yi Xiling rejected her, wasn't that the same as asking to be humiliated? Lin Yun, are you really not going to consider further? I've offended Xiahou Yan earlier. Yi Xiun wore a wronged expression as if she was hurt and pitifully looked at Lin Yun. Thank you, Lin Yun said indifferently after thinking for a long time. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Yi Xiun nearly threw out blood and felt powerless. Young Master Lin, are you not going to reconsider? Yi Xiun looked at Lin Yun sincerely, but Lin Yun merely looked at Yi Xiling, which made her speechless. She had never suffered such a setback before. She smiled. Since that's the case, I'm sorry to bother you. When she turned around, her face instantly became cold and terrifyingly dark. After she left, Yi Xiling smiled. You've offended her deeply. She is a pretty grudgeful person. Didn't she come to offend you? So it doesn't matter if I offend her. Lin Yun replied. You knew. Yi Xiling was surprised to hear what Lin Yun said. Isn't it obvious? Lin Yun smiled. She's a fox, so how can I not know what she's trying to do? Zhao Yan, do you think her words can be trusted? Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Yi Xiun, but he was interested in the 10th grade spiritual sword bead she spoke of. Zhao Yan briefly pondered before he replied in a hesitant tone. What she said should be true, and I can tell she's serious about inviting you. It's so much so that she might be willing to let you have the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. But Lin Yun bitterly smiled when he heard that. He finally knew why Gongsun Yan called him a fool. What's the matter? Am I wrong? Zhao Yan scratched his head. The Baron's sword mound opens once a century, and I had no idea about it beforehand. So I can only analyze based on her words. What she said about the 10th grade spiritual sword bead should be true. Yi Xiling said. Then our goal is the same. Let's rest for a night and wait for that fellow to wake up before we continue our journey. Lin Yun sighed, looking at the fainted Gong Sun Yen. Gong Sun Yen was a little pitiful. He obtained an opportunity and significantly boosted his strength, wanting to spread his name in the sword sect. But he ran into Xiahou Yen and was given a beating. When everyone found a place to settle for the night, mainly to treat their injuries, Lin Yun found a serene place nearby and practiced the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. He might have appeared to have given the two Saint clans and Huang clan's brothers a beating earlier in the day, but they hadn't fought for real. Both sides had their reservations and have yet to use their trump cards. But Xiahou Yen was still forced to reveal a part of his strength, the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. Even Lin Yun was shocked when he saw that and knew why Xiahou Yen was known as the leader amongst younger generation swordsmen. Then again, if Xiahou Yen didn't have sufficient strength, he wouldn't be able to gain a footing in the ancient barren domain. But what shocked Lin Yun the most was that Xiahou Yen grasped Firmament Sword Intent, which made him feel pressured. The Firmament Sword Intent was Lin Yun's trump card, which was why Lin Yun was practically invincible amongst the younger generation. Even the 7 Heavenly Elysium Core Realm Saint Clan's princes were defeated by him even when they joined hands. It was impossible for him to achieve that by just relying on the carefree Nine Swords Heaven Sword form. It was primarily thanks to his Firmament Sword Intent. Without the Firmament Sword Intent, he could only be evenly matched with Heavenly Elysium Core Realm experts. But his encounter with Xiahou Yen changed his mind. Then again, he was relieved that Xiahou Yen didn't possess dual sword souls, and that was the trump card Lin Yun had not yet revealed. He believed it could give his opponents a pleasant surprise in times of need. Aside from that, Huang Yanqing was also deeply hiding his strength, and Lin Yun felt that Huang Yanqing wasn't going to be an easy opponent. In a nutshell, the leaders of the ancient Saint Clans parties weren't pushovers. He had to prepare for the worst if he wanted to fight for the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, so perhaps he could try and make a breakthrough to the greater Elysium Core Realm. If others had his foundation, they could already reach the greater Elysium Core Realm. But he had yet to reach the limit of his accumulation for a smooth breakthrough, and he had to take some risks if he wanted to make a breakthrough. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to retrieve the millions of divine astral pellets from his interspatial bracelet. The divine astral pellets piled up into a miniature mountain that surrounded him. Golden astral energy was being emitted from those pellets, and Lin Yun could sense that those divine astral pellets were about to melt when he basked in them. Such an astronomical sum of divine astral pellets wasn't something that others could take out so easily, and not many people amongst the younger generation could take out so much wealth. Let's give it a try then. It's fine even if I fail because I can treat it as my accumulation. Lin Yun took a deep breath and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon. As a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix flew out from his body and coiled around him, they began to devour a large number of divine astral pellets whenever they revolved. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be filled with the terrifying astral energy, making his physique feel like it would blow apart the next moment. But the 3,000 dragon runes on the surface of his skin prevented his body from collapsing. Lin Yun wouldn't have tried something so insane if he didn't have the Azure Dragon Saint physique. As time flowed, the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix revolved like an abyssal vortex, devouring the surrounding divine astral pellets. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes at midnight, he was done devouring the surrounding divine astral pellets. Lin Yun was baffled. His cultivation had improved, reaching the pinnacle of Lesser Elysium Core Realm, and he could make a breakthrough to the Greater Elysium Core Realm if he wanted. The ocean of astral energy beneath his Elysium Core also grew from 3,000 meters to 5,000 meters. But most of the divine astral pellets were devoured by the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron at the bottom of the ocean. He wanted to ask Lil Purple about that, but she was sleeping under the phoenix tree. After Lin Yun obtained the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune, Lil Purple, who never slept, would sleep from time to time. Let's ask her about it after she wakes up. She must be hiding something from me, Lin Yun murmured to himself. Right then, Lin Yun's face changed as a peculiar voice resounded from far away. The voice made everyone feel a chill down their spines. This made Lin Yun wonder if the Huang clan's brothers came, or if any demonic beasts were going to launch their attacks. He cautiously headed in the direction that the voice came from. It didn't take long for him to come to a decent-sized river. There was someone squatting in the shape of a ball by the side of the river, emitting a weird sound. When Lin Yun took several steps forth, the corner of his lips twitched because it was Gong Sun Yen. Lin Yun let out a breath, relieved that it wasn't a demonic beast. He nearly launched his attack, thinking that it was some sort of demonic beast. It was lucky that he took a closer look, or Gong Sun Yen wouldn't even know how he died. After Gong Sun Yen regained consciousness, he disregarded his injuries and came to the river to cry. When Gong Sun Yen heard Lin Yun's footsteps, he was startled and turned around. His expression couldn't help becoming awkward when he saw Lin Yun. Seeing Lin Yun's weird expression, Gong Sun Yen unhappily said, "What is there to see? You've never seen a man cry before." "Truth be told, I've never seen a man cry before," Lin Yun replied honestly. "You!" Lin Yun's words choked Gong Sun Yen. But Gong Sun Yen helplessly lowered his hand and looked at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, Zhao Yan told me what happened during the day. Can you give me a chance? Spare Xiahou Yan if you fight him because I want to defeat him myself. I can't promise you that. He's strong, and you should tell him to spare my life." Lin Yun replied. Are you messing with me?" Gong Sun Yen naturally didn't believe what Lin Yun said. "I don't beg others. If Xiahou Yan and I come to that step, one of us will have to die. There's no coexistence between us at this point, and I don't have a reason why I should help you." Lin Yun replied indifferently. Gong Sun Yen was briefly stunned when he heard that before he wore a bitter expression. Lin Yun was right. Why did Lin Yun have to help him when they didn't have much friendship together? "Yeah. How can I, Gong Sun Yen, fit to be your friend?" Gong Sun Yen wore a self-mocking smile. "You're indeed unfit," Lin Yun replied. Are you here to mock me?" Gong Sun Yen flew into rage. "You're overthinking it. Haven't you been a joke all this time? You're humiliated by others and want others to give you a chance? Sorry, but I can't do that," Lin Yun replied before he left. When he reappeared, he landed beside Zhao Yan and stopped the latter, who wanted to comfort Gong Sun Yen. He already knew that Zhao Yan was still worried about Gong Sun Yen. "Don't go," said Lin Yun. "He's my friend," Zhao Yan replied after a brief pause. His words were directed at Lin Yun because he felt that what Lin Yun said earlier was a little too much. "He's also my friend," Lin Yun sighed. "Then why?" Zhao Yan was baffled when he heard Lin Yun. "Why didn't I promise him?" Lin Yun asked. "So what if I promised him? Wait for him to happily train and become stronger before taking revenge? Do you think that's possible? He's been kneeling before others for so long, so it's not that easy for him to get back on his feet. He has to face reality as a man, and no one in the world can help him aside from himself. I should give him a chance? Then who is going to give me a chance? I have nothing behind me, so I don't dare to fall so easily. Zhao Yan, do you know how that feels?" When Zhao Yan looked at Lin Yun, he could see the exhaustion hidden deep within Lin Yun's eyes. "I understand now." Looking at the distant Gong Sun Yen kneeling on the ground, Zhao Yan couldn't see his expression, but he knew that Gong Sun Yen must be in pain right now. But Zhao Yan didn't choose to stand out to comfort Gong Sun Yen this time. What Lin Yun said was right. Men had to undergo pain to grow up. But he ultimately couldn't help speaking out. "But he seems to be in great pain." "That's nothing compared to real pain," Lin Yun replied as he fell into his distant memories. "What do you mean by real pain?" Zhao Yan asked. "If you know that heartbreak isn't just a descriptive word, you'll know what real pain is. But it's best if you don't experience it," Lin Yun sighed. Zhao Yan couldn't completely comprehend what Lin Yun said. He was a sword fanatic, so he didn't have much experience in the affairs of life. "Let's go. He'll feel better when he comes out of it alone." Lin Yun didn't give much explanation and was prepared to leave. "Oh right. Were you serious when you said that you might die in the hands of Xiahou Yan?" Zhao Yan asked as he caught up to Lin Yun. He's very strong, Lin Yun replied. Is that so? Zhao Yan squinted his eyes because he could see Lin Yun wearing a grave expression. This made him wonder if Xiahou Yan was so strong that he could threaten Lin Yun's life. That was a little too horrifying. Since that was the case, should they still compete for the 10th grade spiritual sword bead? But I'm stronger. Lin Yun's voice resounded when Zhao Yan was still in deep thought. This made the corner of Zhao Yan's lips twitch. When morning arrived, Lin Yun had returned to his strongest state. After glancing at Gong Sun Yen, he couldn't tell any difference from the latter except that Gong Sun Yen was much more silent than before. As the party continued their journey, they didn't encounter any troubles, with no one messing with them in the dark. Even if they ran into Heavenly Elysium Core Realm demonic beasts, Lin Yun could resolve it with this strength. Then again, that was under the condition that there weren't too many of them, or even he would be exhausted. They crossed mountains and swiftly made their way to the sword mound. When Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan collected 10 spiritual sword beads along the way, the voice of the sword sect's elder resounded out in their ears, asking if they wanted to end their test now. If they chose to end it here, they would be the sword sect's disciples starting from today. But if they decided to end their test now, they would lose the chance of being taken in as a disciple by saints. Since they had already made up their minds beforehand, they didn't hesitate to end their test here. Even Gong Sun Yen chose to end the test here after much hesitation. Zhao Yan opened his mouth but chose to say nothing about it. It looks like Gong Sun Yen hadn't completely recovered from his encounter with Xiahou Yan, and he was afraid that he would lose his rationale if he saw him. It was fine if he died, but Gong Sun Yen would blame himself if he became a burden to others. As more people left the secret realm, they discovered a screen in the sea of clouds that showed them what was happening inside of the secret realm. The sword sect's elders were staring at the screen, watching everything that was happening inside. The corner of Gong Sun Yan's lips twitched when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy because the screen's appearance meant that everyone saw how he was humiliated by Xiahou Yan. Thinking about it, his face couldn't help becoming distorted before he calmed down. Lin Yun's words resounded in his mind, and every single word from Lin Yun was like a dagger stabbing his heart. His heart would ache every time he thought about it, and he swore deeply in his heart that he would prove himself one fine day. 2 days later, Lin Yun, Yi Xiling, and Zhao Yan ascended a mountain, and they could see a huge region covered in fog with beams of light shining out. The dazzling light made them squint their eyes. When they slowly got used to the light, what appeared before them was a huge region covered in black dirt. This was a massive tomb, emitting a terrifying chill. Numerous ancient swords were buried or plunged into the ground, emitting sword vibrations that sounded like sobbing when the wind blew. It sounded like those swords were crying. Different parties swiftly occupied the mountains surrounding the sword mound. Looking down at the sword mound, Zhao Yan's eyes lit up with a fire blazing in his pupils. So, this is the sword mound. Lin Yun knew that Zhao Yan was a genuine sword fanatic. Other people would feel a chill down their spines when they heard the sobbing sword vibrations, but Zhao Yan was excited. When Lin Yun lowered his head, he could sense the death aura mixed within the boundless sword intent and a weird array. The array worked like a seal that would occasionally flicker, and the dazzling light would make people close their eyes. "They're here," Yi Xiling said. When she saw the 4 brothers of the Huang clan and Xiahou Yan, there were flames of rage blazing in the depth of her pupils. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he could also sense that their gazes were on him. Since Lin Yun had some accomplishment in spiritual runes, he briefly examined the array enveloping the sword mound before he said, "This array won't be able to last for long. The sword intent and saint aura accumulated inside are too much. So the array will break apart in roughly 4 hours. When the array breaks open, the 10th grade spiritual sword bead should appear." So everyone was waiting patiently. This was just the calm before the storm. They all knew that chaos would descend the moment the array breaks, and it wouldn't be easy for anyone to obtain the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Xiahou Yan and Huang Yanqing stood on a mountain far away, coldly looking at Lin Yun's party with killing intent flashing through their pupils. They didn't bother concealing their hostility for Lin Yun. There was even some provocation in their gazes. As for the other ancient saint clans, they were also quietly making preparations. Regardless of Jiangchang, who came alone, or Chun Bing, they had been waiting here for a long time. For hours wasn't long, but the wait was torturous for everyone within the tense atmosphere of the surroundings. After all, this test was crucial since it was their chance to be accepted as a disciple of the saints, not to mention the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Suddenly, a boundless sword intent exploded while everyone was waiting, and the entire mountain range also began to tremble. Cracks began to appear on the array enveloping the sword mound, with sword aura gushing out from those cracks, and numerous spiritual sword beads were swiftly formed. "It's here," Zhao Yan said. He couldn't help becoming nervous. On the contrary, Lin Yun was excited. He was determined to obtain the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. When the tremors became even more terrifying, a dazzling light shone from the sword mound. Suddenly, 6 beams swiftly condensed into fist-sized beads, and 9 rings could be seen on those beads. 9th grade spiritual sword beads, Yi Xiling said. She and Zhao Yan had no thoughts about the 10th grade spiritual sword bead because they knew where they stood with their current strength, but it was different with the 6 9th grade spiritual sword beads. Everyone knew they weren't qualified to compete for the 10th grade spiritual sword bead if they weren't strong enough. Even if they managed to obtain it by luck, they would be besieged by everyone the next moment. But the 9th grade spiritual sword beads were a different story because people like Xiahou Yan wouldn't be interested in them. So many people headed straight for those 9th grade spiritual sword beads without hesitation. But when Lin Yun saw this scene, he said, "Wait." His words stopped Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan, who wanted to fight for those 6 9th grade spiritual sword beads. They both had absolute trust in Lin Yun. Just when everyone approached the sword mound, the sounds of chains breaking echoed. A black dragon serpent broke out of the ground with chains that were like tentacles swinging at those who got close to the spiritual sword beads. The chains surprised everyone as they were sent flying away, suffering all sorts of fractures. When they fell to the ground, the black dragon serpent's whole body appeared before everyone. It was a giant beast covered in serpentine scales. As the ancient Saint Clan's geniuses saw the black dragon serpent, their faces became grave. Just as I expected. Lin Yun took in a deep breath and wore a grave expression. He already knew that it wouldn't be easy when he noticed the ancient Saint Clan's geniuses unbothered when those 9th grade spiritual sword beads appeared. He wouldn't be surprised if people like Xiahou Yan weren't interested in the 9th grade spiritual sword beads, but it made no sense that the ancient Saint Clan's ordinary geniuses weren't attracted as well. So he instantly knew something was fishy about those 6 9th grade spiritual sword beads. "It's an indigo dragon serpent." Zhao Yan's breathing became heavy, and his face became ugly. The indigo dragon serpent was a monarch demonic beast at the heavenly Elysium core realm. He could sense the wisp of a dangerous aura coming from the indigo dragon serpent, and it seemed stronger than everyone present. Even Xiahou Yan and Lin Yun didn't give him that dangerous feeling. "No one is allowed to take my spiritual sword beads," the indigo dragon serpent spoke as it swept its eyes filled with powerful sword intent. "This is troublesome." Lin Yun sighed with his face changed. "What should we do now?" Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan were baffled because Lin Yun's trouble wasn't like what they understood. The sword sect is really vicious to prepare this stage. This indigo dragon serpent can only grow strong by devouring spiritual sword beads, and it's been here for nearly a century, waiting to become stronger after devouring spiritual sword beads. So they naturally placed it here on purpose. Lin Yun replied. As for the 9th grade spiritual sword beads, this indigo dragon serpent probably won't give up on the other spiritual sword beads. Aside from the 6 9th grade spiritual sword beads, there were also many ordinary spiritual swords beads. They could easily gather 100 of them if they charged in. But with the indigo dragon serpent around, anyone who dared to get close would be attacked by the indigo dragon serpent. As for the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, it would only be even more troublesome. If Lin Yun was right, the 10th grade spiritual sword bead was already devoured by the indigo dragon serpent. Or rather, the indigo dragon serpent's beast core was a 10th grade spiritual sword bead, which meant they would have to kill it if they wanted to obtain it. The indigo dragon serpent gave everyone immense pressure. This was a monarch demonic beast at the heavenly Elysium core realm, and no one here dared to face it. More accurately speaking, no one was willing to fight it alone. Firstly, it wasn't easy to defeat an indigo dragon serpent. Secondly, there were so many people here. So even if they managed to kill the indigo dragon serpent, it would only benefit others. When Lin Yun swept his gaze over, his expression became grave. The indigo dragon serpent had taken a humanoid form. It was 10 meters in size and wielded rusted chains in both hands. The purple scales on its body were like armor, covering it. But its pupils were the most terrifying part about it. They contained powerful sword intent that was comparable to firmament sword intent. It was born from the spiritual sword bead within its body. But since it didn't comprehend any Tao, it couldn't grasp the genuine firmament sword intent. So its sword intent was rather crude, but it seemed to grasp another method of cultivating by imprinting its sword intent on its body. Humph! You guys are courting death. The indigo dragon serpent looked at everyone while everyone looked at it. When an eerie aura swept out from it, the indigo dragon serpent swung the chains in its hands. No one is allowed to move before I devour all of the 9th grade spiritual sword beads. Anyone who dares to move will die. As for the other spiritual sword beads, this dragon is not interested in them, so I can consider rewarding them if you guys are well-behaved. Simultaneously, a powerful sword intent spread out, making everyone's faces ugly. Even top-tiered heavenly Elysium core realm geniuses would have a hard time fighting it, not to mention greater Elysium core realm geniuses. After all, the indigo dragon serpent was at the heavenly Elysium core realm. Haha! A mere snake like you dares to call yourself a dragon? You must be asking for a beating. Xiahou Yan laughed with a cold light flashing through his pupils. I bet everyone here can tell that the 10th grade spiritual sword bead is inside the indigo dragon serpent, and no one can obtain it or the 9th grade spiritual sword beads if we don't kill it. So I suggest we all work together to kill this snake first. What do you guys think? Xiahou Yan smiled as he swept his gaze over the other geniuses. He and Huang Yanqing knew that the indigo dragon serpent was strong, and they weren't confident about taking it down, even if they teamed up. But it was different if everyone here teamed up. They might be able to retrieve the 10th grade spiritual sword bead from the indigo dragon serpent. I have no opinion about that. This is just a small snake, and it has no position here. Zhang Cheng said. I concur. Chen Bing smiled. What about Lady Yi? Xiahou Yan looked in Yi Ziyun's direction with a playful smile. I'm with young Master Lin, Yi Ziyun replied. Lin Yun was surprised to hear that and was also impressed by Yi Ziyun's thick face. She had quickly treated what happened 2 days ago as something that had never happened. Her words also tied her to him, and Lin Yun wasn't in a position to explain either. Young Master Lin, what do you think? It's fine if you're not joining us, but you can't join the fight for the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Xiahou Yan awkwardly smiled after his face briefly stiffened upon hearing what Yi Ziyun said. Who gets the 10th grade spiritual sword bead after we kill the indigo dragon serpent? Lin Yun asked. It goes to whoever is capable of obtaining it. Xiahou Yan smiled. I have no opinion about that. Lin Yun replied. You people really talk a lot. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Zhang Cheng already charged forth and launched his attack on the indigo dragon serpent. A black sword appeared in his hand and Zhang Cheng swung it down at the indigo dragon serpent, activating the 100 Saint runes simultaneously and unleashing a terrifying sword aura. As sparks flew, the indigo dragon serpent released a roar and swung its chains. Simultaneously, it spat a crimson demonic light from its mouth that contained a vile venom, enveloping the region Zhang Cheng was in. As piercing sounds echoed, something bizarre occurred. Zhang Cheng's sword aura was being corroding under the demonic light. Zhang Cheng's sword aura could also be seen swiftly shrinking away. Soon it would be devoured by the demonic light. Right then, Zhang Cheng unleashed his 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realm aura, causing a massive explosion, and the pressure from the venom was completely erased. Go! Everyone soared to the sky and charged at the indigo dragon serpent, summoning their constellations at the same time. You guys can just focus on collecting the ordinary spiritual sword beads. I'll figure something out about the 9th grade spiritual sword beads. Lin Yun said. The value of the 9th grade spiritual sword beads wasn't any less than the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. So he knew that those ancient saint clans wouldn't relinquish them so easily. If possible, who wouldn't want all 6 9th grade spiritual sword beads? Yi Ziyun and Zhao Yan nodded their heads. They had no objection to that. They mainly wanted to obtain the qualification to become a disciple of a saint at this stage. Meanwhile, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to charge at the indigo dragon serpent. Everyone else was fighting, so he wasn't in a position to just stand and watch, or he would cause public outrage. Most importantly, the indigo dragon serpent was a formidable opponent, and it would be huge trouble if Lin Yun faced it himself. Lin Yun is here, Yi Qing whispered to Yi Ziyun. When Yi Ziyun turned to look at Lin Yun, her eyes shone as she watched him be enveloped in boundless astral energy. The astral energy within Lin Yun's body was so great that it started leaking out. This shocked Yi Ziyun because this was a sign that Lin Yun was about to make a breakthrough to the greater Elysium core realm. Not to mention that it had only been 3 days since they had last met. Lin Yun quickly dashed forth and threw his punch at the indigo dragon serpent. Lin Yun could sense a powerful rebound force when his fist collided with the indigo dragon serpent. The indigo dragon serpent scales were even more terrifying than saint artifacts, and the indigo dragon serpent didn't suffer even a light injury from his attack. Aren't the scales a little too hard? Lin Yun locked his brows. The indigo dragon serpent's physique was stronger than his and Qin Tsang's physique. Then again, only Lin Yun would think about that. A demonic beast's most significant advantages were their physiques and bloodlines, so no one would be foolish enough to clash with a demonic beast head-on. On the contrary, the advantage of human cultivators was their comprehension and inheritance. For example, the indigo dragon serpent had a powerful sword intent, but it didn't know how to use it and could only crudely use it. Not to mention that the indigo dragon serpent's sword intent wasn't refined either. With Lin Yun joining the fight, the sword mound became even more chaotic, while others gathered the scattered spiritual sword beads. The surrounding swordsmen at the outer circle were fighting amongst themselves for spiritual sword beads, while those in the inner circle joined hands to fight demonic beasts. So the outer and inner circles had a drastic difference. After several attacks, Lin Yun took a deep breath and retreated while falling into deep thoughts. The indigo dragon serpent was still vigorous, even after being besieged by 10-odd people, and no one managed to injure the indigo dragon serpent. Until now, they didn't even manage to remove a scale from the indigo dragon serpent, not to mention hurting it. Brother Xiahou, this snake seems to possess some bloodline of the dragon clan. At the very least, its scales are comparable to dragon scales. Chun Bing sighed, looking at Xiahou Yan. Its scales have undergone hundreds or thousands of years of refinement with sword intent. Unless we can break its scales, it'll be hard for us to deal any injuries to it. Xiahou Yan replied. It's not that extraordinary. It hasn't fully refined its scales yet, so it's not invincible. If Brother Xiahou is willing, I believe you can easily break through its scales. Chun Bing smiled. Xiahou Yan merely glanced at Chun Bing before he fell into silence. Chun Bing was secretly signaling that he could use his firmament sword intent, but everyone here was a cunning fox. Anyone here could break the indigo dragon serpent scales if they wanted, but the indigo dragon serpent was an intelligent demonic beast. At that time, it would definitely target anyone who injured it or even drag that person down before it died. Xiahou Yan wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't fall for it. I do have a way. Huang Yanqing smiled and transmitted his voice to Xiahou Yan and Qin Bing. His words changed Xiahou Yan and Qin Bing's faces, and they knew why Huang Yanqing was so infamous. But considering it again, they could see the possibility in Huang Yanqing's method. Lin Yun casually glanced in Xiahou Yan and Chun Bing's direction. He could feel that an undercurrent was flowing. Although he pretended to see nothing, he secretly took note of them. He knew they couldn't be serious about killing the indigo dragon serpent and were planning something. Since that was the case, everyone might as well give up on the indigo dragon serpent. Without hesitation, Lin Yun gave up on defeating the indigo dragon serpent and headed straight for the 6th 9th grade spiritual sword beads. No one dared to make a move before the indigo dragon serpent was killed. If anyone moved, then the feeble alliance between them would instantly collapse. After all, the 9th grade spiritual sword beads might be comparable to a 10th grade spiritual sword bead if they managed to collect a few of them. Let's go. You want to mess with me? I'll show you the consequences of messing with me. Then, Xiahou Yan's eyes flashed coldly. When Lin Yun charged in the direction of the 9th grade spiritual sword beads, Xiahou Yan's party also moved. Xiahou Yan was the first to make a move. When he unleashed his aura, it far surpassed Jiang Cheng and Yi Ziyun, with his sword intent blazing like flames on him. His eyes also turned golden and emitted a dazzling light as a terrifying aura swept out of him. Firmament sword intent. Jiang Cheng and Yi Ziyun were both surprised. Was Xiahou Yan finally going to take out his trump card and fight seriously? Earlier, when they ganged up on the indigo dragon serpent, everyone could tell that no one had used their trump cards yet. After all, they were geniuses on the Elysium core realm. They all knew that they would have to pay a great price to kill the indigo dragon serpent and would pay an even greater price if they were careless. The indigo dragon serpent might seem to be in a pathetic state, but it didn't suffer any injuries. Xiahou Yan turned into a golden light and streaked across the distance between him and the indigo dragon serpent. When he stabbed the indigo dragon serpent, the scales of the indigo dragon serpent began to drop. As blood splashed, the indigo dragon serpent began to sway. It flew into a rage as it glared at Xiahou Yan and roared, "You bastard! You dare to hurt this dragon! You're nothing but a small snake!" Xiahou Yan snickered and retreated. "You're courting death." The indigo dragon serpent flew into a rage, turning into a purple shadow that charged forth. Simultaneously, the two chains in its hands blazed with venomous flames and were swung at Xiahou Yan. But Xiahou Yan snickered as the sword in his hand glowed and easily knocked the chains back. The impact against the chains caused shockwave ripples to spread out. "Let's go!" The four brothers of the Huang clan and Chun Bing charged over without hesitation. "Summon your constellations!" Huang Yanqing roared. Soon after, multiple scrolls unraveled behind them as they fully unleashed their heavenly Elysium core realm aura without any reservations. Their attacks left the indigo dragon serpent in a pathetic state, and it had no choice but to frantically retaliate. "What's going on?" Yi Ziyun was in doubt, but wasn't in a hurry to catch up to them. "Something's wrong," Yi Qing replied. "All of them have the attention of the indigo dragon serpent. Have they thought it through now that they're fighting so seriously? At least it's better than before." Jiang Cheng's voice resounded. But just when he was about to bring out his full strength to kill the indigo dragon serpent, he was stopped by the third brother of the Huang clan. "What are you trying to do?" Jiang Cheng coldly looked at Huang clan's third brother, Huang Kuei. He didn't place Huang Kuei in his eyes at all. He wouldn't bat his eye even if the four brothers ganged up on him. "Hee hee." Huang Kuei smiled. Everything swiftly happened in a split second, and Lin Yun obtained 2 9th grade spiritual sword beads. At that moment, Xiahou Yan's group suddenly spread out after pulling the indigo dragon serpent over. When the indigo dragon serpent saw an opening, it didn't hesitate to charge over. It was no longer as arrogant as before after seeing that these humans were so powerful. It was fine if they fought one-on-one, but if they joined hands, it would be the one to die. So it naturally charged out of the encirclement when it saw an opening. Not good. Yi Ziyun's eyes flickered, and she figured out what Xiahou Yan was planning. Coincidentally, the direction that the indigo dragon serpent charged into was in the direction of Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan. The two didn't participate in the siege against the indigo dragon serpent, but were focused on gathering spiritual sword beads, so they couldn't react in time when they saw the indigo dragon serpent charging over. Get lost. The indigo dragon serpent was touchy, especially after Xiahou Yan's firmament sword intent managed to leave wounds on its body, causing blood to flow. Although the others failed to break through its scales, it was still in pain after taking their attacks. Under this condition, it would be disastrous to anyone who was before it, not to mention that there was no time to react, especially with the massive difference in their strengths. So even if one was talented, fighting the indigo dragon serpent would be hard. As for Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan, there was nothing to say about them. They were only at the lesser Elysium core realm. They might be able to deal with ordinary geniuses at the greater Elysium core realm, but facing an opponent at the heavenly Elysium core realm was different. When the indigo dragon serpent let out a breath, demonic light trapped Yi Xiling, Zhao Yan, and everyone else in that direction before it charged over. It didn't place those people in its eyes and just quickly charged through. But Lin Yun didn't have many changes on his face when he saw this scene. Xiahou Yan, aren't you a little too shameless? A cold light flashed across Jiang Cheng's pupils because they had already agreed to join hands. But Xiahou Yan suddenly used such an underhanded tactic, so it wasn't something he could accept. This scheme came from Huang Yanqing, and it has nothing to do with me. Plus, what has it got to do with you? You just have to watch how the famous flower burial deals with the indigo dragon serpent. Xiahou Yan replied. Just when the two conversed, a pair of golden wings unfolded and emitted a dazzling, sun-like radiance. The wingspan reached 70 meters. When the wings appeared, it immediately overshadowed all the light, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look in Lin Yun's direction. Everyone knew this was a scheme from Xiahou Yan's party trying to make Lin Yun face the indigo dragon serpent alone for them to benefit. To Xiahou Yan, this wasn't only an opportunity for him to take revenge, but he could also take back the Bodhi seed through this opportunity. That works. Isn't this a little too underhanded? Isn't Xiahou Yan the strongest swordsman amongst the younger generation? That bastard! Gongsun Yan cursed out on the stage. He was anxious and worried about Zhao Yan. That son of a bitch! This also drew everyone's attention to Lin Yun, wanting to see how he would do. If he chose to save Zhao Yan and Yi Xiling, this practically meant that he would have to give up on the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Not to mention that he might also be eliminated from the test and couldn't become a disciple of a saint. But Gongsun Yan knew that Lin Yun would choose to save them based on his personality. What happened after that also proved that Gongsun Yan was right. Lin Yun dove down like an arrow, instantly coming to where Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan were. When he unfolded his wings once more, a heat wave containing sword aura swept out. This instantly dispersed the venomous demonic aura, exposing the indigo dragon serpent that was charging over. Get lost! Don't stand in this dragon's way. The indigo dragon serpent was in a terrible mood as sword rays shone from its pupils. Junior brother Lin. But before Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan could react, Lin Yun tapped his foot on the ground and dashed towards the indigo dragon serpent, executing the divine solar lunar fist, dragon sun and moon cauldron. With a roar, a cauldron with dragon runes engraved on it flew out with Lin Yun's punch. Lin Yun had used all 3,800 dragon runes in this attack, instantly sending the dragon sun and moon cauldron flying 10-odd meters out. Lin Yun took 3 steps back as he waved his right hand. The indigo dragon serpent's scales were tough, and it was practically impossible for him to break them without using the firmament sword intent. Now that he looked at it, aside from the wounds caused by Xiahou Yan, the indigo dragon serpent didn't have any other injuries. But even the firmament sword intent couldn't break through the indigo dragon serpent entirely and only left some cracks so that the scales could fall off. The scales were tightly packed without any gaps, so they had to remove the scales to injure it. Continue gathering spiritual sword beads. You guys don't have to care about me. I'll have some fun with this little snake. Lin Yun gave a smile to Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan. Why don't we go? I don't think we can compete over them. Zhao Yan said after a brief pondering. They both knew their cultivation was too low and would be at a disadvantage if they fought with the other party. It wasn't because they were afraid but because they felt bad being a burden to Lin Yun. They couldn't accept that they had to be saved by Lin Yun time and time again. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth with hatred for Xiahou Yan and the fact that he was too weak. Since when are you two so hypocritical? Lin Yun smiled. I have always followed a phrase, which is also my path as a swordsman, something I abide with. What phrase? Zhao Yan and Yi Xiling were stunned when they heard what Lin Yun said. As long as I don't let others down today, others won't let me down in the future. Since that's the case, then why should I hesitate? Lin Yun smiled. When he was done, he didn't wait for the two to reply and shoved them away. The indigo dragon serpent was already charging over. It seemed to have targeted him. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan's expressions became stiff as they pondered what Lin Yun said. "Hey, Empress, are you awake? If you continue to sleep, I won't call you again in the future." Lin Yun transmitted his voice to Lil Purple in the sword box, waking her up. "Why did you call me? I was having a good sleep." Lil Purple rubbed her eyes. "It's for something fun." "Something fun?" Lil Purple's eyes lit when she heard that. Lin Yun smiled as he looked at the indigo dragon serpent charging over. "Let Lil red out in a while. Since these guys want to play, I will play with them, then." He also looked forward to seeing Lil Red's strength in the Dracope form. Lil Red's cultivation had reached the heavenly Elysium core realm after refining the Devour Saint rune, and was wielding the heavenly demonic dipper staff. Since Xiahou Yan's party wanted to play with him, he would play with them and see who could hold on till the end. "Death to those who stand in my way." Just as Lin Yun was conversing with Lil Purple, the indigo dragon serpent that was sent flying went berserk. Not only did the humans gang up on him, but an ant who was only at the lesser Elysium core realm dared to stand in its way. How could it possibly take that lying down? Most importantly, the ant in his eyes even sent it flying back, which was why the indigo dragon serpent went berserk. Swinging its chains enveloped in venomous flames, it charged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't choose to face it head-on. When the two brushed past, he executed the divine sun-chasing art. It brought him high into the sky while he flashed around in the air, giving him the appearance of teleporting around. Every time Lin Yun flashed, he would release a dazzling light that lit up the entire sword mound, causing many people to close their eyes. "You think you can escape?" The indigo dragon serpent's face became even darker as it swung its chains like a madman. Since it took on a humanoid form, it wasn't any slower than Lin Yun in terms of speed. The venomous flames enveloping his chains made the surrounding air feel like a swamp, greatly restricting movements. Simultaneously, it unleashed its monarch demonic aura at the heavenly Elysium core realm, bathing the heaven and earth with its aura, making many people feel suffocating. Under that environment, even a heavenly Elysium core realm genius wouldn't be able to last for very long. "That fellow is pretty strong. The indigo dragon serpent has yet to deal any injuries to him." Huang Yanqing squinted his eyes with his brows locked together. This wasn't a good sign. He wanted to watch Lin Yun get trampled by the indigo dragon serpent before losing his energy. Then again, the best outcome would be the death of Lin Yun and the indigo dragon serpent. Let's just wait and see. He should be reaching his limit soon. Xiahou Yan had no change on his face, as if everything was within his control. Chun Bing stood to the side and smiled. It's not easy to face the indigo dragon serpent alone. Meanwhile, not far away, the face of Jiang Cheng was dark. His gaze was disdainful when he looked at Xiahou Yan's party. But his eyes were flickering, as though he was thinking about something. "You want to help?" Yi Qing asked, looking at Yi Ziyun. Brushing her fringe with a smile, Yi Ziyun replied, "Not yet, not to mention that he didn't beg me. Let him suffer a setback so that he'll know who's the reliable one, or there won't be any value in me helping him." She was surprised to see Lin Yun saving Yi Xiling, and this also made her unhappy at the same time. When she saw Lin Yun being targeted by the indigo dragon serpent, she wasn't worried and was somewhat happy. She was like a hunter wearing a smile, waiting for the right opportunity to make her move. "It's about time." Lin Yun gauged the indigo dragon serpent's strength while he was flashing around. It might seem like he was running all around in the eyes of others, but Lin Yun wasn't someone who wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't confident in. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't retarded. This was the first time he fought a monarch demonic beast at the heavenly Elysium core realm, so he naturally wouldn't clash with it head-on right from the start. "Now let me have some fun with you then. Let's see where a little snake like you got the guts to call yourself a dragon." Lin Yun smiled and stomped his foot on the ground. As the golden crow wings flapped, they unleashed a golden ripple in the air as Lin Yun charged forth. Everyone's hearts trembled because they never expected Lin Yun to charge over. As everyone's attention was attracted, Lin Yun's astral energy unleashed his aura, and circulated the 18 Dragon Phoenix sword aura. He poured them into his fist before throwing a punch at one of the chains. When the two forces collided, a visible shockwave spread out with cracks spreading over the sword mound. An unimaginable scene occurred. Lin Yun was enveloped in a saint aura as he charged forth. The chains that even Xiahou Yan chose to avoid began to shatter under Lin Yun's punch, and the flames enveloping the chains also scattered like fireworks. Run! Quick! Avoid it! Everyone on the sword mound had changes on their faces, fearing that the flames would catch them. The whole mountain range began to violently tremble with an explosion and a cloud of dust. Then, Lin Yun's punch landed on the indigo dragon serpent's scale armor. The rebound force made Lin Yun's body tremble, but the dragon runes on the surface of his skin began to flicker as they negated the rebound force. Seeing that his attack was stopped by the scales again, Lin Yun wore a grave expression because the scales were tougher than his innate Azure Dragon Saint physique. With greed flashing through his pupils, he couldn't help feeling envious of the scales. The indigo dragon serpent charged again, swinging its left claw out. After all, its claws were probably even sharper than many saint artifacts. Lin Yun retreated after throwing his punch. But even so, the claw still swiftly caught up with him. The claw easily tore the dragon runes on the surface of his skin, leaving a few blood marks on his chest. Die! The indigo dragon serpent's eyes flashed with ferocity as it swung the chains it was holding in its right hand. As the chains moved, it instantly enveloped Lin Yun, trying to trap him within. Lin Yun! The faces of Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan changed when they saw this scene and couldn't help exclaiming. They knew Lin Yun would be at the indigo dragon serpent's mercy if he became trapped. The eyes of Xiahou Yan and the others coldly flashed when they saw this scene, especially Xiahou Yan, who quickly said, "That fellow is doomed." Yi Ziyun also became excited because she knew it was time for her to help. She had an aloof psychology toward Lin Yun, wanting to subdue the latter to become her follower. So Lin Yun was no different from prey in her eyes. She waited for Lin Yun to be in danger before stretching out her helping hand. But it was a pity that the outcome would disappoint her. "Sword," Lin Yun softly said. When the flower burial sword flew out from the sword box, he tightly grabbed onto it. When he took a deep breath, his gaze became complicated as he looked at the sword. It had gone through multiple life and death situations with him. The flower burial sword was connected to him through his heart, and it could clearly feel his emotions. So the flower burial sword began to tremble when it sensed that Lin Yun's blood was boiling. "You too," Lin Yun smiled. "I bet. You and I have been bearing it for a long time now." As the flower burial sword trembled even more intensely, even the scabbard couldn't conceal the fighting spirit being emitted as a sword vibration echoed. Since that was the case, he would just turn everything upside down. Lin Yun's smile was devilish as he drew his sword. When he released his firmament sword intent, a powerful sword intent soared to the sky. When the sword rays flashed, they were aiming at the chains that were targeting his throat. Endless clouds. Moon courting. Pricking moon. Rising clouds. Soaring white clouds. Serene aqua sky. Lin Yun instantly unleashed 7 forms of the Aqua Heaven sword technique on the chains. All sorts of phenomena appeared with Lin Yun's afterimages covering the entire sky, and sword rays could be seen everywhere. Lin Yun was alone, but he gave off a feeling like he was an army with all the phenomena reaching the manifestation stage. This left everyone dumbfounded, regardless of those on the barren sword mound or those outside on the stage. "Oh my god! That's the Aqua Heaven sword technique, right? If I remember correctly, that's the test for the second stage, right? Lin Yun mastered it so quickly. He mastered everything. That fellow is too terrifying. I can't believe he reached the manifestation stage in every single form. I thought it was only rumors." Everyone who made it through the 3rd stage broke out into an uproar. "How is this possible?" Qin Bing was shocked. He couldn't believe what he saw. Lin Yun had turned the tables around when he drew his sword, gaining an advantage over the indigo dragon serpent. He even doubted if his eyes were messing with him. He couldn't believe that someone could suppress the indigo dragon serpent all by himself. After all, that was a monarch demonic beast at the heavenly Elysium core realm, while Lin Yun was only at the pinnacle of the lesser Elysium core realm. He could see dragon scales falling from the indigo dragon serpent, and it didn't take long for the indigo dragon serpent to be covered in wounds. As the indigo dragon serpent unleashed its retaliation, Lin Yun's afterimages were swiftly torn into pieces, but Lin Yun's main body was hidden in the sword aura. This scene was too beautiful and perfect. Lin Yun was bringing the Aqua Heaven sword technique to an unbelievable height. Aside from being too perfect, no other word could describe the current Lin Yun. This made the indigo dragon serpent even more insane, wanting to tear Lin Yun's sword aura apart. But Lin Yun's sword aura was as deep as a sea of clouds and became even more ferocious. Descending heavenly river. Lin Yun swung his sword out once more. But the phenomenon was different this time. A figure appeared in the sky, swinging his sword down. As that person overlapped with Lin Yun, a river of starlight was descending. Lin Yun's sword easily pierced through the indigo dragon serpent, drilling a hole in its body. As the indigo dragon serpent released a cry, surges of terrifying demonic light were being emitted from the indigo dragon serpent's body, making it look even more horrifying. The heavy injuries made the indigo dragon serpent's body wriggle while it returned to its initial form. It was a serpent nearly 300 meters in length. It was wailing in pain. As it flailed about, a bizarre black light was being emitted from part of the indigo dragon serpent as it began devouring the surrounding sword aura in order to heal itself. That was the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, which made everyone's eyes light up. The 10th grade spiritual sword bead was hidden within the indigo dragon serpent's body, just as everyone had speculated. Several people flashed as Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and the 4 brothers of the Huang clan charged over. They stood before Lin Yun and wore smiles on their faces. Flower burial is really impressive, and I've seen your strength today. Chun Bing squinted his eyes with an amicable smile. All right, Lin Yun, you can rest now and leave the rest to us, said Xiahou Yan. This scene also shocked everyone who was outside the barren sword mound. Oh my God, aren't these people too shameless? Lin Yun was clearly the one who dealt with the indigo dragon serpent, and they didn't help. But they're standing out now to claim Lin Yun's hard work. Xiahou Yan is really shameless. He probably had this idea right from the start. Isn't Lin Yun a little too pitiful? He was the one who fought the indigo dragon serpent, but someone is going to claim his hard work. Everyone who saw this scene was furious. Previously, Xiahou Yan was the leading swordsman amongst the younger generation, and Lin Yun had to work hard to catch up to him. But now, Xiahou Yan's reputation was entirely ruined. What did you guys say? Do you guys mind repeating that? Lin Yun smiled while looking at Xiahou Yan's party. Lin Yun, are we not clear enough? Huang Yanqing sneered. We're saying that you can get lost immediately, or we'll deal with you as well. Xiahou Yan didn't say a word with his hands tugged together, but the mockery on his face was enough to speak for everything. He was messing with Lin Yun right from the start. No matter what happened between Lin Yun and the indigo dragon serpent, he would be the final winner. So Lin Yun was no different from a chess piece in his eyes. Are you guys sure that I'm alone? Is that the reason why you guys are trying to bully me? Lin Yun asked. Are you not? If you have an alliance, Yi Ziyun and Jiang Chang would have helped you long ago. Xiahou Yan snickered. When Jiang Chang and Yi Ziyun heard his words, Jiang Chang was still fine, but Yi Ziyun's face had turned red with shame. Lin Yun, don't listen to him. If they join hands to bully you, I won't stand aside and watch. Yi Ziyun refuted. I appreciate your goodwill, but I'm not so desperate to need your help. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at Huang Yanqing. Huang Yanqing, did you forget your promise? I only said that I won't make a move against those from the fleeting cloud sword sect. Not you. Huang Yanqing smiled. Furthermore, what can you do to me even if I go against my promise? Do you think you can beat all of us? Haha, don't regret it then. Lin Yun's eyes coldly flashed. Let's go. Xiahou Yan roared upon seeing that Lin Yun had no intention of backing off. But just when they were about to make a move, a roar echoed that instantly enveloped them. What's going on? The faces of Xiahou Yan and the others changed and became grave. Before they could respond, a mountain came crashing down on them, along with a primitive baleful aura. This was because Lil Red had taken the ancient Dracope form and swung its staff at them. Retreat! They quickly retreated, but Huang Yanqing was a little slow and took the staff head-on, causing him to spit blood. As he let out a groan, he summoned his constellation. An ocean of flames allowed his flame intent to start rising rapidly. "You're courting death." Huang Yanqing gritted his teeth and swung his sword, turning half of the sky into a sea of flames. This shocked everyone. Was this the true strength of a genius on the Elysium Core ranking? They never imagined that Huang Yanqing would become so powerful after summoning his constellation. Xiahou Yan and Chun Bing let out a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. After they exchanged a glance, they decided to let the four brothers of the Huang clan hold down the Dracope while they dealt with Lin Yun. At that time, the 10th grade spiritual sword bead would still belong to them. But a bizarre scene occurred. A saint rune appeared on the chest of that ancient Dracope, releasing boundless demonic light. When it opened its mouth, the saint rune on its chest was like a bottomless abyss that sucked in all the flames. This left the four brothers of the Huang clan dumbfounded, especially Huang Yanqing. His face was stiff because his attack had instantly weakened when the ancient Dracope devoured his flames. Before he could react, the Dracope breathed a sea of flames that was mixed with a demonic aura. Simultaneously, the Dracope swung its staff, causing ripples in its path along the way. This caused Xiahou Yan and Chun Bing's faces to change. But the Dracope didn't let them go so easily. It quickly stomped its foot on the ground before chasing after them. The sudden appearance of the ancient Dracope made everyone baffled. Lin Yun was also shocked as he retreated. He didn't expect Lil Red to become so powerful after refining the Devour Saint Rune. As the golden crow wings flapped, Lin Yun went after the indigo dragon serpent while Lil Red held the six of them down. Lin Yun only needed to obtain the 10th grade spiritual sword bead to be the ultimate winner. But two people weren't any slower than Lin Yun. They were Yi Ziyun and Jiang Cheng. As the three traveled together, they went after the indigo dragon serpent. Flower burial, that was impressive. Yi Ziyun smiled. "Didn't you say that you'll listen to me?" Lin Yun smiled. "What is the difference between you and me? If I get a 10th grade spiritual sword bead, Ziyun will definitely give it to young Master Lin if you just say the word." Yi Ziyun smiled. "You guys can carry on and have fun." Jiang Cheng had no idea what they were talking about. He briefly hesitated before giving up on the 10th grade spiritual sword bead and went after the 9th grade spiritual sword beads instead, where Yi Qing was. The relationship between Yi Ziyun and Lin Yun looked ambiguous, and he had no idea what kind of relationship they were in. So he would rather settle for the next best thing available and sweep the remaining 9th grade spiritual sword beads. After all, Xiahou Yan's party was being held back by the ancient Dracope, especially Huang Yanqing, who was being given a beating. Jiang Cheng's decisiveness surprised Lin Yun. Truth be told, he was somewhat afraid of Jiang Cheng, who reached the 2-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm. But he never expected that Jiang Cheng would give up on the indigo dragon serpent. Lin Yun and Yi Ziyun flew across the vast sword mound, weaving through the majestic and lifeless air current as they chased after the indigo dragon serpent. "Young Master Lin, there are no outsiders here. So why don't you understand what's on Ziyun's mind?" Yi Ziyun said pitifully. "I have no idea what's going through your mind." Lin Yun smiled while he winked. "Do you really want me to blatantly say it?" Yi Ziyun wore a hint of bashfulness on her face before she mustered her courage. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" "I do, but not with you," Lin Yun said, turning his head back after glancing in the direction where the indigo dragon serpent fled. Yi Ziyun knew how to act, and he would probably fall for her if he had no life experience. Yi Ziyun looked even more heartbroken after hearing what Lin Yun said. She lightly bit her lips with resolution flashing across her pupils. "If you don't believe me, you can try and give me a palm. I, Yi Ziyun, won't try to avoid it." Hearing what she said, Lin Yun's face changed. But Yi Ziyun simply closed her eyes and waited. But as she was waiting for Lin Yun's palm, she inwardly chuckled. She had used this tactic a lot and was already proficient with it. Knowing it was time to open her eyes, she smiled. "Do you believe me now, my heart?" But before she could finish, a palm flew over that drew her exclamation. This palm was enveloped in firmament sword intent with all 18 Dragon Phoenix sword aura poured into it. So Yi Xiun was quickly sent flying away. "I've never heard such a strange request before. What a weirdo." Lin Yun withdrew his palm, puzzled. Without Yi Xiun around, a golden light flashed behind Lin Yun. He then appeared before the indigo dragon serpent. The indigo dragon serpent was still devouring the surrounding sword intent, trying to heal its injuries. But when it saw Lin Yun, it struggled as it ran for its life. "Are you all right?" Yi Qing gave up competing with Zhang Cheng when he saw Yi Xiun flying away. In the next second, he already appeared next to her. "This is too much." Yi Xiun stomped her foot on the ground with her brows furrowed. "Ouch, it hurts." Because she stomped her foot too hard, she let out a groan. She wasn't injured because Lin Yun wasn't serious with that palm. Lin Yun was only trying to push her away, not to mention that she wore saint armor underneath. But that palm still contained Lin Yun's firmament sword intent, so it was unavoidable for it to soar. "Damn it! That guy actually laid a hand on women." "Yi Qing, can you believe it? He's a scumbag." Yi Xiun cried out, feeling wronged. She couldn't believe that her trick that had worked every time in the past would fail on Lin Yun, causing her to take a palm. "Didn't you tell him to hit you?" Yi Qing murmured. "He hits me when I tell him to? Then what about the love at first sight that I talked about? How can he possibly believe in the words of women? He's simply a scumbag." Yi Xiun snarled, with her face blushing. "Then why don't I bring some men over and cause some trouble for him? Taking down the indigo dragon serpent is not easy, so we might have a chance," Yi Qing said after a brief ponder. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Xiun glared at Yi Qing. "I only said he's a scumbag. I didn't say I want to cause trouble for him. You're really stupid. Don't you have any brains?" Yi Qing's expression became stiff as he sent a weird look at Yi Xiun. But after a brief pondering, he decided not to say a word, or he would be called a scumbag as well. "Looks like you're getting more used to hitting women," Lil Purple mocked as she rolled her eyes in the sword box. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that before he bitterly smiled. It was hard to explain, and Lil Purple was probably talking about An Liuyan's incident back at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. That was really a misunderstanding because An Liuyan was using her charming tricks to take on Su Xiao's appearance. If he didn't give An Liuyan a warning, the latter would definitely take it even further. At that time, he might really fall for her charm tricks, and there was no way Lin Yun would be willing to put himself in a dangerous situation. As for what he just did, Lin Yun was exhausted from seeing people acting before him, and he even felt tired of Yi Xiun when she put on an act earlier. The two might have been traveling together before, but they both had their guards up against each other, which was why they limited their speed and didn't catch up to the indigo dragon serpent. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't turn down her request since she asked for it, not to mention that he also wanted to get rid of her. Besides, he didn't use his full strength behind that palm, or Yi Xiun would still be lying on the ground by now. However, he did not need to explain that to Lil Purple. All of his attention was now devoted to killing the indigo dragon serpent. The indigo dragon serpent was injured, and it was relying on the 10th grade spiritual sword bead to recover from most of its injuries, and this meant that Lin Yun would have some difficulty when trying to kill it. It was a monarch demonic beast, which meant it had a powerful vitality. Regardless of the beast core in its head, it was protected by dragon scales, and it was hard for Lin Yun to break through the scales with his firmament sword intent. As for its other spots, the indigo dragon serpent was 400 to 500 meters in size, so Lin Yun would have to spend some time killing it even if it didn't move. Seeing Lin Yun ignoring her, Lil Purple threw a tantrum. "You woke this empress up, and you're not talking to me. Humph, what a scumbag. Cut it out. I've never hit you." Lin Yun replied as he avoided the indigo dragon serpent's breath. "Scumbags are really forgetful. You hit this empress multiple times and even hit me on my butt." Lil Purple snapped. "You bastard. How dare you treat it as if it didn't happen." I hate you. Lin Yun nearly choked on his saliva and had an astonished expression. That did happen, and Lin Yun didn't know how to explain himself. Thus, he could only bite the bullet. Bullshit. That's the love of when a father hits his daughter. You bastard. Not only are you a scumbag, but you're also a lecher. Lil Purple snarled with her face reddened. Lin Yun also felt a little strange when he said those words. But the thought did cross his mind that it would be nice to have a daughter like Lil Purple, if she didn't like to brag so much. But he soon shook those thoughts out of his head. It wasn't a good sign to become someone's father on a whim. Empress, is there any way to kill this little snake? I'm afraid Lil Red won't be able to last for much longer. Lin Yun asked. Lil Red had to face 6 enemies, and Lin Yun feared it would suffer, especially since Xiahou Yan had the innate sword physique, innate sword heart, and firmament sword intent. Not to mention that he was also ranked in the top 3000s on the Elysium core ranking. Summon your constellation, duh. You should be able to summon 4 paintings now. Lil Purple calmed herself for the time being, since this involved Lil Red's safety. Anything else? If he could, Lin Yun would have summoned his constellation long ago. He chose not to because he had his reservations. Lil Purple suddenly became reliable. Besides that, if you want to kill it quickly, you can use the Myriad Lightning Divine Rune. You still remember the seal I taught you, right? Lin Yun had his concerns about using a Sovereign Divine Rune. But he soon tossed them aside because the Sovereign Divine Rune wasn't at its strongest state, so no one should notice it. As various thoughts crossed his mind, a slimy venomous fog began seep out from the indigo dragon serpent it struggled under his foot. The fog swiftly spread out. Even though Lin Yun shut his pores in time, the venom still infiltrated his body. Lin Yun opened his hand and saw a black mark on his palm. It was swiftly spreading over his arm. He tried to restrain the spread using the dragon runes, but the poison was corroding the dragon runes upon getting closer to them. The entire process was slow but visible to the naked eye. I can't get rid of the poison even with the firmament sword intent. That makes sense since this indigo dragon serpent has been growing in this secret realm. So it doesn't fear sword intent. Lin Yun analyzed the poison and quickly figured out the reason. Young lad. The indigo dragon serpent's hoarse voice resounded right at this moment. It sounded tired and was even gasping for breath. It no longer had the arrogance from before. Lin Yun might seem tiny when he stood on it, but his sword aura was like an endless mountain range, weighing it down. So no matter how the indigo dragon serpent struggled, it couldn't get rid of Lin Yun and was displaying an even more pathetic state. When the indigo dragon serpent spoke, it was much more respectful. It hasn't been easy for me to come this far in my cultivation. Spare my life and I'll spare yours. Otherwise, there's nothing in it for you if I drag you down with me. Let you go? I bet you don't intend to let me off at all. Lin Yun lowered his hand as he stood on the indigo dragon serpent. I bet this venom takes a lot out of you, but it's a pity that you can't poison me to death within 3 to 5 days. So you can't drag me down, and you can also stop trying to buy time. You bastard! The indigo dragon serpent went silent for a moment before it flew into a rage. Suddenly turned its head around and lunged at Lin Yun. Lin Yun already expected that the indigo dragon serpent would try and attack him, but he didn't choose to avoid it. The golden human in his sword ocean began to radiate light. Lin Yun looked devilish as the purple mark on his forehead began to heat up. Simultaneously, he began to accumulate power in the center of his forehead. Divine Azure Annihilation. Lin Yun roared when the indigo dragon serpent was about to bite him. When a golden azure dragon flew from his forehead, the azure dragon's sword soul dispersed, and everything in the surroundings was instantly restricted. The indigo dragon serpent was petrified, unable to move. But that wasn't all. The divine azure annihilation even restricted its breathing, blood flow, and cell movements. This was the strongest attack of Lin Yun's firmament sword intent from his 2 sword souls. After Lin Yun unleashed the divine azure annihilation, he began to form seals. Lightning started to rumble from the secret realm inside his sword box. As the myriad lightning divine runes slowly rose, It unleashed waves of destructive power, using the most primitive destructive aura. The myriad lightning divine rune was born in primal chaos and was the king of all lightning. It soon filled the iris secret realm with a domineering, destructive, noble, primitive, and ancient aura. When Lil Purple stood beside the phoenix tree, the lightning shone on her flawless face, giving her an ethereal temperament. This empress is the divine phoenix races. Lil Purple murmured her title to herself as she reminisced about the past. It was a time when demons could be found everywhere, and she was still a supreme existence. Those memories were simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar, making her feel a sense of vicissitudes. If Lin Yun was in the Iris secret realm right now, he would notice that Lil Purple had grown a little after sleeping for so long. But evidently he didn't have the time. Manipulating the myriad lightning divine rune took everything out of him, turning his face pale. Even the astral energy that filled his violet palace was swiftly being sapped away from him. It didn't take long for a corner of the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron to emerge from the ocean of astral energy. That's enough. Lin Yun's eyelid twitched as he gave up manipulating any more of the sovereign divine rune's power and slammed his palm against the indigo dragon serpent. When he slammed his palm down, the restriction created by the divine azure annihilation disappeared. This meant that the indigo dragon serpent could move once more. It continued to roar and bite at Lin Yun, with no idea of what had just happened. But it couldn't take a bite at Lin Yun. Waves of lightning were pouring into its body through Lin Yun's palm. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the indigo dragon serpent began to shrivel like a deflating balloon. The indigo dragon serpent completely melted away in that split second. Everything from its internal organs, bones, flesh, and blood liquidated. This scene shocked everyone outside the Baron's sword mound, wondering if their eyes were messing with them. After Lin Yun unleashed his attack, the dried-up ocean of astral energy began to surge with waves. It was a comfortable feeling because he had quickly released the million divine astral pellets he had refined. After nearly draining all of his astral energy and recovering it in a short period, cracks began to appear in his bottleneck to the Greater Elysium Core Realm. He was now one step closer to the Greater Elysium Core Realm, and this was a pleasant surprise. Oh my God! Lin Yun was shocked by what he saw when he opened his eyes. It was too extravagant because he didn't even use 1,000th of the myriad lightning divine rune's power. But shortly after, he became nervous and wondered if the 10th grade spiritual sword bead had melted, since the indigo dragon serpent was only left with its skin. Found it! Lin Yun found a fist-sized bead in the pool of blood with 10 rings. This brought a smile to his pale face as he retrieved the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, not caring how dirty it was. When he held onto the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, he couldn't help laughing. Waves began to roar within Lin Yun's sword ocean when he held onto the 10th grade spiritual sword bead, and the golden human involuntarily opened its eyes. This instantly made Lin Yun realize that the 10th grade spiritual sword bead was a treasure, since his firmament sword intent had been stuck in the lesser mastery for a long time. After all, it was challenging to improve the sword intent, even if it was just slightly. Not to mention that he possessed 2 sword souls, and this only made improving his sword intent even harder. Lin Yun had taken it slowly for so long, but the 10th grade spiritual sword bead drew a reaction from his sword ocean when he held onto it. And this was the first time the golden human sword soul showed a thirst for something. Lin Yun, you bastard! You dare to snatch the spiritual sword bead that belongs to me? Xiahou Yan cursed with his eyes bulging out when he saw this scene. He had grasped the firmament sword intent for nearly a year and was stuck in lesser mastery. Even the pinnacle of lesser mastery was far away. As the prince of a saint clan, he had access to much information. Any treasure that could improve the sword intent was costly. Those treasures weren't just rare, they were supreme treasures. This was why he was determined to obtain the 10th grade spiritual sword bead after hearing about it. Thus, he flew into a rage when Lin Yun got it. Lin Yun's expression became weird when he heard that. He didn't know where Xiahou Yan got the cheek to claim that the 10th grade spiritual sword bead belonged to him. But since there was no need to play with Xiahou Yan any longer, Lin Yun soared to the sky. Lil Red, come back. Receiving his orders, Lil Red, fighting with the six, backed off before soaring to the sky. You bastard! You want to leave? Raging flames blazed through Xiahou Yan's eyes as his pupils became gold. His body released a jadeite glow with his heart pumping like a cauldron with immense power coursing through his body. This instantly increased his sword aura by several levels. Chun Bing, who was just beside Xiahou Yan, was surprised before his expression became grave. Everyone knew that Xiahou Yan was talented since he possessed the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. But not many people had the opportunity to see him release both at once. Even Huang Yanqing had only seen it once, and he still felt shocked after seeing it again. When Xiahou Yan thrust his sword, a sword ray 300 meters long flew out and pierced through space. Seeing that this sword was about to land on Lil Red, the ancient Dracope suddenly disappeared. When everyone recovered from the shock, they stared straight at Lil Red, who had turned into a little cat. It was a plump black cat, and no one could imagine that it was the ancient Dracope from before. Since Lil Red returned to its cat form, this also meant that Xiahou Yan's attack missed. Then, Lil Red disappeared in the barren sword mound within a few leaps. The surroundings were a sword mound, so it was dark and lifeless, not to mention that the previous battle had utterly ruined the terrain. So it was practically impossible to try and find it. Did it just run? The four brothers of the Huang clan and Chun Bing were stumped. The Dracope that played around with them and made them into such an embarrassing state ran away? This nearly made them throw out blood, and they couldn't express what they were feeling now, especially Huang Yanqing, whose face turned black. He received the most beatings from the ancient Dracope. Even after he summoned his constellation, the ancient Dracope would use various means to weaken his attacks. Xiahou Yan, why didn't you make a move earlier? Huang Yanqing couldn't help roaring at Xiahou Yan after suffering so much. Although Chun Bing didn't say a word, his face was also ugly as he looked at Xiahou Yan. But Xiahou Yan didn't bat an eye at them and roared, "Get lost! If you two have to depend on me all the time, what use do the two of you have? You guys said that I didn't use my full strength? Does that mean you guys used your full strength earlier?" His words stumped the two, and Huang Yanqing didn't dare to say another word. But his face changed. Xiahou Yan gritted his teeth while he clenched his right fist. He had to bring out his full strength when facing a pet. What would it make others think of him? Most importantly, he didn't think Lin Yun could deal with the indigo dragon serpent so quickly. He was cautious and he had been paying attention to Lin Yun. The beginning was more or less what he had expected. Even if Lin Yun was strong, the indigo dragon serpent was still struggling violently and hadn't reached the point of death at all. But when he turned his attention away for a split second, Lin Yun had already obtained the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. Huang Yanqing and Chun Bing might be unhappy, but he was the most upset person here. "Shit, he's leaving." Chun Bing suddenly spoke up. While they were arguing amongst themselves, Lin Yun easily collected 100 ordinary spiritual sword beads without much effort. Ordinary spiritual sword beads weren't easy to collect because of the intense competition there, but it was nothing for Lin Yun because no one dared to compete with him. Moreover, Lin Yun already had some accumulation, so it didn't take long for him to gather all 100 of them. When he was done, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to immediately leave the barren sword mound and teleported out of the secret realm. It ended? Just like that. Xiahou Yan's face looked stiff, and he couldn't accept this fact. He hadn't brought out his full strength, and Lin Yun wasn't going to stay around to play with him? Look! Flower Burial has come out. When Lin Yun appeared on the stage outside, his appearance immediately sparked an uproar. Lin Yun was now a famous figure even if he didn't clash with Xiahou Yan's party head-on. The scenes of him fighting the indigo dragon serpent were still fresh in their minds. Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan also appeared on the stage shortly after him. They had collected enough spiritual sword beads long ago, but they were worried about Lin Yun, so they didn't choose to come out. "I'm fine. Don't look at me like that." Lin Yun smiled and gave the two a wink. Junior brother Lin, senior sister, Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Gongsun Yan gathered over. "Lin Yun, you bastard. Lil Red isn't out yet." Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. "You bastard. Lil Red took so many beatings for you, and yet you ran away without bringing him along. You scumbag. Lin Yun gave himself a facepalm when he heard that. He had genuinely forgotten about Lil Red. This made him wonder where that shameless cat had gone. Once the test ends, everyone who didn't belong in the secret realm would be forcibly brought out, so Lil Red would probably be sent out as well. Lin Yun, is that your cat? Gong Sun Yen mustered his courage and pointed at a screen. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he realized that everything that happened in the secret realm could be seen outside. Then again, this was something he had already expected because saints would pick their disciples, and they naturally had to see the performance of their potential disciples before making a choice. Now, what was Gong Sun Yen saying earlier? When Lin Yun looked at the screen Gong Sun Yen pointed at, he saw Lil Red, and his expression instantly became weird. Lil Red had sneakily appeared beside an ancient sword and began to chuckle. Haha, that cat is so interesting. It's pretty cute too. Look at it. That cat is amusing. Is it trying to draw that sword? It's trying to leave with the sword in the sword mound. Haha, that cat is really shameless. That's the sword mound, and all the swords there are spiritual. When swords were buried in the sword mound, it meant that their fate has ended, and some would even contain fragments of their owner's souls. So it was naturally impossible for Lil Red to leave with them. When Lil Red failed, it wasn't disappointed. It then began to stroll around the secret realm. Occasionally, it would pick up something from the ground, which instantly made everyone's gazes become weird as they looked at Lin Yun. Your cat is really unique? Gong Sun Yen awkwardly smiled, but he became even more awkward when he realized that no one was paying attention to him. The current Lil Red was despicable and shameless, a great contrast to the ancient Dracope. But Lin Yun gradually smiled when he saw what Lil Red was doing. It was picking up the dragon scales of the indigo dragon serpent. Those were treasures that not even the firmament sword intent could break through, especially two of the scales, which were even tougher than the rest. They were the scales meant to protect the head and beast core. He practically forgot about those, but Lil Red had collected them for him. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling at the thought of this. Since there were 4 hours until the test ended, Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He sat down and started cultivating. He could make a breakthrough to the greater Elysium core realm if he wanted, especially after using the Sovereign Divine rune in his battle with the indigo dragon serpent. So he might as well make use of the time and cultivate now. For hours later, everyone was teleported out of the secret realm. When Xiahou Yan's party appeared, they sent furious glares at Lin Yun. But since they were now on the stage, they didn't dare to make a move with so many eyes around. The test has now come to an end. Anyone with 10 spiritual sword beads can join my sword sect. So please take a few steps back, and those who collected 100 spiritual sword beads can stay behind. The saints will pick their disciples amongst you, Elder Ju Chun said as he looked at the crowd. His voice was soft, but it was no less than a rumble in everyone's ears. Even Lin Yun couldn't help opening his eyes because the saints were finally going to pick their disciples. The 6 saints observing from the clouds since the beginning of the ceremony descended. Their appearances caused an uproar because it was simply unthinkable for 6 saints to appear at once. Even in the ancient barren domain, it was practically impossible for one to meet with a saint. It was hard to meet Samsara Edict realm experts, not to mention saints. When Lin Yun glanced at the 6 saints, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He inwardly sighed. He had no idea why, but he felt terrible at this moment. At this moment, he knew that his disappointment was greater than he had imagined. Turned out that it was his wishful thinking all along. But since the Radiant Sword Saint saved him back on the 9th heavenly path, he would repay it to the sword sect. Lin Yun could feel an itch coming from his hand and lowered his head to see Lil Red licking his hand. Seeing that Lil Red really considered itself a cat, Lin Yun couldn't help wearing a faint smile on his face that made him feel better. He smiled because Lil Red could see that he was disappointed. Wearing a gentle smile, Lin Yun rubbed Lil Red on its head as the latter closed its eyes and enjoyed Lin Yun's caress. When Yi Ziyun saw this scene from the Radiant Snow Clan's party, she couldn't help being stunned. Everyone else was looking at the 6 saints, and Xiaoyan was no exception. After all, saints from ancient saint clans rarely showed themselves, not to mention that this determined if they could become the disciple of a saint. So they naturally didn't dare to be careless. But here was Lin Yun, playing with his cat. Then again, Yi Ziyun had to admit that Lin Yun looked really gentle when he played with the cat, and she could see the gentleness on Lin Yun's face. The more Yi Ziyun looked at him, the more she asked herself if she was worse than a cat. Lin Yun was so gentle to a cat, but he actually hit her? Before the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng came to the Sword Sect, it was the strongest sect for swordsmen in the Eastern Desolation with 9 peaks. They were the Divine Firmament, Scarlet Firmament, Emerald Firmament, Azure Firmament, Profound Firmament, Indigo Firmament, Golden Firmament, Grand Firmament, and Pellet Firmament. But Yu Qingfeng leveled 2 peaks, removing the Grand Firmament and Pellet Firmament. This was why the Sword Sect fell and was no longer a holy land. Amongst the 7 remaining peaks, the Profound Firmament Peak was responsible for forging weapons, while the Emerald Firmament Peak was responsible for refining elixirs. That meant that there were only 5 peaks that passed down sword inheritances. The Scarlet Firmament, Gold Firmament, Azure Firmament, Indigo Firmament, and the Divine Firmament Peak where the Radiant Sword Saint was located. The Scarlet Firmament Peak was the main peak, having the strongest foundation since ancient times. The past sect masters of the Sword Sect were also masters of the Scarlet Firmament Peak. The remaining peaks had their own unique resources and inheritances, so the Scarlet Firmament Peak couldn't monopolize the entire sect. The 6 saints were the Grand Elders from the various peaks, each possessing a different inheritance. Aside from the Divine Firmament Peak, even the saints from the Profound Firmament and Emerald Firmament Peaks have shown up. Zhu Chen greets all the Grand Elders. The gray-clothed elder bowed as he looked at the 6 saints with respect. In the ancient Barren Domain, a clan that produced a saint could be considered a saint clan, and it was a top-tiered force no matter how you looked at it. Saints were the foundations of a clan or sect to be considered a top-tiered force. So aside from those sects with a long legacy, most of a sect's foundation was on the saints. Otherwise, it would be a joke even if a force had existed for tens of thousands of years without having a saint. The 6 saints' appearances were no different from an ordinary person's. If one looked closely, one would realize that something was strange. Even if you could see them, you couldn't register their appearances in your mind. They were enveloped in saint lights that made them look ethereal. They gave off a feeling that they were far from their reach. This was because they were no longer mortals once they reached the saint realm. Who's first? An old man out of the 6 saints, donned in a scarlet robe, asked with a smile. I'll go first. A gray-haired elder donned in a green robe said, This old man is the master of the Emerald Firmament Peak. You can call me Emerald Water Saint Lord. The Emerald Firmament Peak mainly refines elixirs for the Sword Sect, but the Elixir Dao and Sword Dao aren't that different. If you can become a saint through the Elixir Dao, your swordsmanship won't be weak either. Of course, it's somewhat inferior to the other peaks. I won't force it if any of you aren't willing. Nearly 100 people were present, and they all had the qualification to be chosen as a disciple by the saints. Their eyes lit up when they heard what the Emerald Water Saint Lord said. The Emerald Water Saint Lord was humble with what he said. Even if the Emerald Firmament Peak's inheritance was inferior to the others, this still meant that they didn't lack resources, especially when becoming a disciple of an elixir saint. Even if your attainment in the Sword Dao was inferior to others, you would still have a high position if you managed to learn a thing or two. So no one would reject becoming a disciple of an elixir saint. This made everyone anxious as they looked at the Emerald Water Saint Lord. Yi Qing, are you willing to take this old man as your master? The Emerald Water Saint Lord spoke without any hesitation. This clearly meant that he already had a candidate in his mind. His gaze fell onto Yi Qing, who was next to Yi Ziyun. Me? Yi Qing was puzzled. After all, he didn't expect a saint to choose him, since he was mainly here to accompany Yi Ziyun. That's right, you. No one else is more suitable than you to become my disciple. The Emerald Water Saint Lord smiled. Your achievement in Elixir Dao should be the strongest amongst everyone here. Yi Qing was excited when he heard that, but he soon thought of something and asked, Senior, can I give this opportunity to my cousin instead? Her achievement in the Elixir Dao isn't weak, and the Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline has a natural advantage in refining elixirs. Her bloodline is stronger than mine. But Yi Ziyun's face turned dark when she heard Yi Qing. To be chosen by a saint was a great fortune, and yet Yi Qing wanted to give it away? The Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline has an advantage when refining elixirs? Zhao Yan looked at Yi Xiling. This was the first time he had heard that. I don't know, but the Radiant Snow Clan's bloodline can control ice and lightning. It's rare to find anyone who can control both ice and lightning in the Divine Dragon era. So perhaps it has something to do with that, Yi Ziyun said. She left the Radiant Snow Clan at the age of 10, so she wasn't too clear about many things. She has her own fortune. If you don't want to become my disciple, I won't force you. The Emerald Water Saint Lord smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Yi Qing, greet your master quickly, Yi Ziyun hollered. Yi Qing was stunned before he stepped forth and went down on one knee. Disciple Yi Qing greets master. Haha, good. Come over here. The Emerald Water Saint Lord was clearly fond of Yi Qing for a long time. He laughed as he brought Yi Qing to his side after Yi Qing paid his respects. That guy is really lucky? What shitty luck. Xiahou Yun and the 4 brothers of the Huang clan were naturally unhappy. This was because they believed that they were better than Yi Qing. So the Emerald Water Saint Lord was blind to be picking Yi Qing over them. The Profound Firmament Peak's saint stepped forth next. The Profound Firmament Peak mainly cultivated in the way of spiritual runes. So aside from forging weapons, they were also responsible for maintaining various arrays within the sect. Likewise, this saint chose someone no one expected, but no one thought much about it. After all, it wasn't a real inheritance of the Sword Dao. I'm the master of the Azure Firmament Peak, and you can call me the Azure Storm Saint Lord. I believe I don't have to say much for the Azure Firmament Peak's inheritance. You'll naturally understand after becoming my disciple. When the old man in an azure robe spoke, an uproar broke out within the surroundings. They all knew that the main event was here. Everyone's eyes fell onto geniuses like Lin Yun, Zhang Chang, Yi Ziyun, Chun Bing, Huang Yanqing, and Xiahou Yan. They stood out in the 3rd stage and were much stronger than others by a considerable margin. They weren't on the same level at all, so it was likely that the saints would pick their disciples from amongst them. Zhang Chang, are you willing to take this old man as your master? The Azure Storm Saint Lord clearly had a candidate in mind as he looked at Zhang Chang with a smile. But the faces of Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing were ugly since they weren't chosen. They were determined to become disciples of the saints and didn't acknowledge every stage. In their views, only the Scarlet Firmament Peak could be somewhat accepted by them. They never thought of joining the other peaks. Xiahou Yan was under the delusion that he could refuse others, but others had to choose him. While the corner of Xiahou Yan's lip twitched, Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing's faces were ugly because they couldn't accept that they weren't chosen. I'm naturally willing. Disciple Zhang Chang greets master. Zhang Chang naturally had no reason to refuse as he stepped forth. I hope you won't let down the prestige of the Azure Firmament Peak and the Zhang clan. The Azure Storm Saint Lord smiled. He had great hopes for Zhang Chang. Yi Xiling, are you willing to take me as your master? The Indigo Lightning Saint Lord of the Indigo Firmament Peak stepped forth. He looked stern without any expression as he went straight into the topic. This, Xiahou Yan was dumbfounded. Even Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing's faces were ugly as they looked at Yi Xiling. They could accept that the Azure Storm Saint Lord picked Zhang Chang. After all, Zhang Chang was a genius from an ancient saint clan. But why Yi Xiling? They were naturally unhappy about this. With that, only 2 quotas were left for them to be taken in as a disciple of the saints. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became weird as everyone's gazes fell onto Lin Yun, Yi Ziyun, Chun Bing, Huang Yanqing, and Xiahou Yan. This meant that half of them would be eliminated. Why did no one pick Xiahou Yan? Lin Yun wasn't picked either. This is weird. Chun Bing, Huang Yanqing, and Yi Ziyun are also geniuses on the Elysium Core ranking. This is really weird. Murmurs resounded from the surroundings that made Zhu Chun frown his brows, but he didn't give any explanations. Sword fanatic Zhao Yan, are you willing to take me as your master? The heavenly heart Saint Lord of the golden firmament peak smiled. I have been observing you since the first stage. The heavenly heart Saint Lord's words rumbled in the minds of everyone there. This made everyone's faces change. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. There was only one quota left, so Xiahou Yan or Lin Yun had to be eliminated. Xiahou Yan had waves bellowing in his heart, but he still managed to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the faces of Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing had turned pale. They didn't think that they were weaker than Xiahou Yan and Lin Yun, but they weren't confident that they could get the last quota with the two of them around. So did that mean that they would be eliminated? Huang Yanqing and Chun Bing's faces were ugly, and they hadn't recovered from the shock. Zhao Yan, why are you standing there so blankly? Lin Yun pushed Zhao Yan with a smile on his face. If he was a saint, he would also pick Zhao Yan. This was someone who loved the sword from the bottom of his heart, even if he had to give his life for it. This was also the reason why he was called a sword fanatic. Disciple Zhao Yan greets master. Zhao Yan stepped forth after he recovered from his shock. Only the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord of the Scarlet Firmament Peak hadn't said a word amongst the 6 saints. Xiahou Yan believed that the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord would make the right decision. After all, he possessed the innate sword physique, innate sword heart, and firmament sword intent that even Dragon Pulse Realm experts couldn't grasp. As the leader of all swordsmen amongst the younger generation of the ancient Baron domain, Xiahou Yan naturally had confidence that no one could compete with him, not even Lin Yun. Yi Ziyun, are you willing to take me as your master? The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord finally spoke, and his words left everyone dumbfounded. Xiahou Yan's face became dark as his smile froze on his face. He couldn't believe that no saint would pick him. After all, he was Xiahou Yan, he who wanted to become the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. So Xiahou Yan nearly fainted when he wasn't chosen by any saint and even wondered if he misheard it. The Scarlet Firmament Peak was the last quota, and that quota weighed differently since it was the peak that all sect masters came from. But that quota wasn't given to Lin Yun or Xiahou Yan. There was no question that Yi Ziyun was strong, but it was clear that Lin Yun and Xiahou Yan were both stronger than her from their performance at the Baron's Sword Mound. This made everyone feel unbelievable. But instead of picking Lin Yun or Xiahou Yan, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord picked Yi Ziyun. This stumped everyone and made them wonder if they had misheard him. If not, then this meant that Lin Yun and Xiahou Yan wouldn't be able to become the disciple of a saint, as well as Huang Yanqing and Chun Bing, who originated from ancient saint clans. This surprised everyone. Why me? Yi Ziyun asked. She was prepared to be eliminated, but the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord surprised her. She quickly calmed down and wanted to know why the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord chose her. There's a fate between you and the Scarlet Firmament Peak. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord smiled. You don't have to ask too much. You just have to answer if you're willing to be my disciple. In the future, you'll have to stay in the Sword Sect to cultivate, and you won't be able to return to the Radiant Snow Clan anytime soon. This disciple is willing. Yi Ziyun cupped her hands. She was here to become the disciple of a saint, so she was naturally willing. She would just have to figure out the reason why she was chosen in the future. Seniors, may you allow me to interrupt? Xiahou Yan finally couldn't hold back and interrupted with a dark face. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord frowned upon hearing Xiahou Yan's interruption and unhappily said, Speak. How am I inferior to them? Xiahou Yan asked as he suppressed his anger. His heart was filled with boundless rage, and he had nowhere to vent it. What happened today was simply a huge humiliation to him, and there was no way he could accept it if the Sword Sect didn't give him an explanation. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord briefly pondered before he replied, No one can rival your talent in the sword path with your innate sword physique and innate sword heart. It's just that you have no fate with us. Bullshit. Xiahou Yan snickered. I knew everyone from the Sword Sect was blind, so it turns out that you guys have no eyes to see. His words made the 6 saints furrow their brows. Juchen barked, Xiahou Yan, mind your words. I'm not convinced. Xiahou Yan's face was gloomy and cold. He couldn't be bothered with Juchen as he pointed to Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan. Saints can accept these 2 pieces of trash, so why can't they accept me? Give me an explanation, or your sword sect is humiliating me. Xiahou Yan, today. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from saints? Zhu Chun coldly replied. Since the sword sect isn't going to give me any face, don't blame me for not giving the sword sect face, then. Xiahou Yan coldly smiled. So the saints have accepted several talented disciples? Then I wonder which of them dares to fight me. He released his firmament sword intent when he spoke, and his hair began to flutter in the wind. He hovered in the air as he coldly looked down at them, making the faces of Zhang Chang, Zhao Yan, Yi Ziyun, Yi Xiling, and Yi Qing change. They knew that they would lose terribly if they fought Xiahou Yan right now. A bunch of trash who don't even dare to fight me? It doesn't matter. You guys can join hands if you want. Xiahou Yan finally exploded with all the rage that had accumulated within his heart. As a leading figure amongst the younger generation of swordsmen in the ancient Baron domain, he was already giving the sword sect respect by coming over. He came for the Radiant Sword Saint. Not only did the Radiant Sword Saint refuse to take him in as a disciple, the other saints didn't even want to take him in as their disciple. In his opinion, these people should kneel and beg him to join the sword sect. But it was a pity that only Xiahou Yan thought that it would be the saints' honor for him to become their disciple. He was a conceited man, just like how he had no intention of apologizing when his brother was the one who was unreasonable and tried to trick Lin Yun into a bet. He even wanted Lin Yun to return the Bodhi seed. As for why, it's only because he was Xiahou Yan. He believed he had already given Lin Yun some face by talking to him. This was also why he wasn't interested in any saint except the Radiant Sword Saint. But the result was a resounding slap to his face, since none of the 6 saints had an eye on him. So how could he bear that? Zhu Chen's face was gloomy because Xiahou Yan was really pushing it. But just when he was about to speak, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord looked at Xiahou Yan. You can't just look at the present. None of our disciples can compare to you in terms of talent, but talent is just a gauge to see how far one has come. What determines how far a person can go is their character. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord was blatantly saying that Xiahou Yan had a poor character and had nothing to do with the sword sect. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord still gave Xiahou Yan some face. When Lin Yun saw this scene, a smile rose on the corner of his lips, and his favorable impression of the sword sect increased. If a saint took in Xiahou Yan, it would be hard for him to have any sense of belonging to the sword sect. Xiahou Yan's face turned pale with malice surging in his pupils when he heard what the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord said. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord publicly questioned his character, which made Xiahou Yan's face distort as he coldly said, "How interesting! The sword sect is really aloof. Do you guys still believe that you are the strongest sword sect in the Eastern Desolation? You people dare question my character? It is no wonder why the sword sect has been declining. Xiahou Yan, if you continue to be rude, don't blame me for not giving you any face." Zhu Chen's face was ugly because Xiahou Yan was really stubborn. According to what Xiahou Yan said, everything had to go according to his wishes. It was fortunate that the Radiant Sword Saint didn't take Xiahou Yan in back then, or his reputation would have been ruined. "Am I wrong?" Xiahou Yan coldly said. "None of the saint's disciples dares to fight me and need an elder to bully me? Ha ha ha. What a joke. I, Xiahou Yan, stand here today to ask which of the saint's disciples dares to fight me. 3,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng broke 2 peaks with 1 sword. Today, I will sweep through all your saints' disciples. If you guys aren't happy, you can come at me together." His words made the faces of everyone from the sword sect, including the saints, ugly. They were utterly disgusted by Xiahou Yan. What happened 3,000 years ago was the shame of the sword sect, a scar that couldn't be healed. And Xiahou Yan's words were no different from humiliating the sword sect. What was more disgusting was that Xiahou Yan wanted to let the saints' disciples join hands to face him. If the saints' disciples joined hands, it wouldn't matter if they won or lost because Xiahou Yan was already undefeated. If he won, his fame would spread even further. If he lost, then it was the sword sect who was unreasonable to let the saints' disciples join hands to bully him. What Brother Xiahou said is right. Huang Yanqing smiled as he stood out. I, Huang Yanqing, am also unconvinced. How can these pieces of trash become the saint's disciples? This is a world where strong people possess a strong authority of speech. Show us that they're worthy of becoming the saint's disciples with their strength, or the sword sect is nothing but a joke. That's right. I demand an explanation from the sword sect today. Chen Bing also stood out. They were both unhappy that they weren't chosen as the saint's disciples. They initially didn't have the guts to stand out, but they stood out when they saw that there was nothing the sword sect could do after Xiahou Yan humiliated them. The faces of Jiang Cheng, Yi Ziyun, and the others were ugly and wanted to fight. But just when they were about to make a move, they were stopped by their masters because none of them were Xiahou Yan's opponents. If they stood out, they would only be humiliated and make Xiahou Yan even more arrogant. What's wrong? No one dares to fight me. Xiahou Yan's eyes flashed with mockery. Looks like the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng didn't just slice off 2 peaks from the sword sect. He even broke all of your backbones. You guys are nothing but a bunch of cowards now. Xiahou Yan, don't push it. Zhu Chen gritted his teeth. Haha, so what if I push it? What can you do to me? Xiahou Yan laughed. Since the sword sect isn't giving me any face, don't blame me for not giving the sword sect any face in return. It doesn't matter if you guys dare to challenge me because I will become famous after today. 3,000 years later, I might be comparable to the Sword Emperor. At that time, the sword sect will be nothing but a joke. Since he had taken it this far, he was determined to humiliate the sword sect to the end. They said that he had a poor character. Then he would slap the sword sect's face and thoroughly humiliate them. He had nothing to fear because he knew that neither the elder nor the saints could make a move against him. Since that was the case, what did he have to be afraid of? Xiahou Yan was too arrogant, making everyone from the sword sect, including those who had just joined, furiously grit their teeth as they looked at him. But no one stepped forth because it would be embarrassing if Xiahou Yan defeated them. Thus, the surroundings fell into a dead silence as Xiahou Yan looked down on everyone. You dare compare yourself with Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng? I didn't know that you're that shameless. A familiar cold voice resounded. When everyone turned their heads around, their gazes fell onto Lin Yun because no one thought that he, who also wasn't taken in as a disciple, would stand out at this moment. I'm up for it if you want to fight, Lin Yun calmly said as he stepped forth. Who do you think you are? Only the saint's disciples are qualified to fight me. Xiahou Yan snickered. If it was before, Xiahou Yan wouldn't mind fighting Lin Yun and teaching him a lesson. But he had no interest in him because he wanted to embarrass the sword sect. As for the grudge regarding the Bodhi seed, he would deal with him again in the future. Indeed, he's suitable to fight you, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord said before Lin Yun could speak. He coldly continued. But it's not because he's not qualified. It's because you're the one who's not qualified. Xiahou Yan's face changed when he heard that, and he coldly asked, What do you mean? When the heavenly path ended, Martial Uncle Radiant already decided to take him in as a disciple. But Martial Uncle is in seclusion right now, so it's not convenient for him to come out. Otherwise, do you think the 6 of us would be blind to miss out on someone like Lin Yun? Xiahou Yan, do you understand now? You're the one who's not worthy of becoming his opponent. A rumble of thunder echoed within Xiahou Yan's mind with his lips trembling. He recovered from his shock after some time had passed and muttered, how is this possible? How can the Radiant Sword Saint take him in as a true disciple? I don't believe it. That's not true. This was simply too embarrassing. He mocked Lin Yun for not being a saint's disciple and wasn't qualified to fight him. But it turned out that not only was Lin Yun a saint's disciple, he was even the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. This was even greater than becoming the disciple of the 6 saints. Everyone in the ancient barren domain knew that Xiahou Yan wanted to become the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. But he couldn't even see the Radiant Sword Saint himself, not to mention that the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord said that he was the one who wasn't qualified. I'm unconvinced. The sword sect is blind, and the old geezer Radiant Sword Saint is also blind. I'm not convinced. Fight me if you dare, and I'll make sure to cripple you. Xiahou Yan's face was distorted, and he had lost control of his emotions at that moment. As the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord let out a snort, he turned to Lin Yun. "Where's Lin Yun?" "Here." Lin Yun solemnly cupped his hands together. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord continued. "The Sword Sect and Radiant Sword Saint are being humiliated. Someone is looking down on my Sword Sect. He's at the Heavenly Elysium core realm, possessing the innate sword physique, innate sword heart, and firmament sword intent. Lin Yun, do you dare to represent my Sword Sect and fight him?" The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's words echoed like a thunderclap and made Lin Yun feel goosebumps all over his body. He could feel his heart pumping violently as blood raced through his veins. He was surprised by his emotions because it had been a long time since his heart was so pumped. So he was wrong right from the start. The Radiant Sword Saint had already acknowledged him as a disciple back on the heavenly path when he faced Jin Ju of the Profound Sky Sect. He was accepted by the Sword Sect when the 8 sects didn't want him. Since he was already accepted, how could he be accepted again? He was already the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. It's just that he didn't know it. The moment he stepped into the Kunlun realm and Feng Ju made him call him senior brother, he was already stamped with the name of the Radiant Sword Saint from there on. This made Lin Yun laugh at himself for having such a weak heart. "Do you dare to fight him?" While Lin Yun was in deep thought, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's voice resounded once more. Everyone else could feel chills running down their spines because they could sense the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's rage. As Lin Yun raised his head, he replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? I've been wanting to fight him since long ago." "Good. I don't need you to win. I just need you to show this person that even if the Sword Sect's disciples aren't talented, we have no need for someone as despicable and shameless as him. My Sword Sect's disciples can have nothing, but they can't lose their backbone," said the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord with his voice echoing throughout the mountain. "Lin Yun will do his best. I'll ensure that the Sword Sect won't be humiliated by anyone." Lin Yun clenched his right fist. He had never wanted to win a fight as much as he did now. So even if he had to reveal his trump cards, he was determined to put Xiahou Yan under his foot. Everyone quickly dispersed from the stage and even emptied from the vast ground for Lin Yun and Xiahou Yan to fight. Haha! The pride of the Sword Sect has to depend on someone like him. Xiahou Yan's face was terrifyingly cold, and he sneered, "After today's fight, I'll tell the world that not only does the Sword Sect not have any backbone, they're even blind. The Radiant Sword Saint is nothing but a false reputation. Today, I, Xiahou Yan, will sweep over all of the saint's disciples with my sword." They came to the center of the stage, standing 100 meters apart. Since the commotion caused here was too great, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's voice reached the sect. This instantly drew the attention of countless Sword Sect disciples, and they flew over. They were shocked when they looked at the stage from afar. "Boss Huang, can my elder brother win?" Xiahou Yun was terrified by this scene as he cautiously asked. Huang Yanqing's face was calm as he replied, "It's a fight between a Heavenly Elysium core realm and a Lesser Elysium core realm. So what do you think? Not to mention that your brother also has the innate sword physique, innate sword heart, and firmament sword intent. So Lin Yun is just asking to be humiliated by fighting your elder brother." Chun Bing smiled from the side. "Don't worry, we just have to watch and see how Lin Yun dies. The Sword Sect found a good solution. They aren't seeking victory in this fight. How naive. Xiahou Yan is a lot stronger than they have imagined. The Sword Sect will be able to take a step back as long as Lin Yun forces Xiahou Yan to use 70% of his strength. But do you think that's possible?" Xiahou Yun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Qin Bing and Huang Yanqing's words. When he looked at Lin Yun, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He wanted to see how Lin Yun would die. Lin Yun made him act like a clown being toyed with during the second round, but he had been holding back the grudge till now. Lin Yun. Yi Xiling and the others who were accepted by the saints looked at Lin Yun with worry. It wasn't because they weren't optimistic about him, but that this was a tough battle. Xiahou Yan was a famous figure amongst the younger generation, not to mention that he was in the top 3,000s on the Elysium core ranking. This was such a high ranking that even Xianxia and others had heard of Xiahou Yan's name outside of the ancient barren domain. Yizun also looked at Lin Yun, but she couldn't say a word. Rather, she wore a solemn expression and didn't notice that Lin Yun had already been imprinted in her heart. She played tricks throughout her life and tricked herself this time. Those who newly joined the sword sect also looked at Lin Yun, praying for his victory. All of them were young, and they were furious when they heard what Xiahou Yan said. Xiahou Yan's arrogance made many people grit their teeth. Make your move. I'm curious to see what makes you think you're comparable to Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng, Lin Yun said. Looking at Lin Yun, Xiahou Yan wore a smile and calmed down. But there wasn't any warmth in his smile, only indifference and killing intent. I'll let that old geezer, the radiant sword saint, know how blind he is when you kneel before me in a while. When he was done, everyone could see a torrential astral energy surging from his body, bringing along a strong pressure that enveloped the entire stage. The pressure changed many people's faces because they could feel how powerful it was. Xiahou Yan's aura was only at the first-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, but it was already comparable to a 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. This meant he could easily defeat ordinary 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realm geniuses. What powerful cultivation! Those newly joined disciples couldn't help exclaiming when they sensed Xiahou Yan's aura. But Lin Yun wasn't surprised when he sensed his astral energy and the innate saint aura. Xiahou Yan was the prince of the Xiahou Saint clan. Not to mention that he even possessed the innate sword physique and innate sword heart. So it wasn't surprising that Xiahou Yan would have such a powerful cultivation. As dragon runes began appearing on the surface of Lin Yun's body, the sky turned dark with a thunderstorm raging. The azure dragon aura also lifted Lin Yun's body into the air. His astral energy might not be as strong as Xiahou Yan's, but his physique had reached an unbelievable height. The sheer power within his body made the surrounding air tremble. It was as if he was a genuine dragon at this moment. Such a powerful physique was rare even amongst the Dragon Pulse Realm experts. Apart from Qinsong, who had the golden dragon bone, Lin Yun had no fear of facing those in the same generation. Not bad. At least this means that you can take more of my beatings. Xiahou Yan smirked. It's also painful to beat others, Lin Yun said while he stretched his fingers. Heh? Xiahou Yan smiled before he plunged his sword into the ground, causing cracks to spread out on the stage. This surprised everyone because Xiahou Yan had no intention of using his sword, making them wonder if Xiahou Yan was too arrogant. Then again, it would be a great humiliation for Lin Yun and the sword sect if Xiahou Yan managed to defeat Lin Yun without using his sword. Great golden sun wheel. Xiahou Yan clenched his fist and his astral energy, innate saint aura, and flame intent began to converge into a giant wheel of golden light that was nearly 300 meters in diameter. When the wheel rotated, everyone could catch a charred smell in the surroundings. Xiahou Yan had no intention of going easy and wanted to suppress Lin Yun right from the start. He didn't plan on giving him any chance to catch his breath. He wanted him to feel despair till his death. He wanted the saints of the sword sect to regret it, and he wanted everyone to know that it was the sword sect's loss for not taking him in. As a dragon roar erupted from Lin Yun's body, he clenched his fist with all the dragon runes rushing to his hand before he threw a punch out. When he threw his punch, the clouds shook as the purple golden light collided with the golden flaming wheel, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. When the shockwave swept out, Lin Yun disappeared and appeared behind Xiahou Yan, reaching out with his right hand, Azure Dragon Grasp. As the sky turned dark with a thunderstorm raging, a gigantic dragon claw reached out from the thunderclouds and enveloped Xiahou Yan. This surprised Xiahou Yan because Lin Yun wasn't using his sword either. This instantly made his face sink as he reached out. Flames then converged and formed a giant 30-meter sword. When the dragon claw grabbed onto the giant flaming sword, the vortex at the center of the claw failed to devour that flaming sword. The giant sword and dragon claw then dissipated. This was the first time that Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Grasp had failed him. There was something weird with Xiahou Yan's attack, and it seemed like there was a reason why Xiahou Yan was known as the strongest swordsman amongst the younger generation when there were so many geniuses in the ancient barren domain. You're still too tender to fight me. I, Xiahou Yan, have never experienced a defeat since I made it on the Elysium core ranking, and it won't be an exception today either. Xiahou Yan responded after he took Lin Yun's attack head-on. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just one breath before Xiahou Yan barked, "It's your turn to take my palm now." A colossal flaming palm began forming above Lin Yun with Saint runes at the center of it. This made the hand look like a bright sun, and its heat could destroy anything in the world. Before the palm fell, a series of explosions made it look like the palm held onto a sun. That's the Great Sun subduing palm. This is a ghost spirit martial technique. The Great Sun Saint Rune and Great Sun Intent? Is this guy a monster? The faces of Yi Ziyun, Jiang Chong, and others changed when they saw this scene. Did you think you can fight me? I don't have to draw my sword to make you beg me for mercy. Today, I'll show everyone that the sword sect is a joke. Xiahou Yan arrogantly laughed. When Xiahou Yan executed the Great Sun subduing palm, none of the elders or disciples of the sword saint could remain seated. They knew Xiahou Yan was strong, but they never imagined that he would be this strong. They understood why Xiahou Yan was confident enough to not draw his sword when facing Lin Yun. Flower burial, kneel before me. Xiahou Yan roared as the Great Sun Saint Rune bloomed as the entire palm descended. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at the flaming palm, his gaze had become grave. He was surprised by the power of the ghost spirit martial technique, which exceeded his expectations. If he still wasn't going to draw his sword, it would be somewhat troublesome for him to face it. Then again, it was only some trouble. What Lin Yun did next surprised everyone. He took a deep breath and stomped his foot on the ground, soaring to the sky just when the flaming palm was about to land. Everyone was stunned by what Lin Yun did. That flaming palm was terrifying and even had the Great Sun Saint Rune in it, so wasn't directly charging at it the same as courting death. But Lin Yun was too fast. He was so fast that they didn't even have the time to think. Lin Yun began to form a seal with his hand, and the blood flame divine rune began to blaze on his chest. This caused all the dragon runes on the surface of his body to ignite as he clashed with the flaming palm head-on. The ignition of the blood flame divine rune significantly boosted his power, bringing his physique to an unbelievable height. This made Xiahou Yan snort as he made a grab for Lin Yun before they were about to collide. "You're just an ant in my eyes. Now you can die." Xiahou Yan's eyes were cold. He had lost control of his emotions when he learned that Lin Yun had become the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. When the flaming palm clenched together, it turned into a blazing fireball that looked like a miniature sun. This made everyone's faces change with their jaws wide open. Ghost spirit martial techniques were terrifying. So, even if Lin Yun didn't die in it, he would probably be heavily crippled. This ghost spirit martial technique doesn't seem so impressive after all. A voice resounded from the fireball. This made everyone's heart pump. They knew Lin Yun was still alive and had not lost the strength to fight. Xiahou Yan was surprised before his face changed with murdering intent surging in his pupils. Just when everyone was wondering what was going on, a dragon roar echoed from the miniature sun as cracks began to spread out, allowing a wave of true dragon aura to seep out. When the dragon's roar echoed, the miniature sun burst like a firework, and a purple-golden azure dragon appeared from it, with Lin Yun standing on its head. While standing on the dragon's head, Lin Yun looked like a deity that was born from the sun. When the dragon aura swept out, the sky turned dark once more, and everyone was shocked to discover that Lin Yun came out unscathed under Xiahou Yan's attack. How is this possible? Xiahou Yan widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Looks like I didn't drink the golden dragon bone soup for nothing, Lin Yun murmured to himself. When he looked at Xiahou Yan, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth because it was time for them to have some fun. Reaching out with his index finger, he scraped his nails on his right palm, opening a wound. As blood flowed from the wound, Lin Yun squatted down and slammed his palm on the head of the azure dragon. As he injected his blood into the azure dragon began to grow and swiftly reached 300 meters in size. The thunderclouds had spread over a radius of 8,000 miles with the azure dragon at the center. This made everyone exclaim as they watched the azure dragon charge at Xiahou Yan while emitting a true dragon aura. This made Xiahou Yan raise his brow. But just when he was about to raise his hand, the azure dragon had already slammed into him and sent him flying away as he let out a groan. Lin Yun smiled when he saw this scene. Then he stomped his foot on the azure dragon and appeared before Xiahou Yan just as he landed on the ground. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Heaven and Earth Unite. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron. Divine Solar Lunar Fist, Eternal Light. As various phenomena appeared, Lin Yun unleashed the 3 ultimate moves of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Taking the 3 consecutive blows, Xiahou Yan finally couldn't take it anymore and threw out a mouthful of blood. This scene left Xiahou Yun, Bai Zhanli, and others dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping off. Everything happened too quickly. Xiahou Yan still held the advantage just a moment ago with his ghost spirit martial techniques. So who could have thought that Xiahou Yan would be sent flying away in one breath's time? This punch is to tell you that the sword sect cannot be humiliated. Lin Yun's face flashed with murderous intent as he stomped his foot on the ground, charging at Xiahou Yan together with the azure dragon. He had no intention of letting Xiahou Yan catch his breath. His fist was like a sword that was being thrust forth. As Lin Yun threw out more punches, azure birds began to appear, using his fist to execute the fleeting cloud 13 swords. This instantly left Xiahou Yan dumbfounded. But since he didn't have his sword, he could only take a one-sided beating from Lin Yun. But Lin Yun's eyes were cold as he threw out his punches. Since Xiahou Yan wanted to act before him by not drawing his sword, Lin Yun would show him who would be the one taking a beating. Xiahou Yan took 10-odd punches in such a short moment and was soon covered in blood. When Lin Yun was done executing the fleeting cloud 13 swords, the 13 azure birds merged into an azure sword that enveloped Xiahou Yan. Lin Yun turned around in midair and balled his fists together, converging all of his sword aura into his palm. Xiahou Yan tried his best to resist by unleashing dazzling flames from his body. But his resistance was futile. Lin Yun's punch was radiating brightly. Taking the punch head-on, Xiahou Yan threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. When he landed on the ground, he staggered and took several steps back before he fell to one knee. When Lin Yun took a deep breath, the azure dragon coiling around him soared to the sky, looking like a real dragon with flesh and blood. This was unbelievable to everyone. Their eyes were wide open, looking at this young man. A ruthless light flashed across Xiahou Yan's pupils as he slammed his palm onto the ground. When he got back up, his skin was giving off a radiant jadeite glow. That was the innate sword physique. But that wasn't all. His heart was starting to pump violently. This was his innate sword heart. When Xiahou Yan brought out the innate sword physique and innate sword heart once more, the majority of his injuries instantly recovered. This scene left many people dumbfounded. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Pushing the innate sword physique and innate sword heart to the limit, Xiahou Yan appeared before Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. When he raised his hand and pushed his palm out, a powerful aura swept out from his body, along with a boundless sword aura. Xiahou Yan had resorted to using his firmament sword intent. This made everyone's faces change as they subconsciously closed their eyes. Just what kind of monster was Xiahou Yan? Not only did he grasp the innate sword physique and innate sword heart, he even grasped the firmament sword intent. His palm was directed at Lin Yun, trying to knock him to the ground. Do you think you're the only one with the firmament sword intent? Sorry, but I have it too. Lin Yun snorted as the 2 sword souls in his sword ocean were activated. As the 2 sword souls overlapped, they turned into a boundless sword aura that made Xiahou Yan's firmament sword intent seem dim in comparison. Lin Yun countered and slapped Xiahou Yan, causing Xiahou Yan to fall to his knees with his cheek swollen. You! Xiahou Yan instantly lost it, but just when he wanted to get back up, he took another slap from Lin Yun that sent him flying away. This slap is to tell you that the Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated. Lin Yun roared. Xiahou Yan rolled on the ground after he was sent flying away by Lin Yun's slap. After rolling across the ground, He landed where he had plunged his sword earlier. With swollen cheeks, he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. Dual sword souls. Xiahou Yan was shocked as he looked at Lin Yun. Everyone on the stage was stumped, and even the elders were shocked. Dual sword souls were extremely rare, and they now knew why Xiahou Yan was suppressed even after using his innate sword physique and innate sword heart. Chun Bing, Huang Yanqing, how long will you guys watch for? Xiahou Yan yelled as he coldly glanced at the two. But this changed Chen Bing and Huang Yanqing's faces because Xiahou Yan was insane to try and drag them down. Although they were also unhappy, they maintained their rationale and knew not to disrespect the saints. Xiahou Yan had utterly lost it, taking the opportunity that no one who was higher in cultivation than him would make a move against him, especially after knowing that Lin Yun had become the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. This made his heart even more distorted, and he lost his rationale. Humph, do you think he'll let you guys go in the future if you don't step on him right now? Think about what you guys have done at the Barren Sword Mound. Xiahou Yan swept his gaze at Huang Yanqing and continued, especially you, Huang Yanqing, trying to find helpers? Didn't you say you'll sweep through all the saints' disciples in the sword sect by yourself? Lin Yun said as he stepped forth. This made everyone in the surroundings look at Xiahou Yan with contempt. Xiahou Yan was arrogant earlier, putting himself on the same level as the Sword Emperor. But he had practically used all of his trump cards, aside from summoning his constellation, and he couldn't do a thing to Lin Yun. If he summoned his constellation and was defeated by Lin Yun, Xiahou Yan would become the biggest joke in the ancient Barren domain. So Xiahou Yan had panicked. He had too much to lose, and he gradually regained his rationale when he became nervous. After thinking about how he humiliated the saints earlier, he couldn't help but panic. This was why he wanted to drag Chen Bing and Huang Yanqing down with him. That guy is shameless. Lin Yun won't bother with him, right? Yi Ziyun said with contempt in her eyes. Yi Qing and others also had mockery in their eyes after seeing how disgusting Xiahou Yan was. Then again, they were also shocked by Lin Yun's strength. Xiahou Yan's face changed as he reached for his sword and pulled it off the ground. After pulling his sword, he took several steps back to distance himself from Lin Yun. As his eyes flickered, Xiahou Yan swiftly calmed down and snickered. The Radiant Sword Saint is one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. As his disciple, don't tell me you don't dare to fight the 3 of us? Didn't you say that the sword sect cannot be humiliated? Didn't you say that the Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated? It looks like there's nothing impressive about you after all. Everyone was left speechless because they never expected that Xiahou Yan would say something so shameless. Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing also exchanged glances before they fell into deep thoughts. What Xiahou Yan said did make sense. If they didn't step on Lin Yun today, they would definitely suffer if they ran into him in the future. The reason was simple. This was because, if they were in Lin Yun's position, they didn't think they would let them go so easily. Thus, a decisive light flashed across Huang Yanqing's pupils as he said, I have no intention to disrespect the sword sect, but I'm unconvinced as to why these people can become the saints' disciples. So I'm only standing out to demand an explanation. I'm also unconvinced and demand an explanation from the sword sect. Chen Bing also spoke out. Since you guys aren't convinced, you guys can come at me together. Lin Yun said with a cold light flashing across his pupils. Since they wanted to join hands, why waste so much time talking? Lin Yun would just fulfill their wish. Lin Yun's words caused an uproar and everyone's faces changed as they looked at Lin Yun. They were shocked by what he said. Lin Yun wanted to face Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing by himself? Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing weren't weak, since their ranking on the Elysium Core ranking wasn't any lower than Xiahou Yan's. The 3 of them together weren't the same as the 7 Saint Clans princes previously joining hands. This was a completely different concept. Lin Yun. Zhu Chun also furrowed his brows and wanted to stop Lin Yun. It's fine. They're right and we have to convince them. I'll fight. Representing the Sword Sect and Radiant Sword Saint today. Lin Yun indifferently replied. Ha ha ha. Don't regret it, Lin Yun. Xiahou Yan laughed and charged with his sword. not giving Lin Yun the chance to back down from his words. When Xiahou Yan drew his sword, his firmament sword intent soared to the sky. As a swordsman, it was entirely different when he had a sword in his hand, and Xiahou Yan's sword aura was 10 times stronger than before. Brother Lin, sorry about this. Chen Bing and Huang Yanqing also charged after recovering from their shock. When they drew their swords, their sword intents were at the pinnacle of sky sword intent. But that wasn't all. Huang Yanqing was enveloped in flames, while Chen Bing had lightning flickering on the surface of his body. Since they could make it to the Elysium core ranking, they were naturally strong. They were stuck in the sky sword intent for a long time, so they could only strengthen their sword intents by integrating them with other martial intents. This would barely bring their sword intents to the same level as the firmament sword intent. When their 3 sword auras overlapped, they formed into a powerful pressure that made the faces of everyone in the surroundings change. But Lin Yun merely took a deep breath and slowly stepped forth, allowing their sword auras to envelop him. When he took 3 steps out, his aura abruptly exploded with dazzling light emitting from his pores. At this instance, he had broken through his bottleneck and reached the Greater Elysium Core Realm. After reaching the Greater Elysium Core Realm, the astral energy in Lin Yun's Violet Palace expanded once more, growing from 3,000 meters to 10,000 meters. Even his Elysium core with the Golden Crow Saint rune engraved on it began to grow until it reached the size of an adult human's fist. The breakthrough filled Lin Yun's body with boundless energy. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck, and everything had gone just as he had planned. He used Xiahou Yan, Chen Bing, and Huang Yanqing's sword auras to help him break through the shackles and reach the Greater Elysium Core Realm. Lin Yun waved his hand with a smile and summoned the Flower Burial Sword. When he grabbed onto the Flower Burial Sword, a sword vibration rang out, and Lin Yun's voice resounded, "Thank you for helping me make a breakthrough." With the Flower Burial Sword in his hand, Lin Yun's firmament sword intent started to climb. But that was far from over. Consecutive dragon roars were echoing from within his body. A terrifying azure dragon aura was being emitted from his body and fused with his firmament sword intent. An unbelievable scene occurred as Lin Yun's sword aura surpassed Xiahou Yan, Chen Bing, and Huang Yanqing's combined sword auras. When his sword aura clashed with them, Huang Yanqing gritted his teeth. That guy used us to help him make a breakthrough. Damn it! Xiahou Yan, Chen Bing, and Huang Yanqing's faces were ugly, with their smiles frozen on their faces. But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't stop there. He leaned forth, dashing like a golden crow and clashing swords with Xiahou Yan. The collision made sparks fly around and forced Xiahou Yan to take 2 steps back. As Lin Yun flicked his wrist, he was divided into 2, using a sword to block Chen Bing and Huang Yanqing's attacks. As a cold light flickered in his pupils, Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground after he knocked the 3 of them back. Soaring into the sky, his boundless sword aura clashed against the 3 of them. This made Xiahou Yan, Chen Bing, and Huang Yanqing's faces change because they could feel an immense pressure pressing down on them. Endless clouds. Moon courting. Pricking moon. When Lin Yun attacked, he unleashed 3 powerful sword techniques against the 3 of them. His sword aura turned into a boundless lake with a moon hidden at the bottom of it. Lin Yun looked like a sword immortal at this moment as he moved around, giving everyone the illusion that he was dancing with his sword. With a gentle smile, Lin Yun flicked his wrist, and the moon flew out from the bottom of the lake. As his boundless sword aura exploded, the moon collided with the 3 of them, sending them flying back with blood dripping from their lips. The Aqua Heaven Sword Technique. Zhu Chen's lips trembled as his eyes became watery. He was responsible for the second stage, so when he saw Lin Yun performing the Aqua Heaven Sword Technique again, he still lost control of his emotions. The 6 saints exchanged glances and could see the unconcealable shock in each other's eyes. They instantly knew that Lin Yun was a true genius in the way of swords. They had witnessed how he comprehended this sword technique and how he summoned the Holy Spirit back then. But in just half a month, Lin Yun's Aqua Heaven Sword Technique had improved even further, giving them a feeling that it was about to break through the manifestation stage, which shocked them. Rising clouds. Vast aqua sky. Serene aqua sky. Soaring white clouds. Lin Yun's swordsmanship became faster and faster until his figure became blurred. He was facing 3 opponents at once, but Xiahou Yan's group of 3 felt powerless before him as they struggled to fend off his attacks. Descending heavenly river. When the various phenomena overlapped, Lin Yun thrust his sword out. All the phenomena combined and a figure appeared on the moon, performing the same sword technique. When Lin Yun overlapped with that figure, a boundless river covered in starlight gushed forth. Before Lin Yun's attack, Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing's sword auras collapsed and they were sent flying away. The 3 were filled with wounds, covering them in their own blood. But they weren't pushovers. They gritted their teeth with murderous intent surging in their pupils when they were sent flying back. Flaming Purgatory / God Star Destruction. Great Sun Void / They seized the opportunity after Lin Yun unleashed his attack to counterattack, using their strongest attacks. The surrounding audiences exclaimed in surprise and covered their mouths. But Lin Yun didn't panic. He stepped back while raising his sword in front of his chest. When he took the 7th step back, he realized he had no path of retreat as the 3 powerful attacks were about to envelop him. Since there was no path of retreat, he would just open a path for himself. Raising his brow, 12 afterimages flew out from his body, and each afterimage performed a sword technique, performing the entire Aqua Heaven sword technique in just one breath. But that wasn't all. Those 12 afterimages were divided into 36 afterimages, performing 3 different forms of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. This filled the surroundings with various phenomena and sword rays as they intertwined. 36 different intents and 36 different phenomena bloomed at the same time. When all 36 afterimages overlapped, Lin Yun's sword aura exploded with the light of a Holy Spirit shining brightly. Shortly after, a dragon roar echoed as a flawless divine white dragon flew from his body. The corner of Lin Yun's eye curved up to a smile. As the white dragon flew out, his long sleeves looked like the clouds and his azure clothes looked like an ocean. The flames created by Huang Yanqing's attack collapsed in a split second and a bloody hole appeared on his chest before he was sent flying back. The sword made of lightning also shattered into pieces while Chen Bing suffered a backlash. His face turned pale, and he threw out a mouthful of blood. The bright sun from Xiahou Yan's attack also dissipated, as if it was doused with water. This also made Xiahou Yan's innate sword physique dim. Lin Yun elegantly landed on the ground as he looked at the 3 with the flower burial sword in his hand. He was donned in an azure robe, carrying a sword box on his back, and an azure dragon was coiled around him. The purple mark on his forehead only made him look more ethereal and devilish. At this moment you could find all the beauty in the world on Lin Yun, which wasn't an exaggeration. Summon your constellations. Xiahou Yan slammed his palm onto the ground. 3 paintings unfolded behind them when the 3 got back on their feet. The summoning of a constellation was the strongest and last resort of any cultivator. But this also meant that they would be finished with no way of turning the table around if they failed. But they didn't have any other choice but to resort to summoning their constellations. Their sword techniques, sword intents, and physiques had lost to Lin Yun, so they could only take the final gamble. When the 3 constellations appeared and lit the mountain, their smiles soon froze on their faces before they could even rejoice. They saw 3 paintings flying out of Lin Yun. This made their jaws drop as disbelief filled their pupils. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. Their constellations dimmed when Lin Yun's Aurora Dragon painting opened up. Kuanping rises with the wind like the sun, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. Fine cracks started to appear on their constellations when the Kuanping painting appeared. The phantom of the flying serpent bewitches all, disrupting both the circulation of stars and directions. The flying serpent painting dealt the last blow and Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing's paintings crumbled. They could feel the primitive aura crashing down on them. Although they did their best to resist, it was futile and they fell to their knees on the stage. None of their constellations were weak, but it was a pity that they ran into Lin Yun. Since the 3 were heavily injured, they could no longer pose any resistance after their constellations collapsed. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and turned to the 6 saints, cupping his hands together. Disciple Lin Yun has accomplished his task. Those who humiliated the sword sect are now kneeling on the ground. I ask the saints to give out punishment as a warning to everyone. Lin Yun's words made those who had just joined the sword sect cheer with their blood boiling. This was a real swordsman, and they were filled with respect for him. On the contrary, Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing's faces turned red as they knelt on the ground. They were naturally unconvinced, but they suffered severe injuries from that divine white dragon. Only Xiahou Yan was slightly better amongst the 3 because of his innate sword physique, but even he was covered in blood, especially the wound on his chest. It had broken all of his ribs. As for Chun Bing and Huang Yanqing, their conditions were even worse. Not only could they not put up a fight anymore, their meridians were even damaged. The 6 saints exchanged glances before their eyes were filled with approval as they looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was eloquent with his words. He defeated the 3 but left the punishment to the saints, proving that he had genuinely accepted the sword sect. Lin Yun, well done. The sect will reward you when you join us. So, you can step down for now. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord said, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded and recalled his constellation, the Holy Spirit, and the Azure Dragon back into his body. When the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord appeared before Xiahou Yan's group of 3, their faces changed as they felt a chill run down their spines, especially Xiahou Yan. His face was pale when he suddenly thought of something and became horrified. In the past, he only felt that saints were strong, but he didn't feel that much pressure from them. But when a saint stood before him today, he could feel a tremendous pressure that crashed down even when the saint didn't release his aura. Xiahou Yan, what else do you have to say? The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord coldly asked. Xiahou Yan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. The 3 of them ganged up on Lin Yun, but they were the ones who were defeated. He knew that he had become an utter embarrassment after today. I have nothing to say. Xiahou Yan's lips trembled as he gritted his teeth. Good. You have nothing to say, but I have something to say. As a prince of the Xiahou Saint clan, there's a saint in your clan. So, I wonder if you know the punishment for humiliating a saint. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord solemnly asked. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's words made Xiahou Yan's face pale because the thing he was terrified of ultimately came. He trembled in fear as he recalled what he said earlier when he lost control of his emotions. It was fine to win since the Sword Sect's saints wouldn't dare to punish him. The Sword Sect would become a joke then, so they wouldn't have the cheek to punish him. The seniors of his clan would also stand out for him if he was punished. But he lost miserably. Not only did he embarrass himself, he even embarrassed the whole Xiahou Saint clan. Even if the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord killed him now, the Xiahou Saint clan wouldn't say a word about it. Likewise, if someone provoked the Xiahou Saint clan and humiliated their saint, they would only have a terrible end. So there was no way the Xiahou Saint clan could protect him, not to mention that they couldn't, even if they wanted to. Saint clans and ancient saint clans were different, even if they had saints in their clans. They didn't have the same foundations. So Xiahou Yan finally panicked with his lips trembling. Xiahou Yan. Saints cannot be humiliated. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord indifferently looked at Xiahou Yan. Xiahou Yan's face was as pale as paper. He replied with a trembling voice, I know. Very good. I won't take your life, but you must be punished for your actions. I will abolish 10 years of your cultivation. Do you have any objections? When the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's voice resounded, it left the geniuses from the Xiahou Saint clan dumbfounded. 10 years of cultivation? Xiahou Yan was at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm now. He hadn't even reached the Empyrean realm 10 years ago. No. Senior. Please spare me. Xiahou Yan madly smashed his head against the ground, and it didn't take long for his forehead to be covered in his own blood. But the Sword Sect's disciples didn't have any pity for Xiahou Yan. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked at him. If he knew that he would be punished, why did he humiliate the saints? They could only say that Xiahou Yan deserved it. With 10 years of his cultivation abolished, There would be no Xiahou Yan in the future because of the intense competition in the ancient barren domain. Xiahou Yan would be no different from a cripple. If he was a talent with a bright future, he would be finished with 10 years of his cultivation abolished because everyone would be stronger than him. Xiahou Yan acted high and mighty in the past, stepping on many people to forge a name for himself. So one could imagine how those whom he crippled in the past would enact revenge against him. "Forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm sorry." Xiahou Yan burst into tears. If he became crippled, he wouldn't even be able to return to the Xiahou Saint clan. He would instantly fall from the position of a prince and become the center of all mockery. Xiahou Yan. Saints cannot be humiliated. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord indifferently continued before putting his palm on Xiahou Yan's head. The pain made Xiahou Yan's face distort as he let out a piercing scream. His cultivation began to rapidly plummet from the heavenly Elysium core realm down to the heavenly soul realm. But that wasn't all. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord destroyed Xiahou Yan's sword intent as well, the firmament sword intent that Xiahou Yan was so proud of. It didn't take long for Xiahou Yan's sword intent to plummet from firmament sword intent to spiritual sword intent, and everyone in the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The method of a saint was too terrifying, and this punishment was simply unbearable to watch. After all, it wasn't easy for Xiahou Yan to come this far in his cultivation and sword intent. But he was crippled now. Everyone knew there would be no Xiahou Yan in the future because Xiahou Yan would hide for as long he could and live anonymously for the rest of his life. Everyone now understood the weight of those words. Saints couldn't be humiliated. When the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord let go of Xiahou Yan, the latter threw out a mouthful of blood before he collapsed to the ground. "Ha ha ha!" Xiahou Yan laughed maniacally. "I, Xiahou Yan, admit that I'm not strong enough today, and I acknowledge my punishment. But I'm not convinced. Why won't the Radiant Sword Saint take me as his disciple? I'll make the Sword Sect regret it in the future." When he was done, he staggered and left. No one from the Xiahou Saint clan went to help him. Not even his younger brother, Xiahou Yun. Xiahou Yun hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to step forth. After today, Xiahou Yan was no different from a disabled person and would be known as the sinner of the Xiahou Saint clan. So anyone who was associated with him would be implicated as well. As for Huang Yanqing and Chen Bing, they were terrified as they collapsed to the ground. They still had a trace of hope because they didn't lose their rationale. Even when they said the results didn't convince them, they didn't humiliate the saints and left themselves a way out. "I understand you two have resentment in your hearts when you're invited here but not accepted by any of the saints." The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord looked at Chen Bing and Huang Yanqing without much emotion on his face. "So, apart from being disrespectful to the Sword Sect, you two didn't humiliate the saints. So I won't indiscriminately hand down punishment." "Thank you, Senior." The two breathed a sigh of relief as they cupped their hands in gratitude. The Sword Sect doesn't interfere in fights amongst the younger generations, whether it's the past or future. "You two are welcome to challenge it again in the future if you guys aren't convinced," said the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord. The Scarlet Sun Saint Lord was impartial in handling this matter. "Thank you, Saint Lord." Huang Yanqing and Chen Bing quickly got back on their feet and bowed upon being allowed to stand. But they ignored what the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord said about challenging the Sword Sect because they didn't want to kneel again. They knew that Lin Yun would only become stronger since they couldn't kill him today. So if they dared to challenge him again, they would only be courting humiliation. "As witnesses, we will tell our elders nothing but the truth about what happened today when we get back," Chen Bing said after taking a breath. He wasn't stupid and knew that the Sword Sect let them go because of the ancient Saint clan behind them. Since the Sword Sect spared them, they naturally knew what they should do. Although they would only be embarrassed even further, at least they still had their cultivation and got away with a slap on the wrist, unlike Xiahou Yan, who became a cripple. After all, having 10 years of their cultivation abolished like Xiahou Yan would be no different from death. "I will also only tell nothing but the truth," Huang Yanqing said as well after coming to his sense. "You two can leave," the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord indifferently said. Once they left, the whole commotion would come to an end, along with the Sword Sect's test. But many people looked at Lin Yun with admiration because they knew that the name Flower Burial would spread throughout the ancient barren domain after today. Come with me for the entrance ceremony. You guys are disciples of the sword sect after today. Zhu Chen smiled as he looked at everyone. Lin Yun, someone will bring you to meet Martial Uncle Radiant after the ceremony. A voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, he realized that the voice came from the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord. Lin Yun maintained his composure, but his emotions couldn't help fluctuating. If he remembered correctly, the Radiant Sword Saint might die if he couldn't make a breakthrough within 5 years, at least according to Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. This was because the Radiant Sword Saint was running out of lifespan. The world was cruel. Even if saints were as strong as deities from the legends, that didn't mean they were immortal. Their lifespan was limited. If they wanted to keep on surviving, they would have to make a breakthrough. According to the Sword Emperor, the Radiant Sword Saint would be comparable to the emperors if he made a breakthrough. This meant that the Radiant Sword Saint would become a martial emperor, becoming one of the legends, or he could fight the emperors even though he didn't become one. But this also meant that the Radiant Sword Saint would no longer have to worry about his lifespan and possess unimaginable power. He would then reach the top pyramid in the ancient barren domain. This was why the Radiant Sword Saint was in seclusion. After all, time was precious to him. Even Lin Yun was prepared to be unable to see the Radiant Sword Saint anytime soon. But he never expected that he would be able to meet the Radiant Sword Saint after the entrance ceremony. This suddenly made Lin Yun nervous and excited at the same time. The Sword Sect took in nearly 7,000 disciples through this test, and the entrance ceremony was much more complicated than Lin Yun had imagined. First, Zhu Chun would explain the rules to them as an elder before they went for a bath and changed into their uniforms. Each person was given 2 sets of clothes. The clothes contained some simple arrays, containing a certain degree of defense. The sword sect wouldn't force their disciples to wear those clothes every day. If they had enough contribution in the future, they could exchange them for saint robes, which were comparable to saint artifacts. After that was a whole set of cumbersome procedures before they were gathered together to pay their worship to the ancestors of the sword sect. It was a massive monument that stood between heaven and earth, filled with names. All of them were ancestors who died in battle. After the ceremony, everyone swore an oath before the monument under Zhu Chen's guidance. I hereby swear that one day, the sword sect would return to become a holy land. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. All of the disciples swore a solemn oath under the guidance of Zhu Chun. When Lin Yun recited the last sentence, he could feel his blood boiling within his body. The sword sect was once a holy land. They were the strongest sword sect of the Eastern Desolation, not the strongest sword sect of the ancient barren domain. The sword sect might seem powerful enough to be known as the strongest in the ancient barren domain, but it was a humiliation rather than a glory to the sect's sword. They were all working towards making the sword sect recognized as a holy land once more, even if they had to give their lives in the process. Lin Yun noticed that when they took the oath, they weren't the only ones. The deacons, elders, and even the 6 saints looked at the monument with grave expressions, which greatly impacted him. After the entrance ceremony, people from the various peaks came to lead the new disciples into the sect. It didn't take long for everyone to leave, and Lin Yun was the only one left behind. Come with me. Zhu Chen smiled as he walked over. He paid attention to Lin Yun in the second stage and had high hopes for him. But he never expected him to become a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. This spoke for why Lin Yun had such a strong talent when he learned the Aqua Heaven sword technique. Zhu Chun led Lin Yun into the sword sect. This place was a sacred mountain enveloped in sword intent, making it look like a huge coiling dragon from afar. The entire mountain was so huge that it had stabbed into the clouds, looking like a majestic sword. Even before entering, Lin Yun could feel the sword aura blowing at him with boundless astral energy. When Lin Yun raised his head, he noticed that the boundless sword intent on this mountain had shattered all 36 layers of heaven. But he couldn't see the starry sky due to the heavy fog. Up ahead is the sword sect's Saint Mountain, and only Samsara Edict Realm Elders are qualified to cultivate there. But only saints are qualified to reach the summit and open their own caves. Zhu Chen explained. Aside from that, the bottom of this saint mountain has a spiritual vein that has existed since ancient times. And it's not an exaggeration to call it a saint vein. The saint vein can release saint aura, and the 7 peaks to which this saint vein is connected to also have a saint pool to release them. Elysium Core Realm cultivators in there can cultivate a lot faster, at least 10 times faster. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that. He just couldn't believe it. At least 10 times faster? You think that's too unbelievable? The various clans have similar cultivating lands. Some can mess with time, such as cultivating in it for a year being only equivalent to 10 days outside. Zhu Chen continued. Zhu Chen's words immediately made Lin Yun think of the 7 treasured glazed tile pagoda that the Sword Emperor took. It would probably be brought back to Skysalit City by the Sword Emperor. Glancing at Lin Yun, Zhu Chen said, "You might have reached the greater Elysium Core Realm, but your cultivation is still too low. Many people have long reached the heavenly Elysium Core Realm in the Sword Sect, some even reaching 2-star or 3-star. So you have to cherish this opportunity to improve your cultivation. A disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak will come and fetch you after you meet with Senior Radiant. In the future, you'll be a disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak." "Is there a ranking amongst the 7 peaks?" Lin Yun asked. "Of course, but the Profound Firmament and Emerald Firmament peaks won't participate in it because they mainly focus on forging and refining elixirs. The Divine Firmament Peak is a little special, so the competition is only between the Scarlet Firmament, Golden Firmament, Azure Firmament, and Indigo Firmament peaks. Without competition, the sect would decline sooner or later." Zhu Chen explained. "What do you mean by the Divine Firmament Peak being special?" Lin Yun asked. "Someone will explain that to you." Zhu Chen didn't go on any further and continued walking forth. They ultimately came to a cave. The surroundings were filled with peach blossoms that emitted a charming fragrance, and the ground was covered in layers of petals. So there would be a rustling noise when one walked on it. When the two walked, they didn't destroy any petals, but used their movement techniques. This place was too beautiful, so they subconsciously didn't want to ruin it. "These peach blossoms are at least 1,000 years old, right?" Lin Yun asked as he looked at the surrounding trees. "These are Saint Peach Blossoms, a scarce species of peach blossoms. This place is also the Saint Blossom Cave, the place where Senior Radiant goes into seclusion. These peach blossoms can bloom for 1,000 years and produce holy peaches 1,000 years later. Consuming a Saint Peach can improve not only one's comprehension but also the lifespan of a saint." Lin Yun was astonished, having an eye-opening experience. This made him realize that the Sword Sect's foundation was deep, and it wasn't something the other powerful sects could compete with. But the peach blossoms were still blooming, so one would have to wait 1,000 years if one wanted to consume Saint Peaches. This made him begin to wonder if the Sword Sect had saved any. As they went deeper into the peach blossoms, there was a scroll and brush on a stone table and an old man before a canvas. "Zhu Chen greets Ancestor Radiant." Zhu Chen went down on one knee and cupped his hands together. "So this is the Radiant Sword Saint?" Lin Yun quickly paid his respect to the Radiant Sword Saint as well. He had only seen the Radiant Sword Saint's clone in the past, but the real Radiant Sword Saint gave him a completely different feeling. "No need for such courtesy." The Radiant Sword Saint spoke in a rather hearty voice as he lowered his brush. He didn't have the air of a saint around him. When Lin Yun got up, he peeked at the canvas and saw a bunch of saint runes intertwining together as they emitted a dazzling light. He couldn't tell what the Radiant Sword Saint was trying to paint. When he noticed that there was sword intent pouring out of it, he quickly turned his gaze away after a few more glances. "Zhu Chen, you can leave for now. I wish to talk to him privately," the Radiant Sword Saint said. It didn't take long for the Radiant Sword Saint and Lin Yun to be the only ones left there. And Lin Yun couldn't help feeling nervous. Wasn't the Radiant Sword Saint in seclusion? He couldn't tell that the Radiant Sword Saint only had 5 years of lifespan left. The Radiant Sword Saint briefly examined Lin Yun before smiling. "Not bad. This is my 3rd time seeing you, and you give me a surprise every time I see you." You even grasped the firmament sword intent. You're barely 20 this year, right? Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. If he remembered correctly, this should only be their second meeting. The first was naturally back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, where the Radiant Sword Saint saved his life from Xianxia, so this should be the second time. So, when did the Radiant Sword Saint see him before? Senior, this is your third time seeing me? Lin Yun couldn't help voicing his curiosity. You should address me as Master. The Radiant Sword Saint smiled. I have yet to perform the Master-Disciple ceremony, so I hadn't gotten used to it. Please forgive me for that, Master. Lin Yun said hurriedly. It doesn't matter. This is my third time seeing you. The first was in the profound Amber Realm. The Radiant Sword Saint looked at Lin Yun with a smile. But Lin Yun was taken aback when he heard that. The Radiant Sword Saint saw him before in the profound Amber Realm? Lin Yun looked at the Radiant Sword Saint with a huge question mark above his head. Seeing the doubt in Lin Yun's eyes, the Radiant Sword Saint smiled. Perhaps I wasn't clear with what I said. I only saw you from afar, but I've remembered you ever since then. What do you mean? Lin Yun was still puzzled. The Radiant Sword Saint briefly pondered before he asked, do you remember that immortal sword ray when your Xiantian sword intent reached the spiritual sword intent? The one left by the founder of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Jian Wuming. Lin Yun exclaimed. I was the one who left it behind, smiled the Radiant Sword Saint. Why you're Jian Wuming? Lin Yun exclaimed with disbelief because this was too incredible. It turned out that the founder of the Sword Firmament Pavilion was the famous Radiant Sword Saint in the Divine Dragon era. But it made sense since the Sword Firmament Pavilion had its inheritance from the Southern Domain's Sword Sect. But after the Sword Sect was destroyed, Jian Wuming brought the Sword Sect's inheritance to the Great Qin Empire and established the Sword Firmament Pavilion. The Lower Realm Sword Sect and the Kunlun Realm's Sword Sect? Lin Yun suddenly figured something out. Back in the ruins of the profound Amber Realm's Sword Sect, he also heard the same oath. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. That's right, the Radiant Sword Saint calmly said. Back when the Sword Sect was at its peak, there were many branches in the lower realms, and geniuses from the lower realms could even directly enter the Kunlun realm. But after the two peaks were destroyed 3,000 years ago, the lower realms' sword sects began to crumble. This includes the profound Amber Realm's Sword Sect. I wanted to preserve the legacy and establish the Sword Firmament Sect before I traveled around the profound Amber Realm and ultimately came to the Kunlun Realm. Disciple Lin Yun greets the ancestor. Lin Yun couldn't help bowing once more in excitement. Haha, there's no need for that. You're my disciple now, so you can just call me Master. The Radiant Sword Saint heartily laughed. Despite what the Radiant Sword Saint said, Lin Yun couldn't contain his emotions. But his eyes suddenly flickered and asked, then, has Lord 13th and the old Pavilion Master been to the Sword Sect? He never forgot about Jian Shisan and Jian Xuanhe, who helped him immensely in the past. They selflessly helped him when he was in need. So they were benefactors that he would never be able to forget in his entire life. They did. But they're orphans of the Jian clan and went to look for the ancestral ground. The Radiant Sword Saint smiled. Jian clan. Lin Yun was surprised before he fell into deep thoughts. He suddenly recalled everyone with the surname Jian that he had come across: Jian Wuya, Jian Wuming, Jian Xuanhe, Jian Shisan, and Jian Jingtian. He had a feeling that the Jian clan had a vast origin. That's right. The Jian clan was one of the 8 ancient imperial clans. But after the ancient battle of gods, they were nearly destroyed, and only some orphans were left behind. Furthermore, the surname Jian only passes down to the males, not females. The Radiant Sword Saint explained. But why are they looking for the ancestral ground if everything is destroyed? Lin Yun was still puzzled. It might be destroyed, but the ancestral ground is still around. It's just that not everyone can find it. Only those who possess the imperial bloodline can find it. They came to the Kunlun realm to find their roots, so I naturally gave them some clues. The Radiant Sword Saint replied. Master, does that mean that my senior brother, Jian Jingtian? Is also from the Jian clan? Lin Yun suddenly asked. That's for sure. The Radiant Sword Saints had a grave expression before he sighed. Not just anyone can take on the Jian surname. Rather than orphans, we prefer to call ourselves the Forgotten, as we're just a group that people have forgotten. Lin Yun no longer asked about it. He could tell that his master didn't have much sentimentality towards the Jian clan. So when you comprehended the spiritual sword intent through the sword intent that I left behind, I also saw you through my sword intent. This is my third time seeing you, and the fate between us has long been set. The Radiant Sword Saint continued. Lin Yun only managed to calm down after hearing that. It was unbelievable that such a legendary person was standing before him. But Lin Yun thought of something and asked, But Master, I heard that you only have 5 years left in your lifespan. Who said that? You Qingfeng? The Radiant Sword Saint asked with a playful smile. Sure enough, the Radiant Sword Saint and Tian Xuanzi had noticed who possessed him back then. But the Radiant Sword Saint didn't shy from the topic regarding his lifespan and replied, He's not exactly wrong. The Radiant Sword Saint's acknowledgement caused huge waves to bellow in Lin Yun's heart. He hesitated for a brief moment before taking out the divine blood fruit without hesitation. Master, I wonder if this divine blood fruit can help you? It was the divine blood fruit that Lin Yun obtained back on the heavenly path. It was extremely precious, according to Yu Weiwei. Even saints couldn't resist them because it could boost their cultivation and increase their lifespan, if Lin Yun had guessed it right. 9-leaf divine blood fruit. The Radiant Sword Saint was surprised to see what Lin Yun took out. It wasn't because he was shocked by the divine blood fruit, but by Lin Yun's actions. This was only their second meeting, and Lin Yun had no qualms about offering it to him. Lin Yun should know how precious the 9-leaf divine blood fruit was. Do you know what this is? The Radiant Sword Saint asked as he looked at Lin Yun. The divine blood fruit. One that can increase a saint's lifespan. Lin Yun nodded. The Radiant Sword Saint was briefly stunned before he smiled. Put it away. I could have accepted it if you had offered it to me 10 years ago. But I have already refined a divine blood fruit, so this is no longer effective on me. It doesn't matter either way. If I can't take that step out, no medicine or elixir can help me. You don't have to grieve for me because I had a wonderful life, and everyone's life will eventually end. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling melancholy upon hearing that the divine blood fruit was useless. Besides, who can be sure that I won't be able to make a breakthrough in 5 years? The Radiant Sword Saint smiled with pride flashing across his pupils. This was his pride as a swordsman. Seeing this, Lin Yun had no choice but to stow the divine blood fruit. Looking at Lin Yun, the Radiant Sword Saint solemnly said, I have to primarily be in seclusion for the next 5 years. But since I've taken you in as a disciple, I will naturally fulfill my obligations. You can come here once every 6 months. But before you reach the Dragon Pulse realm, I won't teach you any other martial techniques. Now, show me the sword techniques that you're most proficient in. The sword techniques he was most proficient in? His strongest and most proficient sword techniques should be the Aqua Heaven sword technique and Carefree 9 swords. The other sword techniques could no longer keep up with his current strength. In addition, there were a few other secret techniques that he could show the Radiant Sword Saint. However, Lin Yun was too embarrassed to perform sword techniques that were too unrefined in front of the Radiant Sword Saint. This is the Aqua Heaven sword technique. Please take a look at it, Master. Lin Yun bowed before he drew his sword and demonstrated the Aqua Heaven sword technique in this peach blossom forest. This sword technique contained 36 intents, and Lin Yun had mastered them all. So it didn't take long for him to perform the entire sword technique. The Radiant Sword Saint carefully watched Lin Yun's demonstration. When Lin Yun was done, he asked, Not bad. Anything else? Nodding his head, Lin Yun used his sword as a brush and performed the Carefree 9 swords, heavenly sword form. After 36 strokes, a word appeared in this peach blossom forest that brought the power of his firmament sword intent to the limit. Any more? The Radiant Sword Saint asked, and his eyes were glowing brighter than before. Lin Yun briefly pondered before demonstrating the flicking divine finger and the sword of the beginning. Those two couldn't be considered sword techniques but secret techniques, since Lin Yun rarely used them in battles. That's enough. The Radiant Sword Saint nodded, indicating that Lin Yun could stop now. Let's start with the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. The Radiant Sword Saint briefly pondered before he continued. This is a portion of a ghost spirit martial technique, and I can sense that you can only summon the Holy Spirit after mastering the 36 intents. This sword technique has a total of 108 phenomena. I'll demonstrate it for you, so watch carefully. Grabbing a tree branch using suction force, the Radiant Sword Saint used it as a sword and took a step forth. He then divided it into 108 afterimages. Whenever his afterimages used a sword, there would be a white dragon that coiled around it. When all his afterimages combined, a white dragon with a length of 300 meters was formed. Not only was it massive, there was even a blood mark on its forehead. This mark gave the white dragon a touch of divinity, allowing the divine dragon's aura to reach a terrifying height. Aside from that, the dragon claws were enveloped in a white light that could easily tear the sky apart. The Radiant Sword Saint tapped out, and a white light entered Lin Yun's mind, instantly imprinting the 108 phenomena within his mind, so that he wouldn't forget it. Your second sword technique should be the Carefree 9 Swords from the Southern Emperor. You must have gotten his inheritance on the profound Wither Island, right? The Radiant Sword Saint recognized the Carefree 9 Swords as he continued. But your heavenly sword form is obviously more inferior than the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. But Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. He had already brought the heavenly sword form to the manifestation stage, and he had been practicing it for much longer than the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. But the Radiant Sword Saint said that his heavenly sword form was inferior to the Aqua Heaven Sword technique. You don't believe my words? The Radiant Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun thought about it for a while before he nodded. Indeed. I can't believe it. Please clarify it, Master. I have already brought it to the manifestation stage, Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. Can it be that there's a higher stage than the manifestation stage? The Radiant Sword Saint looked at Lin Yun and asked, Let me ask you, what is the manifestation stage? One transforms the technique to make it their own and surpasses the limit by integrating their comprehension into it. Lin Yun replied with a clear explanation. That's right. The Radiant Sword Saint nodded. Then let me ask you, is your accomplishment in the sword stronger? Or is the Southern Emperor's accomplishment in the sword stronger? The latter, of course. Lin Yun blurted it out without thinking. When he was done, he realized something was wrong, making him furrow his brows. But he couldn't figure out where the problem was. The sword technique did become stronger after reaching the manifestation stage, but why did it feel wrong? When the Radiant Sword Saint saw Lin Yun in deep thoughts, he didn't say a word. He gave Lin Yun some time to ponder before he said, The Southern Emperor's attainment in the sword is naturally stronger, so why do you have to walk out of his sword technique? Will it become stronger if you do? The Radiant Sword Saint's words stunned Lin Yun for a moment before he was enlightened. So he had only compared it with himself in the past and didn't compare it to the Southern Emperor. But if that was the case, didn't that mean that all the previous sword techniques he practiced were wrong? Don't overthink it. The Radiant Sword Saint looked at Lin Yun and said, It's inevitable for you to walk out of it, but you must walk back after walking out. No one has told you this before because not many people can reach the manifestation stage. So it will only make you run amok if you aren't at the level to come in contact with that. I have to walk back after walking out? Lin Yun asked doubtfully. That's right. That's also the stage after the manifestation stage, the minuscule stage. This means that you have to walk back after walking out of the initial technique, reaching the minuscule stage. The Radiant Sword Saint replied. At least you have to understand why there are 36 strokes in the word. After entering the minuscule stage, you'll reach the deification stage after walking out again. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, sensing that his conversation with the Radiant Sword Saint was more important than cultivating for years. Don't bother learning any new sword techniques before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Just focus on what you already have. The Radiant Sword Saint said before he continued painting on the stone desk. When Lin Yun looked at it from the side, he could see saint runes intertwining, and every stroke contained boundless sword intent. This made him curious because the Radiant Sword Saint was clearly not a saint spiritualist. So why did his painting give him the feeling that the Radiant Sword Saint was drawing saint runes? Curious. The Radiant Sword Saint painted while he continued, "It doesn't matter which path you take to become a saint, because all paths converge at the end. The path above the saint realm is connected. No one is weaker than the other. It just depends on who can walk the furthest." When the Radiant Sword Saint was done, Lin Yun realized that it was a portrait of the Radiant Sword Saint himself. The entire painting was vivid, looking like a genuine saint who was sealed in a painting. Putting down his brush, the Radiant Sword Saint cut his finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto it. "It's done." The Radiant Sword Saint nodded in satisfaction before giving it to Lin Yun. "Keep this painting well protected. If you're in danger in the future, unfold this painting, and it will summon my clone." Lin Yun trembled because this was equivalent to a talisman that could ensure his safety in crucial times. "You can leave now. Come back here 6 months from now. Remember not to practice other sword techniques before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm," the Radiant Sword Saint said. "This disciple will take his leave then." Lin Yun had no choice but to leave after stowing the painting. His thoughts weren't calm because what happened today was too shocking for him, whether it was about the Radiant Sword Saint's true identity or the minuscule stage. He needed some time to digest them. When he came out of cave on Saint Mountain, Juchen had already left. There was a man dressed in a gray robe waiting there, and Lin Yun guessed that this person must be the senior brother who would bring him to the Divine Firmament Peak. This man looked pretty young, but his cultivation was in the Dragon Pulse realm. "Senior brother, how do I address you?" Lin Yun stepped forth. The gray-clothed youth nodded, smiling. "You can just call me Feng Luan. The Peak Master tasked me with leading you to the Divine Firmament Peak." As Feng Luan spoke, he was looking at Lin Yun with curiosity. Lin Yun was now a famous person, not to mention that he was taken in as a disciple by the Radiant Sword Saint, who defeated Xiahou Yan when he joined the sect. "Hehe, junior brother Lin, it has been a long time." A chuckle resounded just when they were about to leave. Then a familiar figure soon appeared before Lin Yun. It was Mu Qingqing. "Junior sister Mu, what are you doing here?" Feng Luan asked in a surprised tone. "I'm naturally here to fetch junior brother Lin." Mu Qingqing chuckled. Feng Luan was shocked when he heard that. Does the Scarlet Firmament Peak want to snatch Lin Yun? Didn't Ancestor Radiant take Lin Yun in as a disciple? What is she trying to do? Mu Qingqing blinked before she smiled. "You're so stupid. I'm naturally here to bring him to the Divine Firmament Peak and show him around the sword sect while I'm at it. What are you thinking about? Don't worry, because the Scarlet Firmament Peak won't snatch someone from the Divine Firmament Peak." What Mu Qingqing said made Feng Luan wear an embarrassed smile before he awkwardly said, "Then, junior sister, you can come together with us." "Senior brother, I wish to take Lin Yun to the Divine Firmament Peak myself," Mu Qingqing said. "This doesn't seem to be part of the rules." Feng Luan replied, "Why are you talking about the rules with me? Besides, you're not as familiar with the sect as me. Don't worry, I won't kidnap him. Help me this time, and I'll help you when you look for junior sister Chun when you go to the Emerald Firmament Peak." Mu Qingqing winked and gave Feng Luan a playful smile. Her words made Feng Luan's face blush as he retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between junior sister Chun and me." I don't mean it that way. Senior brother Feng, let senior sister Mu guide me." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled upon seeing Feng Luan's awkward expression. "Then, let junior sister Mu guide you around. I'll tell the Peak Master about this." Feng Luan replied. When he saw Lin Yun nodding his head, Feng Luan breathed a sigh of relief before he whispered in Mu Qingqing's ear and left. This scene made Lin Yun smile and said, "That senior brother Feng is pretty adorable." "Is he as adorable as me?" Mu Qingqing tilted her head to the side. "Of course not," Lin Yun replied. Hearing Lin Yun's reply, Mu Qingqing squinted her eyes and nodded with a satisfied smile. She then rolled her eyes. "You're pretty eloquent. Let's go. I'll bring you around. There's no hurry to go to the Divine Firmament Peak. There's no rush. Lin Yun had no idea what she was planning, making him wonder if she was here to kidnap him. After all, he remembered that she invited him several times in the name of the Scarlet Firmament Peak back in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Let me take you to a certain place first. Mu Qingqing led Lin Yun into the sky before they shuttled through the clouds. When they landed on the ground, there was a massive stone platform, and they could see a vast land before them. It was a panoramic view with the entire sword sect right before them and 7 peaks pierced into the clouds. On the mountain, countless pavilions and palaces embellished the sword sect. Aside from that, there were also many mountains and you could see the occasional waterfall. This was a majestic scenery, and Lin Yun couldn't help being shocked. This is the sword sect. He could also see people traveling through the air above the sky. Furthermore, there were some martial arenas where disciples sparred with each other, unleashing sword rays and creating many phenomena. But what shocked Lin Yun the most was the floating stone monument. This monument was 3,000 meters in height, and you could easily see the monument anywhere in the sword sect as long as you looked up. What is that? Lin Yun muttered because he could see many names on the monument. It was different from the previous monument he saw, and Lin Yun felt that this monument was some sort of a ranking. That's the sword sect's Earth ranking, Mu Qingqing explained as she looked at the stone monument from afar. The Earth ranking is meant for disciples at the Elysium Core Realm. Anyone at the Elysium Core Realm can challenge it, but only those in the top 500 will appear on the monument. Mu Qingqing explained. Lin Yun then understood what was going on with his pupils flickering. It was equivalent to an inner ranking for those in the sword sect. This made him curious about how far he could reach on the Earth ranking. What's the matter? You can't bear it any longer and want to give it a try? Mu Qingqing smiled. The Earth ranking isn't easy. It's still hard for you to reach the top 10 with your current strength. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. After all, he even defeated Xiaoyan, so how could he believe he couldn't make it into the top 10 on the Earth ranking if everyone was just in the Elysium Core Realm? Could it be that they all possessed the innate sword physique and innate sword heart? This was a little too unbelievable. You seem rather unconvinced. Mu Qingqing smiled as she looked at Lin Yun's expression. To make it into the top 10, you need to be at least a 3-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. They're all in their 30s. And their talent isn't much weaker than Xiaoyan. Some of them are even stronger than Xiaoyan. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Then again, it was natural that cultivating in the sword sect was a lot faster. Since there's an Earth ranking, I bet there's also the Heaven ranking? Lin Yun asked. That's right. Mu Qingqing's expression became grave when it came to the Heaven ranking. She looked behind the stone monument, where there were 10 paintings, each representing a quota. They were the true monstrous geniuses of the sword sect. Only those who've reached the Dragon Pulse realm are qualified to enter the Heaven ranking. They're the strongest amongst the younger generation of the sword sect. There are only 10 quotas in the Heaven ranking, and every disciple regards entering the Heaven ranking as the highest honor. Mu Qingqing briefly paused before she continued. Amongst the 10 on the current list, half of them are occupied by my Scarlet Firmament Peak. There's not a single disciple from the Divine Firmament Peak. The Scarlet Firmament Peak occupied half of the quotas on the Heaven ranking. Should he say it was as expected of the main peak of the sword sect? But it was really pitiful that no one from the Divine Firmament Peak made it in. Lin Yun didn't bother wondering what Mu Qingqing meant in her words, but asked, are there any benefits in making it into the ranking? Let's not talk about the Heaven ranking. If you make it into the top 50, you can obtain a daily hefty sum of contribution points. Since there are only 10 quotas in the Heaven ranking, many people wouldn't be in a hurry to make a breakthrough into the Dragon Pulse realm. This is why you can't make it into the top 10 right now, and this is also the intention of the sect. Mu Qingqing smiled. Oh! Lin Yun had a somewhat interested look when he heard what she said. At the Elysium Core realm, the more stars you accumulate, the further you'll go in the Dragon Pulse realm. Each step in the Dragon Pulse realm is a transformation, and you'll have to experience the Divine Dragon Tribulation each time. So you'll die if you're not careful. Mu Qingqing's expression became grave when she talked about it. Before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, You'll only run amok if you fail in making a breakthrough. But once you're at the Dragon Pulse realm, there's a high chance that you'll lose your life since the Dragon Pulse realm is a step towards the Saint realm, where your physique transforms. I've heard that the accumulation of stars is also connected to your comprehension. It's not something you can accumulate however much you want. Lin Yun replied. That's right. Mu Qingqing smiled. But think about it, do you think anyone who can make it into the top 10 on the Earth ranking has poor aptitude? The reward for those in the top 10 is an unimaginable amount. Every single sect had contribution points that could be used to exchange for all kinds of resources. Then again, the available resources were related to the sect's foundation. But as a powerful sect and once a holy land, many resources could be exchanged in the Sword sect. As for the heaven ranking, they're the most dazzling existences in the Sword sect. If they're willing to stay in the sect, they'll become peak master candidates in the future. If they choose to leave the sect, every single one of them can establish a sect of their own. As long as there aren't any accidents, it won't be an issue for them to become a saint. Mu Qingqing's pupils were blazing with flames when she mentioned the heaven ranking, and it was evident that she greatly admired those on the heaven ranking. If you join the Scarlet Firmament Peak, it's practically certain that you can be one of those 10 on the heaven ranking in the future. Mu Qingqing smiled. Lin Yun instantly detected what she was planning and his eyes flickered while he looked at the 10 pictures. 10th on the heaven ranking, Scarlet Firmament Peak's Zhou Yuan, the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. 9th on the heaven ranking, Scarlet Firmament Peak's Chan Fan, the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. 8th on the heaven ranking, Scarlet Firmament Peak's Wang Yun, the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. 3rd on the heaven ranking, Scarlet Firmament Peak's Mu Zuiqin, the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. 2nd on the heaven ranking, Golden Firmament Peak's Yi Shenqing, the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. What Mu Qingqing said was true. Lin Yun looked at the 10 paintings on the heaven ranking. Half of them were disciples from the Scarlet Firmament Peak. Aside from that, the Indigo Firmament, Azure Firmament Peak, and Golden Firmament Peak also had a disciple who made it on the heaven ranking. As for the Profound Firmament and Emerald Firmament, one was focused on forging while the other focused on refining elixirs. First on the heaven ranking, Scarlet Firmament Peak's Gu Ruchen, the third stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. When Lin Yun's eyes fell onto the last painting, the painting was very high, and it exuded an oppressive aura. Behind the name, the third stage of the Dragon Pulse realm, was pretty striking because the remaining 9 were only at the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to condense a Dragon Pulse after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Otherwise, those 9 wouldn't have stopped in the second stage of the Dragon Pulse realm. There are so many Dragon Pulse realms amongst the younger generation? Lin Yun muttered as he held onto his chin. Is it weird? They might be over 30, but they could be considered disciples if they were under 36 years old. After that, they would have to contribute back to the sect. Mu Qingqing smiled. Furthermore, rising in cultivation isn't that hard for geniuses of the powerful sects. Many people will even suppress their cultivation to accumulate more. Mu Qingqing then gave Lin Yun a tour around the Sword sect. Lin Yun naturally knew why no one from the Divine Firmament Peak made it on the heaven ranking. Aside from the Profound Firmament and Emerald Firmament Peaks, the 5 peaks had their own legacies. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra that belonged to the Divine Firmament Peak should be the strongest of the 5 peaks, but it required high comprehension. So this meant that it would be hard for those to take another step further after reaching a high stage. Since Jian Jingtian, no one managed to cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra above the 3rd stage. In addition to that, the Radiant Sword Saint rarely cared about the peak. Since they hadn't received any guidance from a saint, the Divine Firmament Peak naturally declined over the years. In comparison, the inheritance of the other peaks was easier to grasp, not to mention that their saints were around. So they naturally managed to produce more geniuses. Oh, I still have to tell you about the seniority of disciples. This is very important. Mu Qingqing suddenly recalled what she missed and continued. The seniority in the Sword sect is divided into Heaven, Saint, Moon, Xian, and Zhen. There are only 3 with heaven seniority. Generally speaking, saints represent the saint, Samsara Edict realm represents the moon, Dragon Pulse realm represents Xian, and Elysium Core realm represents Zhen. So it's classified by cultivation? Won't the seniority be in a mess? Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. If we go according to seniority, the peak masters have to call you martial uncle upon seeing you. So won't it be more chaotic? Then? Not to mention that you're not the only disciple of a saint. Mu Qingqing smiled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that before he laughed. Indeed, it would be a little messy according to seniority, especially since his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, had high seniority in the sword sect. You don't have to overthink it. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Divine Firmament Peak. Mu Qingqing smiled as she led Lin Yun to the Divine Firmament Peak. When it was almost dusk, Mu Qingqing brought Lin Yun to the Divine Firmament Peak, handing him to Feng Luan before she bade her farewell. She tried to persuade Lin Yun into joining the Scarlet Firmament Peak, but she ultimately gave up after seeing how unwavering he was. But since she was well restrained, this gave Lin Yun a pretty good impression of her. The Divine Firmament Peak was located southeast of the Sword Sect. Aside from the main peak, there were over 100 floating giant peaks around it, surrounding the Divine Firmament Peak. Lin Yun could see countless palaces on those floating peaks with people shuttling back and forth. Even if it was the weakest amongst the 5 peaks, the Divine Firmament Peak still had high popularity, which was why powerful sects were so strong. Waterfalls also fell from those giant peaks, and the waterfalls converged to form a massive lake. If one looked at it, one could discover that the water was made of astral energy. The Saint Pool. The Saint Pool popped up in Lin Yun's mind as he recalled what Zhu Chan had told him. There was a saint vein beneath the Saint Mountain, connecting the 7 main peaks, and each peak had a saint pool. It was no wonder why Mu Qingqing said that it wasn't hard for the Sword Sect's disciples to rise in their cultivation as long as they were talented enough. But that was only applicable before the Dragon Pulse realm. After reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, one would have to experience the Dragon Pulse tribulation in every breakthrough, and most people didn't dare to try it. Feng Luan stood beside Lin Yun on the Divine Firmament Peak and smiled. This is the Saint Pool, but it's sealed most of the time. It will only open once every 6 months, but even so, it won't be entirely accessible. The Divine Firmament Peak has 5,000 official disciples, with less than 100 direct disciples. Only the direct disciples are eligible to be baptized by the Saint Pool. Are there any requirements for direct disciples? Lin Yun asked. You'll automatically be promoted to a direct disciple after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Aside from that, you also have to go through 3 tests. But you'll probably be granted the position of a direct disciple by the Peak Master rather quickly. Feng Luan explained. Without mentioning the fact that you're the disciple of Senior Radiant, you're qualified to be a direct disciple based on your performance on the test. There are many benefits in becoming a direct disciple, and the Saint Pool baptism is only one of them. Feng Luan briefly paused before he continued. But I'll tell you beforehand that the competition in the Sword Sect is fierce. Even if you have a high potential, it's undeniable that people will be unhappy that you've become a direct disciple while being at the Greater Elysium Core realm. You should know that swordsmen have irritable tempers, even if you're the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. The competition in a sect was naturally fierce, which meant that everyone would have to rely on their abilities. Lin Yun naturally had no objections to that because he would also be unhappy if he was in their position. If he was defeated, this simply meant that he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the qualifications to become a direct disciple. Right then, a gray-clothed man appeared. He was the Peak Master of the Divine Firmament Peak, Mu Chuan. Feng Luan was surprised when he saw the Peak Master because he was about to bring Lin Yun to him. He didn't expect that the Peak Master would come to meet Lin Yun in person. I came after receiving an order from the Sect Master. Lin Yun, due to your contribution to the sect, the Divine Firmament Peak Saint Pool will be open 3 days from now. You can quickly accept the baptism, and the seals up to the 9th layer will be lifted. Mu Chuan said after briefly looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea what he meant by lifting the seal up to the 9th layer, but he would receive more benefits through the baptism. So he immediately thanked Mu Chuan, leaving the dumbfounded Feng Yuan, whose jaw nearly fell off, to the side. He initially thought that Lin Yun would be granted the identity as a direct disciple before accepting the baptism, but he never expected Lin Yun to be exempted from that step. Now that he thought about it, the sword sect was really good to Lin Yun. Meanwhile, there was a towering peak located at the center of the sword sect, surrounded by numerous floating mountains. That was the Scarlet Firmament Peak. There was also a Saint Pool there, and the astral energy around the Saint Pool was dense. Even if the seal on the Saint Pool wasn't lifted, it could still increase one's cultivation speed if one cultivated around it. A Saint Pool square was nearby, with many Scarlet Firmament Peak disciples cultivating with their eyes closed. They all emitted a crimson light and boundless sword auras that made them look like a sun hanging in the sky. There were many palaces at Saint Pool Square meant for direct disciples. The closer it was to the Saint Pool, the more majestic the palaces would be, and the number of people would gradually decrease. As an azure figure streaked across the horizon, many disciples on the square opened their eyes. When they saw the azure figure, they gave a respectful greeting, and that azure figure also nodded with a smile. This azure figure was naturally Mu Qingqing. She quickly passed the crowd and came to a certain palace. A woman was at the top of this palace, seated with her eyes closed. She was enveloped in a scarlet crimson light, and she was also releasing a terrifying sword aura. 2 dragons could faintly be seen from her sword aura, emitting a terrifying pressure. When Mu Qingqing saw this woman, she smiled as she came forward in an intimate manner. "Where's he?" That woman opened her eyes and could see Mu Qingqing walking over. "Big sister, let's not talk about it. I failed to bring him over. He's been taken in as a disciple by the Radiant Sword Saint, so how can I possibly open my mouth? I gave hidden hints, but he didn't seem tempted. I can't possibly tie him and drag him over either. I can't beat him." Mu Qingqing pouted. The woman she was talking to was Mu Xueqing, ranked 3rd on the heaven ranking, and she was also the biological elder sister of Mu Qingqing. When Mu Xueqing heard what Mu Qingqing said, she couldn't help smiling and her expression became gentle. "You failed." Mu Xueqing briefly pondered before she replied, "This is beyond my expectations. You didn't tell him about the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra?" "I did, but just think about his achievements. He grasped the firmament sword intent before the age of 20. I bet that my words only made him more interested in it." "It has been tough on you." Mu Xueqing nodded before she sighed. "What a pity. The Scarlet Firmament Peak is suitable for him. With his talent, he might be able to reach a level in the Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra that even I can't." "Big sister, why do you care about him so much?" "He's only at the Greater Elysium Core Realm." Mu Qingqing asked out of curiosity. She knew her elder sister well, and it was rare for her elder sister to take an interest in someone. Even the 1st on the heaven ranking, Gu Ruochen, couldn't draw her interest. But her elder sister changed after watching the battle between Lin Yun and Xiahou Yan. Despite knowing it was against the rules, her elder sister told her to try and bring Lin Yun over to their Scarlet Firmament Peak. So she had no idea what her elder sister was planning. "Greater Elysium Core Realm?" Mu Xueqing smiled. "The cultivation isn't that important before the Dragon Pulse Realm, not to mention that he's only been in the Kunlun Realm for a year. He has been cultivating in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect for the past year. The conditions in the Sword Sect are 100 times better, so he'll be able to catch up swiftly. It doesn't really matter anyway. It's not like he'll become stronger than you, big sister. Not to mention those on the heaven ranking, but he has a long way to go compared to those Dragon Pulse Realm direct disciples." Mu Qingqing replied. Hearing what Mu Qingqing said, Mu Xueqin sent a strange look towards her younger sister and said, "You've been talking about him all the time ever since you came back from the profound Wither Island. Now that I'm paying attention to him, why are you suddenly changing your tone?" I didn't." Mu Qingqing denied it with her face blushing. Mu Xueqin stood up as she walked to the palace railing with her brows furrowed. There was a hint of melancholy in her pupils as she sighed. "There are a lot of things you don't know about. This is a complicated matter. The sword sect needs someone to lead us." "What about senior brother Gu?" Mu Qingqing said sternly. Gu Ruochen was ranked first on the heaven ranking and was a top-tier genius in the ancient barren domain. He would have a position even in the eastern desolation. The world is bigger than you can imagine, Mu Shuiqin said indifferently. The kind of person I'm talking about is someone like Jian Jingtian, who shocked the entire eastern desolation with his sword back then. Mu Qingqing was stumped when she heard that. Lin Yun might be outstanding, but he had just reached the greater Elysium core realm. So Mu Qingqing couldn't help feeling that her elder sister was exaggerating it. He should join the Scarlet Firmament Peak with his talent, nurtured with the resources of the entire sect. But it's a pity that he joined the Divine Firmament Peak. Mu Shuiqin muttered to herself. It's not that bad. He's taken in as a disciple by Senior Radiant, so he won't waste his talent. Mu Qingqing replied. But Mu Shuiqin didn't say anything. Others might not understand, but she was clear about it. It was fine if the Radiant Sword Saint could guide Lin Yun well, but she knew that the Radiant Sword Saint didn't have much time to spare, so it was difficult for Lin Yun to be well-nurtured like the other saint disciples. But she couldn't tell others about the Radiant Sword Saint. 3 days later, when dawn rose, the Divine Firmament Peak became bustling like never before. The reason for this was naturally because of Lin Yun's arrival. Then again, that wasn't the only reason. The Saint Pool seal would soon be lifted. Because of Lin Yun's arrival, the Peak Master will lift 9 layers of the seal, and even give him the status of a direct disciple. Regardless of it being the first or second news, they were both explosive. After all, lifting the seal every 6 months would only be limited to the 7th layer, and it was rare for the sword sect to lift 9 layers. The more layers of the seal that were lifted, the greater the amount of astral energy would be available in the Saint Pool. This also meant that the person undergoing the baptism would receive more benefits. This wasn't only a piece of sensational news in the Divine Firmament Peak. Many from the other peaks also came over. Aside from that, this was the first time in the history of the Sword Sect that someone was granted the status of a direct disciple just after joining the Sword Sect. It wasn't easy to obtain the status of a direct disciple. The Divine Firmament Peak had 5,000 disciples but less than 100 direct disciples. Most became direct disciples automatically after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. Those in the Elysium core realm who became direct disciples had a part of the sect for at least 2 years. This meant that they had completed a large number of missions, and they also had to undergo a series of tests. So it was unprecedented for someone to be granted the status as a direct disciple the moment he joined the Sword Sect. This wasn't as simple as an exception, and this caused a huge wave in the Divine Firmament Peak because the quota for direct disciples was limited. So if Lin Yun became a direct disciple, someone would have to be removed. The Saint Pool Square was filled with people, and a group had gathered together to comfort a young man donned in a purple robe. If Lin Yun didn't appear, this young man would have had a high chance of becoming a direct disciple. Senior Brother Chenling, there's no need for you to feel too sad about this. You can wait another half a year to accept the baptism. Those people tried to comfort the young man as they wore bitter smiles. They knew that no matter what they said, they couldn't dispel the unhappiness in Chenling's heart. Another half a year? I've been waiting for almost 3 years. I'm just 1 step away, but the sect gave that quota to Lin Yun. So how can I possibly suck it up? Chenling's face was ugly. Everyone around him fell silent because they would also be unhappy if they were standing in his position. After all, Lin Yun had just joined the Sword Sect. Even if he defeated Xiahou Yan and spread the Sword Sect's name, how could they be happy when their interest was affected? Chenling's strength was close to the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, so he naturally qualified to become a direct disciple and receive the Saint Pool baptism. So how could he bear it when he was asked to wait for another 6 months? After half a year, who knew whether there would be any more newcomers joining the Divine Firmament Peak? After all, no one could predict the future. A couple of people descended from the sky while the Saint Pool Square was covered in discussions. They were Feng Luan and Lin Yun. When they appeared, the surrounding square fell into silence. Tisk, TSK. The atmosphere doesn't seem quite right. Lil Purple commented from inside the sword box. Lin Yun didn't speak, but he could also sense that the surrounding atmosphere wasn't quite right. But before he could return to his senses, Chun Ling stepped forth and stood before them. Senior brother Feng. He's going. I already expected that senior brother Chun wouldn't be able to bear it. Who can bear it if they're in his position? The surrounding eyes fell onto Chun Ling. Chun Ling greeted Feng Wan before his gaze fell onto Lin Yun. Senior brother Feng, I believe you should know why I'm here. Feng Wan turned to look at Lin Yun and transmitted his voiceover. This is Chun Ling. There's only one quota for the direct disciple position every 6 months. So, Lin Yun nodded with interest rising in his pupils. Did someone want to intimidate him when he arrived at the divine firmament peak? I won't intervene in this matter as long as everything is according to the sword sect's rules. But the baptism is Lin Yun's reward given by the sect master. So it won't change anything even if you can't accept it. At most, you can only make the sect master take back his status as a direct disciple. The baptism will continue no matter what. Feng Luan explained. If Lin Yun couldn't get through this stage, no one could help him, even if the peak master was here, since everything had to be proven with strength. After all, you wouldn't be able to convince the crowd if your fist wasn't big enough. Chun Ling looked at Lin Yun. The sword sect was established with the sword, and swordsmen regard the swords as virtues. I'm impressed by what you did 3 days ago, but I can't accept that the status as a direct disciple I've waited to get for 3 years is taken from me by a newcomer. Oh? How can I convince you, then? Lin Yun smiled as he looked around. As swordsmen, we naturally speak with our swords, Chun Ling said in an aggressive tone with his sharp gaze. Lin Yun looked around. He knew that Chun Ling wasn't the only one who was unhappy. These people here had high seniority in the divine firmament peak. So it was hard for him to convince everyone based on his record of defeating Xiahou Yan 3 days ago. Everyone knew Lin Yun was an unrivaled genius, but he still hadn't grown up and was too tender. Come at me, then. Lin Yun smiled while he cupped his hands together. Coincidentally, he also wanted to intimidate everyone by demonstrating his strength. Lin Yun's words caused an uproar in the square upon seeing how he was so straightforward in agreeing to Chun Ling's challenge. Many disciples of the divine firmament peak were shocked because Lin Yun was too decisive. He didn't look like a new disciple at all. That's some courage. Now that I think about it, he only joined the sword sect 3 days ago, right? Chun Ling has been at the divine firmament peak for nearly 3 years. So, 3 days versus 3 years. Lin Yun's decisiveness in accepting the challenge made many direct disciples look at him differently. Swordsmen were decisive people and they were competitive. So they wore their emotions on their faces and had straightforward characters. So it didn't matter if Lin Yun could win because his straightforward personality had won over many people in the divine firmament peak. But one must depend on their own strength if they wanted to be respected. Chun Ling lightly squinted his eyes as he examined Lin Yun with shock flashing through his pupils. He was now at the 2-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm, but he could reach the 3rd-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm if he wanted. He was older than Lin Yun, but he couldn't help wearing a grave expression when he sensed Lin Yun's aura. Honestly, it's disadvantageous for you because I have a higher cultivation. I'll be convinced if you can take my attacks and remain undefeated, Chun Ling said after a brief ponder. But I have to tell you the truth. If you lose, please give up your status as a direct disciple. Come at me, then, Lin Yun replied as dragon runes appeared on his body surface. Chun Ling didn't only have high cultivation, but he could also practice ghost spirit martial techniques in the divine firmament peak. So there was no doubt that Chun Ling was stronger than Xiahou Yan. Sorry about this. Lin Yun's indifference made Chun Ling furious and he brought out his constellation right from the start. When the painting unfolded, a divine bird flew out with golden light shining from his body. This was a vivid-looking crimson flaming phoenix, emitting a powerful pressure and covered half the sky with flames. Chun Ling didn't dare to underestimate Lin Yun. Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing were forced to summon their constellations after they were heavily injured. If they had brought out their constellations earlier, they wouldn't have lost so terribly. He could sense that Lin Yun's constellation was powerful, but he could also feel that Lin Yun hadn't completely fused with his constellation. So there was no way Lin Yun could compete with him in terms of control. As the flaming phoenix circled in the sky, it swooped down and landed on Qianling. In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings with a length of 300 meters appeared behind him. This greatly boosted Qianling's flame intent to the point where it was close to the 4th rank. Firmament sword intent is strong, but it's nothing before me. Qianling hovered in the air as the flaming wings behind him flapped. Whenever the wings flapped, they would release flame ripples in the surroundings. As he reached out, a saint's sword appeared in his palm and his flame intent and sky sword intent perfectly merged with it, reaching the level of firmament sword intent or even stronger. The sword's surface also blazed with golden flames, making many people's hearts tremble. Lin Yun's face became solemn when he saw this scene, and he now knew where Qianling got the confidence to challenge him, especially after seeing how he defeated Xiahou Yan, Chen Bing, and Huang Yanqing. Turned out that Qianling was pretty strong. When the phoenix wings flapped behind Qianling, he swung his sword, unleashing dozens of sword rays that cut through the air that were accompanied by flames and rumbled forth. Facing such an attack, Lin Yun had no changes on his face while he unleashed his firmament sword intent. After he clenched his fist, he threw out a punch, executing the Heaven and Earth Unite and Dragon Sun and Moon Cauldron of the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. His punch immediately dispersed Qianling's attack upon collision before his punch manifested into a cauldron. When Qianling's sword rays landed on the cauldron, they caused a series of explosions but dealt no damage to the cauldron. After blocking Qianling's attack, Lin Yun threw the idea of testing Qianling's strength. Since he wanted to demonstrate his strength, he naturally had to end the fight quickly. He circulated the 18 strands of Dragon Phoenix sword aura and was enveloped in a golden mist. As the golden crow wings unfolded behind him, Lin Yun soared to the sky and came to Qianling's side. Azure Dragon Grasp. As thunderstorms converged in his palm, he also poured his dragon runes and sword aura into his palm. Shortly after, a gigantic dragon claw appeared and flew toward Qianling. Innate Saint Aura? Qianling was surprised because Lin Yun was only at the Greater Elysium Core realm, but he had refined so much innate Saint Aura. This instantly put a grave expression on his face as he retreated with a flap of the phoenix wings while he swung his sword. Heavenly Incineration Shadow Sword. Qianling had gathered the boundless astral energy of his 2 stars behind this sword ray, and the sword ray was so dazzling that it made Lin Yun close his eyes. As the sword ray collided with the dragon claw, along with a destructive aura, the sword ray left cracks on the dragon claw before the claw began to crumble like a broken statue. Since this attack of yours is ineffective to Xiahou Yan, how can it possibly stop me? Qianling charged forth, accompanied by torrential flames. 2-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm was much stronger than the 1-star Heavenly Elysium Core Realm. But Lin Yun didn't panic when facing Qianling's attack. He summoned the Flying Serpent, Kuanping, and Xianxia constellation paintings with a single thought. When the 3 primitive ominous beasts appeared, Lin Yun's aura began to surge, and the aura he was giving off wasn't any weaker than Qianling, who was at the 2-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm. As crimson flames blazed, a golden light shone in Lin Yun's pupils. The blood flame divine rune in his heart was ignited, causing the dragon runes to ignite simultaneously. This made the dragon runes come to life as they fused to form a gigantic azure dragon. It's that dragon again! An uproar broke out in the square. Many people had witnessed Lin Yun's strength 3 days ago, but they still couldn't help being shocked to see the azure dragon again. Back then, when Lin Yun summoned the azure dragon, he instantly grasped the upper hand and suppressed Xiahou Yan. Even when he was facing 3 opponents at the same time, he still firmly held the advantage. When the azure dragon opened its eyes, a ferocious aura spread out and shook the heavens. You can't stop me with that. Qianling gritted his teeth with determination. Even if that azure dragon was a real dragon, he would cut it apart today, no matter what. He couldn't accept that someone had snatched his 3 years of hard work. His attacks ferociously landed on the azure dragon, accompanied by a desolate aura. But the azure dragon was too powerful. No matter how the sword rays landed on it, none of them could inflict any injuries. So the sword rays couldn't stop the azure dragon's momentum. 10 odd moves later, Chun Ling threw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away when the Azure Dragon collided with him. When he flew out, the contrast between the Lin Yun standing on the Azure Dragon and Chun Ling with his phoenix wings made Chun Ling look tiny in comparison, and it looked as if the phoenix wings would be torn away from Chun Ling the next moment. This made everyone wear a grave expression, but Chun Ling had no intention of admitting defeat. He was determined to become a direct disciple no matter what. He had worked hard for 3 years and passed so many tests, so he really couldn't accept it being taken away from him just like that. Chun Ling's back was covered in blood as he raised his head. The saint's sword in his hand blazed with golden flames as black bolts of lightning exploded. Those golden flames looked sacred but gave off a withering and destructive aura. Everyone on the square had their faces changed. They recognized the martial technique that Chun Ling was going to execute. The secret technique belonged to the divine firmament peak, and it was extremely hard to cultivate. But once someone managed to master it, their strength would undergo a drastic boost. One of the phoenix's wings finally couldn't bear the burden and was torn off, covering Chun Ling's back with blood. This made Lin Yun surprised because Chun Ling was really persistent. Was this the style of the sword sect's disciples? This moved Lin Yun, and this also sparked his fighting spirit. After Lin Yun stretched his hand out while standing on the Azure Dragon, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. Chun Ling had lost a wing, but it didn't affect the martial technique he wanted to execute. As black lightning flashed from the golden flames, it turned into a black serpent that was enveloped in the aura of death, coiling around his saint's sword. The divine firmament secret technique, primordial nether serpent sword. A cold voice came from Chun Ling as he slashed his sword down. In the path of his sword, everything began to wither at a visible speed, with an aura of death spreading out in the form of ripples. Lin Yun could sense how dangerous this attack was, and his face became grave. But his pupils were blazing with fighting spirit as his sword aura began to rise while wielding the flower burial sword. This is a real ghost spirit martial technique. Xiahou Yan is nothing compared to you since he didn't deserve it. Since Chun Ling was also a swordsman, they would speak with their swords. Win and loss no longer matter in this battle. When Lin Yun unleashed a sword ray, his firmament sword intent exploded with dual sword souls. Kill! Chun Ling roared upon seeing Lin Yun drawing his sword. The golden flames enveloping his saint's sword also began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his sword ray reached over 30 meters, looking like a mountain burning with flames. There was a nether serpent at the top of the mountain, which collided with the flower burial sword. When the two swords clashed, sparks flew around with chaotic energy spreading out in the manner of a shockwave. This instantly made everyone at St. Pool Square retreat quickly. But even when they retreated, they still couldn't help watching Lin Yun and Chun Ling. The Azure Dragon that Lin Yun stood on rapidly withered. The Azure Dragon was like a flower that withered almost in seconds. Blood dripped down from the corner of Lin Yun's lip as he was sent flying away under this attack, and his face also looked pale. So strong! Lin Yun wiped the blood off his lips with surprise flashing through his pupils. Even his right hand was trembling as he held onto his sword. It was as expected of a genius on the divine firmament peak. Lin Yun did not doubt that he could be a direct disciple with his strength. Chun Ling hit it really deeply. He actually managed to learn the primordial nether serpent sword. It's dangerous to practice this sword technique because it's a torturous process. It looks like Chun Ling is really persistent in becoming a direct disciple. He's almost 30, right? If he doesn't become a direct disciple this year, he'll lose many opportunities. He also might be unable to reach the 4-star Heavenly Elysium Core realm before making a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm. The square burst into an uproar as all the Divine Firmament Peak disciples admired Chun Ling. When the Azure Dragon dissipated, Chun Ling heaved a sigh of relief with fighting spirit blazing in the depth of his pupils. Xiahou Yan's ghost spirit martial technique was blocked by Lin Yun's Azure Dragon, but he had slain the Azure Dragon, so this made him feel a sense of accomplishment. Primordial Nether Serpent Sword. Chun Ling charged forth once more, and his sword aura was filled with the aura of death. When the two clashed again, one could notice that Lin Yun's sword aura was slowly being eroded. The black serpent coiling around Chunling's sword wrapped in golden flames was so peculiar for it to even corrode Lin Yun's sword aura, making it hard to defend against. It was somewhat similar to Lil Red's Devour Saint Rune. Lin Yun's sword aura won't last for much longer. His dual sword souls are really powerful. If it's someone else facing Chunling, their sword aura would have long been devoured. After all, this is the famous martial technique of my divine firmament peak. Lin Yun is too terrifying. If he's also at the heavenly Elysium core realm, senior brother Chunling probably wouldn't last long in his hands, right? Lin Yun was in a disadvantageous position against Chunling, but everyone in the divine firmament peak had acknowledged his strength. While everyone was talking amongst themselves, nearly 90% of Lin Yun's sword aura had been corroded. Lin Yun was only left with his two sword souls guarding 3 feet around him. But everyone knew it wouldn't be long before his sword souls were eroded as well. Everyone felt that Lin Yun had to admit defeat or he would suffer severe injuries if his sword souls were corroded. It would even damage the foundation of his firmament sword intent. Is this the best he can do? Feng Luan furrowed his brows. If Lin Yun lost terribly, not only would it damage his sword souls, but it would also look bad on the radiant sword saint. Not yet. But a voice stopped him just when he was about to step forth and stop this confrontation to declare Chunling's victory. When all the direct disciples turned around, the peak master, Mu Chuan, had appeared without them knowing. When Chunling saw that Lin Yun's sword aura was about to collapse, joy began to appear on his face because he was about to win. This also meant that he had not worked hard for the past 3 years for naught. Although he felt bad for Lin Yun, he couldn't wait any longer because he was already 30. After inwardly apologizing to Lin Yun, Chunling pushed his sword aura to the limit, wanting to destroy Lin Yun's sword aura. But right then, a chill exploded from Lin Yun as his firmament sword aura suddenly spread out. A dazzling light also burst out from his body before swiftly forming a painting, a constellation painting, behind him, with a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. When Lin Yun raised his head, a massive aura from his pupils caught Chunling by surprise, sending Chunling flying away. Simultaneously, Lin Yun's sword aura, which was on the verge of collapse, also began to expand after being empowered by his constellation. A ghost spirit martial technique is terrifying, but you should be reaching your limit. Lin Yun's gaze was indifferent as he charged with afterimages flying from him. When 36 afterimages flew out of him, each afterimage performed a sword technique that soon covered the sky with various phenomena and sword rays. The 36 intents represented 36 phenomena that bloomed at once. When all the afterimages overlapped, a holy spirit flew from him. Looking at the 4 constellations behind Lin Yun, Chunling was dumbfounded, wondering if Lin Yun was a monster. How could someone possibly possess 4 constellations? Damn it! Chunling's eyes flashed with determination as he took the initiative to break off the remaining phoenix wing. When the wing fell off, it was reduced to blood and golden flames that entered his body. He had staked everything in this battle, so he couldn't afford to lose. The black serpent and white dragon fought when the 2 swords collided, causing lightning to flicker in the sky with a storm rising. A long time later, 2 figures flew out from the terrifying energy turbulence after all the phenomena settled down. Lin Yun, use whatever means you have. Chunling was covered with injuries. There were a few claw marks on his chest with blood flowing through his sword and dripping off. He was like a madman with persistence filled in his pupils. He knew that he could still fight. He could still fight for it. Chunling's persistence touched Lin Yun, and he saw his past self in Chunling. The only difference was that he was still young while Chunling was already 30. The age of 30 was pretty young in the Divine Dragon era. Even someone who reached 45 could be considered a young man. But Chunling was awkward because he wasn't a direct disciple at the age of 30. If Chunling wasn't ambitious, he would have made his breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm and automatically become a direct disciple. However, Chunling was ambitious. He wanted to reach the 3rd star, 4th star, or even the 5th star Heavenly Elysium core realm before making his breakthrough into the Dragon Pulse realm. Chun Ling had the ambition to walk further in the Dragon Pulse realm. He had the ambition to become a saint. If you can take this attack of mine, consider it my loss, Lin Yun said with fighting spirit blazing in his pupils. He wanted to execute the sword of the beginning. Most of his martial techniques came from others, but only the sword of the beginning belonged to him. So he wanted to use the move he created himself out of respect for Chun Ling. The reason why he didn't use it so often was that it wasn't perfected yet. But he was moved when he saw his own silhouette in Chun Ling. Everyone had their shine, and no one was born inferior to others. Since they walked on the path of cultivation, they would have to compete with no path of retreat. Everyone had their own sword of the beginning. This is all the brilliance in my heart which I froze into a single moment and condensed it all in my sword. Lin Yun calmly looked at Chun Ling as the flower burial sword began to violently tremble. The next moment, Lin Yun's pupils shone brightly like the sun rising behind him. When the sun rose, boundless flames lit up the sky and expelled all the darkness, bringing life to everything in the world. All the brilliance he had seen in his life was condensed into this split moment. As a terrifying phenomenon appeared, Lin Yun already swung his sword out before anyone could react. This sword was accompanied by an unrivaled aura that swept out. His sword ray turned into a red glow, dyeing the surroundings red as it began to expand. The sword ray he released was so dazzling that it looked like a deity. When Lin Yun's sword hit Chun Ling like a majestic sun, Chun Ling's sword aura and the astral energy around him crumbled as he threw out a mouthful of blood before he fell onto the square. When he collided against St. Paul Square, cracks began to spread out with a cloud of dust rising. Everything took place too quickly, and Chun Ling lost before he could see Lin Yun's attack. As for Lin Yun, he didn't pursue Chun Ling any further. He landed on the ground and reached out with his right hand. "Thanks for the fight." Chun Ling gasped for breath as his eyes became dull while looking at Lin Yun, who stretched his hand out. He was surprised when he saw this. Lin Yun wanted to pull him up? Was he mocking him or taking pity on him? But after a while, Chun Ling wore a wry smile before he held onto Lin Yun's hand. Lin Yun pulled hard and brought Chun Ling back to his feet. "Are you all right?" Lin Yun wasn't able to hold back in the last attack. Chun Ling wasn't an enemy, and he would feel guilty if Chun Ling's injuries were too severe. Chun Ling patted his chest, indicating that he was fine. He smiled. "I'm fine. You won. Flower burial, you really live up to your reputation." His smile was bitter, and because he patted himself on his chest too hard, it made him throw out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured and he was weak right now. This made the atmosphere awkward as Chun Ling's face turned pale, and he couldn't utter a word. St. Paul Square fell into silence as many people had shock in their pupils. They were still immersed in the scene when Chun Ling took the initiative to break his wings to block Lin Yun's attack. But who could have thought he would be defeated in the next second? Based on the strength Chun Ling demonstrated, he was stronger than many Heavenly Elysium Core Realm direct disciples. They didn't doubt that Chun Ling could enter the top 30 on the Earth ranking, especially since he grasped the primordial Nether Serpent sword. This trump card of his had shocked everyone. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for him to lose. But he was still defeated by Lin Yun. When everyone's gaze fell onto Lin Yun, they couldn't conceal the shock in their eyes. Lin Yun truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest genius of the heavenly paths. He had only been in the Kunlun realm for a year and joined the sword sect for 3 days. But he was stronger than most disciples in the sect, especially when he summoned 4 constellations. This brought Lin Yun to the height of a monster, and perhaps Lin Yun could be the turning point of the Divine Firmament Peak. Feng Luan, take Chun Ling to the Emerald Firmament Peak to treat his injuries. Mu Chuan appeared as he hovered in the sky. Feng Luan nodded. Chun Ling's injuries were severe, and he had to be sent to the Emerald Firmament Peak quickly, so he wouldn't leave behind any hidden injuries. Wait! Lin Yun suddenly stopped Feng Luan before he raised his head to look at Mu Chuan and cupped his hands. "Peak Master, I have something to say. I wonder if you can wait for me to finish before making a decision." "Go on." Mu Chuan furrowed his brows, not knowing what Lin Yun was trying to do. Everyone at St. Paul Square was also puzzled by Lin Yun's actions. I wish to invite Senior Brother Chun to join me in the St. Paul baptism. Lin Yun looked at the Peak Master and said something no one could believe. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, and even Chun Ling, who Feng Luan supported, was speechless. Mu Chuan was also surprised to hear that and was shocked. Are you sure about that? Mu Chuan sent a weird look to Lin Yun. There had only been one quota for the St. Paul baptism, and no one had ever made such a request. I'm sure. Lin Yun turned to look at Chun Ling and said, Senior Brother Chun, what do you think of my suggestion? I don't think that's appropriate. Chun Ling said embarrassingly. I also don't think that it's appropriate, too. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun. He had no idea what was in Lin Yun's mind. I don't need you to think. It's fine as long as I think that it's appropriate. Lin Yun smiled. His words left Chun Ling dumbfounded, and he couldn't figure out why Lin Yun would dare to speak to the Peak Master in this manner. Mu Chuan's face also changed and was clearly furious. He coldly said, There has never been such a rule. I believe it's a reward given to me by the sect master. Since it's my reward, why can't I deal with it myself? Lin Yun asked. The astral energy accumulated in the St. Paul is limited. It's your reward from the sect to lift the seal up to the 9th layer. But you must know that it's limited and depends on your ability to see how much you can obtain. It's different if you invite someone else along. If you invite everyone with you, what will happen if you empty the St. Paul? Mu Chuan explained with a helpless smile. Then again, it was impossible to empty the St. Paul, and his words were somewhat exaggerated. But rules were implemented for a reason, and they couldn't be broken. Not to mention that if someone invited someone to join them, it would be a considerable loss if that person benefited more than you. Since that's the case, I'll give up and let Senior Brother Chen have it instead. I'll just wait for next year. I can afford to wait, but I ask for the Peak Master to consider it seriously. I feel that even if Senior Brother Chen isn't qualified to receive the St. Paul baptism, he's qualified to become a direct disciple. I hope you won't hold him back just because of me. Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. Are you serious? 9 layers of the seal will be undone. Do you have an idea how precious this opportunity is? Mu Chuan barked. I'm serious. Lin Yun had no intention of backing down. Meanwhile, Feng Luan and Chen Ling were dumbfounded to the point of being completely speechless. The corner of Mu Chuan's lips twitched when he heard that, and he even wanted to vomit blood because of how stubborn Lin Yun was. But he suddenly closed his eyes and briefly moved his lips as a faint ripple spread out in the surroundings. He was communicating with someone through transmission, which instantly caused an uproar. Oh my God! Lin Yun is serious about this. The Peak Master nearly threw out blood because of him. How exciting! Lin Yun is really bold. But he's not exactly wrong. He can afford to wait because he's only 20 this year. But Senior Brother Chun can't afford to wait any longer. I understand, but who can have a breadth of mind like him? When everyone looked at Lin Yun this time, the depths of their eyes were flickering with admiration. If everyone had only acknowledged Lin Yun's strength previously, they were impressed by his selflessness this time. They didn't think they could do the same as Lin Yun if they were in his position. Not to mention that what he said to the Peak Master was that he didn't need the Peak Master to think if it was appropriate as long as he felt that it was. Sounded strange, but it sounded really domineering. When Mu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful explosion of sword aura swept out, and the entire St. Paul Square fell silent. His gaze was sharp, and he looked at Lin Yun. The sect master has agreed to it. He has permitted you and Chen Ling to receive the St. Paul baptism. I thank the sect master and Peak Master for fulfilling my request. Lin Yun smiled while cupping his hands together. Mu Chuan flashed and appeared beside Chen Ling before placing his hand on the latter's shoulder. As his samsara aura coursed through Chen Ling's body, he was surprised. Chen Ling's injuries weren't as severe as he had imagined, and it appears that Lin Yun held back in his attack. When his hand left Chen Ling's shoulder, Chen Ling's face became rosier as he trembled. After he stopped, he cupped his hands together. Thank you, Peak Master. Don't thank me, Mu Chuan replied. I will only follow the rules, just like how you challenged Lin Yun. I won't intervene as long as it's within the rules. He's the one who broke it, so you have to keep this in mind. We're all swordsmen. But remember that we're men before we're swordsmen. I know. Qianling nodded. Come with me, Mu Chuan said before he looked at Lin Yun and said in an annoyed tone. You too. Alrighty. Lin Yun smiled. Mu Chuan kept his face straight and ignored Lin Yun, but he was surprised by Lin Yun's temper. Lin Yun might seem cold and ruthless, but his heart was unexpectedly soft since he was willing to give up on the St. Pool baptism for someone he met for the first time. Perhaps this was also the reason why his master chose him. Now that he thought about it again, Lin Yun was really similar to his junior brother Jin. They were both stubborn, and no one could change their minds once they made their decision. But the gentleness in Lin Yun's heart should be unique, and not many people could understand that. Senior brother, sorry about that earlier. Lin Yun smiled as they flew towards the St. Pool. Oh? Do you remember that I'm your senior brother now? You were so domineering earlier that I thought you were the senior brother between us. Mu Chuan glared at Lin Yun. Over the past 3 days, Lin Yun naturally found out that the Peak Master was also a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. But he had no idea what his ranking was amongst the disciples. But this senior brother was a little proud, seeming cold despite caring for him a lot. They didn't take long to reach the abyss where the waterfalls converged. Mu Chuan looked at Lin Yun and said, Junior brother, you're a direct disciple of the divine firmament peak starting today. If anyone dares to bully you, you can just use the sword sect's name. His words made Lin Yun feel warmth before he smiled. I have a good temper, so I believe that no one will bully me. Ha ha. Mu Chuan smiled before he turned to Qianling. Starting from today, you're also a direct disciple of my divine firmament peak. But this isn't according to the rules. Qianling was stumped. I don't need you to feel if it's appropriate as long as I feel that it is. Mu Chuan replied. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that. He knew that his senior brother was still holding a grudge against him. As Mu Chuan began to undo the seals, he said, Let's start with the St. Pool baptism. The longer you stay in the St. Pool, the more benefits you'll receive. Don't be frightened by what I said earlier. You guys can take as much as you want because I won't feel bad about it. When the 9th layer of the seal was undone, Mu Chuan roared, Lin Yun, Qianling, enter quickly. Hearing Mu Chuan's words, Lin Yun and Qianling quickly prepared themselves. They calmed themselves down and took a deep breath before they jumped into the St. Pool. The surrounding waterfalls rumbled like thunder. A heavy fog was hidden beneath the pool, containing unimaginable astral energy. As starlight surged and holy light soared, Mu Chuan and Feng Luan stood side by side as they watched Lin Yun and Qianling sink into the St. Pool. Countless disciples rushed over to watch the two descend. Their eyes were filled with envy. They envied Lin Yun's strength and Qianling's luck. After all, no one would give Qianling a chance if they were in Lin Yun's position, but Lin Yun gave it. The St. Pool baptism was only held once every 6 months, so one could imagine how rare the opportunity was. After all, it was astral saint energy from the saint vein, and it wasn't the same as ordinary astral energy. It had unimaginable benefits to disciples in the Elysium core realm. Qianling is really lucky. After this baptism, he should be able to reach the 3-star heavenly Elysium core realm. That's for sure. He's already at the pinnacle of 2-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought Lin Yun so ferociously. I wonder how far Lin Yun can go. I'm guessing the pinnacle of greater Elysium core realm. If I remember correctly, he had reached the greater Elysium core realm 3 days ago. Reaching the pinnacle of greater Elysium core realm with one baptism can probably save him half a year of hard work. But he shouldn't benefit as much as Qianling, and I bet he won't last long. After all, his cultivation is limited how much astral saint energy he can absorb. As St. Pool Square fell into a discussion, Mu Chuan turned to Feng Luan and asked, How long do you think he can last in the St. Pool? He managed to refine 18 innate saint auras in the lesser Elysium core realm. This means that his cultivation technique isn't ordinary. Moreover, he also has a strong physique. So I'm guessing he'll surprise everyone by lasting 7 days. Feng Luan said after a brief pondering. Accepting the baptism wasn't easy because it didn't mean you could absorb however much you wanted. Firstly, there was a bottleneck in the cultivation, so the upper limit was already there. Secondly, many undercurrents in the Saint Pool would constantly crash against the body. If one remained inside for too long, they may even lose their life. You only lasted 5 days back then, right? Your evaluation of him is pretty high. Mu Chuan smiled before he continued. But your evaluation of him is still too low. I'm betting he can stay in the Saint Pool for at least 10 days. Feng Luan was startled when he heard that. The highest record in the sword sect was 18 days, a record set by Jian Jingtian. Even now, only Gu Ruochen, who was first on the heaven ranking, couldn't accomplish it. So Feng Luan was surprised that the peak master's evaluation of Lin Yun was higher than Gu Ruochen. Not long after Qin Ling and Lin Yun entered the Saint Pool, they passed through the heavy fog and finally reached the surface of the Saint Pool. Lin Yun, thank you. And I'm sorry about what happened before. Qin Ling sent a solemn look at Lin Yun. He wasn't good with his words, but Lin Yun was why he could receive the baptism this time. So whenever he recalled how he wanted to defeat Lin Yun earlier, he couldn't help feeling guilty. Why thank me? I have always had a good temper, and you didn't offend me. Lin Yun smiled and continued. You're qualified to receive the baptism since you're able to force me to summon the 4th constellation painting. Moreover, we're both disciples of the divine firmament peak. Looking at Lin Yun's sincere gaze, Qin Ling heavily nodded. He believed what Lin Yun said. No matter what others say in the future, he would believe that Lin Yun had a good temper. Let's go. We'll see who can last longer. Lin Yun spread his arms apart before he dove into the Saint Pool. After Qin Ling came to his senses, he quickly followed him. When Lin Yun dove into the Saint Pool, he quickly sank down and could sense the boundless astral saint energy in the surroundings. When the water pressure came from every direction, Lin Yun could sense the endless astral saint energy entering his body. His Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon also began to circulate and greedily devoured the astral saint energy. How comfortable! Lin Yun was surprised and could feel his cultivation rapidly soaring. This was an unprecedented feeling. Most importantly, cultivating the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon required a lot of resources. His cultivation was slow, no matter how many divine astral pellets he had, especially after he reached the 2nd stage and condensing the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron. This easily multiplied the resources he needed by 10 or even 100 times. So this was simply a God-sent opportunity. Should I go down and take a look? Lin Yun looked down and saw a golden membrane at the bottom of the pool that made it look like even the soil was gold. He could sense that the astral saint energy contained within it had reached an unimaginable density. Ultimately, he decided to go down and take a look as he shot down like an arrow. Where's he? Qin Ling was surprised when he entered the pool. It was just the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. He still hadn't reminded Lin Yun that there was an astral vortex at the bottom of the pool. It was hazardous, and one would be heavily injured if they weren't careful. Lin Yun is smart, so he probably knows what he's doing. Qin Ling soon tossed it to the back of his mind and focused on absorbing the surrounding astral saint energy. He had to cherish this rare opportunity. When Lin Yun swam 3,000 meters down, he noticed something wasn't right. The surrounding temperature had sharply dropped. Besides, there would be undercurrents from time to time. It was like a dragon was colliding against his body. He didn't hesitate to summon the 3008 dragon runes on his body. When the undercurrent collided against him, ripples spread out on the surface of his body and rang out like a bell deep in the pool. As Lin Yun continued to descend and reached a depth of 8,000 meters, he finally saw a terrifying vortex that was stirring. Sacred light was radiated from it like silk, containing unimaginable power. When some undercurrents clashed against each other, Lin Yun could feel his eardrums ringing non-stop. As Lin Yun floated in the water, he looked at the bottom of the Saint Pool with a great thirst. He could feel that his heart skipped a beat with his blood flow facing tremendous pressure. It felt as though he would bleed from his 7 orifices at any time, and his heart might burst out of his body. What a pity! Lin Yun ultimately chose to give up. If he was swept to the bottom of the pool with the current strength of his physique, he might lose his life. Lin Yun let Lil Red out. This place is good, and it might be able to try and make a breakthrough to the Dragon Pulse realm. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, "You can come out too. This is a great place, and I don't know when the next time will be if we miss this opportunity. It won't be good if I'm discovered." Lil Purple hesitated. They had joined the sword sect, and this wasn't appropriate. But Lin Yun could tell that she was tempted by his suggestion. "Then don't let anyone discover you. You're the supreme heavenly slaughtering empress. Just treat it as you owe the sword sect one. You just have to return the favor in the future." Lin Yun smiled, dispelling Lil Purple's concerns. "Hehe, that's what I was thinking as well." Lil Purple smiled before she came out of the sword box together with Lil Red. When Lil Red came out, it didn't hesitate to activate the Devour Saint rune and started absorbing countless sacred lights 8,000 meters deep in the Saint Pool. It didn't take long for a vortex to be formed around Lil Red as it rapidly devoured the astral saint energy. This instantly made Lin Yun jealous. Lil Red had an ancient bloodline, which meant that it had a stronger physique than humans, not to mention that it also had the Devour Saint rune. So it was practically cheating since it was refining at speed 10 times faster than Chun Ling. This empress will start as well. Lil Purple's eyes flashed with excitement as she sat down, and her hair soon turned silver. The aura of a phoenix was also spreading out. It didn't take long for a vortex bigger than Lil Red to appear around her. Damn! The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because they were a little too much. He instantly regretted letting the two of them out and wondered if his senior brother would kill him when he came out. After all, this would exhaust at least a century of accumulation from the Saint Pool. But speaking of which, Lil Purple seemed to be even more beautiful lately, and she seemed to have grown a little taller as well. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts as he held onto his chin. Ever since the phoenix tree came to life, something about Lil Purple had changed, and she went into slumber more often. Forget it. I should get started as well. Lin Yun recollected himself and crossed his legs together before moving the Elysium core that hovered above the ocean of astral energy. As the golden ocean roared with huge waves bellowing, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron slowly rose from the golden ocean. When the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was out of the ocean, a vortex bigger than Lil Red's and Lil Purple's appeared, and the golden light that looked like golden sand flew towards the vortex. This made Lil Red and Lil Purple open their eyes. They were both surprised when they saw the terrifying vortex swirling behind Lin Yun. "This monster!" Lil Purple unhappily complained as her silver hair grew and devoured more astral saint energy. Meanwhile, Mu Chuan and a few elders smiled, feeling that it was a great blessing that the divine firmament peak had Lin Yun. 8,000 meters deep in the Saint Pool, there were 3 figures wrapped in golden light that made them stand out at the bottom of the pool. Seated before a massive black vortex, golden astral saint energy that was like silk was pouring into Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun had been in the Saint Pool for the past 3 days. Over this period of time, the surrounding water pressure gradually increased, as if it was a huge hand squeezing down on him, bringing a huge burden to his physique. Compared to him, Lil Purple and Lil Red had it easier. Lil Purple was a phoenix, while Lil Red was a demonic beast, so they were akin to fishes in a pool. But that was only temporarily. The pressure within the Saint Pool was increasing as time passed. 1,000 meters deep into the Saint Pool was still all right, but the pressure was a little terrifying at 8,000 meters, especially in the spot that Lin Yun chose. It was close to the vortex, but Lin Yun had no choice but to take a risk. The water pressure here was terrifying, but this also meant that the benefits were higher. Lin Yun could even sense that his innate Azure Dragon Saint physique was being baptized and tempered. It first started with his internal organs, then to his limbs, flesh, bones, and dragon runes. In just 3 days, the number of his dragon runes had reached 4,000. He felt that if he stayed there longer, he could increase the dragon runes to 5,000. But it was the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron that changed the most. As boundless astral saint energy poured into his body, golden scriptures began to appear on the surface of the cauldron. Whenever a word appeared, the cauldron would emit a strange sound as a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix could be faintly seen. Lin Yun didn't recognize the scriptures, but he could sense the power contained within them. He could also sense that as the scriptures increased, the cauldron also slowly increased in weight. The destructive sword aura emitted from the cauldron also became even more terrifying, and Lin Yun could sense that it wasn't something he could control at his current level. So he didn't dare to be reckless and could only try to slowly control it in the future. Just by absorbing the astral saint energy, Lin Yun could sense a terrifying ominous aura being emitted from the cauldron, turning his eyes bloodshot. But Lin Yun also noticed that the cauldron was no longer as frightening as it devoured astral saint energy. So, it'll behave as long as there's something to eat? Lin Yun inwardly murmured. The cauldron felt like a pet and a troublesome one at that. As for those scriptures, Lin Yun wasn't that curious because he couldn't understand any of them. He felt those scriptures had a huge background, but it wasn't something he could think about right now. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye and a person flew out of the saint pool, emitting a dazzling sword ray. This instantly attracted the attention of all the divine firmament peak disciples seated along St. Pool Square. Since this place was a popular cultivating spot, everyone could cultivate here as long as they had time. So there were still many disciples around even after 5 days. Who came out? It should be Lin Yun. His cultivation is lower than senior brother Chun, so he won't be able to last long. It's hard to say. Look, he's here. A person soared out of the abyss just when everyone was softly discussing their opinions. When they saw the person hovering in the air, they realized that this person was emitting a powerful aura that was at the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. So strong, reaching the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm in 5 days. The effects of the baptism are really great. After senior brother Chun refines all the astral saint energy, he might even be able to reach the top 10 on the Earth ranking. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Chun Ling. 5 days ago, Chun Ling was still stuck in the bottleneck of 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realm with no signs of making a breakthrough anytime soon. But 5 days later, he reached 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm and might even be able to reach 4-star Heavenly Elysium core realm in the future. This meant that his path in the Dragon Pulse realm would be smoother, and he had a high chance of reaching the 2nd stage of the Dragon Pulse realm before the age of 35. Disciple Chun Ling greets the Peak Master and senior brother. Chun Ling bowed as he came before Mu Chuan with excitement written on his face. You're a direct disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak starting today. You can pick a ghost spirit martial technique. Remember to go into seclusion to digest this opportunity well. Mu Chuan nodded with a smile. Chun Ling briefly hesitated before he continued. I wish to wait for junior brother Lin and go together with him. Mu Chuan was surprised when he heard that, but he inwardly nodded. He replied, that works as well. It shouldn't take long for him to come out. This? Chun Ling looked awkward. What's the matter? Mu Chuan furrowed his brow. This disciple never saw junior brother Lin in the Saint Pool. Before I came out, I initially planned to greet junior brother Lin. But I couldn't see him even after going 5,000 meters down. I only faintly saw a figure dive into the vortex before I came out. Chun Ling cupped his hands. Chun Ling's words immediately caused an uproar. Lin Yun entered the vortex? Isn't it the same as courting death? Even disciples in the 1st stage of Dragon Pulse realm might not be able to withstand the vortex. Is he insane? Are you serious? Mu Chuan quickly asked. I'm not too sure about it. 5,000 meters is my limit, and I was forced to come out before I could take a better look. Chun Ling replied. He saw a massive vortex behind Lin Yun, which even stirred the astral saint energy that had condensed into golden sand at the bottom of the saint pool. He was sure Lin Yun had entered the vortex, but he didn't dare say it. The astral saint energy was invisible, but the accumulation over the years transformed it, turning the astral saint energy into astral saint dust. Aside from that, he also saw 2 other figures devouring quite a lot of golden sand near Lin Yun. The golden sand was the accumulation of the divine firmament peak over the past millennials. Although the peak master said that they were free to empty the saint pool if they had the ability, Lin Yun even stirred the astral saint dust. So the peak master would probably feel heartache if he knew that. Ha ha ha! He really gave me a surprise. Mu Chuan was briefly shocked before he rejoiced. He smiled. He really gave me a surprise. The vortex might be dangerous, but the benefits are also unimaginable. The divine firmament peak picked a treasure this time. Ha ha ha! Chunling smiled and didn't dare to say a word. Thanks to Lin Yun, he could receive the baptism, so he naturally wouldn't rat Lin Yun out. But if Lin Yun took it too far, it was just a matter of time for the peak master to discover it. Go back and rest. You two can go to the martial arts hall when that brat returns. Mu Chuan waved his hand with a smile. Peak master, you're not worried about junior brother Lin's safety? Feng Luan asked in a surprised tone. Don't worry about it. He must have come up with a way since he only entered the vortex after 5 days. He's not stupid to court death. Just wait. He'll shock the entire sword sect this time. Mu Chuan smiled. Feng Luan fell into deep thoughts when he looked at the saint pool covered in a fog. For some reason, he had a feeling that somewhere wasn't right. The entire St. Pool Square burst into an uproar upon hearing that Lin Yun had entered the vortex. Everyone became excited because they knew Lin Yun would receive great benefits if he survived within the vortex. Just like that, exclamations would burst out from St. Pool Square every day Lin Yun stayed in the St. Pool. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, shaking the entire sword sect. Even disciples from the Scarlet Firmament Peak, Golden Firmament Peak, Azure Firmament Peak, and Indigo Firmament Peak had disciples coming over because it was too unbelievable that Lin Yun actually stayed at the bottom of the St. Pool for half a month, still showing no signs of coming out. This made people wonder if Lin Yun had died instead. That was a little scary, but it was highly possible. But they calmed down upon seeing Mu Chuan's face. If anything really happened to Lin Yun, there was no way the Peak Master would be so calm. Just like that, another 10 days passed, and even Mu Chuan couldn't maintain his composure anymore because Lin Yun had stayed in the St. Pool for 25 days. With his cultivation, Mu Chuan could sense that Lin Yun was in no danger. Not only was he in no danger, but his vitality was also massive, like a sun. On the 27th day that Lin Yun stayed in the St. Pool, the entire sword sect burst into an uproar as famous figures began appearing. In the beginning, only those on the Earth ranking came. But gradually, the top 10 on the Earth ranking were practically there, and even peak masters were coming over with the surroundings slowly losing control. On the 29th day, a boundless sword aura that looked like a golden sun arrived above everyone's heads. It was a golden sun containing terrifying sword intent before a gray-clothed old man walked out of it, giving off a majestic prestige. We greet the sect master. This personage was Mu Xiankong, the sect master of the sword sect. All the disciples cupped their hands together upon seeing this person. M. Xiankong wore a solemn expression as he immediately appeared beside Mu Chuan. He furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on? I really have no idea. I can only be sure that he's still alive, and his vitality is blazing like a fire," Mu Chuan said with a slightly guilty conscience. He was a little flustered upon seeing the sect master's gaze. It has almost been a month. Just how long is he going to stay in there? Mu Xiankong murmured as he fell into deep thoughts. That was also the question in everyone's mind as they looked at the abyss where the waterfalls converged, their brows furrowed, and shock reflected in their pupils. If Lin Yun came out now, how strong would he become? It was unprecedented in the history of the sword sect for someone to manage to stay in it for so long that they couldn't make an estimation. That brat won't discover the secrets of the astral saint dust, right? Mu Xiankong suddenly said, instantly making the faces of all peak masters weird. When he heard that, Mu Chuan's face changed, and he smiled. I don't think so. It doesn't matter even if he finds out. How much can he take anyways? Perhaps he's struggling in the vortex and couldn't reach the bottom. It doesn't matter. This is a matter of your divine firmament peak, and it's all on you if he crosses the bottom line. Mu Xiankong indifferently replied. But Mu Chuan's face turned dark as he inwardly cursed when he heard that. But he couldn't say a word with the other peak masters watching with playful looks. The astral saint dust was the accumulation of hundreds or thousands of years. Some disciples could move the golden dust at the bottom of the saint pool, but that was the limit to what they could do. None of them could absorb too much, and there hadn't been a precedent. After all, who would have thought that someone could stay in the saint pool for nearly a month and still show no signs of coming out? Big sister, big news. A figure hurriedly descended onto a palace suspended above the saint pool in the scarlet firmament peak. MHM? Mu Shuiqin opened her eyes and looked at Mu Qingqing, who hurriedly arrived. This made her unhappily furrow her brows, and she asked, "What's wrong? Calm down first." Mu Qingqing's face was red from the blood flow as she rushed over and held onto Mu Shuiqin's hand. She stuck her tongue out and smiled. "How can you still stay in seclusion when something so big is happening? You probably wouldn't know if I hadn't told you." Although Mu Shuiqin briefly struggled, she still allowed herself to be pulled up and the two soared into the sky. The Saint Pool Square beneath them was empty without a single person. There weren't any disciples around. Even the elders who would usually guide disciples there and deacons responsible for guarding this place were gone. Mu Shuiqin's face changed as she asked, "Where's everybody? Did the profound sky sect come and attack us?" Hearing what Mu Shuiqin said, Mu Qingqing chuckled as she covered her mouth. "Big sister, you're hilarious. It's not the profound sky sect, but the person you told me to pay attention to. Flower Burial Lin Yun? What's wrong? Didn't he just join the Divine Firmament Peak? Even if there's a dispute over him becoming a direct disciple, it's just a fight. Is there a need for everyone on the Scarlet Firmament Peak to go watch?" Mu Shuiqin said. Along the way, there wasn't a single person left except within some significant buildings such as the Elixir Pavilion, Martial Arts Hall, and the Heavenly Sword Pagoda. This scene made Mu Shuiqin furious, and she commented, "What the hell are these people doing? How dare they leave their posts without permission? I have to tell father about this later. The defense and discipline are too loose. What if an enemy launches an attack on us? Hee. Don't worry about that. Our father is already there. He's the most unreliable person." Mu Qingqing smiled when she saw Mu Shuiqin's expression. When Mu Shuiqin heard what Mu Qingqing said, her face changed with a flicker through her pupils. She asked, "What's going on? Quickly tell me about it." Lin Yun has stayed in the Divine Firmament Peak's Saint Pool for 29 days. This news has shocked the entire sword sect. The peak masters of the various peaks are already there, and even our father is alarmed by it. Mu Qingqing said with admiration in her pupils. "How is this possible?" Mu Shuiqin's face froze because that was too unbelievable. She couldn't believe that someone could stay at the bottom of the Saint Pool for so long. It was known that there was a vortex at the bottom of the Saint Pool that could tear someone apart. The only exception was Lin Yun's physique, which was comparable to a Dragon Pulse realm expert. After reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, the forming of each pulse would slowly shred the mortal body towards the saint path. But that's the truth. Even our father is there. Big sister, do you not believe me? Mu Qingqing was unhappy. "It's common sense that I don't trust you. Anyhow, we'll know after taking a look." Mu Shuiqin smiled. "Big sister, how long did you last in the Saint Pool?" Mu Qingqing smiled as she rolled her eyes. Mu Shuiqin glared at Mu Qingqing, then ignored her. She only lasted 9 days, and it was already an impressive achievement. She was only second to Gu Ruochen, who was first on the heaven ranking. But that wasn't the reason she doubted what Mu Qingqing said. The main reason was that even Jian Jingtian only managed to stay 18 days in the Saint Pool. Back to the Divine Firmament Peak, Saint Pool Square was filled with people. But even so, there were still more people coming. But every last one of them had shock in their pupils as they looked in the direction of the Saint Pool. So many people! Mu Shuiqin's face changed when she realized it was difficult to get any closer. When she raised her head, she instantly saw Mu Xiankong. Her father was standing with the other peak masters except for Mu Chuan, who wore an unnatural expression. His cheeks trembled as he forced a smile to try and look relatively relaxed. but anyone could tell with a glance that he was nervous. "Let's just stand here." Mu Shuiqin pulled Mu Qingxing to the side, since they were too special. If they went in, it would definitely cause a sensation, and Mu Shuiqin didn't like the feeling of being observed like an animal in a zoo. But this made Mu Qingxing unhappy because she still wanted to get closer to the Saint Pool. That Lin Yun is really similar to Jian Jingtian from back then. He came from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect and has a deep relationship with Jian Jingtian. If we're looking at the results of the Saint Pool alone, Lin Yun has already surpassed Jian Jingtian. Is the Sword sect going to have another first ranker of the 3 rankings? Many elders had a deep impression of Jian Jingtian. Jian Jingtian was a legend in the Sword sect who shone brightly, and many people didn't doubt that he could become a saint. It was so much so that many people thought he could surpass his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, and bring the Sword sect to become a holy land. He once brought tears to countless people in the Sword sect, but he disappeared after what happened 18 years ago. He couldn't even leave the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect now. But now, another genius appeared from the Divine Firmament Peak, who was also the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. So how could the elders not be excited? As time passed, the night flew by, and dawn arrived. This excited everyone because Lin Yun had stayed in the Saint Pool for 30 days. This was a miracle, an achievement that no one might be able to break for hundreds of years to come. When dawn shone on the Divine Firmament Peak, the surface of the Saint Pool began to tremble with waves splashing and dazzling light soaring to the sky. This immediately attracted Mu Chuan's attention as he stretched his neck to look at the Saint Pool below. Are those sword rays? Looks like Lin Yun is coming out. Everyone became excited as they involuntarily stretched their necks. Lin Yun was finally coming out after 30 days in the Saint Pool. Just when everyone was looking forward to it, the surface of the Saint Pool exploded with golden lights bursting out, accompanied by a terrifying aura. That aura seems to be at the heavenly Elysium core realm, several peak masters said in an uncertain tone. The corner of Mu Chuan's lips twitched when he heard that. Lin Yun has broken through to the heavenly Elysium core realm? Just how much astral saint dust did he refine? He remembered that Lin Yun was only in the greater Elysium core realm before he entered the Saint Pool. Before everyone could react, a golden light streaked across the horizon and appeared before everyone. When the golden light dissipated, everyone squinted their eyes and was surprised. The golden light was naturally Lin Yun. He was enveloped in golden light as sunlight shone on him, which gave him an ethereal temperament. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lin Yun because he had reached the heavenly Elysium core realm. But that wasn't all, he even formed his first star. This meant that Lin Yun was now at the 1-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Before entering the Saint Pool, he had just reached the greater Elysium core realm. But he had now reached the 1-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Mu Qingxing was stumped as she covered her mouth. Mu Shuiqin's eyes were also flickering as she muttered, "Sword sect is going to have another Jian Jingtian." While everyone was talking, Lin Yun was shocked to see so many people having gathered together and swept his gaze around while hovering in the air. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a smile because he knew that the commotion created by him was a little too huge. After his dragon runes grew to 5,000, Lin Yun gave it a try and realized that he could enter the vortex, but could barely withstand the impact. Over the past 30 days, his cultivation didn't just reach the 1-star heavenly Elysium core realm. He had even reached the 3rd stage in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon. The ancient scripture on the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron reached nearly 1,000 characters. This made the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron heavier. It was so heavy that his 1-star heavenly Elysium core could no longer suppress it. A small portion of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was popping out of the golden ocean of astral energy instead of fully submerging it. This gave him a headache because the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron would be released if he didn't pay enough attention to it. It was scary to think about, not to mention that the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was pretty troublesome to deal with when it didn't have any resources to devour. Although the power contained within it was terrifying, it wasn't something he could control with his current strength. If he wasn't careful, He would be governed by the killing intent from the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating cauldron. Putting it in a nutshell, he would become a vessel of the cauldron. What Lil Purple said about the cauldron wasn't fake. It was a demonic cauldron born from primal chaos and was filled with mystery. Lin Yun's Dragon Phoenix sword aura also grew from 18 to 42 wisps. If he fought Xiahou Yan, Chun Bing, and Huang Yanqing again, he could defeat them more easily. Seems like I stayed in the St. Pool for a little too long, Lin Yun muttered while he looked at the shocked faces in the surroundings. Originally, he actually couldn't stay in the St. Pool for so long. Even if his dragon runes had grown to 5,000, his physique couldn't bear the constant impacts. But when the scriptures on the cauldron reached 1,000, Lin Yun was shocked to discover that the scriptures flew from the cauldron and wrapped around him, protecting him from the vortex. After that, the cauldron began to devour the golden dust at the bottom of the St. Pool even more ferociously. It was as if the cauldron didn't want to be disrupted from devouring the golden dust. This made him curious because he couldn't control those scriptures. Lin Yun could stay at the bottom of the St. Pool for another month if he wanted. But that was a little unfair, and Lin Yun wasn't so shameless. But even so, he scraped off 9 layers of the golden dust before coming out. When Lin Yun flew towards where Mu Chuan was, he noticed 6 people beside Mu Chuan. There was a gray-clothed old man whose sword aura radiated brightly like a majestic sun in front of the other 5 people. Lin Yun, why aren't you greeting the sect master and these peak masters? Mu Chuan's face was ugly, but he reminded Lin Yun when he saw the latter coming over. Lin Yun knew that he had blown up the matter after seeing that the sect master was there. Feeling guilty, Lin Yun smiled and cupped his hands. Disciple Lin Yun greets the sect master and all the peak masters. Looks like the divine firmament peak has another genius now. Mu Xiankong smiled. But Mu Chuan interrupted them and asked, Lin Yun, how much astral saint dust did you refine at the bottom of the St. Pool? Astral saint dust? Lin Yun was puzzled when he heard that term. The golden dust at the bottom of the St. Pool. How much did you refine? Mu Chuan nervously asked. It's really hard to say. Lin Yun scratched his head because he really had no idea how much gold dust he refined. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked in a somewhat flustered tone, Is it serious? Am I not allowed to touch it? I didn't know of it beforehand. You won't ask me to pay for it, right? Ha ha ha. Lin Yun amused Mu Xiankong. Lin Yun was too adorable in his eyes. Mu Xiankong smiled. You don't have to panic. Don't be frightened by what your senior brother said. If you can refine them, it's your own ability. We're happy to see you grow stronger, so how will we blame you for it? You just have to tell us the truth. Hearing what Mu Xiankong said, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I really have no idea how much I refined. I only know that I scraped 9 layers off. The peak masters all took a deep breath when they heard that, and even Mu Xiankong was surprised. It was no wonder why Lin Yun had no idea how much he refined. His measurement scale was by layers. That was equivalent to 200 years of accumulation from the divine firmament peak. But in reality, Lin Yun didn't refine that much himself. He roughly refined 5 layers, while 4 of the layers were divided between Lil Purple and Lil Red, respectively. But it was better to count them as his own. When the group recovered their senses, they all looked at Mu Chuan with strange smiles. Is there any problem? Lin Yun asked weakly. Naturally not. Mu Xiankong smiled. It's a reward to you by the sect. Do you know how long Jian Jingtian stayed at the bottom of the St. Pool? I don't. 18 days. Mu Xiankong replied. Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. He didn't know that Jian Jingtian was that strong. He was an exception because he relied on the cauldron to stay for a month. So he couldn't imagine how Jian Jingtian remained at the bottom of the St. Pool for 18 days. So you've done something impressive, lad. Mu Xiankong looked at Lin Yun with his eyes filled with love for talent. I'm just lucky, Lin Yun humbly replied. He knew he had cheated to obtain this impressive record, so it wasn't too fair. It doesn't matter what you do because there's no fluke in this world. Mu Xiankong deeply glanced at Lin Yun. No matter what you do, it's considered part of your strength. Gentlemen, I have a somewhat immature idea. Lin Yun might be young, and his qualifications are still shallow, but the potential he displayed is comparable to Jian Jingtian. So I wish to grant him the identity as a heaven-direct disciple. What do you guys think? As soon as Mu Xiankong said that, an uproar exploded on the divine firmament peak. How is this possible? Heaven-direct disciple? Holy shit, did I hear that correctly? He's only been at the sect for a month. Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Lin Yun is only at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Even Mu Qingqing had her mouth wide open. When she came to her senses, she sourly said, "Isn't our father a little too biased?" But Mu Shuiqin fell into deep thoughts when she heard what her father said. This wasn't exactly a piece of good news because it would make Lin Yun become a sore in everyone's eyes. All the disciples in the sword sect were stubborn. They were all arrogant and would draw their swords upon a disagreement. There were limited quotas for heavenly direct disciples in the sect every year. Aside from those in the top 10 of the heaven ranking who could become heaven direct disciples, one at least need to possess cultivation in the Dragon Pulse realm and undergo a series of tests to fight for one of the 5 quotas. It was simply unheard of that someone in the Elysium core realm could become a heaven direct disciple. It was a glory that not even those in the top 10 on the Earth ranking received. Looks like the sword sect is going to become real lively. Mu Shuiqin smiled as she looked at Lin Yun from a distance. She could feel that the sword sect was starting to change because of his arrival. Mu Xuankong's words were shocking, so the other peak masters were stumped and speechless. Mu Chuan was the first to come to his senses. A light flashed through his pupils, and he yelled, "Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you thanking the sect master?" His yell startled Lin Yun, and he quickly said, "Disciple Lin Yun thanks the sect master." Seeing Lin Yun react so quickly, Mu Chuan smiled and squinted his eyes. He quickly made the decision right away with a laugh. "Great. Since everyone has no opinion about it, you're a heaven direct disciple starting today." The other peak masters only came to their senses now. How could they not have any opinion about that? If Lin Yun became a heaven direct disciple, this meant that one peak would lose their quota. Most importantly, this wasn't appropriate because Lin Yun was only at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, while their peaks had disciples on the top 10 of the Earth ranking. Some had even reached the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. So how were they going to explain to those disciples? Just thinking about it alone was enough to give them a headache. So the peak masters were all unhappy as they turned to look at Mu Chuan. That fellow looked like he wanted to hack Lin Yun just a moment ago. But now, he was the first to react and got Lin Yun to thank the sect master before they could have a chance to speak. And this was simply too shameless. Looking at Lin Yun, Mu Xiankong was happy as he continued, "I know you've suffered a lot of grievances on the heavenly path. You've walked to the end, but none of the powerful sects in the ancient barren domain wanted you. You might have been taken in by Martial Uncle Radiant, but you can be reassured. The sword sect won't let you suffer any grievances, and what happened to Jian Jingtian 18 years ago will never happen to you. As long as you're a disciple of the sword sect, we won't let anyone bully you." When Lin Yun raised his head to look at Mu Xuankong's eyes, the soft spot in his heart was struck. He had been wandering around since he left the Sword Firmament Pavilion and had never settled in a place. But he could feel an emotion he had never felt before after hearing what Mu Xiankong said. Everyone knew that he was Flower Burial, the strongest genius on the heavenly paths. Everyone knew he was strong since he killed 5 and crippled 5 of the realm sons back on the 9th heavenly path. But no one cared how lonely he felt, and he couldn't show his weakness because he had nothing behind him, so he couldn't afford to collapse. As a sour sensation rose in Lin Yun's nose, he sobbed and bit on his lips, not wanting to let his tears roll down his cheeks. Disciple Lin Yun thanks the sect master. Lin Yun didn't say much, but he had made up his mind. He wouldn't let the sword sect down in this lifetime. Mu Xiankong nodded with a gentle smile when he looked at Lin Yun. "All right, you can go first to refine the astral saint dust. I'll officially confer you as a heaven direct disciple in a few days. Someone will inform you when the time comes." Lin Yun nodded and was looking forward to becoming a heaven-direct disciple. When he saw the envious gazes in the surroundings, he could easily judge that the status as a heaven-direct disciple wasn't simple. "All right, you can all disperse now," Mu Xiankong said as he looked around. Everyone quickly bade their farewell and left the divine firmament peak. But when they looked at Lin Yun, many were unhappy and were discussing amongst themselves while they left. This is really unprecedented, to give an Elysium core realm disciple the status of a heaven-direct disciple. The sect master seems to like Lin Yun a lot. If I remember correctly, even his 2 biological daughters didn't receive such treatment, right? No matter what, Lin Yun is only at the 1-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Let's not mention the top 10 on the Earth ranking. Those in the top 50 would also be unhappy about this. This is too cruel. The sect master said Lin Yun suffered grievances on the heavenly path. As the strongest genius in the history of the heavenly paths, what grievances can he possibly suffer? Today was destined to be chaotic, whether it was Lin Yun breaking the record for the Saint Pool or becoming a heaven-direct disciple. Without 2 to 3 months, it would be difficult for this commotion to subside. After all, it was unprecedented in the history of the Sword Sect. Feng Luan, bring that brat to a new residence. Since he's a heaven-direct disciple, his treatment naturally follows the specification of a heaven-direct disciple. So he won't stay in his previous residence anymore. Mu Chuan said with a delighted smile. Junior brother, come with me. Feng Luan smiled as he stepped forth. Sorry about the trouble, senior brother Feng. Lin Yun smiled. After the 2 left, Mu Xiankong turned to look at Mu Chuan. Come with me. We have to find a solution since he scraped off 9 layers of the Saint Pool. After all, we can't possibly seal off the Saint Pool for 100 years. His words made Mu Chuan's face stiff as his smile swiftly disappeared. Sect Master, how will we explain Lin Yun becoming a heaven-direct disciple to the other Earth-ranking geniuses? I'm afraid that they will become impulsive. The other Peak Masters looked at Mu Xiankong, not letting him leave. But Mu Xiankong was calm. He knew the Peak Masters were trying to get something out of him. So he wore a casual smile and replied, There's no need to explain anything to them. Everything is as per usual. If they're unhappy, let them enter the Saint Pool and stay there for 30 days. If they can accomplish that, they'll be given the status as a heaven-direct disciple like Lin Yun. If they can't, then you guys can deal with them yourselves. Mu Chuan, come with me. The surrounding Peak Masters' lips twitched when they heard that. They could predict that the geniuses on the Earth ranking would be furious if they heard that. Looks like our sect master really likes Lin Yun. The Golden Firmament Peak's Peak Master smiled and sighed simultaneously. Regardless of Lin Yun being able to enter the Saint Pool when he had just joined the Sword Sect or becoming a heaven-direct disciple, they were unprecedented in the history of the Sword Sect. Perhaps the sect master thinks Lin Yun will become the next Jian Jingtian. It's still too early to talk about that. Jian Jingtian shone brightly back then, unrivaled in the ancient barren domain and shook the entire eastern desolation. But Lin Yun isn't even in the Dragon Pulse realm. Let's go. We'll leave this matter to the younger generation to feel a headache about. The 5 Peaks competition will start soon, and I bet it'll be exciting. The remaining Peak Masters briefly chatted before they left. Even the Peak Masters were shocked that Lin Yun became a heaven-direct disciple, so one could only imagine how shocked the disciples would feel. Big sister, let's catch up. I'm friends with Lin Yun, Mu Qingqing excitedly said, looking at Lin Yun and Feng Luan's silhouettes. She was curious about how Lin Yun managed to stay in the Saint Pool for 30 days. But Mu Shuiqin glared and warned her, You're really stupid. I won't go, and you're not allowed to go either. Why? Mu Qingqin said unhappily. Figure it out yourself. Mu Shuiqin quickly ignored Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing was usually smart and had a great relationship with everyone. But her brain would shut down at times. Lin Yun was now a target of everyone. If they visited him, it was the same as pouring oil onto the fire. Although she wouldn't mind what others think of her, it was unavoidable for others to mind. Not to mention that they both had beauty and strength, or they wouldn't be considered goddesses in the hearts of many disciples. So it would only cause greater chaos if they visited Lin Yun. Lin Yun followed Feng Luan to the main hall of the Divine Firmament Peak to obtain a jade token before they left the Divine Firmament Peak. There were hundreds of floating islands around the Divine Firmament Peak, and it was a majestic scene. They looked like leveled mountains while hovering in the air. After they traveled through the clouds, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a small-scaled floating island. This might be a small-scaled floating island, but it wasn't small at all. In the mortal world, it was comparable to a small-scaled city with a radius of a few thousand miles. This is the Dragon Soaring Peak, and it'll be your residence in the future. The name is domineering. Let's hope you'll become a dragon soaring into the clouds in the future. Feng Luan smiled. Lin Yun was surprised by the treatment that he was being given. To think that he was given an entire floating mountain. The entire floating mountain was shrouded in mist and protected by a triple-layered array. Dragon Soaring Peak? Let's call it the Cloud Soaring Peak instead, Lin Yun said. When Feng Luan heard what Lin Yun said, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together. Marvelous! This is a good name with the ambition of fleeting clouds and soaring to the sky. It also fits your name well. Quick, try the jade token that you obtained. Lin Yun smiled because Feng Luan really knew how to speak. He then took out the jade token and injected his astral energy into it. In the next second, the clouds separated like a screen, revealing a massive palace on the flat ground, enveloped in spiritual energy. There were hills, rivers, and even a decent-sized spiritual lake on the cloud-soaring peak. The lake's surface was as clear as a mirror with fishes swimming in it and the reflection of birds on it. Aside from that, there was also a training ground and elixir refining chamber. All sorts of cultivating facilities could be found there. In the future, when you reach the Samsara Edict realm, you can recruit your own servants or spiritualists to refine elixirs. There are a lot of benefits as a Heaven Direct disciple. Feng Luan chuckled as he looked at Lin Yun. Senior brother, how many Heaven Direct disciples are there in our Divine Firmament Peak? Lin Yun asked. It's shameful to talk about it. We only have 2 other Heaven Direct disciples in the Divine Firmament Peak. Including you, we have 3 Heaven Direct disciples. Feng Luan sighed. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. The entire Divine Firmament Peak only had 3 Heaven Direct disciples? This was a little too unbelievable. It's more or less the same for the other peaks. Aside from the 10 on the Heaven ranking, it's too hard to become a Heaven Direct disciple. Feng Luan then explained how tough it was to become a Heaven Direct disciple, leaving Lin Yun speechless when he heard that. I'll bid my farewell first. You don't have to rush to visit the martial arts hall. After your token as a Heaven Direct disciple is done, you'll have more choices to pick from. Feng Luan said before cupping his hands together. Senior brother, wait a minute. Why didn't I see my senior sister and the others? Lin Yun asked. He stayed at the bottom of the Saint Pool for a month, shaking the entire sword sect. So it made no sense that Yi Xiling and Zhao Yan didn't come. But when Lin Yun swept his gaze around earlier, he couldn't find them. They're saint disciples, so they'll naturally cultivate beside the saints. So they should be on Saint Mountain for about 6 months or so. I'm afraid they'll undergo a huge transformation when they come out. Feng Luan's eyes flashed with envy when he talked about that. After all, it was an opportunity to cultivate with a saint in a treasured place like Saint Mountain. And even he couldn't help feeling envious of this opportunity. Typically speaking, it should be the same for Lin Yun as well. When Lin Yun saw the doubt in Feng Luan's eyes, he merely smiled without explaining. The Radiant Sword Saint was in seclusion to make a breakthrough, and it was already difficult for the Radiant Sword Saint to spare some time for him once every 6 months. Lin Yun didn't want to disrupt his master and didn't dare to accept 6 months of guidance from the Radiant Sword Saint, but he couldn't tell Feng Luan about that. If news got out that his master only had 5 years of his lifespan left, it would spread unease in the sword sect. Then again, no secrets could be kept hidden forever, and Lin Yun wasn't willing to think how long this secret could be kept. After Feng Luan left, Lin Yun flew into the central courtyard. This was a courtyard built beside a spiritual lake. There was a pavilion in the courtyard with the spiritual lake outside the window. Looking out the window, one could see the boundless sky right away. This is a nice place. Lil Purple flew out of the sword box with satisfaction in her pupils. She nodded her head as if she was looking at her own home. How's Lil Red? Lin Yun asked. After Lil Red emerged from the cocoon, it had turned into a fat black cat, a completely different image from when it was still a dragon-blooded horse. But Lin Yun was already used to calling it Lil Red. It'll be in the Dragon Pulse realm once it wakes up, Lil Purple replied as she sat on the soft fur mat, curling into a ball in a comfortable position. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling envious when he heard that. For Lil Red to reach the Dragon Pulse realm so easily. Since Lil Red had a dragon bloodline, it didn't have to accumulate stars after reaching the Heavenly Elysium core realm. So this meant that it could make a direct breakthrough into the Dragon Pulse realm. Now that he thought about it again, Lil Red was the ultimate winner of this St. Pool baptism. Lil Purple laid on the fur mat and yawned before stretching her waist. She was about to fall asleep again in just a brief moment. But Lin Yun quickly shook her awake and asked, "Don't sleep yet. I have to ask you, what's with the cauldron? This Empress is sleepy. Don't disturb my sleep. Don't sleep yet. You scumbag. All you know is how to bully a little girl like me. You're not even going to let me sleep. What's with the scriptures on the cauldron? Tell me quickly, what's going on?" Scriptures. Lin Yun was determined to figure this out today because the cauldron was popping out of his ocean of astral energy. If he used his Dragon Phoenix sword aura, the cauldron would be triggered, and the destructive aura in the cauldron would flood him. If he wasn't careful, he would be rendered a puppet of the cauldron and commit endless killings. If this went on, it was just a matter of time before he became a vessel for the cauldron. Lil Purple initially wanted to brush Lin Yun off. But when she heard that scriptures appeared on the cauldron, she became sober and held onto her chin. So there really are scriptures? The corner of Lin Yun's cheeks twitched when he heard that, because Lil Purple was too unreliable. This also made him realize that there was something weird about that cauldron. What's with those scriptures? Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple with a grave expression. He was practically sure that Lil Purple had secrets kept from him concerning the Iris Sword Saint. Many times he didn't want to directly ask about it. He knew it was futile even if he got to the bottom of it when he didn't have enough strength, and he understood this logic long ago. But he had to make it clear today because the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron was a ticking time bomb in his body. He was sure that it was a demonic cauldron. If he wasn't careful, he would become its vessel. Lil Purple silently looked at Lin Yun before she ultimately explained. The scriptures are an ultimate martial technique related to the sword. It involves the ancient secrets of the divine dragon era. You can't comprehend or control it with your current strength, and I don't know anything else. An ultimate martial technique related to the sword? Lin Yun furrowed his brows. He wasn't accepting that because it wasn't enough to satisfy him. But he briefly sorted his thoughts, since he had to swiftly resolve the problem. All right, but how do I deal with it? It devoured too much astral saint dust, and I can no longer suppress it. It's also weird, and I feel that I'll become the cauldron's puppet if I used its power. Lil Purple already predicted what Lin Yun would say and replied, "Didn't I tell you before? This cauldron exists globally, and the cauldron in your body is equivalent to the soul. Since you managed to form the soul, the cauldron will naturally be able to sense it. After all, that's the soul of a demonic cauldron." But her explanation left Lin Yun shocked. He couldn't believe there was such a cultivation technique in the world. Otherwise, why do you think the Iris Sword Saint could slay deities when he's only in the saint realm? Aside from Nirvana intent and the 7 sovereign divine runes, he also possessed the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron. Lil Purple continued. Similarly, you can as well once you can control it. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that, pondering over what Lil Purple said. It's easy to resolve your current situation. You just have to cultivate another sword sutra. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun and said, "It doesn't accept you now because you're too weak, but because you have the firmament sword intent, it won't turn against you. This is why this Empress has never put it in my heart, since it will someday become a tool you will use. Besides, It can't play any tricks with this empress around. You're pretty confident in yourself. Lin Yun helplessly smiled as he looked at Lil Purple. He knew he wouldn't get anything more out of her. That's for sure. After all, I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths, Lil Purple said. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that and knocked her hard on her head. Ouch! That hurts. Lil Purple rubbed her head with tears welling in her eyes. Stop bragging. I'll knock you on your head every time you brag in the future. Hurry up and sleep. Lin Yun smiled as he pinched her on her cheeks. But Lil Purple flew into a rage, having her cheeks pinched. You scumbag! I'll take revenge for this one fine day. Ha! I'll be waiting. Lin Yun laughed as he headed to the cultivating chamber. He knew that he would cause a huge commotion in the sword sect with him becoming a heaven direct disciple. After his fight with Chun Ling, Lin Yun now understood the strength of the sword sect's disciples. Chun Ling was already strong, which meant that those direct disciples on the earth ranking would be stronger. He didn't want to be defeated since he wouldn't only embarrass his master, but the sect master as well. Taking a deep breath, light gradually surfaced in his pupils as he recalled what Mu Xiankong said to him. Lin Yun was determined to let everyone know he had the strength to become a heaven direct disciple. Sitting down on a mat, Lin Yun took out the 10th grade spiritual sword bead from his interspatial bracelet. A smile rose on his lips because this gift from An Luyen was much more convenient than interspatial pouches. Should I refine it now? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. It had been a long time since he made any progress in his firmament sword intent, since it had been stuck in the lesser mastery for a long time. He heard that the 10th grade spiritual sword bead had a slight chance of letting someone grasp the firmament sword intent, but Lin Yun had already grasped it. Let's put it to the side for now. Lin Yun ultimately stowed the 10th grade spiritual sword bead. He planned on using it to make a breakthrough when his firmament sword intent reaches a bottleneck. It would be a waste even if he refined it now because it wasn't enough to allow his firmament sword intent to reach greater mastery. Instead, it should be used in the crucial time which could benefit him the most. After stowing the spiritual sword bead, Lin Yun sat down and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. As astral energy coursed throughout his body, it gradually wrapped him in a golden glow. His cultivation sword when he was in the Saint Pool for the past month, so it was time for him to digest it now. A golden Elysium core hovered above the cauldron in his violet palace. On the Elysium core, a golden crow Saint rune was engraved on it. The ocean of astral energy had reached an unbelievable size of 30,000 meters, and above the Elysium core was a starry sky with one star shining brightly. This was the first star that Lin Yun had formed after reaching the heavenly Elysium core realm. It was rumored that the strongest heavenly Elysium core realm expert could condense 9 stars. When 9 stars shone at once, it would create a terrifying phenomenon, boosting the astral energy within the body by 9 folds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, when Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivating chamber. The powerful aura he was emitting had dimmed a lot, but the sword aura hidden within his pupils became even more terrifying, waiting for the moment to be unsheathed. Someone's here. Lin Yun could sense that someone was waiting outside the cloud-soaring peak for a long time before he opened his eyes. When he closed his eyes and gave that person a scan, he held onto his jade token and smiled. Senior Brother Chun, come in. When Chun Ling heard a voice coming from the cloud-soaring peak, he raised his head to see the clouds splitting open, revealing the entire scenery of the cloud-soaring peak. Half an hour later, Lin Yun met Chun Ling in a tea room at the top of the pavilion. As Lin Yun brewed a pot of tea for Chun Ling, he smiled. Senior Brother Chun, it looks like you've been waiting for a long time. Stop. You don't have to call me Senior Brother now. You're more accomplished than me as a swordsman and a heaven direct disciple. Chun Ling waved his hand because he couldn't accept Lin Yun addressing him as Senior Brother. What's the reason for your visit? Lin Yun smiled. Nothing much. I just wish to thank you. As Chun Ling spoke, he took out a fruit from his interspatial pouch. This is the seed of a saint fruit. I had spent a lot of effort getting this some time ago, and I hope you can accept it. Lin Yun was touched when he saw this scene. He believed that this was the best treasure Qianling had with him, but it wasn't that attractive to him. He didn't even think that Qianling needed to give him something because it wasn't much when he had previously helped Qianling. Not to mention that they were both disciples of the divine firmament peak, so there was no need for them to be so calculative. But clearly, he also knew that he couldn't refuse Qianling's goodwill. The seed of a saint fruit? I'll accept it. I'm looking forward to seeing what it will grow into in the future. Lin Yun smiled. His smile wasn't pretentious as he accepted the seed. This scene also relieved Qianling, as if the knot in his heart was undone. Since that's the case, I won't disturb senior brother's cultivation any longer. Qianling also didn't want to stay here for long. He knew Lin Yun must be under tremendous pressure with the commotion within the sword sect, and Lin Yun had to spend his precious time cultivating. Wait up! Lin Yun stopped Qianling before briefly examining the latter. Then he asked, "You're now at the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm, right? Why don't we have a little spar?" The primordial nether serpent sword gave Lin Yun a deep impression because he nearly lost the battle because of it. He could sense that Qianling's aura was at least 4 times stronger than before, which meant that he should have a greater control over his ghost spirit martial technique. Simultaneously, Qianling was also a ruthless person to himself, or he wouldn't be able to learn this sword technique. I don't think that's appropriate. Qianling hesitated. Oh, Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. My advantage as a 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm is too big against you who's still at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. The difference between 1 and 2 stars isn't that huge, but it's a different story for 3 stars. Qianling explained. You don't want to bully me? Lin Yun smiled after understanding why Qianling refused. Qianling briefly pondered before he nodded. I'll be honest with you. My ocean of astral energy has reached 9,000 meters. We'll just be having a friendly spar. I want to see the difference between me and someone at the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. This will also help me understand those who are in the top 10 on the Earth ranking. Lin Yun said before he pulled Qianling to the training ground. The cloud-soaring peak had everything. The training ground was massive, and there was also a spiritual array that enveloped the area to ensure that not even Dragon Pulse realm experts could inflict any damage here. Senior brother Lin, you can go first, then. Qianling wore a calm smile. I'm no longer the same person I was a month ago. Seeing that Qianling was so confident, Lin Yun smiled. As his ocean of astral energy surged, Lin Yun disappeared before Qianling. Before Qianling could respond, a powerful gale blew over, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. When Qianling came to his senses, Lin Yun already appeared before him with a smile. This made Qianling inwardly exclaim because Lin Yun was too quick. Sensing the danger, Qianling didn't hesitate to push his palm forth, but Lin Yun easily avoided his attack. Lin Yun merely swayed around and avoided Qianling's palm. He smiled as his afterimages overlapped before throwing a punch out. It's my turn now. When Qianling took the hit to his chest, his cheeks twitched from the pain as he nearly fell to his knees. The hit from Lin Yun was painful. This shocked Qianling as he looked at Lin Yun, wondering if Lin Yun really was only at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. The strength behind that punch was too terrifying, and Lin Yun was simply a monster. But he had reached the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. So just when he was about to fall to his knees, the 3 stars in his violet palace revolved, wrapping him in starlight. Under the empowerment of the 3 stars, the astral energy in his body began to surge and instantly multiplied thrice. As his sword aura exploded, he soared to the sky before pushing his palm out at Lin Yun's chest. As lightning crackled on the surface of Lin Yun's body, 5,000 dragon runes flickered, making Qianling feel as though his palm had landed on a mountain. The rebound force sent him flying 10 meters back. When he landed on the ground, Qianling took 3 steps back. Lin Yun's expression remained the same as he tapped his foot in the air 3 times before he landed on the ground. This is the strength of the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm? If my Azure Dragon Saint art didn't improve, I wouldn't be able to take that palm when relying on my cultivation alone. Lin Yun inwardly muttered as his gaze flickered. He could feel a vague aching from his chest, and it was fortunate that the dragon runes blocked 70% of that palm, or his ribs would have cracked from that palm. Even if his ocean of astral energy had reached 30,000 meters, the difference in their cultivation was still too huge. Chun Ling wasn't wrong, since the 3-star Heavenly Elysium core realm was a threshold. It was on a new level when compared to the 1-star and 2-star Heavenly Elysium core realms. Lin Yun was shocked, but he didn't know that Chun Ling was more shocked than him. This made Chun Ling feel like he was a clown after saying that his advantage against Lin Yun would be too great. This was because Lin Yun's foundation was too strong. When Lin Yun was still at the Greater Elysium core realm, his foundation was stronger than when Chun Ling was at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. A brief moment later, Chun Ling raised his head with a bitter smile. I now understand why the sect master made you a heaven direct disciple. You're truly qualified. Let's carry on. I almost couldn't take that palm of yours earlier. Lin Yun smiled. All right, I'll be using my full strength now. Chun Ling's eyes blazed with fighting spirit because he nearly fell to his knees earlier. He was unconvinced that the gap between them would be so significant. As flames and lightning intertwined, two figures began to fight on the training ground. When they stopped 1 hour later, Lin Yun turned to Chun Ling. Junior brother Chun, how far are you compared to the top 10 on the Earth ranking? The difference is huge. I can barely fight senior brother Zhou Tao, who's 10th on the Earth ranking. I roughly have 30% odds of winning against him. Chun Ling smiled. Only 30%? The odds were too low, lower than Lin Yun had imagined. What's the main difference between you and him? Lin Yun asked. Cultivation technique and martial techniques. Chun Ling sighed. Those in the top 10 have brought their ghost spirit martial techniques to the greater mastery at the very least. My primordial nether serpent sword is incomplete, so there's a limit to how far I can go. I'm only at the lesser mastery with it. What about cultivation technique? Lin Yun asked. As they walked, Chun Ling smiled before he sighed. The difference in our cultivation technique is even greater. You should know that the 5 peaks have their own respective sword sutras. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra of our Divine Firmament Peak is hard to grasp, and I'm already facing difficulties in the 3rd stage. I must reach the Dragon Pulse realm before I can barely cultivate it. But the other Sword Sutras can be cultivated in the Elysium Core realm and are powerful. So they naturally have the advantage if we're in the same cultivation. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he heard about the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. The Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra, Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, Indigo Firmament Sword Sutra, and Golden Firmament Sword Sutra are famous ghost spirit sword sutras in the ancient barren domain. Chun Ling's eyes blazed with scorching heat, and he continued, this is why so many swordsmen wanted to join the sword sect, since they were fatally attractive to any swordsman. Does that mean that the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is weak? Lin Yun asked with his face changed. Weak? Of course not. Chun Ling said sternly. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra becomes more difficult the further you reach, but it's too hard to cultivate. The last time someone grasped the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra at the Elysium Core realm was 18 years ago, and it was Senior Jian Jingtian. Before him, no one had accomplished it for the past centuries. Lin Yun couldn't remember how often he heard Jian Jingtian's name in the past month he was in the sword sect. Each sword sutra has its own characteristics. The Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra grasps the sun's power. The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra grasps the transformation of the clouds. The Indigo Firmament Sword Sutra grasps lightning, and the Golden Firmament Sword Sutra focuses on sharpness. Chun Ling briefly paused before he continued. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra's characteristic lies in absolute annihilation. As Lin Yun muttered the names of those sword sutras, he now had a general understanding of them. Where's Lin Yun? I'm Chong Yu, here under the order of the sect master. While Lin Yun was chatting with Chun Ling, a robust voice resounded outside the cloud-soaring peak. When Chun Ling heard that voice, his eyes lit up. Your confer and reward are here. What do you mean by confer? Lin Yun was baffled. The identity as a heaven-direct disciple, Chun Ling said excitedly. He looked to be even more excited than Lin Yun. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yun rejoiced. When they flew out, they met Elder Changyu, who was here under the orders of the sect master. This was a middle-aged man who wore a stern expression. He was from the Elder Hall, not amongst the 7 peaks, and their position was higher than the elders of the various peaks. You're Lin Yun. Changyu had never seen Lin Yun before, but he could easily tell who he was looking for. That's right. Disciple pays his greetings to Elder Chang. Lin Yun hurriedly bowed. Lin Yun's respect made Changyu wear a smile on his face. As a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, Lin Yun was pretty polite, unlike the rumors about him. Although the sect master granted you the status as a Heaven Direct disciple 3 days ago, there are still some procedures and some things that must be refined, so it will take some time. Now that your name is on the record, you will receive the treatment of a Heaven Direct disciple from now on. Changyu turned his hand over, and a golden waste medal appeared in his hand. When Lin Yun received the medal, he was surprised by its weight. The front of the medal was a sword sex symbol, and the back had Divine Firmament Lin Yun on it. This medal itself is a 1,000-rune saint artifact. Once you activate 100 saint runes, it can form into a Divine Firmament sword array that can even fend off a Samsara Edict Realm expert for half an hour. Changyu explained. Aside from that, you can head to the contribution hall every month to receive a large number of contributions. You can freely enter and exit many forbidden places in the sect. You can take your time to explore them later. Lin Yun fell in love with the medal upon hearing about it from Changyu. As long as he activated 100 saint runes, he could fend off the attacks of a Samsara Edict Realm expert for half an hour. These are profound wither pellets, a total of 10. Changyu briefly explained. The profound wither pellets are 6th grade saint elixirs. As long as you're alive, you can instantly recover from any injuries by just consuming one. Hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes lit up even further. The sword sect was really generous to him, and his current treatment wasn't at all inferior to a member of the ancient saint clan or even better. This is heavenly soul armor. Changyu handed a piece of soft armor to Lin Yun. This armor was thin, akin to a cicada's wings, but it also emitted a faint warmth. A smile rose even further on Lin Yun's face because he knew this was a treasure and quickly stowed it. But Changyu didn't stop there. He took out a black metal box that was sealed in an interspatial bracelet. When Lin Yun looked at the metal box, he felt that the box's contents weren't ordinary. Lin Yun, this is the Divine Golden Crow Iron, something the sect master gave you personally. Changyu looked at Lin Yun, then continued. This Divine Golden Crow Iron has an Origin Saint rune engraved in it, and it also contains the divine blood of the Golden Crow. The sect master knows that you have the Golden Crow wings, so this can transform them if you refine it. Hearing that left Lin Yun so shocked that he couldn't utter a word because this was simply too precious. Even Lil Purple had exclaimed in the sword box while also being shocked. Oh my god, is the sect master insane? He even gave you the Divine Golden Crow Iron. Looking at Lin Yun, Changyu continued, Heaven Direct disciples are the cornerstone of our sword sect. The sect master will personally give every Heaven Direct disciple a treasure. But I've never seen the sect master give away such a precious treasure. So you have to cherish it well, Lin Yun. I will keep that in mind. When Lin Yun received the metal box, it weighed like a mountain in his hand, which made his face change because it was simply too heavy. Lin Yun, you can't use it now. So why don't you give it to me? I'll refine it for you, Lil Purple said eagerly, with excitement flashing in her pupils. Go away. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Lil Purple. He wouldn't give it to her even if he didn't need it. It was a gift from the sect master, so he just had to store it well and let his Golden Crow wings become stronger in the future. Lin Yun looked forward to seeing how strong his Golden Crow wings would become. Humph, you scumbag. You're not even willing to part with a piece of divine iron. Lil Purple said unhappily. Then again, no one could listen to their conversation. I believe you know that you can pick a ghost spirit martial technique with this metal. Changyu smiled before he softly sighed. I'll take my leave first. If you need any help in the future, you can look for me at the Elder Hall. Just like that, Changyu came and left quickly. Chun Ling, who was watching from the side, nearly fell to his knees. He was initially envious of Lin Yun, but he gradually became numb. Even so, he was startled when Chang Yu gave Lin Yun the divine golden crow iron. Lin Yun, you have to keep that a secret. Many people are already unhappy with you, and it'll be even more chaotic if they know that the sect master gave you a divine golden crow iron, Chun Ling said hurriedly after he recovered from his shock. No secrets can be kept forever, and it's just a matter of time for them to find out. Lin Yun said calmly with a faint smile. If they're unhappy, they just have to suck it up. If they can't suck it up, they can come and look for me. After all, I have a good temper. When Chun Ling saw the smile on Lin Yun's face, he awkwardly smiled in response. For some reason, he could feel that something wasn't right, but Lin Yun didn't seem to be wrong about him having a good temper. Lin Yun wore a solemn expression as he stowed the divine golden crow iron. He was surprised because he didn't think that the sect master would give him something so precious. This treasure wasn't inferior to the golden dragon bone, given to Qin Song by Tian Xuanzi. But both have their own pros and cons, so no one could be sure which one was more precious. The golden dragon bone could temper the physique that pairs with Qin Song's dragon clan martial technique, so it wasn't that useful to Lin Yun since he preferred the Azure Dragon King bone. Aside from the Azure Dragon King's true bone, other dragon bones with the authority over thunderstorms would also work. The reason why Lin Yun used the golden dragon bone to brew soup was because he had no better way of dealing with it. The divine golden crow iron would be useless to Qin Song. The best it could do for him was make his physique stronger. But it was entirely different for Lin Yun. The divine golden crow iron could allow his golden crow wings to transform, and this meant that he could start planning on collecting the Dragon Pulse Realm section of the divine sun-chasing art. Even if he couldn't find it, his golden crow wings could transform and reach an unprecedented height. As he thought about it, Lin Yun smiled. It had been a long time since he smiled so heartedly. Ever since he left the Sword Firmament Pavilion, he had been drifting around without a place to call home. But he finally found a sense of home in the Sword Sect. He felt warmth from the Radiant Sword Saint and Mu Xiankong and knew this palace would be his home from today onwards. With a smile, Lin Yun turned to Chun Ling after storing the divine golden crow iron. Junior brother, can you bring me to the martial arts hall? I don't know the way there. My pleasure. Chun Ling smiled before they left the cloud-soaring peak. While chatting along the way, Lin Yun learned that over the past 3 days he was in seclusion. His status as a Heaven Direct disciple had caused a more significant uproar than he had imagined. The geniuses on the Earth ranking were all dumbfounded, and all of them were unconvinced. There were rumors that those in the top 10 of the Earth ranking caused a huge fuss when they returned to their respective peaks. Can you guess how the peak masters replied to them? Chun Ling smiled. Lin Yun could understand what they were feeling. He wouldn't be happy about it if he was in their position. But he really couldn't guess how the peak masters would reply to them. The peak masters said that if they can stay in the same pool for a month like you, they could also immediately become Heaven Direct disciples. Chun Ling laughed. When Lin Yun heard that, he was stunned for a moment before he smiled. The only reason he could stay at the bottom of the Saint Pool was thanks to the cauldron, which had nothing to do with his strength. It was no different from cheating, and those in the top 10 would definitely be able to guess that as well. But there was nothing they could say about the peak master's words. Half an hour later, Chun Ling landed on a floating island near the Divine Firmament Peak with Lin Yun. The center of this floating peak had an ancient towering palace with a long flight of stairs. Along the way, there were many Divine Firmament Peak disciples, and they would all bow or cup their hands when they saw Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was a huge celebrity in the Divine Firmament Peak now. The other peaks were unhappy with Lin Yun, but the disciples of the Divine Firmament Peak were excited. After all, they could finally raise their heads as disciples of the Divine Firmament Peak. You can go ahead. I'll be waiting for you here. You still have another place to go to after this. Chun Ling smiled as he came to a stop before the palace. Nodding his head, Lin Yun walked forth. Several ancient trees were planted before the martial arts hall, with the courtyard covered in fallen leaves. You're here. Mu Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yun. Senior brother. Lin Yun was a little surprised because he didn't expect Mu Chuan to be here, waiting for him. You should address me as third senior brother. It's more accurate that way. Mu Chuan smiled before he got up on his feet. Come with me. So who is the first and second senior brother? Mu Chuan was the peak master in charge of the Divine Firmament Peak on behalf of their master. This made him wonder if they were in the Divine Firmament Peak. Then again, they wouldn't have allowed the Divine Firmament Peak to decline so much if they were around, since there were no disciples from the Divine Firmament Peak on the Heaven and Earth rankings. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw that Mu Chuan was already far away, so he quickly caught up with him. Junior brother, as a Heaven Direct disciple, you can pick a ghost spirit martial technique without needing any contributions or tests. Mu Chuan explained as he led the way. But I don't recommend picking the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. You can choose the Primordial Netherserpent Sword like Chun Ling. His comprehension is weaker than your own, which is why he can't grasp it to greater mastery. Lin Yun was briefly silent before he asked, why? The 4 other peaks have their own cultivation techniques. If I don't practice it, won't it be the same as fighting with one hand? Oh! Mu Chuan amusingly exclaimed before he continued. Looks like Chun Ling said something to you. How did he tell you about it? The Scarlet Firmament Sword Sutra, Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, Indigo Firmament Sword Sutra, and Golden Firmament Sword Sutra are famous ghost spirit sword sutras in the ancient barren domain, Lin Yun said without any hesitation. But just when he was about to speak about the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, Mu Chuan suddenly grabbed onto a falling leaf before waving his hand. The leaf was like a feeble sword ray that circled the courtyard. Everything withered in the path of that leaf. When the leaf returned to Mu Chuan's hand, the latter said, Absolute Annihilation of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. When the wind blew, everything was reduced to ashes and blew away, leaving behind a bald tree. This made Lin Yun's jaw drop because this was too unbelievable. He couldn't sense any aura coming from Mu Chuan. It was as though he was just casually waving his hand. Many powers have the characteristic of absolute annihilation, but the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is a lot purer and can make everything wither. The profundity behind the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is death, Mu Chuan said. But do you know how long it took me to enter the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra's threshold and barely grasp this power? At the age of 50. Mu Chuan answered before Lin Yun could reply. Lin Yun fell into silence when he heard that, and he now knew why so many people gave up on the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. It wasn't something that just anyone could cultivate. Since Mu Chuan could be taken in as a disciple by their master, Mu Chuan's comprehension wasn't weak. But he only grasped it at the age of 50? This practically meant that Lin Yun would need to spend nearly his entire life comprehending it. What about Jian Jingtian? Lin Yun asked. 5th junior brother had his own opportunity. He didn't cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. I'm the only one who has practiced the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra amongst our fellow martial brothers. Even our master didn't practice it. Mu Chuan gave an answer that Lin Yun had entirely never expected. Aside from the primordial netherserpent sword, there are still many powerful ghost spirit martial techniques that you can try. But Lin Yun fell into silence for a long time before he took a deep breath and raised his head. Senior brother, I've decided to pick the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. It wasn't because he was stubborn but had his own plans. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra was powerful, and the characteristics were somewhat similar to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. So cultivating it would benefit him in controlling the cauldron. Even if he couldn't control it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress it. Furthermore, he heard from Lil Purple that the majority of the reason why the Iris Sword Saint could slay deities was because of his Nirvana Dao, and death was part of it. I knew that you wouldn't change your mind. Mu Chuan smiled bitterly. Then continue forth and don't pick anything else. There's a stone gate at the far end. You just have to push it open. Nodding his head, Lin Yun followed Mu Chuan's instructions and entered the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was lit with lamps and jade slips that shone like stars within the palace. Many people were picking martial techniques within the palace, giving Lin Yun a nod when they saw him. Lin Yun didn't look at any of the jade slips and continued down the passage. The surroundings were gradually becoming dark before he reached the far end. Lin Yun came to a stop and saw a stone gate before him. Above the stone gate, there were 2 words engraved on it: Nether Palace. This should be the place. Lin Yun placed his hand on the stone gate before he pushed it open. His action made all the surrounding disciples stop what they were doing as they looked at Lin Yun slowly going beyond the stone gate. Once everyone eventually came to their senses, they exclaimed, "The Nether Palace!" Lin Yun actually entered the Nether Palace. Is he planning to pick the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? It's too difficult, not to mention that he's only at the 1-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. This is too risky. It's hard to grasp the first 3 stages before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. An uproar burst out in the martial arts hall. Outside the martial arts hall, Chun Ling, who was waiting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He raised his head to look at the palace and saw a certain window lighting up. When a black light shone out from the window, it instantly made the surroundings eerie. But that was only for a short moment before the black light quickly shrank back. Absolute annihilation of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Chun Ling muttered to himself. He was surprised by Lin Yun's choice, and he could also understand his choice at the same time. But most people regretted picking the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and they would generally give up after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. He was also once tempted by it but ultimately gave up. If he took the wrong step, he would lag behind others. He didn't know if it would be a bad move for Lin Yun, but he knew that the sword sect wouldn't be calm with his arrival. The stone gate shut itself with a bang when Lin Yun entered the Nether Palace. The commotion made him hurriedly look back, but he noticed that the gate was tightly shut, and he couldn't move the gate no matter how hard he tried. Did that mean that he was trapped inside? Or did he have to find another way to leave this chamber? Lin Yun wasn't too nervous because his 3rd senior brother wouldn't have let him in if this place could trap him to death. "Ha! Someone's here again." A hoarse voice resounded just when Lin Yun was in shock. When Lin Yun quickly turned his head around, he saw a gray-clothed elder examining him at the far end of the chamber with his face covered in wrinkles. "Senior, you're?" Lin Yun asked politely. "You wish to learn the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra?" The old man didn't answer Lin Yun and gave him a question instead. Lin Yun remained silent and nodded as he took out the medal representing his status as a Heaven Direct disciple. This place was weird, and he could sense a powerful seal within this stone chamber. No energy could penetrate this room. Regardless of his sword intent or soul energy, they couldn't leave the walls and felt like they had been trapped in the room. "I hope that you won't regret it in the future." "Wait." The old man's face suddenly changed, staring at Lin Yun with wide eyes. He wore a grave expression and said, "Why do you have the Radiant Sword Saint's aura on you? Is it because of this?" Lin Yun briefly pondered before taking out the painting his master left for him. This was meant to ensure his safety, and it could summon a clone of the Radiant Sword Saint upon unfolding it. But it was weird that this old man could sense it when this painting wasn't opened. "You're his disciple?" The old man's expression became more gentle upon seeing the painting. "Yeah." Lin Yun nodded. The old man was stunned before he smiled. "Then you should call me Martial Uncle. I'm his junior brother." Lin Yun was shocked because this old man's seniority was higher than he had imagined. If he remembered correctly, the 6 Saint Lords addressed the Radiant Sword Saint as Martial Uncle. "This disciple here greets Martial Uncle." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "Haha. Senior brother is finally willing to take in a disciple. You can call me Dustlight." The old man's expression became more amicable, and he continued, "You should know about the special characteristics of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, right?" "I do. I know it's hard to grasp, and it's practically impossible to enter the threshold before reaching the Dragon Pulse realm." Lin Yun nodded. "But you don't know the reason why, right?" The old man smiled. When the Sword Sect was still a holy land, there were 9 Sword Sutras, and the 9 Sword Sutras all came from the Great Profound Sword Canon. Upon reaching a high level in any of the 9 Sword Sutras, one could comprehend the Great Profound Sword Canon. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and wondered if any martial or cultivation techniques with canon in the name were much more profound than others. 2 sword sutras were lost amongst the 9 sword sutras. The old man continued, amongst the 7 remaining sword sutras, 2 mainly consist of controlling spiritual runes, so they're inherited by the profound firmament and emerald firmament peaks. The 2 lost sword sutras should be due to Yu Qingfeng, who sliced off the 2 peaks. But Lin Yun didn't say a word as he listened to the old man's story. Amongst the 5 remaining sword sutras, the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is the hardest, and the difficulty lies in the word nether. The old man briefly paused before he continued. It is said that the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra was created by the sword sect's ancestor in the Nether Sea with his comprehension of the great profound sword canon as the foundation. The Nether Sea was a dead sea with rarely any forms of life living in it. But some ominous beasts cowed still survive in the sea, and they're called nether beasts as a collective. There were also rumors that one could travel to hell at the other end of the sea. Does that sea still exist today? Lin Yun asked. It's gone. The old man sighed. When the golden era ended, that sea was a battleground for the gods. So it was completely destroyed and is now a forbidden region. Even saints won't dare to carelessly step into that region. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard to grasp the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Oh, Lin Yun asked curiously. Looking at Lin Yun, the old man replied, when the sword sect was still a holy land, disciples would head to the Nether Sea if they wanted to cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. It's a lot easier to form the nether flower there, and it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Nether flower? Lin Yun was puzzled upon hearing that. That's right. You can only grasp the nether energy by forming the nether flower. It's the power of death that can erode vitality. The old man smiled. I don't recommend practicing this sword sutra. As a heaven direct disciple, it's not an issue for you to practice the sword sutras of the other peaks. Lin Yun didn't know that it was possible, but he also had no interest in the other sword sutras. As a disciple of the Divine Firmament Peak, it would be weird if he cultivated the other sword sutras of the other peaks. Thank you for your advice, martial uncle, but I've already made up my mind. Lin Yun said with a grave expression. I only talked so much to you because you're my martial nephew, but I won't interfere in your decisions. The old man noticed Lin Yun's determination and no longer tried to persuade him. He took out a black jade slip and handed it over. Here. The mantra for the first 3 stages is recorded on it. Only 3 stages? Lin Yun was puzzled. Haha. Come and look for me when you form the nether flower and the sword seed born in the bud. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, replied the old man. Lin Yun nodded. But just when he was about to leave, he couldn't help asking, Martial uncle, is this place sealing something? Haha. I'll tell you everything if we meet again. As for now, I can't tell you much, even if you're my senior brother's disciple. The old man didn't explain much and left Lin Yun in suspense. This made Lin Yun curious about what sort of existence was being sealed there that required his martial uncle to stay there. Then, I'll be taking my leave now. Lin Yun bowed. As the old man waved his hand, the stone gate gently opened and a black light shone out. When Lin Yun came out of the stone chamber, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Senior brother Lin, you really chose the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? It's impossible to cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. This is a huge abyss. Senior brother, this Sword Sutra is poisonous. There's no way it can be cultivated. The surrounding people were trying to persuade Lin Yun, but this only made Lin Yun feel awkward as he bitterly smiled. It looks like the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra was so unpopular that even the Divine Firmament Peak disciples were saying this. Then again, they could do nothing because it was hard to cultivate after the Nether Sea shattered. You're out? Have you seen our martial uncle? Mu Chuan smiled. I did. Lin Yun nodded as he showed the black jade slip. You can't stop making others from worrying about you. You must have tormented 5th junior brother in the fleeting cloud sword sect. Mu Chuan sighed. Hey, I'm innocent. His temper is even fouler than mine. I'm the one who was being tormented by him, not the other way around. Lin Yun smiled. Mu Chuan laughed when he heard that. He obviously knew that Jian Jingtian had a foul temper. How is he? I heard that he reached the Samsara Edict realm, Mu Chuan asked. Well, he became a king immediately after making a breakthrough when he undid the knot in his heart. Lin Yun replied. Mu Chuan's gaze became complicated when he heard that. His gaze was filled with nostalgia and emotions. But he had more pity in his gaze as he said, I knew that he'd be able to come out of it. But don't learn from him. What did he do? Lin Yun hurriedly asked. But Lin Yun's question only made Mu Chuan vigilant as he looked at Lin Yun. It's not a taboo, but you'll know about it sooner or later. So don't ask me about it and head to the Great Profound Palace. Great Profound Palace? Lin Yun was surprised to hear the name of that palace. It's related to the Great Profound Sword Cannon? You'll know when you're there. Let Chen Ling bring you over. Mu Chuan said before he disappeared. Let's go. I'll take you to the Great Profound Palace. Chen Ling smiled when he saw Lin Yun walking over before they soared to the sky. The Great Profound Palace is the place you previously talked about? Lin Yun curiously asked. Chen Ling said he had somewhere to go when they arrived. Yeah. The Great Profound Palace is the best place in the Sword Sect. It's not inferior to the Saint Mountain. Chen Ling nodded and explained. That place is where the Great Profound Sword Cannon is located. The Great Profound Sword Cannon isn't just a cannon. It contains many principles of the Sword Tao to comprehend the inherited Sword Sutras. It can make it easier to comprehend the Sword Sutras, but it's a pity that the benefits aren't as great as the other 4 Sword Sutras. I also have no idea what the reason is. Lin Yun's eyes flickered when he heard that. It appears that most of the disciples in the Sword Sect didn't know about the Nether Sea. Martial Uncle Dustlight was good to him, telling him the secrets of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra when they had just met. Then again, there was nothing anyone could do, even if they knew about the secrets. Even Lin Yun wasn't confident that he could form the Nether Flower while being at the Elysium Core realm. He didn't even have the time to look at it. Since there aren't any benefits, is there a difference if I go there? Lin Yun asked. Chen Ling enviously replied, while shaking his head. You can't put it that way. Why refuse something for free when it's within your authority as a Heaven Direct disciple? You must know that visiting the Great Profound Palace once costs 100,000 contribution points. Not even those in the top 10 on the Heaven ranking can come and go as they wish. Furthermore, what? If I remember correctly, even those senior brothers in the Dragon Pulse realm have spent contribution points just to barely enter the first stage of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Without the Great Profound Palace, it's practically impossible to make it into the first stage. With a grave expression, Chun Ling continued in a discouraged tone. Actually, so what if we can't reach the first stage? It's just the first stage, and you can only enter the threshold by completing all 3 stages. Lin Yun held onto his chin and wondered if it was that troublesome to cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. While they were heading to the Great Profound Palace, several figures landed on a certain place in the Golden Firmament Peak. There were 6 people, and the sword auras they were releasing were powerful and sharp, and all 6 carried a sword box behind them. If someone was there, they would definitely be shocked because these 6 were the top 10 of the Earth ranking. But 4 of their gazes fell onto a young man donned in golden clothes. This young man was the strongest Elysium Core realm disciple of the Golden Firmament Peak, Jin Xuani. He was also ranked 2nd on the Earth ranking. Jin Xuani, how long are you going to stay silent? That brat has already come out and is heading to the Great Profound Palace. If you show up, you might be able to stop him. A hot-tempered person yelled at the golden-clothed youth. Haha! Huang Fuyan, the Scarlet Firmament Peak, didn't say a word, so why did you come to look for me? The golden-clothed youth slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his lips. Although Huang Fuyan ranked 10th on the Earth ranking and had a fiery temper, no one dared to look down on him. This was because Huang Fuyan wasn't any weaker than the other genius in the top 10 on the Earth ranking. But what made others look down on him was that his father was the Peak Master of the Azure Firmament Peak, and the Azure Storm Saint Lord was his grandfather. The Azure Storm Saint Lord was the saint who took Xianxia in as a disciple on the test. I don't believe that you're convinced of him becoming a heaven-direct disciple. That brat just joined the sword sect, and he's allowed to immediately enter the great profound palace. Just think about how hard it is for us to enter the great profound palace. It costs us 100,000 contribution points. What gives? Huang Fuyan coldly replied. But Jin Xuanyi was calm after hearing what Huang Fuyan said before he smiled. What's wrong with that? He's a heaven-direct disciple, and it's his right to enter. The expressions of the few others around changed with their brows jumping. After all, they were too sensitive to the words heaven-direct disciple right now, and they would feel irritated whenever someone mentioned it. The sect master immediately decided it, so it was no longer a matter of fairness. It was simply a resounding slap to their faces, and slapping the faces of everyone that was at the top 10 of the Earth ranking. You really have a high tolerance, Huang Fuyan sneered. Do you know what treasure the sect master gave him? What is it? Shouldn't it be a secret? Jin Xuanyi still didn't say a word, but Huang Fuyan's words piqued everyone's curiosity. They were also surprised as they looked at Huang Fuyan because this should be a secret since it was given by the sect master personally, and it wasn't something someone in the disciple generation should know about. But judging from the looks of it, Huang Fuyan seems to have some insider information. My master talked with those from the Elder Hall, and I eavesdropped on their conversation. This matter caused a huge uproar, and even they were shocked. As for you guys will never be able to imagine what it is. Huang Yuyan continued. So what is it? Huang Fuyan, stop keeping us in suspense. Everyone could feel something scratching their hearts. But Huang Fuyan didn't say a word with his eyes fixed on Jin Xuanyi. Speak, Jin Xuanyi said with his brow raised. Divine golden crow iron. Huang Fuyan answered. That is impossible. Everyone burst into an uproar with disbelief filling their pupils with their jaws dropped. How can that be? Jin Xuanyi's facial expression finally changed. He had to admit that he was envious and could no longer maintain his composure. After all, it was the divine golden crow iron, and the sect master just gave it to Lin Yun. Are you certain it's the divine golden crow iron? Jin Xuanyi asked, indifferently staring at Huang Fuyan. Do I have a reason to lie to you? I overheard it, and it's not a secret that many people wanted sect master's divine golden crow iron. Many elders were eyeing it, and Elder Chang Yu personally sent it. The Elder Hall is already in chaos. Huang Fuyan unhappily replied. This makes no sense. The sect master is a little too fond of Lin Yun. Not only did he give him the exception to undergo the St. Pool baptism, but he even gave him the status as a heaven-direct disciple. Now, he even gave Lin Yun the divine golden crow iron. Not counting the 1 month he was in the St. Pool, it has only been 10 days since he joined the sword sect. How envious. I heard that he's going to the great profound palace now. Even if he protected the sword sect's prestige, he's only at the 1-star heavenly Elysium core realm. Jin Xuanyi hadn't said a word, but everyone else all looked depressed, with envy in their tones. They did look for their peak masters to demand an explanation on the day itself, but they were only told that they could also become a heaven-direct disciple if they could stay in the St. Pool for a month. Although they immediately became quiet, it was undeniable that they were depressed. Jin Xuanyi, don't you have any temper when you're already at the 5-star heavenly Elysium core realm? Huang Fuyan looked at Jin Xuanyi, but Jin Xuanyi swiftly restored his composure before waving his hand. I'm in no position to interfere, so why did you come to look for me? Wouldn't it be better to find someone from the Scarlet Firmament Peak? Senior brother Jean, what are you saying? The Azure Firmament Peak, Golden Firmament Peak, and Indigo Firmament Peaks have a bad relationship with the Scarlet Firmament Peak, and you're the leader amongst us. If Huang Fuyan doesn't come to look for you, who will he look for? Ji Shuxian? You want us to be a joke in the eyes of the Scarlet Firmament Peak. An indigo-clothed youth unhappily said as he looked at Jin Xuanyi. He was Wang Chun of the Indigo Firmament Peak, ranked 6th on the Earth ranking. He was a prominent figure in the Sword Sect, with his cultivation reaching the 4-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. But he's still inferior to Jin Xuanyi. Just say the word. Are you going to be involved in this matter? Huang Fuyan unhappily looked at Jin Xuani. If you're not going to get involved, the hearts of our 3 peaks will disperse. Not only is the Scarlet Firmament Peak on top of us, but a newcomer of the Divine Firmament Peak is also now on top of us. Huang Fuyan said in an agitated tone. Though there were 7 peaks in the Sword Sect, the competition was only amongst the 4 peaks. The Scarlet Firmament Peak, Golden Firmament Peak, Azure Firmament Peak, and Indigo Firmament Peak. The Scarlet Firmament Peak was the strongest amongst the 4, which was why the 3 other peaks had to form a group. As second on the Earth ranking, Jin Xuani naturally became the leader amongst them. As for the Divine Firmament Peak, there was no representative after Jian Jingtian. So Huang Fuyan had represented them from a certain angle, and they had been holding back for a long time. A cold light flashed across Jin Xuani's pupils as he raised his eyebrow to look at Huang Fuyan. How do you want me to get involved? Get someone to teach him a lesson? Or I do it myself? Humph. That's what I'm planning, Huang Fuyan replied. Ha ha ha. Jin Xuani sneered. Go ahead, then. Humph. Continue to hole up like a tortoise. I'll bring someone now and teach that goddamned flower burial the rules of the Sword Sect. Huang Fuyan was hot-tempered and looked around. Who's coming with me? But everyone else coughed when they heard that. They either pretended to look at the scenery or peeked at Jin Xuani. But none looked at Huang Fuyan. Bunch of cowards. After teaching that brat a lesson, I'll ask the sect master to demand an explanation. Don't blame me for not asking you guys to come along at that time, Huang Fuyan furiously said before he left. After he left, Wang Chun of the Indigo Firmament Peak said, Senior brother Jin, are we going to let junior brother Huang Fu go just like that? If he's too harsh and cripples that brat, the sect master will probably cripple him. The sect master is protective, and it's the same as looking for trouble to make a move against Lin Yun. So what if he's crippled? His father is a peak master, and his father only has a stupid son like him. So his father would do anything to treat him even if he was crippled. It's not a bad idea to make a commotion. Even if he can't become a heaven direct disciple, he should allow us to enter the great profound palace another time. Jin Xuani smiled. Senior brother, what are we going to do? Are we really going to suck it up? Lu Yu of the Azure Firmament Peak furiously asked. Jin Xuani remained seated with his legs crossed and calmly said, It's more reliable to ask people from the Scarlet Firmament Peak for this matter. Do you think they'll suck it up? Especially Ji Shuxian, who was ranked first on the Earth ranking. He has been after the status of a heaven direct disciple for a long time, and he's definitely the most furious amongst us. Ha ha ha. As expected, only Brother Jin understands me the best in this massive sword sect. A hearty burst of laughter resounded. 3 figures that were like 3 bright suns were streaking across the horizon before they appeared before them. This immediately made Wang Chun, Lu Yu, and the other Earth-ranking geniuses from the other peak stand behind Jin Xuani with hostility. Both sides fought a lot, so their relationship was like fire and water. Interesting. The 3 geniuses of the Scarlet Firmament Peak actually come to my Golden Firmament Peak? Jin Xuani stood up and looked at Ji Shuxian with his eyes squinted. They were ranked first and second on the Earth ranking and were the only ones in the 5-star Heavenly Elysium core realm. They were known as the twin stars of the Earth ranking. They've been competing amongst themselves for a long time. After all, even if Ji Shuxian was a little stronger, he couldn't suppress Jin Xuani. But looking at it as a whole, the Scarlet Firmament Peak was firmly above the 3 other peaks. Aside from Ji Shuxian, who was first, the Scarlet Firmament Peak had 2 disciples ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. Ji Shuxian outshined them in the Scarlet Firmament Peak, but they were stronger than the likes of Wang Chun and the other geniuses on the Earth ranking. When Ji Shuxian saw the likes of Wang Chun, Lu Yu, and the others looking nervous, he smiled. Relax. I'm not here to fight today. Brother Jin, you should know why I'm here. His words shocked Wang Chun and the others as they exchanged glances. This was because the fight between Ji Shuxian and Jin Xuani was intense. They were like fire and water. Everyone in the sword sect knew that they wouldn't get along, but it appeared that they were going to make peace now. Just because of Lin Yun? This was simply too insane in their eyes. Ji Shuxian and Jin Xuani exchanged glances before they said together, "Divine Golden Crow Iron." When they were done, they were both briefly taken aback before they laughed. They couldn't stay calm when they heard that the Divine Golden Crow Iron was given to Lin Yun. As they sat down, Ji Shuxian let out a breath before he said with resentment in his tone, "I won't beat around the bush. The sect master is a little too much this time." "Stop right there." Jin Xuani quickly stopped Ji Shuxian. The sect master was Ji Shuxian's master, so Ji Shuxian could be disrespectful. But Jin Xuani didn't dare to badmouth the sect master. "I really don't understand. Master is a peak master and also the sect master. He has always been impartial and didn't give his daughters preferential treatment. But he's treating Lin Yun even better than a biological son. I pondered about it all night yesterday and still can't figure it out. After all, I'm his disciple," Ji Shuxian complained. Wang Chun and others could feel the envy in Ji Shuxian's tone. When they saw Ji Shuxian's depressed expression, they couldn't help feeling better and inwardly laughed. What Jin Xuani said was right. Their grievances were nothing compared to Ji Shuxian. After all, Ji Shuxian was the sect master's disciple, and he was equivalent to half a son of the sect master. He had received all the love and care from the sect master since he was young. But Lin Yun, who suddenly appeared, caused the sect master to make exceptions for him repeatedly. "You didn't ask the sect master about it?" Jin Xuani asked. "My senior brother asked about it, but the sect master said Lin Yun suffered grievances while on the heavenly path. He told us that we must set an example. Isn't that the same as telling us not to touch Lin Yun? How can there be such a reason? I can bear it, but my sword can't," the two Scarlet Firmament Peaks disciples said before Ji Shuxian could reply. "Let's not compete amongst ourselves during the 5 Peaks competition 2 months from now." Jin Xuani smiled. "It's easy to talk to a smart person. Since the sect master told us not to make a move against Lin Yun, we can only find a way to deal with him in the tournament. If he can't make it into the top 10 in the competition, then we'll have an excuse to complain." Ji Shuxian replied with a smile. There was nothing else to say since they had already spoken to this point. Whether it was Jin Xuani or Ji Shuxian, they already had a plan to deal with Lin Yun, which was the 5 Peaks competition. All other methods were stupid. Whether they get someone to deal with Lin Yun or make a move themselves, it was plain stupid. If that person couldn't defeat Lin Yun, it would only make them a laughingstock at that time. As for making a move against Lin Yun themselves, they couldn't. After all, they were geniuses of the Earth ranking, and the sect master had told them blatantly not to. Anyone could see how fond the sect master was of Lin Yun, especially after giving him the Divine Golden Crow Iron. Only Huang Fuyan was stupid, unable to see through that. Most importantly, they couldn't change anything even if they made a move themselves. But it would be different in the 5 Peaks competition. If Lin Yun couldn't make it into the top 10 after receiving so many resources, it would make him a laughingstock. "Why isn't Prince Yen here?" Ji Shuxian couldn't see Huang Fuyan around and smile. He shouldn't be absent. Huang Fuyan's title Prince Yen was a sarcastic joke. After all, his father was a peak master, and his grandfather was a saint lord. So he naturally had a unique position in the sword sect. But the sword sect did not pay any attention to one's origin but their strength. So that title was naturally a sarcastic joke. Huang Fuyan also had a straight personality and was hot-tempered. He acted flamboyant in the sword sect but didn't have exceptional strength. This was why many disciples in the sword sect were unhappy with him, not to mention that Huang Fuyan was stupid. This was why everyone gave him the title of Prince Yen. But aside from Scarlet Firmament Peaks trio, no one dared to call Huang Fuyan by that title in front of his face. He went to the great profound palace, Lu En said in a strange tone. Lu En's words stunned Ji Shuxian before he loudly laughed. "Ha ha ha! That's his style, all right?" As the sky became filled with a heavy mist, the wind was blowing loudly in their ears, as Lin Yun and Chun Ling shuttled through the clouds like immortals with the vast mountain range of the sword sect beneath them. 15 minutes later, they were wrapped in sword rays as they descended towards a massive floating mountain. This floating island was unique. Its position was higher than the 7 main peaks in the sword sect. On the enormous platform was a towering palace that pierced into the clouds. This was the Great Profound Palace. The sword sect had several special grounds. They were the ancient Saint Mountain, Great Profound Palace, Celestial Observing Stage, and the Heavenly Sword Woods. The Saint Mountain had existed since ancient times, and the sword sect occupied it. Beneath the Saint Mountain was the Saint Vein that the sword sect had accumulated over 100,000 years. That was where the saints entered seclusion, and not even Samsara Edict realm experts qualified to step inside. Then again, it was different for the saints' disciples. The Celestial Observing Stage was unique because it was a place for disciples to temper their sword intents. In the past, there was another place for sword sect's disciples to temper their sword intents. But when Yu Qingfeng destroyed 2 peaks 3,000 years ago, the sword ray he left behind was still in existence even after 3,000 years. So the sword sect's saint lords discussed amongst themselves and chose to leave Yu Qingfeng's sword intent behind to remind them of their shame. Secondly, they could use the sword ray for disciples to comprehend sword intent. Thus, they shifted the initial Celestial Observing Stage and rebuilt the place. This also proved the sword sect's determination and breadth of mind. If it was another sect that was in their position, they might not have made the same decision. After all, it was humiliating to admit that someone was stronger than them. The Heavenly Sword Woods was a place where was a forest of saint swords, which was meant for disciples to practice their sword techniques. The majestic palace standing before Lin Yun was the sword sect's last and final unique place, the Great Profound Palace. Inside the palace was sword sect's most profound martial technique, the Great Profound Sword Cannon. It cost 100,000 contribution points to enter. Even if a disciple didn't have enough contribution points, they could comprehend the Tao by standing close to it. So, many disciples would gather here whenever they encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation. This place was similar to the Saint Pool, where you could be close to it to use for cultivation. That seems to be Lin Yun. He's Lin Yun? The Heaven Direct disciple Lin Yun. He's finally here. I thought he'd wait for the commotion to settle before coming. Bullshit. It's naturally better for him to come earlier. Who doesn't want to enter the Great Profound Palace? Lin Yun and Chunling's appearance attracted everyone's attention, causing an uproar in front of the Great Profound Palace. Everyone stopped their cultivations and directed their gazes over. They couldn't help it because Lin Yun was pretty much a celebrity in the sword sect, and there was no way he could maintain a low profile even if he wanted to. Lin Yun gave Xiahou Yen a beating before he entered the sword sect, saving the sword sect's reputation. When he came to the Divine Firmament Peak, he stayed in the Saint Pool for a month and even alarmed the sect master, before he was given the status as a Heaven Direct disciple. Not even the top 10 of the Heaven ranking were as popular as Lin Yun lately. It was fortunate that they didn't know that the sect master gave Lin Yun the Divine Golden Crow Iron, or it would cause an even bigger uproar. Senior brother Lin, I'm not wrong, right? Chun Ling smiled as he turned to Lin Yun. You're a celebrity now. It has been long since our Divine Firmament Peak has had any sense of existence. Lin Yun responded with a smile as he raised his head to look at the towering Great Profound Palace. He asked, "What's so special about this palace?" "I have no idea. I've never gone in because I don't have enough contribution points. I already spent most of them to exchange for the primordial nether serpent sword." Chun Ling was a little envious and continued with a helpless tone. "But I do know some information about it." "Oh? I'm all ears." Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Great Profound Palace. In the Elysium Core realm, you will only be given the mantra for the first 3 stages if you pick one of the 5 Sword Sutras. After reaching the Dragon Pulse realm, only then can you continue cultivating the next portion. Chun Ling explained. Generally speaking, those who cultivate the Sword Sutras of the other 4 peaks can reach the complete first stage just by entering the Great Profound Palace. "What about our Divine Firmament Peak?" Lin Yun asked. "That's..." Chun Ling was a little awkward as he continued. "No one has picked the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra while they were in the Elysium Core realm for the past few years because no one could succeed in the Elysium Core realm. But Dragon Pulse Realm disciples gave it a try and managed to reach the lesser first stage after entering the Great Profound Palace, which is already impressive. Chun Ling gave Lin Yun a disclaimer for him to be prepared by using 2 examples before he added, "You should have other Sword Sutras as well, right? If there's no response from the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, you can give your other Sword Sutra an attempt." "That won't be necessary." Lin Yun smiled. He didn't dare to touch the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon because the cauldron would leave his ocean of astral energy if he continued. "I'll be going in then." Lin Yun patted Chun Ling's shoulder before he walked into the Great Profound Palace. "I'll wait for you here." Chun Ling nodded and found a place to sit down on the stairs. "Lin Yun, you don't seem to be worried about the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra at all." Lil Purple's voice resounded from the sword box. "I don't dare to talk about my comprehension of other martial techniques, but no one within the same generation can surpass me when it comes to sword Dao." Lin Yun was pretty confident in that matter. Most importantly, he had an advantage that no one could be compared to, and that was his dual sword souls. When he practiced the Aqua Heaven sword technique, Lin Yun relied on his dual sword souls to summon the Holy Spirit in just 2 days. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is different. Furthermore, Sword Sutra and sword technique aren't the same. Lil Purple replied, "Aren't you around? I bet you understand more about the nether energy than my martial uncle." Lin Yun smiled. "Humph, that's for sure. With this Empress around, you can surely practice that Divine Firmament Sword Sutra." Lil Purple's tone suddenly changed and was filled with pride. While they were chatting, Lin Yun eventually arrived before the Great Profound Palace. The 2 elders guarding this place nodded their heads after Lin Yun showed his mettle. When Lin Yun came before the gate of the Great Profound Palace, he took a deep breath. He wasn't as confident as he sounded with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, but he also knew that he couldn't back down now since he already came. Lin Yun slowly pushed open the gates and entered the Great Profound Palace under countless envious gazes. The interior was different from what Lin Yun had imagined, since the inside was dark. He could hear his footsteps echoing in the palace while he slowly walked towards the center of it. Time here seemed to have slowed down, making Lin Yun lose the concept of time as he continued walking toward the center of the palace. He eventually saw a gigantic stone monument. The stone monument was engraved with ancient runes that covered the entire monument. "This is the Great Profound Sword Cannon." But it was a pity that Lin Yun couldn't recognize any of the words. Looking at those ancient runes, he could sense boundless information flowing into his mind, trying to tear his mind apart. This instantly made his back become covered in a cold sweat before he quickly shifted his gaze away. This incident made Lin Yun much more cautious as he slowed his pace while approaching the stone monument. As he gradually approached the monument, he could sense a terrifying fluctuation coming from it that was similar to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. But the intent contained within the monument was entirely different. The Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron was filled with an annihilation intent, trying to drive him to commit a massacre. It was a demonic cauldron. On the contrary, the intent of the monument was majestic and sacred, but the power contained within wasn't any weaker than the cauldron. Most importantly, the power contained within the monument was a lot stronger than the cauldron soul in Lin Yun's Violet Palace. "Stop right there," a voice echoed within the empty palace. "Who's speaking?" Lin Yun cautiously looked around. "Me," that voice sounded out once more. This surprised Lin Yun as his gaze suspiciously fell onto the monument that was 100 meters away. He replied, "You. It is I." This time, Lin Yun widened his mouth and was surprised because the monument was talking to him. "I'm the spirit of the stone monument. Why are you so shocked? Don't you also have an artifact spirit in your sword box?" A disdainful voice resounded from the stone monument. Lin Yun's face froze when he heard that. He didn't think that there would be anyone else who could sense Lil Purple's existence. After all, not even his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, could detect Lil Purple. Then again, it was possible that his master had discovered it but didn't say anything. "Empress, what should I do? This artifact spirit is a little weird. It's the spirit of the stone monument, but it's also the canon spirit of the Great Profound Sword Canon. Lin Yun, don't you think the runes on the Great Profound Sword Canon are too similar to the cauldron? They're of the same origin, Lil Purple replied. This surprised Lin Yun because he didn't notice it earlier since this place was too dark. He couldn't see clearly even after using his sword intent, so he ignored it. What kind of runes are they? It's called the Divine Scripture of Chaos, born in primal chaos. Every word contains the law of heaven and earth. Even if you recognize the runes, you can't really describe it or write it out. Lil Purple explained. So the Great Profound Sword Canon and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon are on the same level? Lin Yun was really surprised. This meant that the sword sect had a terrifying foundation as a former holy land. What are you muttering about? Are you bad-mouthing me with your artifact spirit? When Lin Yun was talking to Lil Purple, a figure flew out from the stone monument. This was a fatty with the appearance of a child roughly 7 or 8 years old. He was sitting on the monument, sending a suspicious look towards Lin Yun. This made Lin Yun widen his eyes in disbelief. This is the spirit of the stone monument? Isn't the contrast a little too huge? A brief moment later, after Lin Yun recovered from the shock, he replied, No, we're talking about the words on the monument. Oh, they're the divine scripture of chaos. Don't look at it too much, or it'll blow your mind apart. The little fatty made a mind-blowing gesture as he spoke to Lin Yun in a solemn tone. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that because this fatty was pretty adorable. Let your artifact spirit come out and talk to me. It has been a long time since I've come out. The little fatty looked at Lin Yun with a strong desire in his pupils. You've never shown yourself? Lin Yun asked in surprise. I'm afraid that I'll scare them. Besides, no one else had an artifact spirit. So I won't play with them. Oh, Stone is my name. What's the name of your artifact spirit? The little fatty was more focused on Lin Yun's artifact spirit. He must be really bored and wished to find a companion. Empress, do you want to come out and play with him a little? Lin Yun asked. No way. This Empress won't play with children, Lil Purple said in a disdainful tone.